During a delightful road trip in an RV with her parents, Lin Yue unexpectedly finds herself in a catastrophic car accident. Upon regaining consciousness, she discovers that the three of them have been transformed into a pitiful family of ancient farmers. Her father is feeble, her mother is frail, and their child is a financial burden. With merely 2 taels of silver, they are expelled from their home, which consists of 3 drafty thatched huts and 4 acres of meager farmland. Just as they begin to stabilize their lives, they inadvertently encounter scouts from the southern borders while ascending a mountain. The feudal lords of the southwest conspire with barbaric tribes to march northward, leading to a wave of slaughter in towns and villages. The entire southwestern region is ravaged, and refugees flood the land. The family of 3 is left with no choice but to flee. As they traverse the perilous path of survival, they face both natural disasters and human calamities, resorting to cannibalism and abandoning loved ones. The depths of human nature are brutally laid bare before their eyes. After enduring countless trials, they finally settle in a small coastal town, devoid of farmland and living in dilapidated quarters. Yet, they waste no time in rolling up their sleeves to work. Lin Yue's mother, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, forages for medicinal herbs, while her father resumes his former trade in aquaculture. As for Lin Yue herself, she immerses in pickling vegetables, selling snacks, and seizing any opportunity to earn money. The trio becomes adept at accumulating wealth. In a whimsical exchange, Lin Yue's mother suggests finding her a child husband. Lin Yue casts a glance at the young man named Xingqian, who, without parents or siblings, possesses an elegant demeanor and striking features. He could very well be the childhood companion she nurtures into a romantic relationship. 6 years later, Xingqian achieves the highest honors in the imperial examination, yet declines the prestigious ladder of success. He embarks on a journey to serve as an official alongside his wife and her parents. The family enjoys a unique nationwide adventure in this foreign land. One evening, under the warm glow of a red candle, Xingqian kisses his wife's lips, seeking affirmation. Yu, tell me you cherish me. For Xingqian, loving Lin Yue is a lifelong endeavor. Chapter 1. A catastrophe unfolds. The roads of Shu are perilous, harder than ascending to the heavens. Dad, the roads in Sichuan are treacherous. Please exercise caution, Lin Yue admonishes from the RV's booth, sharing fruit with her mother, Li Qinghe, while keeping an eye on her father who is driving. Lin Zhu grins widely, daughter. My driving skills were honed in the army. You must trust me. Li Qinghe rolls her eyes. Your father has been flaunting that driver's license for decades. The two share a knowing glance, laughter glimmering in their eyes. Lin Yue captures the scenic views with her camera, planning to share them on her popular short video account as an intangible cultural heritage inheritor, commonly known as an internet celebrity. Suddenly, the vehicle swerves, and Lin Yue's head strikes the glass. Before they can react, a dizzying sensation envelopes her. Her last memory is of her mother's terrified face, the blaring of horns, and the overwhelming vertigo. Lin Yue muses that if this were her end, at least it would be painless, and at least they would all be together. Upon awakening, she feels a heaviness in her head and a lightness in her feet. Groaning in discomfort, she is met with a spoonful of bitter herbal medicine. Lin Yue grimaces at the taste. Her mother's anxious voice pierces her thoughts. Yu, is that you? Yu? Struggling to open her eyes, Lin Yue finds her eyelids seemingly glued shut, and her mouth refuses to cooperate with her mother's inquiries. Suddenly, an unfamiliar woman's voice reassures her. Sister-in-law, don't worry. San Yu will be fine. If she can drink this medicine, she will surely recover. Li Qinghe expresses her gratitude. Thank you, second sister-in-law, for lending me the copper coins. I will repay you as soon as possible. Confusion clouds Lin Yue's mind. She cannot comprehend the mention of a second sister-in-law. Her maternal family has long since severed ties with their relatives. As her consciousness fades again, she eventually awakens to movement. Turning toward the window, she finds the world shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp. Her familiar yet strange mother sits beneath its glow, her face etched with melancholy. Mom, Lin Yue croaks, her voice raspy and unpleasant. Li Qinghe immediately rises, shushing her. Speak softly. We mustn't be overheard. Lin Yue gazes at her mother in confusion. Li Qinghe sits beside her, whispering, My dear, haven't you noticed something amiss? Lin Yue scrutinizes her mother closely, her eyes widening in shock. Mom, what on earth are you wearing? Where did this coarse linen come from? It resembles an antiquated style, complete with patches. And your hair? Why is it so long? Who styled it like that? It looks like dry grass. Li Qinghe, flustered by her daughter's barrage of questions, retorts, You still have the spirit to joke? Clearly, there's nothing serious, but you should pay attention to the real issues at hand. I was nearly frightened to death. Lin Yue suppresses her amusement and, with her mother's help, sits up. In the dim light of the oil lamp, she notices her father lying unconscious beside her. He too is clad in an indistinguishable antiquated outfit, covered in patches and wrapped like a mummy. Evidently, the handiwork of her mother, surveying their cramped quarters, which barely spans 20 square meters. Lin Yue sees two wooden beds with thatched mattresses, creaking at the slightest movement, separated by a curtain. Beside the beds are two stacked wooden boxes, a small wooden table, and 3 stools. This is all the room contains, Mom. Have we been rescued by mountain folk? She speculates, although the thought is too bizarre to accept. Lin Yue gazes at her mother, her expression one of despair. Li Qinghe shatters her daughter's illusions. We've time-traveled, just like in those television dramas about reincarnation. Don't you remember? Oh heavens, Mom. You're quite in tune with the trends, about time travel? Lin Yue, realizing her worst fears are confirmed, sprawls onto the bed, feigning death. I have no memories at all. You must explain what's happening, and what about Dad? With her daughter by her side, Li Qinghe's fear dissipates, replaced by excitement. This is time travel, after all. How wondrous. Yu. Our original selves had a tragic history, akin to those cursed characters in dramas. You can't imagine how outrageous this family was. As Li Qinghe recounts their tale, Lin Yue finds herself distracted enough to interject. Mom, we're the unfortunate protagonists now. Can't we have a bit of empathy? Through her mother's storytelling, Lin Yue pieces together their current predicament. In summary, it is bleak. In 2 words, it is exceedingly grim. In 3 words, it is utterly abysmal. The original family lived within a larger household. Her father had 2 elder brothers and a sister, along with a pair of twin younger siblings, rendering their existence almost invisible. Most tragically, none of the original family members could stand on their own in this patriarchal society. They had no male heirs, leaving Lin Yue as the sole liability. Her parents, devoid of skills, toiled silently without sweet words, proving to be less valuable than the household chickens and dogs. Chickens lay eggs for sale, and dogs guard the home and catch mice. Lin Yue's father possesses no craft, only brute strength, obediently following his parents' commands without independent thought. The bride, Li, grew up under the care of a stepmother, her temperament as pliable as dough. After more than a decade of marriage, she had only borne a troublesome child, leaving her with no voice in her husband's family. In their daily lives, this couple resembled mere background figures in the Lin household, laboring tirelessly without recognition. As for the original character, both her parents embodied weakness and submissiveness, and she had never possessed the authority to refuse anything. Among her cousins, she was the one who endured the most meager fare and toiled the hardest. Her sole redeeming quality was her considerable strength, which ironically led to her being derided as a pig for her hearty appetite. The incident that set everything in motion occurred while she was washing clothes by the riverbank. In a moment of distraction, her second cousin's long robe was swept away by the current. Without a second thought, she plunged into the water to retrieve and her family. The eldest branch's second cousin was held in the highest regard, for he was a scholar. Although he was already 15 and had only achieved the status of a child scholar, he was still considered the most esteemed figure in the Lin family. His robe was worth 200 copper coins, a sum that her branch could never hope to amass. The young girl failed to consider just how cold the water would be in early March. She did manage to retrieve the garment, but that evening, she was consumed by fever, losing all awareness. And no matter how simple-minded and filial Lin Sanju was, he could not bear to watch his only child perish in such a tragic manner. Chapter 2. The Wrath of Li Qinghe. He sought financial assistance from his mother, Wang, to purchase medicine, yet she retorted, a worthless child. Unable to even wash clothes without falling into the river. It's no big deal. A fever is not a grave illness. Isn't there's still that old ginger at home? Just make a bowl for her and let fate decide. If her life is cheap, then so be it. Mother. She is my only child. Lin Sanju was acutely aware of his mother's disdain for him. Yet he was taken aback by her unwillingness to part with even a single coin. Wang waved her hand dismissively. How dare you speak? When I urged you to marry that butcher's daughter, you refused, insisting on marrying Li, who cannot even bear a son. I suggested you divorce her. Yet you were obstinate. Now you must bear the consequences. Wang's dissatisfaction with her son had been brewing for quite some time. This was merely an opportunity to teach him a lesson, indifferent to the potential loss of a granddaughter's life. Heart-heavy as lead, Lin Sanju, desperate to save his daughter, ventured into Yunwu Mountain. thinking that even if he risked his life, catching a piglet could yield hundreds of coins to buy medicine for her. He did indeed catch a wild boar, a half-grown one at that, but was subsequently gored down the mountain by it, suffering a head injury and returning home in a daze, losing consciousness. Li, the original mother, was inherently weak and indecisive. With her daughter suffering from a high fever and her husband missing, she bore the pain of wanting to sell the wild boar to procure medicine for her daughter. However, she was met with scorn from her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, who insisted that since there had been no division of property, the boar belonged to the family as a whole and thus did not belong to their branch. Such bullying, showing no regard for Lin Sanju's life, pushed Li to her breaking point. She engaged in a fierce argument with her mother-in-law and even fought with her sister-in-law, yet could not reclaim the wild boar. In despair, she loudly exposed the behavior of her mother-in-law and sister-in-law to the villagers, declaring that if they could not survive, neither would the Lin family prosper. Li, already in poor health, fell into a relentless fever after her outburst and, regrettably, Lin's elderly matriarch grew increasingly disdainful towards her due to the commotion. That fateful night, all three of them departed this world unnoticed. Lin Yue, upon hearing her mother's account, found herself in a daze, her throat constricted, and a wave of discomfort washing over her. Pain gripped her chest, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. It was at this moment that Lin Yue awakened. Letting out a sigh, life is inherently a tapestry of suffering, yet for this trio, their plight seems excessively cruel. Perhaps it is for the best, in the next life. They may be reborn into a more fortunate existence, sparing them from further torment. Lin Yue had never fathomed such malice existed in the world. A tiger may be fierce, but it does not consume its own cubs. This family had sunk to such depths. Li Qinghe glanced at her daughter and husband. Perhaps due to her long tenure as a physician, accustomed to the cyclical nature of life and death, she did not feel overly affected. In the hospital, the daily theater of joy and sorrow, life and death, was merely routine for someone in her profession. You two can indulge in your melancholy for a moment, but their family has found release, and we are now left to deal with this unfortunate mess. Husband, do you recall anything? Li Qinghe inquired, turning to her spouse. Lin Yue, or rather, from this moment forth, Lin Sanju, nodded. Yes, I have some memories, albeit they are rather oppressive. Then filter out the burdensome elements and retain only the useful information. Our daughter lacks memories, so we must clarify the essential points for her, at the very least allowing her to connect the dots. Li Qinghe was resolute. Their family's disposition was markedly different from that of the original family, and they needed to prepare for the possibility of being labeled as malevolent. Thus, the trio toiled late into the night by the flickering oil lamp. Lin Yue, despite her illness, summoned the tenacity she had shown during her senior year and meticulously catalogued the members of the Lin family using a methodical approach. She was a quick learner with a commendable memory, swiftly noting the names of those in the 4 branches of the Lin family. However, her concentration was abruptly shattered by the sound of knocking at the door, a harsh voice commanding from the other side, grating on the nerves. Li, the roosters have crowed thrice, and you still haven't tea risen to prepare breakfast or feed the pigs. Do you expect me, your mother-in-law, to serve you personally? Li Qinghe sprang up, her darkened eyes and pale complexion belied a fierce determination. With an air of authority, she approached the worn door, barely holding back the wind. Oh, mother, our 3rd branch is already impoverished. This door won't withstand your incessant banging. If it breaks, will you replace it? Wang's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden transformation of her once meek daughter-in-law. How dare you speak to me like that, you ungrateful harlot? After over a decade in this family, you've produced nothing but a burden and now you dare to defy me? Beware, I might just divorce you. Li Qinghe met her challenge with a mocking laugh. Oh, please, do proceed with the divorce. The moment you write the divorce papers, I'll set up a table in the village square and tell everyone how the Lin family mistreats their daughter-in-law. Or perhaps I'll head to town and sing a tune about how the Lin family exploits other honest sons to support your scholarly grandson. Her eyes glinted mischievously. Moreover, now that Lin Sanju is incapacitated and unable to work, should he suffer any lasting effects, it would fall upon me to care for him. A divorce would be a blessing. Once I have the papers, I'll remarry immediately, for this house is no place for a person like me. Upon hearing this, Wang was left speechless, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as she stammered in disbelief. Li Qinghe's expression hardened as she glared at them, hands on her hips. Let me make this clear. I am no longer the docile person you once knew. I have faced death before, and I will not be bullied any longer. The matriarch of the first branch, who was in poor health, immediately rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Qinghe. You've lost your mind, haven't you? When has my branch ever exploited you? You're merely jealous of my son's success because you cannot bear children. But let us not forget. We are all daughters-in-law of the Lin family. You're bringing shame upon our ancestors. Little Wang, taking advantage of her mother-in-law's familial ties, had always been adept with her words, never losing an argument. This time, she wielded the Lin family's reputation like a weapon, seeking to discipline the third branch's rebellious daughter-in-law. Li Qinghe, having lived over 50 years, had witnessed the depths of human nature in the hospital. She had faced all manner of demons and could see through little Wang's schemes with ease. Chapter 3. The third daughter-in-law revolts. With a swift motion, she slapped away the finger pointed at her nose, the strength from years of labor evident in her blow, causing little Wang to recoil in pain. Li Qinghe, fueled by memories of past humiliations, pushed little Wang hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. Observing her mother being bullied, Lin Hongmei, the daughter of the first branch, rushed to intervene. Li Qinghe, disregarding her youth, struck her as well. You lack manners and upbringing, let me teach you some respect. Shaking her tingling hand, she addressed little Wang, sister-in-law. Children must be raised with care, otherwise, you embarrass yourselves as parents. Also, do not reach for what is not yours. Our branch has never exploited the second or third branches. If you speak such nonsense, you must know it reflects poorly on you. Who is unaware that the main household comprises 4 members, none of whom contribute financially or physically? The eldest brother resides in the city, returning only once a month. And when he does, he lounges about like a lord. As for you, you constantly lament your ill health, refusing to toil in the fields or tend to household chores. While your son is treated like a young master, never having wielded a hoe, and your daughter is raised as a young lady. Are we the second and third branches? Not merely your perpetual labors? Every morsel you consume and every drop you drink is earned through the sweat of our brows. With over 20 acres of land, how many have you cultivated? We sustain you, providing for your needs, while our children serve you as maids and laborers. You reap the benefits yet dare to claim you have not taken advantage of us. Do you think us easy prey? I tell you, even a cornered rabbit will bite. If you continue to bully our third branch, test us, I shall set fire to this house and we shall perish together. This statement ruthlessly strips away the facade of dignity and respect from the main household. Lin Yue and his wife, Zhao, exchanged glances, their faces marred by discomfort. For they too were acutely aware of their plight, yet bound by filial piety, they could not voice their grievances. Aunt Wang observed the transformation of her sister-in-law and felt her own countenance shifting, hesitant to approach. The matriarch of the Lin family, feeling her dignity compromised by her daughter-in-law, assumed a domineering posture, raising her hand as if to strike Li Qinghe. But Li Qinghe was not one to cower. She dashed to the front door, flung it open, and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Come quickly and witness the Lin family, a den of wolves and tigers. My husband's daughter is gravely ill, and they contribute neither funds nor labor. The wild boar my husband hunted was meant for her treatment, yet they dare to seize it for themselves, all while expecting me, the last survivor, to serve them. Oh heavens, open your eyes and let a bolt of lightning strike those heartless wretches." This morning was like any other, filled with the routine of cooking and labor, yet Li Qinghe's outcry drew many villagers to her side. What must they do to provoke such a reaction from Li? Surely, she must be mad, murmured the onlookers. The Lin family women, both Wang and her daughter-in-law, are not to be trifled with. The 2 women exchanged glances, their expressions as if they had stepped in something foul. Why was the third daughter-in-law breaking the mold today? Was she not typically easy to handle? Had she taken some sort of mad potion? Before the crowd could fully gather at their doorstep, Lin Wang and her daughter-in-law hastily attempted to close the door, wishing to keep their family disgrace from public view. Little Wang was particularly keen to protect her son's reputation as he aspired to a prominent position. Li Qinghe, determined to show that her family was no longer easy to bully, held onto the door frame with resolute strength, weeping as she cried out, "We, the third branch, have been driven to despair. Come, everyone, witness how our family of 3 is being ground to dust. We rise before the rooster crows and retire long after nightfall, eating less than the cats. For the sake of family harmony, we have endured, but dear mother, dear sister-in-law, You cannot simply watch as we languish in illness and refuse to release the funds necessary for our survival. If you withhold money for treatment, my husband has risked his life to hunt a wild boar only for you to claim it as your own, showing no regard for my daughter's or third son's well-being. Even a tiger does not eat its young. He is your own flesh and blood. If we are truly left with no options, then I shall hang myself right here at the doorstep. We are honest folk. You cannot continue to trample us into the ground. Among the gathered villagers emerged an elderly woman, neat and tidy in appearance, who pointed at Lin Yue and her daughter-in-law. You two have gone too far. How can you be so cruel? The third son is not without kin. Where is your husband? Call him out. As his elder sister-in-law, I demand to know how he manages his household, leading to such turmoil. Who will take responsibility for this? Lin Yue and her daughter-in-law exchanged anxious glances. This formidable woman was an unwelcome presence. Li Qinghe, recognizing the authority in her voice and recalling memories, quickly adopted a mournful demeanor. "Aunt, I have acted disrespectfully, bringing shame upon the Lin family, and I sincerely apologize. Yet my suffering is great, dear aunt. My husband and daughter lie bedridden, nearly lifeless. My father-in-law has been away for days at my uncle's, leaving us without anyone to advocate for us, hence this uproar. I beseech you to intercede on our behalf." The matriarch of the Lin family, a widow for decades who raised her sons with care, was well respected in the village and had managed to secure a measure of prosperity for her family. She was in a position to mediate. Observing Li Qinghe, she noted how the third son's wife had finally found her voice, no longer cowering in silence. Before she could speak, Lin Yue, the head of the household, returned from town, sensing something was amiss as he approached the gathered crowd. Upon seeing the commotion, he felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Aware of his wife's tempestuous nature and his eldest daughter-in-law's cunning, he did not even dismount from his mule cart, but instructed the driver to turn back. Before he could inquire what had transpired, Lin spoke. "Why, have you returned from town?" Lin Yue, seeing her, hurried over. "Sister-in-law, why are you out here? Have you had breakfast? Come inside and have something to eat." Lin waved her hand dismissively. Why? You need not be reminded of the truth. A tree's branches must be balanced. With many children, one must strive for fairness. If matters get out of hand and disgrace the Lin family's ancestors, it would be unfortunate. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 4. Underestimating a granddaughter? There will come a day when you seek my favor. Having lived over 50 years, Lin Yue was perceptive enough to comprehend his elder sister-in-law's subtle hints, recognizing that his wife must have stirred up trouble once more. His expression darkened, but he nodded respectfully. "I will ensure the household is well managed, as you advise." Lin was not one to meddle unnecessarily. Had it not been for the continuous disturbances from the second branch, she would have preferred to remain silent. Once she departed, Lin Yue's demeanor shifted. Observing the scene at the entrance, Lin Yue was too ashamed to meet his gaze, while little Wang forced a smile. And Li Qinghe looked pale and haggard, revealing the turmoil originating from the third branch. "Third daughter-in-law, rise, let us discuss this matter indoors. We are all family. And this uproar is unbecoming," he stated, although he knew his wife was the source of the issue. Despite his irritation with her and the eldest daughter-in-law, he was equally infuriated by Li Qinghe's blatant disregard for the family's reputation. Li Qinghe quickly assessed her father-in-law's temperament and, recalling past encounters, surmised his essential character. Feeling somewhat relieved, despite being a traditional patriarch who favored his eldest son, he was one of the few in the family who still showed some concern for the third branch, albeit limited. As the family stepped into their abode and firmly shut the door, the outside world, oblivious to their raucous gathering, gradually dispersed. However, the events that unfolded would soon ripple through the village, placing the Lin family back in the headlines of the local gossip. Once the door was secured, the members of the Lin family emerged, greeting the elder Lin. The old man bore a discontented expression. His gaze, filled with dissatisfaction, fell upon the wife of his third son, for the years had passed without her bearing a child. "Where is my third son? And where is Sanya? Did they not hear of my return?" His sense of authority was paramount, and the absence of his kin led him to suspect their discontent. Before Li Qinghe could utter a word, the dilapidated door of the third room creaked open, revealing Lin Yue, her pallid face reminiscent of a corpse. Dressed in garments patched upon patches, she appeared woefully neglected, the chill of early spring prompting her to don a single layer. Leaning weakly against the doorframe, Her voice rasped as she spoke. "Grandfather, my father has fallen down the mountain, gored by a wild boar, and he cannot rise to see you." The old man's brow furrowed, capable of crushing a fly. What transpired? "I was gone but a few days. What has become of my third son? And what of Sanya?" Lin Wang, the matriarch, dared not speak, and Xiao Wang remained silent, wary of invoking misfortune. Yet, Li Qinghe, unafraid, approached with tears and lamentations. "Father, you have returned at last. If you had delayed any longer, we would have only been left with the coffins of our family." Sanya, in her desperation to retrieve Mingzong's clothes, jumped into the river and now lies feverish, on the brink of death, yet mother refuses to provide money for medicine. Sanju, in his quest to procure medicine for Sanya, ventured into the mountains to hunt wild boar. But he too was thrown down the mountainside by a wild beast, left with half his life. And yet, mother and sister-in-law deny me the means to sell the boar to pay for Sanju and Sanya's treatment. Father, even if our family lacks ambition and resources, we are still members of the Lin family. How can we be treated as less than human? Look at Sanya's face. Had it not been for second sister-in-law lending us money for medicine, she would be buried today. And Sanju, you must see him, for he is your own son." Lin Wang observed as her daughter-in-law thoroughly revealed their family's plight, fearing the old man would hold her accountable. She pointed her finger at Li Qinghe, exclaiming, "Nonsense! It is clear that you are a woman of ill fortune, bringing ruin upon your husband and daughter. For over a decade in the Lin family, you have failed to bear a son, and now you wish to bring death upon him. Old man, your return is timely. Rid yourself of this ill-fated wretch, for she must be a calamity to all around her." At those words, both Li Qinghe and Lin Yue's expressions shifted, their gazes piercingly cold. Lin Yue, with her ghastly countenance, retorted icily, "Grandmother, it is you who would not spare a single copper to procure medicine for me, forcing my father into the mountains to risk his life. The boar he hunted and sold for my salvation was seized by you and Auntie, claimed for the family's coffers. Is this not your doing? If I am to be deemed a harbinger of misfortune, it is you who should bear that title. I tell you, should I perish, I shall return as a vengeful spirit, seeking retribution upon the one who has wrought this fate upon me, allowing her to experience a life more wretched than death itself." Her ominous words, coupled with her death-like visage, imbued her speech with an unsettling chill. Lin Wang, a believer in such superstitions, turned pale at the sight of Sanya's ghastly face, retreating hastily into her chamber, slamming the door behind her. The elder Lin regarded his granddaughter, who met his gaze with a cool, sardonic smile. "Grandfather, do you know how frigid the river waters are in early March? Do you comprehend the terror of suffocation? Do you understand the agony of being labeled a burden? I cannot fathom why, among numerous girls in this house, I alone am deemed a financial liability. Is it because I am born of my parents, whom you disdain, that I am considered worthless, while those born of the first and fourth families are not? Grandfather, is my father not your son? Since childhood, our small family has toiled like mere laborers in your household. Have you ever regarded us as human? You look down upon us, even wishing to drive us to our demise. We, the third household, shall not remain destitute forever." With her icy gaze fixed on Lin Wang and Xiao Wang, she warned, "You had better pray that you never find yourselves in need of our aid." Lin Yue's words echoed the sentiments of her family's suffering, a family that had become utterly repugnant to her. The elder Lin staggered back, realizing that this child harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her grandmother and possibly even towards him. Although he too believed that daughters were inferior to sons, the defiance in his granddaughter's eyes conveyed a message. She was no mere financial burden. Speechless, the old man found himself at a loss for words, his desire to reprimand stifled by the chilling realization of Lin Yue's fierce spirit, despite her tender age of 12. Within the room, Lin Sanju emerged, leaning against the wall for support. Upon noticing him, Lin Yue hurried to assist, standing before her father. Observing the pitiful state of the man she called Dad, Lin Sanju appeared utterly wretched. His head recently shaved due to a substantial injury on the back of his skull, which could not be sutured. Li Qinghe had borrowed money from her second brother and sister-in-law to purchase traditional medicine, grinding it into powder to create a poultice for his wound. As the 5th chapter unfolds, let us divide the family, for I do not wish to perish. She used fine linen, sterilized through boiling water, to bandage Lin Sanju's injury. The medicated paste served to reduce inflammation and staunch bleeding. Healing would depend solely on his body's resilience. His head was wrapped like a mummy, presenting a rather ghastly sight. In the future, should she possess the means, she would explore the possibility of crafting sutures, as relying solely on natural healing for larger wounds was indeed perilous. The elder Lin, initially unsettled by his granddaughter's piercing gaze, was further horrified by Sanju's condition. Trembling, he approached to inspect his son's injuries, his anger flaring. "What has happened to you, my son?" Lin Sanju replied with a mocking tone, devoid of warmth. "Father, if you wish to have me as your son, we must separate the family. Allow us to take our leave. I may be lacking in ability, but I am still a man of flesh and blood, and I refuse to die in vain. Mother looks down upon me as a feeble son, and my sister-in-law regards our family as an eyesore. Father, though I may not be successful, I yearn to live as a person. Please, let us be free of this household. If you cannot grant even this request, I shall renounce my kinship, for it is better than perishing alongside this family." The elder Lin gazed into his son's eyes, now devoid of admiration. Only coldness remained. Bitterness filled his mouth, and his heart ached as he beheld the tragic plight of his son's family, listening to his resolute words. Resentment towards his old wife and disdain for his eldest daughter-in-law surged to a peak. Unbeknownst to Lin Wang, calamity lurked at her doorstep. She had been eavesdropping within the confines of the house, and upon hearing her son dare to mention separation, it felt as if a dagger had pierced her heart. "You unfilial wretch! While your parents live, you dare speak of division. I shall strike you down for your treachery." With fury, Lin Wang flung open the door. Her face contorted in rage as she lunged towards Lin Sanju, intent on punishing her disobedient son. Lin Yue, devoid of any affection for the domineering old woman, saw her advance and, without a moment's hesitation, charged forward. No one anticipated that the typically silent Sanya would confront her grandmother. Lin Wang stumbled backward, landing with a thud, while Lin Yue, having collided with her, cried out defiantly, "From this day forth, should anyone dare to bully our third household, we shall fight to the death. We fear no one, regardless of who they may be. No one shall continue to oppress us." After howling, she fainted. Lin Sandu and Li Qinghe were both alarmed and hurried over to check on her. Li Qinghe, with her back against the person, felt for the pulse and sighed in relief, exchanging a knowing glance with her husband. Lin Sandu understood that their daughter was not in serious trouble. Gritting his teeth, he knelt down and pleaded, "Please, father, grant us a way to survive. My family of 3 would rather beg on the streets than live a life worse than that of a dog." Old man Lin recognized that Sanju had truly lost heart. If he were to force them to stay, it could breed enmity, not to mention potentially lead to even greater troubles in the future. He shot a fierce glare at Lin Washer, who was still intent on howling, and beckoned to his second son, Erzi, "Go summon a few clansmen. Today, I shall take charge and divide the family." Upon hearing this, Lin Erzi paused, and beside him, Zhao Shi bit her lip, trembling with excitement. Lin Erzi, seeing the tearful expression in his wife's eyes and recalling how their children were often exhausted and received no kind words from their mother, said nothing and turned to leave. Old man Lin felt a pang of sorrow seeing his son in such a state. He had always tried to maintain balance among his 4 children, but regrettably, his wife was simply too unreasonable. From the looks of Erzi, it was clear he had endured the unfairness at home for a long time. The moment the idea of dividing the family was introduced, he did not hesitate to seek help. Alas, he felt his age. Even if he were to stubbornly oppose the division, what purpose would it serve? Very well. Let it be a division, to spare them from the constant bickering that had accumulated deep resentment. Seeing that the division was inevitable, Lin Washer sat down and began to lament loudly. "Oh, my heavens! After struggling all my life, I end up raising a bunch of ingrates. They show no filial piety and dare to demand a division." To those unaware, it might seem as though her sons were forcing their parents into separation. Li Qinghe and her sister-in-law exchanged glances, both women starting to weep. "Alas, we can no longer endure this life. We cannot bear the sin of such unfilial behavior. Mother is driving us to despair." Old man Lin felt overwhelmed, observing the scene in the courtyard filled with his grandchildren. His eldest daughter-in-law cowered, treating her mother-in-law like a weapon, while his youngest son's family merely watched in silence. The second and third households were resolute in their desire to split, not wishing to be associated with a bad reputation. What kind of offspring had he raised? Enough. Silence, all of you. A division shall commence immediately. Lin Washer attempted to wail further, but old man Lin kicked her, exclaiming, "You troublemaker! You're already half buried in the earth. Stop this nonsense and fetch the family's purse for the division. Having received a kick, Lin Yue dared not make another sound. The eldest daughter-in-law, witnessing her mother-in-law being reprimanded, also kept her distance. The fourth family, seeing the seriousness of the situation, quickly urged old man Lin to sit down. Father, if a division is to happen, then so be it. Anger is not worth it. The fourth daughter-in-law, Qian Shi, poured a cup of tea for her father-in-law, saying, Father, it is common for grown children to split households. It would be unwise to let anger harm your health. Please drink some water to quench your thirst. Xiaomi, fetch a boiled egg for grandfather. Old man Lin gazed at his youngest son's family with complex emotions. This family was clever, doing little work but always knowing how to say the right things. Yet, one must admit, their flattery was somewhat comforting. Deep down, old man Lin felt a burning discomfort, as Lin Yue had summoned several clan elders, causing quite a stir over a family division, a rarity in their neighborhood. Why? What is all this commotion about? Who wishes to divide the family at such an early hour? It was old man Lin's paternal uncle, one of the closest elders in the clan. Old man Lin quickly rose to welcome the elders into the main hall, while Li Qinghe and her sister-in-law Zhao Shi composed themselves, respectfully pouring water and setting out chairs. Once the elders were seated, old man Lin sighed, Esteemed clan elders, I sincerely apologize for troubling you at such an early hour. However, it is unavoidable. With many children and a small household, the constant turmoil is unbearable. Thus, we shall proceed with a division. What is this? Who is trying to force you into a division? It is customary for parents and children to remain united, the elder queried. No one is forcing me, second uncle. Old man Lin replied, wishing to shield his children from any bad reputation. Regardless, they were still his own offspring. Ultimately, it is our failure as parents, particularly Lin Yue's, for not managing the household well, leading to discontent among the children. As you can see, our dwelling consists of only a few rooms, and with the grandchildren growing up, it is impractical for us to accommodate everyone. Should you expect me to build new houses at once? I lack the means. It is better to divide. Each family shall take care of their own. Having made his point, no one in the Lin clan dared to meddle further. Very well. If that is your decision, then let us discuss the terms of the division. Little Yueshi was anxious, unwilling to see the family divided. With no capable hands to work the fields, she dreaded the thought of who would tend to the chores if they separated. She knew her aunt's nature, for years. She had done no work but merely commanded others. If they divided, the burden of household tasks would surely fall upon her and her mother. And she wondered how she could manage such labor. Father, my husband Daju has yet to return. Isn't it inappropriate to divide now? Little Yueshi, who had enjoyed much favor in recent years, felt uncertain about when to speak and when to remain silent. The men in the main hall frowned at her interruption. Old man Lin, already displeased with his eldest daughter-in-law, scolded her sharply. There are rules, elders speak, and where does a woman have the right to interject? Get out. Li Qinghe assisted her daughter back to the room for rest, then helped her husband sit in the main hall. Hearing these words, Lin Sanju sensed his wife's stiffened body and squeezed her hand to reassure her. Li Qinghe lowered her head to shield the icy chill in her eyes. The division was not merely about separating from the Lin family, but also about escaping the oppressive customs of male superiority that she and Yeye could no longer tolerate. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the hall, with little Yueshi publicly humiliated, unable even to cry. Covering her mouth, she retreated to her room, pounding the bed in frustration while cursing the third household for causing all this trouble. Regardless of her anger, she listened intently as the discussion of the division's details began. Old man Lin lit his pipe and amid the swirling smoke, he articulated the terms of the division. I have 4 sons, and our family possesses a total of 18 acres of rice paddies and 8 acres of dry land. My wife and I will naturally rely on the eldest for our old age. According to our customs, the eldest son receives half, while the rest is to be divided equally. The eldest son has fewer family members and is often away. So I will decide, the old house will go to the eldest, and the other 3 sons can build their own houses and move out. As for the land, of the 18 acres of rice paddies, 9 will go to the eldest family, while the remaining 9 are divided into 3 acres per family. The dry land will be split equally among the 4 families. Since the eldest is seldom home and there is no one capable of farming in the main household, I want to allocate much more to them. Lindsay, the youngest, interjected quietly, Father, Since our land parcels are not contiguous, where will ours be? He knew there were distinctions in the quality of land and hoped not to receive the inferior plots, which would significantly impact their income. Old Lin could hardly be oblivious to his intentions. Before he could utter a word, Lin Yue interjected sharply. The southern river has 2 large plots, totaling 12 acres. The firstborn and the fourth will split those 2 plots. 3 acres by the northern gully will go to the second and third. The plot at the foot of the mountain is perfect for his family, especially since there are also 2 acres of dry land. What is the point of further division? Lin Laosi fell silent, while Lin Erju cast a glance at his third brother, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions, yet he refrained from speaking. After all, land was of paramount importance, and he had a family to support. No matter how unfair he felt towards his third brother, he could not bring himself to propose a trade. Lin Sanju, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tensions, raised his head with a stern expression and declared, "The family estate belongs to our parents. Whatever you divide, I shall claim. I have no objections." Old Lin felt a twinge of discomfort at his son's demeanor, yet he understood that every finger varies in length, and he had to prioritize what was essential. Since the third son had opted for the inferior land, he decided to allocate the previous 3 thatched cottages to him. With some repairs, they could still be habitable. Crucially, he recognized that the third son's family was eager to hasten the division and depart, while his old wife simply could not tolerate this child. Rather than endure daily squabbles, it would be wiser to separate sooner rather than later to avoid further vexation. Lin Sanju exchanged knowing glances with his wife, both of them sharing an understanding smile. "Father is looking after our branch, we comprehend. As for the household utensils, farming tools, and livestock," they agreed to divide them among the family members, with each household taking 2 of the chickens and ducks, while the remaining were to be retained for the elder couple. The 2 pigs in the pen, still too young to yield sufficient meat, would remain undivided. Did anyone have any objections? Silence ensued, and Old Lin took it as a consensus. As for the grain in the granary, each family can take what they need for their own fields, and the remainder will be distributed according to the number of mouths to feed. He gestured to his wife to fetch the money pouch, but Lin Yue feigned ignorance, unwilling to part with any money as if it were her very life. Old Lin did not wish to admonish her in front of the elders, but he glared at her fiercely, prompting her to reluctantly produce the pouch. Upon receiving the pouch, Old Lin immediately sensed something amiss. He gritted his teeth, thinking of his grandson Lin Mingjing, who was currently studying, and chose not to confront the issue directly. The pouch contained a mere 8 taels of silver, forcing Old Lin to awkwardly allocate 2 taels per family. Lin Laosi remained silent, knowing he could simply ask his mother for more, and she would not deny him. Only Lin Heir's couple wore grim expressions. Both their sons were of marrying age, and this paltry 2 taels would hardly suffice. They needed to build a house, and their daughter was also of marrying age. Everywhere they turned, money was required. This was truly excessive. Lin Sanju and Li Qinghe had not uttered a word throughout. They simply wished to expedite the division and depart swiftly. This is how the division will proceed. It has all been noted down, and we shall affix our fingerprints shortly. Now, regarding support in our old age, Old Lin began, but Lin Yue interjected. Each family shall provide 50 jin of fine grain annually, regardless of whether it is flour or fine rice, along with 2 taels of silver, 2 jin of pork during the new year, 20 eggs, a hen, for boxes of pastries, and 2 new garments. Additionally, there must be gifts during festivals such as the Dragon Boat Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Lin family cast incredulous glances at Old Lin, their expressions seemingly questioning his wife's sanity. What son among them was capable of such generosity? Lin Er and Zhao Shi's faces also fell. They might as well have offered to sacrifice flesh to satisfy their mother's demands. Old Lin's face flushed with embarrassment as he pointed an accusing finger at Lin Yue, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? What nonsense are you babbling? Go inside. You're making a fool of yourself." Lin Yue, unable to maintain her dignity, stormed off, while the younger Yue anxiously observed her mother-in-law's pitiful display, wondering why she could not settle this matter. If it were resolved, all future filial offerings would belong to them. Chapter 7. The wild boar must be returned to us. Old Lin took a deep breath and stated, "For our old age support, 20 jin of fine grain and 30 jin of coarse grain per family each year will suffice. A new set of clothing during the festival is a sign of respect. As for chickens, fish, and meat, just take what you need. Regarding the old age money, the first year will be exempt, as the newly divided households will struggle. From the second year onward, each family will contribute 501. As he spoke, his shoulders drooped and his spirit waned. After your mother and I pass, the eldest will bear half the burden, while the remaining 3 families will share the rest. That will be how it is. This division seemed fair, and seeing no objections, the Lin family elder proceeded to document it, with each household affixing their fingerprints. The first household was represented by the younger washer, who had her reservations but was too intimidated to voice them. The elder of the Lin family did not linger. Upon observing the family's dynamics, he understood the reasons behind the division. They declined his offer to stay for a meal and took their leave. Once they departed, old Lin cast a cold glance at his eldest daughter-in-law and turned to enter the house, but Li Qinghe called out to him, "Father, please wait. My son, you hunted that wild boar, and I must ask you to return it to us. He risked his life for it." Old Lin turned, his gaze towards Li Qinghe tinged with irritation. This third daughter-in-law truly had no sense of propriety, pushing her luck. The younger washer, sensing her father-in-law's displeasure, quickly added fuel to the fire. "Sister-in-law, this is too much. What belongs to you in this household?" "Silence. Close your foul mouth." Both Li Qinghe and old Lin shouted in unison at the younger washer, who turned pale, torn between her desire to retort and her fear of old Lin's wrath. Old Lin trembled with rage, observing the unyielding stance of his third daughter-in-law. With a furious flourish of his sleeve, he declared, "Take it. I have no desire to covet what belongs to your family. I am not lacking in this regard." Li Qinghe remained undeterred. "You may not lack, but our family does. That boar was the life of Sanju. Even if I were to discard it, it would not be given to you." She turned to the younger washer, adding, "Let the distasteful have their fill. She does not deserve it." Old Lin was on the verge of apoplexy, but refrained from engaging in a quarrel with his daughter-in-law. After all, he was supposed to be a father-in-law. Arguing with her would only lower his dignity. Moreover, he felt a twinge of guilt, as the third branch had indeed suffered immensely. He could only direct his ire at Lin Washer, blaming her and the eldest daughter-in-law for the turmoil within the family. His face turned a shade of green in anger as he slapped Lin Washer, seeking relief from his frustrations. "This family has been torn apart because of you. You old hag. Hand over the keys." Lin Washer, unable to retort, gritted her teeth and accepted the slap, feeling that she had endured more punishment in this single day than in all her years as a mother-in-law. The thought of Li Qinghe, the instigator, filled her with a desire for revenge. Old Lin brought out the already slaughtered and cured pork. "Is this acceptable?" Li Qinghe smiled and replied, "Thank you, father. You remain fair and just." To old Lin's ears, her words sounded like an insult, and he suppressed his anger as he retreated into the house. The younger washer glared at Li Qinghe with resentment, muttering, "Sister-in-law, you truly are remarkable, daring to confront father-in-law, showing such defiance. Forcing a division of the household is not enough. Now you seek to claim from him. How shameless." Now that the division was settled, Li Qinghe would not let her mistreatment slide, spitting at the younger washer. "Pa, you are the most unfilial and shameless here. You neither toil in the fields nor wash the clothes or cook. How did my brother end up marrying such a woman? Truly a stroke of misfortune." The younger washer turned purple with rage at being spat upon, but before she could retaliate, Zhao Shi confronted her with a fierce expression. "Sister-in-law, we are all in the same pot here. Who doesn't he know what anyone has done? How many meals have you prepared or clothes have you washed in these years? It's always been the second and third branches that have taken care of those duties. Having gained an advantage, yet still casting aspersions upon us. Do they truly believe us to be so easily bullied?" Zhao, having held her tongue for a considerable time, found solace in Li Qinghe's scathing remarks and could no longer restrain her own frustration. United in their disdain, Li Qinghe and Zhao stood side by side, while the isolated Xiao Wang found herself bereft of allies. She glanced towards Qian, who, avoiding her gaze, stared at the ceiling and the floor, unwilling to engage. She dared not offend anyone, seizing every opportunity that arose, but resolutely refraining from incurring enmity. Such was her approach to life. Xiao Wang, exasperated, rolled her eyes in response. Her daughter, Lin Hongmei, bore the imprint of Li Qinghe's earlier assault upon her swollen visage. Incorrigibly biting her lip, she directed her ire towards her aunts, declaring, "You bully us. Once my father and elder brother return, they shall teach you a lesson." Zhao, not one to suffer fools gladly, had always been known for her fiery temperament. Her tolerance for her mother-in-law stemmed from the fact that she was an elder. But to have a younger generation presume to lecture her was intolerable. Fueled by indignation, Zhao advanced with a swift slap, which left Lin Hongmei's face even more symmetrical in its swelling. Not yet satisfied, Zhao pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Hongmei and then at Xiao Wang, stating, "Sister-in-law, young girls ought to be properly educated. At such a tender age, to show disrespect to their elders and speak impertinently is simply unacceptable. To put it mildly, it reflects a lack of understanding of propriety. To put it harshly, it brings shame upon us. We mustn't allow the Lin family's reputation to be sullied by such conduct. It would be prudent to keep her confined until she learns her manners, lest we become the subject of ridicule." Xiao Wang felt a surge of pride at her daughter's allegiance, but lamented that her words had been too reckless and lacked decorum, allowing Zhao to seize the opportunity to humiliate her. Gazing at her daughter's reddened face, she gritted her teeth and remarked, "One must understand the rules. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking." Despite her stern words, her hand instinctively reached towards her daughter's face, her eyes filled with concern. However, she felt compelled to maintain appearances, lest Zhao hold it against her for failing to properly educate her child, thereby tarnishing the family's reputation. At that moment, Lin Lao, unable to restrain himself any longer, bellowed, "For heaven's sake, be quiet. Where do all these words come from? Get out." Li Qinghe, with alacrity, assisted her husband back to their quarters. Lin Yue had already awakened, recovering from the aftereffects of a fever. As they entered the room, Lin Yue began to gather their belongings, stating, "Let us move today. They clearly want to be cooking for us. How shall we procure food?" Li Qinghe remained unperturbed. "Fear not, I have already acquainted myself with your second aunt. Her sons will assist us in moving." Lin Yue looked at her mother, admiration gleaming in her eyes. "Mom." Li Qinghe, casting a stern glance at her daughter, interjected, "Remember, Lin Yue, from this moment on, you are not merely Lin Yue. You are also the third daughter of the Lin family. Your words and actions must align with the customs of our time. Though we may conduct ourselves differently from the originals, others may perceive us as struggling to survive, hence our fervent efforts. After today, we must be mindful of our words and actions, speaking little in public, understood? We must think thrice before we speak or act. The feudal nature here is no idle threat, it is a reality where one could be bound and burned alive." Chapter 8. Cautious Speech and Conduct Amidst Abject Poverty. Lin Yue nodded earnestly, "Mother, I understand. I will be mindful of my behavior." Li Qinghe softened her tone, "My dear, do not blame me for being too strict. This is a tangible world we inhabit. Living in someone else's domain requires adherence to their rules. It is all for our survival, for the well-being of our little family. Do you comprehend?" Li Qinghe felt compelled to remind her daughter, who had always experienced a smooth journey through life, from studies to work. Everything had been effortless. Having excelled academically, she had subsequently embraced the burgeoning realm of short videos, where success hinged on content creation, particularly in the realm of intangible cultural heritage. Rarely did she engage with the outside world, leading to a somewhat naive understanding of human nature. Having only one child, both she and Lin had dedicated their lives to her upbringing. The rapid acceptance of their extraordinary circumstances was primarily due to the presence of their closest and most cherished individuals, for regardless of where they lived, they would always be together. Lin Sanju quietly observed his wife imparting wisdom to their daughter, refraining from interruption. He and his wife had established clear roles. During educational moments, neither would intrude. Lin Yue recognized her parents' intentions were rooted in love and concern, rather than feeling discontent. She reflected internally on whether she had been sufficiently vigilant and aware. Had she allowed a sense of superiority to cloud her judgment, believing that their family's experiences of traversing time rendered them exceptional, thus dismissing the indigenous people? Such thoughts were dangerous. One must never underestimate others, nor overestimate oneself. The ancients survived in an era devoid of modern technology. They were not inferior to those who came after. Instead, the only advantage she possessed was a broader perspective. She needed to recalibrate her mindset and remain ever vigilant. The family shared a silence, comfortable in their closeness. Many discussions need only be held once, allowing each individual the space to contemplate rather than reiterate lessons. The trio possessed minimal belongings. Their clothing barely sufficed for 2 bundles. The old house had been uninhabited for years, devoid of all comforts. Li Qinghe instructed her husband to rest while she and Lin Yue went to tidy up the old abode. Lin Sanju, unable to argue given his current state, complied. Together, Lin Yue and her mother, armed with a rickety broom and a tattered cloth, ventured to the dilapidated house. Li Qinghe, with her memories intact, led the way, while Lin Yue followed her mother through the twists and turns until they reached the riverside at the village's edge. Gazing upon the 3 dilapidated straw huts, Lin Yue harbored doubts about whether they would survive the night unscathed. Yet Li Qinghe, with determined resolve, swept her daughter inside, as if preparing for battle. The condition of the house was dismal. Upon pushing the wooden door, it creaked ominously. Once inside, they were met with an alarming sight: spider webs that could ensnare mice. Both mother and daughter labored until their backs ached, finally rendering the 3 straw huts fit for habitation. The main room consisted of 3 spaces alongside a side room, all constructed of earthen bricks, topped with thatch. However, years of neglect had left the structure cracked, with the roof allowing glimpses of the stars at night. Inside, the emptiness was palpable. The side room contained only a broken earthen stove. Yet, Lin Yue and Li Qinghe felt a sense of joy. They finally had a place to call their own, regardless of its dire condition. Li Qinghe calculated the essentials they needed, lacking an iron pot. Even a spatula was absent. These were necessities that must be procured. The grains they might receive would likely consist merely of broken rice, with the remainder being corn or soybeans. Subsisting solely on such fare would be insufficient for their health. Lin Yue frowned at her mother as accounting. "Mother, do we have any money?" Li Qinghe shook her head, shrugging nonchalantly. "Aside from the 2 taels of silver we received from the division of property, we have not a single copper coin to our name. And we owe your second uncle 80 big coins." Lin Yue's lips twitched. "We are in the depths of poverty, after all those years of hard work. We have returned to square one. Just thinking of our savings makes my heart ache. The most poignant sorrow is when one departs this world, leaving behind unspent wealth." Li Qinghe maintained a positive outlook. "Returning to the basics can be quite intriguing. At least we have experience. Do you see those cloud-wreathed mountains? I tell you, during my herb-gathering excursions, I found it to be a veritable paradise for botanists, brimming with countless medicinal plants. I have acquainted myself with the geographical location here. It bears a resemblance to the Yunchuan region of our nation in later times. During my previous expedition to gather medicinal herbs, I discovered an abundance of them. Once we have settled in, I would be delighted for you to accompany me to the mountains for a closer inspection. Should we be fortunate enough to unearth some valuable herbs, it would grant us a momentary respite. However, even if we do not find any precious herbs, there is no cause for concern. We shall rely on the mountains for sustenance, and hunger shall not plague us." Lin Yue, observing her mother's meticulous planning, chose to refrain from further commentary. She merely needed to understand the path forward for their family. They swiftly tidied up the old house and returned without delay. Lin Sanju had already enlisted the help of his 2 nephews from the second household to bring a cart, loading it with their belongings. Lin Ming, the eldest grandson of the Lin family, had a twin sister born alongside him. This circumstance arose because the eldest branch, represented by the young Wang, and Lin Dezhu were related as cousins, and prior to the birth of Lin Mingzong, they had tragically lost 2 children without explanation. They attributed this to the frailty of Wang's health, yet Li Qinghe, being well-versed in medicine, understood the underlying issues and lamented the misfortunes. Fortunately, it was due to genetic proximity that the children did not survive. Had they been born with disabilities or ailments such as cerebral palsy, it would indeed have been a dire misfortune. The most dreadful scenario would involve the birth of a child lacking limbs. In such a case, young Wang would likely face severe repercussions, for in that era, the burden of blame for such anomalies fell squarely upon the mother. Moreover, the ignorant young Wang harbored resentment toward the second household for claiming the position of eldest grandson. She found herself increasingly displeased with the Zhao family. Had the Zhao family not been as formidable as the Li family, she would have long since driven them to despair. It is perplexing what merit there is in vying for the title of eldest grandson in a farming household, given that the second household does not seem to receive any additional recognition for it. Lin Ming and his brother Lin Mingshan pushed the cart toward the village's edge, unreservedly declaring to anyone who inquired that the items were simply what their third uncle had received in the division of property. The villagers of Shanglin were immediately enlivened by the news. The drama unfolds. The Lin family has divided their assets, and the third household has been left with mere scraps. How pitiful! The old Lin family truly lacks consideration. with the two Wang women monopolizing the household and squeezing the other branches into desperation. This rumor swiftly spread throughout Shanglin village, and by midday, everyone was aware that the Lin family had divided their household, with the third branch seemingly cast out. Chapter 9. The second uncle's family, a common adversary. Lin Sanju and Li Qinghe, accompanied by their daughter, departed from the old house with 200 pounds of grain seeds and enough provisions for 3 people until the summer harvest. Li Qinghe glanced at the house that had consumed the lives of 3 members of the Lin family, her eyes filled with darkness. This place is utterly vile. The 2 Wang women, mother and daughter-in-law, disgust me with every encounter. Lin Yue and Lin Sanju understood the implications of her words. Lin Yue sought to comfort her mother. Let us focus on living well, allowing them to witness our success from afar. For individuals like them, our indifference and our ability to thrive 1,000-fold better than they could ever imagine will be the most profound source of discomfort for them. Indeed, to vanquish one's spirit is the most gratifying of victories. Li Qinghe exhaled a heavy sigh. Did you see that wretched face of the old woman, drooping to the ground? I shall ensure she never smiles again. Their family had taken the lives of 3 individuals, yet they found themselves powerless to seek vengeance. Forced to navigate around them, it was indeed a source of frustration. Lin Yue perceived her mother as spiraling thoughts and promptly shifted the subject. Mother, we must urgently find a way to earn money, otherwise we shall face hunger. The little grain we possess is scarcely sufficient to sustain us until the summer harvest. Li Qinghe cast a glance at the grain and sighed. Old Lin, how have I found myself back in this life of hardship once more? Lin Yue stifled a laugh as her mother recalled their previous circumstances, which mirrored their current plight. It was only through her father's determination, initially leveraging his carpentry skills, that he established a cooperative during the reform era and subsequently grew a thriving furniture business. Despite their newfound wealth, he remained grounded, caring for his wife and children, yet maintained an unwavering stance against those relatives who sought to exploit them. When they married, it was much like now. The elders' favoritism knew no bounds. And during the division of the household, they were reluctant to part with even a single quilt. Lin Sanju wiped his face, evidently lost in memories of the past. Wife, do not fret. Once I recover, I shall shoulder the responsibilities of our household and ensure that neither you nor our daughter suffer from hunger. His concussion was no trifling matter. He felt as though he were in a daze, akin to having consumed counterfeit liquor. Li Qinghe merely expressed this sentiment, gesturing toward the misty cloud and fog mountain to the north. Old Lin, do you see that? The wealth of mountain delicacies, wild vegetables, and abundant medicinal herbs within is staggering. Until you are fully healed, you shall remain here as the guardian of our home. Lin Sanju pressed his hand against his throbbing head, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. My dear wife, when shall this concussion heal? I have no desire for a handout. Lin Yue, observing her parents' interaction, smiled subtly, her anxiety gradually dissipating. With them by her side, no matter how challenging life may be, it would surely improve. The 3 of them settled into the humble thatched cottage. As they finished organizing their new home, before they could catch their breath, Lin Erju and Zhao Shi, accompanied by their children, arrived with tools in hand. Lin Erju glanced at the state of his younger brother's head and sighed inwardly, yet maintained a facade of ease. Now that the households have divided, we are still brothers. In the past, we were unable to assist you, but now we can certainly lend a hand in repairing your home. Lin Yue's family was taken aback by Lin Erju's unexpected generosity, as they had always perceived the 2 households as somewhat pitiful. The previous weakness of the original family had been a source of disdain for Zhao Shi, who was averse to such vulnerability, and their interaction had merely been for the sake of appearances. Now, with the second household arriving to offer help, they felt a mix of surprise and an indescribable sense of awkwardness. It was as though they were accustomed to solitary struggles, and suddenly receiving kindness was both unexpected and stirring. It was Li Qinghe who quickly regained her composure, blinking away the moisture in her eyes and smiling. We are truly grateful to you, second brother, second sister-in-law, and dear Mingjung and the others for your assistance. Lin Sanju, snapping back to reality, smiled at his elder brother. We appreciate your help. When you begin your repairs, do let us know, and we shall come to assist as well. Lin Erju nodded. Very well. As brothers, there is no need for excessive politeness. Your home cannot remain in disrepair. The roof leaks when it rains, and it will be blown away when the wind picks up. With many hands, the task becomes lighter. especially as Lin Yue and Lin Ming are both capable adult laborers, adept at tasks such as chopping straw and mixing clay, while Lin Sanju, in his dizzy state, was rendered unable to contribute. Lin Yue also helped with what she could, seizing the opportunity to become acquainted with her 16-year-old cousin and her 7-year-old younger cousin, gaining 2 friends since her arrival. Thank you, elder sister and Forthia, for coming to assist us. The elder sister smiled slightly. No need for thanks. We are family. In contrast to her sister's introverted demeanor, Forthia was straightforward. Third sister, you seem different from before, but I like you just the way you are now. Children possess keen perceptiveness, and their awareness of change is immediate. Lin Yue felt a flicker of surprise in her heart, then smiled. It was not right to be like the old me, Forthia. You must not emulate me. No. I want tea. Li Qinghe, meanwhile, was contemplating how to prepare a meal. The kindness of their visitors warranted a gesture of gratitude. Though they lacked the means to repay them monetarily, a hearty meal could certainly be prepared. As events unfolded, before she could prepare the meal, Sister Zhao, the second wife of Lin, interjected, "Sister-in-law, there is no need for you to cook for us. We have recently separated our households, and I understand that your provisions may be insufficient. Our 2 families are in similar circumstances, so let us dispense with unnecessary formalities. Once you have settled down, I shall certainly enjoy a hearty meal at your table. Do not think to dismiss me without chicken, fish, or meat." Li Qinghe glanced at her second sister-in-law. Genuinely grateful and recognizing her character, she was someone worthy of deep friendship. Given Sister Zhao's insistence, Li Qinghe decided not to be overly polite. "Sister, trust in us. I have come to a resolution. Life is but a single journey, and I cannot continue to live in such a meek manner. I shall not merely exist. I will strive to elevate our circumstances and earn the respect of others." Her words struck a chord with Zhao. "Sister-in-law, let me speak candidly. Had I not witnessed the transformation in you and the third brother, had even Sanya not shed her timid demeanor, I would not have dared to approach you so freely. To put it plainly, we are all wives of the Lin family, married to men of the Lin clan. Why should we allow the benefits to be monopolized by the first and fourth households? We bear the burdens, yet remain the least favored. I resent it deeply. Separation is indeed a blessing. Even if I toil to exhaustion, it is for the sake of my children, and I shall not be humiliated. But I refuse to labor my entire life for the first and fourth households, only to receive no acknowledgement, while my own children become mere beasts of burden. If it were not for your boldness, the patriarch would not have so readily agreed to the separation. He still hopes for us to support that precious scholar of the eldest branch." The increasingly agitated Zhao spat towards the old house. "Bah. Why should all descendants be treated unequally? The children of the first household are afforded education while ours are deemed unworthy after just a year of schooling. That child from the first household took 2 or 3 years to learn to write, yet no one speaks of that. Such blatant favoritism is intolerable." In Chapter 10, we witness a family afflicted by malnutrition, yet endowed with strength akin to oxen. Li Qinghe quietly listened to her sister-in-law's grievances, understanding the pent-up frustration that could not be voiced to their husbands, lest they be accused of sowing discord. Only sisters-in-law in similar predicaments could share such sentiments. "Do not be upset, sister. We have separated now, and from this point forward, we shall govern our own households, free from the scrutiny of others." Li Qinghe's gentle voice sought to soothe Zhao, offering an ear without judgment. She had not endured the hardships faced by either the original owner or Zhao. Nor could she fully empathize, but she could encourage her to look forward. Zhao nodded emphatically. "Indeed, we are free from the disdain of those 2. The members of the Lin family's second household, whether male or female, were all adept workers. Before noon, Lin Dia returned first to prepare the meal for her family. When the time for dining arrived, Lin Yue brought his wife and children back to their home to eat. "Do not worry, the wall will surely be mended today. And tomorrow we will replace the thatch on the roof. I will return after we have eaten," he reassured, noticing the embarrassment on the face of his younger brother. He patted Lin San's shoulder. "As brothers, let us not concern ourselves with these trifles. You assist me, and I shall assist you without keeping score." Lin San understood his brother's intent, yet after decades of being the one to receive, it was a novel experience to encounter someone who offered help without expecting anything in return, stirring a complex mix of emotions within him. Once the second household had departed, Lin Yue and their parents exchanged glances, and it was Li Qinghe who broke the silence with a smile. "Come now, let us not stand here foolishly. It seems fortune is on our side, at least we have assistance." Lin San, watching the retreating figure of his generous brother, felt his spirits lift, indeed. We are rather fortunate. Lin Yue, having parents by her side, felt content as long as they were happy. Mother, what shall we have for lunch? I am famished. Li Qinghe pondered their pantry and sighed. Let us prepare some millet porridge to soothe our stomachs. I have divided 10 eggs. We shall boil them. We must hasten our repairs and venture into the mountains to seek sustenance. The family nodded in agreement, acknowledging their shared plight. Lin San looked at his daughter with concern. When did our girl ever look so unkempt? My dear wife, it pains my heart. Lin Yue, suddenly struck by her father's bluntness, widened her eyes and touched her face. Am I truly so unattractive? Her hair looked as dry as straw, and her appearance left much to be desired. Li Qinghe brought forth a basin of water. Do not despair. Take a look. You are not in any better shape. Lin San, taken aback, bent to glimpse the distorted reflection in the water, which, despite its imperfections, offered a vague outline. A square face. A bald head wrapped in a gray cloth, with scratches on his skin, and sunken cheeks made him resemble someone in poor health. Lin Yue also leaned in to look, then quickly recoiled, disheartened. Father, mother, do you think I will ever find a husband? The reflection in the water was indeed unflattering, a frail girl of 12. Already on the cusp of womanhood in this era, where marriages at 14 or 15 were commonplace. However, the image in the water showed Lin Yue with dull, yellowish hair, a pale, gaunt face lacking any baby fat, which exaggerated her unusually large almond-shaped eyes. Li Qinghe examined her daughter closely and reassured her, fear not. Your face resembles what it did in your childhood, that you have merely lost weight and your complexion is lacking. Lin San concurred, indeed, you are not mistaken. Look at those double eyelids. Your delicate features are not at all dark, merely too thin. You lack vitality. Lin Yue touched her face. Really? Do you think I will be undesirable? Of course not. Our child is beautiful. Both Li Qinghe and Lin San felt pained at their daughter's gaunt appearance. Yet they genuinely believed her to be the most beautiful. This is merely a temporary state. Once I prepare some nourishing dishes for you, in half a month, you will see a marked difference. After a simple meal of millet porridge and boiled eggs, the family of 3 resumed their labors during the absence of Lin Erju's family. Over 2 days, with the assistance of the second household, the gaps in the earthen walls were mended, and the thatch on the roof was replaced. The ruined stove in the kitchen was rebuilt, albeit without an iron pot, which remained empty. On the 3rd morning, Lin Yue awoke feeling neither dizzy nor feverish and free of any discomfort. For the first time, she realized the formidable strength the original owner possessed. Mother, look at me. I have become a superwoman, a powerhouse, Lin Yue exclaimed, balancing 2 buckets of water as she approached the door. Their home lacked a well, necessitating a trek to a communal water reservoir a mile away. This reservoir, fed by mountain springs, had been excavated by the village's ancestors, lined with blue stones at the bottom and surrounded by blue bricks, forming a mountain spring pool. Through countless generations, this spring pool sufficed for the daily water needs of over 100 households in Lin Village. However, not everyone resorted to this source. Families of means often dug wells in their own yards, though drilling a well typically cost around 15 to 16 taels of silver, an expense beyond the reach of most families. Buying an old ox would cost about the same, and most people were reluctant to spend that money, as they could still obtain water, albeit with a bit more effort. Once Lin Yue regained her strength, she felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy and volunteered to fetch water with the 2 wooden buckets. Li Qinghe had initially worried, fearing she might spill or struggle with the task. To her surprise, Lin Yue carried 2 buckets of water with an air of nonchalance. Her complexion unflushed and her breath steady, though her gait was somewhat unsteady, a consequence of her inexperience with the burden. Li Qinghe stood at the doorway, observing her daughter's wobbly progress with a mixture of concern and pride. She realized that Lin Yue must learn to be independent as they were destined to reside here for the long haul. Thankfully, Lin Yue had returned safely. Mother, let me tell you, I possess considerable strength. I effortlessly brought these 2 buckets back. Li Qinghe felt a surge of joy mingled with tenderness. Her daughter was indeed formidable. Now I need not fear for your well-being, she added, but dear you shall have to bear more burden until your father recovers from his leg injury. Lin Yue playfully clung to her mother's arm. Mama, do you know what I always wished for? To be strong, so I could assist you and father when you were toiling with the timber. Now I am truly delighted. Hearing their conversation from within the house, Lin Sanju was filled with both warmth and sorrow. He felt utterly useless, confined to bed while watching his daughter and daughter-in-law toil. Lin Yue tirelessly fetched water back and forth 5 times that morning before finally filling the water tank. The wooden buckets were heavy and insufficient in capacity, necessitating the purchase of iron buckets in the future. Chapter 11. The profound depths of traditional Chinese medicine into the mountains. Li Qinghe wiped the sweat from her daughter's brow, her heart aching at the thought that, despite past hardships, she had never before subjected Lin Yue to such physical labor. Lin Sanju, equally pained, could only wish for a swift recovery to shoulder the household burdens once more. Qinghe, when you return from the mountain, remember to bring back some bamboo. I shall craft a water container for you both, allowing you to carry water while you ascend, he suggested. All right, we shall be off to the mountains now. You stay home and prepare the wild vegetables for the chickens. Do not wander about unnecessarily. We will return before noon. Li Qinghe, a spirited woman, finished her instructions and set off to the mountains with Lin Yue in tow. Their ancestral home was situated on elevated terrain, distanced from the village center, with the nearest neighbor, the Gao family, several dozen meters away. Their dwelling was at the village's edge, over 100 meters from the village road, nestled against the mountainside, providing a tranquil atmosphere. Just a few meters to the west, a small river flowed down from the mountains, making laundry particularly convenient. The water was crystal clear. The riverbed a blend of sand and silt, smoothed over time by the currents, losing its original sharp edges. At this time, it was prime season for collecting snails. And the river clams were also plump and delectable, though today's excursion held a more pressing purpose. The mother and daughter made their way along a narrow path beside the river to the back mountain, encountering wild grass that reached waist height, necessitating the use of a sickle to clear their path. They would need to return often, so it was prudent to create a proper trail. In areas rich with wild herbs, snakes and insects abound. I must devise a way to prepare a repellent for them, as spring is a season of reproduction and snakes can be particularly aggressive. You, have you secured your pant legs tightly? Be careful of the insects, for those in the mountains can be venomous, causing immediate swelling upon a bite. Lin Yue brandished a stick to rustle through the grass. Rest assured, mother. They are fastened securely. The two continued their arduous trek, clearing the path until they finally reached the mountainside. Li Qinghe suddenly pointed out a green plant by the waterway, instructing her daughter, Yu, look, that is water celery, typically found near water. We should harvest some to stir-fry with garlic and chili. It's quite delicious and can also be fed to the chickens. Lin Yue approached, plucking a stalk to inhale its scent. It does indeed resemble celery in flavor. Many wild vegetables possess medicinal qualities. This water celery can clear heat and detoxify, beneficial for colds and sore throats, without any adverse side effects. Li Qinghe, having studied traditional Chinese medicine from a young age, held a deep passion for it, though she did not entirely dismiss Western medicine, acknowledging its dominance. Western medicine has its merits, yet all pharmaceuticals carry side effects. One may harm the liver or kidneys, addressing only symptoms rather than underlying issues, which contrasts starkly with traditional Chinese medicine. While traditional herbs are indeed beneficial, it must be conceded that traditional Chinese medicine suffers from a lack of inheritance, with many herbs being protected and cultivated varieties often falling short. Furthermore, traditional Chinese medicine relies heavily on experience, as it is not specialized but rather a holistic practice, with practitioners often emphasizing their own preferences. A competent traditional Chinese doctor begins their training at a tender age, learning to identify various herbs and medications through keen observation and olfactory discernment. Mastery cannot be achieved overnight. It requires extensive exposure to cases, allowing the practitioner to gain insight from diverse ailments and symptoms before they can truly claim expertise. Having practiced for many years, Li Qinghe had become a walking encyclopedia, well-versed in the wild vegetables and medicinal herbs of the mountains, a knowledge rooted in her childhood exposure to herbal medicine. Even after commencing her career, she would personally venture into the mountains annually to gather wild herbs. A proficient traditional Chinese doctor must not confine themselves to a clinic. Historically, physicians would personally collect and prepare herbs, familiarizing themselves with each plant's characteristics and medicinal properties. This knowledge enables them to prescribe accordingly. As traditional Chinese medicine differs from Western practices in that each prescription is tailored to the individual, with variations in dosage based on gender, height, weight, and constitution. Traditional Chinese medicine is a vast and profound discipline, one that cannot be fully mastered within a lifetime. Lin Yue silently noted the characteristics of the water celery as Li Qinghe guided her further into the mountains. Soon, however, Lin Yue found she could no longer retain all the information. "Mother, look over there. That shepherd's purse. It's delightful in dumplings or as a cold dish. And it has numerous benefits, including anti-inflammatory properties and promoting diuresis while protecting the liver and eyes. However, shepherd's purse is best enjoyed in March when it is tender and fresh. That dandelion, it can be consumed as a vegetable and also serves as a medicinal herb, clearing heat and detoxifying, reducing swelling and promoting diuresis, and effectively preventing breast nodules. This is the perfect time for it, as it has just emerged. And that Hautuinia cordata, we should dig some up. It acts as a natural antibiotic and is excellent for treating fevers, with many beneficial properties." Lin Yue felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. It was simply too much to remember. Her mother's knowledge was astonishing. Li Qinghe, having shared a few common herbs that straddle the line between food and medicine, ceased her teaching. Her purpose for entering the mountains was not solely to educate her daughter, but rather to achieve her own objectives concerning traditional Chinese medicine. She sought a specific herbal remedy, as this was the optimal season for harvesting. The herbs would possess their strongest efficacy and highest market value. In 2 months, as summer approached, the medicinal properties would diminish by half. Although she was uncertain of the local prices, she understood that quality goods would never be inexpensive. After an hour of climbing, Li Qinghe and Lin Yue encountered several snakes awakening from their winter slumber. Fortunately, Li Qinghe's bravery ensured that the snakes gracefully slithered away without confrontation. Lin Yue, who had initially felt a chill run down her spine, had grown accustomed to the sight. Generally, snakes do not attack humans unless provoked, such as stepping on them or encroaching upon their territory. They tend to react defensively when feeling threatened. Of course, it is wise to carry a repellent in spring when all creatures are more agitated and prone to aggression, posing a greater risk than in other seasons. Li Qinghe shared safety tips for their mountain excursion, and the mother-daughter duo, drenched in sweat, finally discovered the object of their quest. Beneath a tree in a patch of particularly loose soil, Lin Yue spotted a yellow, upright root-like object. Upon seeing it, Li Qinghe smiled broadly at last. "Our efforts were not in vain. After climbing this mountain for half the day, we have found it." "What is this? Is it valuable?" Lin Yue was also panting heavily. Exhausted. "Tianma, such a precious herb. There are even wild ones here. Back in our place, it has become an endangered species, classified as a second-level protected wild plant. What is available in the market is all cultivated." After catching her breath, Li Qinghe approached and retrieved the tools her daughter had prepared from the basket, a small hoe and bamboo strips. Lin Yue's basket contained other tools, such as a machete and ropes, kept for emergencies. Chapter 12. Tianma, a family affair. Yeah, observe how I dig, learn from me. Today, let us strive to harvest as much tianma as possible. If we sell it well, we could earn a decent sum to procure necessities for our home, alleviating our financial strain. Lin Yue nodded earnestly. "All right, mother, I understand." Instead of immediately using the tools, Li Qinghe first cleared the branches and weeds surrounding the yellow stalks, then dug with her hands to ascertain the depth of the tianma roots. Should they be too deep, she would resort to the hoe, wary of damaging the roots, as that could diminish their value. Watching her mother skillfully unearth a patch of tianma, Lin Yue followed suit a short distance away. The sensation of dirt wedged beneath her fingernails was far from pleasant, especially for the two fastidious women. But neither was delicate nor in a position to indulge in such feelings. Silently, they continued to dig for tianma. The harvest was neither abundant nor scant, yielding about 10 kilograms. While 10 kilograms was a considerable amount, it was not sufficient if the market price did not meet expectations. They could not afford to rely solely on tianma harvesting for income, as that was impractical. Li Qinghe urged her daughter to keep searching, for it was not easy to venture into the mountains, and they needed to bring back something of value. As they prepared to descend the mountain with 2 full baskets of fresh tianma, both women were covered in dirt. Their fingernails were packed with mud, even swollen. Yet their faces radiated satisfaction. The sun was high, and Lin Sanju, waiting at home, grew increasingly anxious, fearing they might encounter misfortune, be it a snake bite or getting lost. However, He reassured himself, knowing his wife was experienced in the mountains and his daughter was strong, having previously traversed vast distances to learn skills from masters. They were capable individuals, and he believed they would be safe. While Lin Sanju paced anxiously at home, the two women hastened to the foot of the mountain. Li Qinghe was drenched in sweat. Exhausted, had it not been for her years of labor, she would have long succumbed to fatigue. She had not even set down her basket when she looked tenderly at her daughter. Yeah, how are you? Are you tired? Quickly put it down. Let us take a rest. At only 12 years old, Lin Yue, despite her strength, should not be overexerting herself, especially as she was still growing. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'm quite strong. Though fatigued, she did not feel burdened. She believed carrying 100 pounds would be no problem, attributing her resilience to her youth. Her basket weighed about 60 kilograms, manageable for her, although the descent was tricky, requiring caution to avoid falling. Seeing her daughter genuinely fatigued rather than merely putting on a brave front eased Li Qinghe's heart slightly. Alas, even in times of hardship. I never wished for you to endure such toil. I truly feel I have wronged you, my daughter. Back then, her in-laws were of no assistance and often hindered her. Yet she had her family to rely on. Now, however, they were utterly alone, with no one to lend a hand. It pained her to think that her daughter had to bear such burdens. Mother, we are a family. I cherish this feeling of being able to contribute. When I was younger and saw you both so busy you hardly had time to eat, I felt frustrated by my smallness and inability to help. Now, I am no longer just a helpless child. I can share the load with you. Mother, I am genuinely happy. Please don't feel sorry for me. I feel no grievance whatsoever. In those days, her sole responsibility was to study diligently, feed herself, dress herself, and avoid causing trouble for her parents. Now, she was able to support them, and the pride and joy swelling in her heart were immeasurable. They worried for her, yet she worried for them too. Li Qinghe felt both gratified by her daughter's understanding and warmth, and a pang of sadness at her words. After resting for a while without rushing to leave, they also harvested some fish mint, as rows of prickly dragon fruit grew in the valley. Li Qinghe beamed upon spotting them. Delicious and quite valuable, worth 8 to 1. Yeah, come quickly, there's something good here. Lin Yue approached to find, is this a type of sweet osmanthus? No, that wasn't he quite right. Sweet osmanthus trees didn't look like this. This is prickly dragon fruit, belonging to the same family as sweet osmanthus, but far more valuable and with a much better flavor. After explaining about the prickly dragon fruit to her daughter, they gathered some to place atop their baskets for their return home. Before they could leave, Li Qinghe spotted another treasure and beckoned Lin Yue to assist in digging. Upon arriving, Lin Yue saw her mother excavating something. Mother, what are you digging up? Wild yam. This is difficult to unearth. After much effort, Li Qinghe finally extracted an irregular wild yam nearly a meter long. This looks nothing like the cultivated ones sold in stores. Wild varieties differ significantly from cultivated ones. Without a hoe, Li Qinghe decided against digging further after unearthing enough for a meal, as it was too labor-intensive. They also collected some fish mint, wild onions, and wild garlic, finally cutting some water celery by the riverbank, filling their bamboo baskets to the brim, with plenty of prickly dragon fruit tucked into the front of their clothes. When the two women reached the back wall of their courtyard, Lin Sanju had been anxiously pacing along the path for quite some time. Upon seeing their figures, his heart finally settled. He wiped his face and greeted them with a smile. You two are finally back. I was worried sick. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue smiled broadly, waving as they approached. Once the family of 3 entered the yard, they closed the door behind them. Observing the sweat-soaked faces of the two women, Lin Sanju felt a pang of sympathy. Struggling to muster the strength to assist them, his heart heavy with guilt as he helped unload their baskets. Noticing the weight of the baskets, the sun-kissed, weathered man's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with compassion and remorse. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue noticed his unusual demeanor, but no one spoke of it. And Lin Sanju quickly masked his feelings. Come inside and rest. I'll fetch some water for you to wash your faces. I've boiled water. It's just right for drinking now. You must be parched. The two women's lips were chapped from thirst, having not had a drop of water all morning, as they lacked a water pouch at home. Lin Yue clapped her hands. Oh no, I forgot to cut bamboo. Let me drink some water first, and then I'll go fetch a section. There's no rush, let us rest a bit first. After a good while, when the two felt less fatigued, Li Qinghe finally expressed her excitement. Old Lin, yeah, and I harvested over 100 kilograms of tianma, and they're all big ones. Now we have to count every penny we spend. At this time, the tianma was at its prime, possessing the best medicinal properties of winter tianma. By summer, its efficacy would wane. Unfortunately, we lack a large iron pot and steamer to prepare it ourselves. Dried tianma fetches a better price and is lightweight, taking up little space. Lin Sanju then looked at the baskets. So all this wild vegetable is beneath the tianma? I wonder what price it will fetch here. Chapter 13. How could life be the same with anyone else? It will definitely sell well, though the town might not be ideal as they will likely underprice it. It would be best to go to the prefectural city, but that's quite far, and we are unfamiliar with the route. For just 100 or so kilograms of tianma, it hardly seems worth the long journey. Let us head to the county instead. Li Qinghe possessed a resolute disposition. We shall not go today. Tomorrow, yeah, and I will carry the goods to the town. Shuangxi town is not too far from here. Merely 7 or 8 li, roughly half an hour's journey, will suffice. Upon our arrival, I intend to sell some tianma to gauge the market, and subsequently, we will hire an ox cart or a donkey cart to reach Songhong County. Lin Sanju furrowed his brow. Despite sensing the inherent dangers, he acknowledged that this was indeed the most suitable course of action. Very well, let us depart at dawn. It would be unwise to set out too late, as we might encounter villagers along the way. Once you arrive in town, seek out a cart, regardless of the cost. We have not yet reached a point of desperation. Exhausting ourselves would be counterproductive. Rest assured, even if I do not spare myself, I still care for our daughter. The dynamic between Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju had long since developed into a tacit understanding, with mere glances conveying their thoughts. Although the majority of residents in Shanglin village were of the Lin clan, there were always onlookers eager to stir up trouble, carrying visibly heavy burdens. It was inevitable that others would inquire. This was their means of livelihood, and until their survival was secured, Li Qinghe would not divulge their plans even to the second household. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue were both thoroughly exhausted, prompting Lin Sanju to take the initiative in preparing the meal. Though he still felt somewhat dizzy and occasionally nauseous, he had improved significantly. His wife and daughter were already wearied, and he insisted that they not overexert themselves. Cooking was not a laborious task. Presently, the Lin family lacked even an iron pot, resorting to a yellow ceramic pot for their cooking. Lunch was uncomplicated. They cleaned the prickly bamboo shoots and wild yam. The prickly bamboo shoots could be served cold in a salad, stir-fried, or paired with cured meat and sauce. They were considered a high-quality ingredient, fetching a premium price in later years. The yam was peeled, soaked in water to remove its lime, and would complement the stir-fry splendidly. Additionally, some dried bean paste was sautéed in a bit of lard. They had only a fist-sized portion of lard from their division of property, so they had to be frugal. Once the fragrant bean paste was ready, it was served alongside scrambled eggs fried with wild onions, creating a delightful egg sauce. Though the eggs were few and the oil scant, it was still quite satisfactory. Fish mint only required a rinse and the removal of old leaves, making it a perfect accompaniment to the egg sauce, which complemented all green vegetables. Water celery was also boiled and served with the sauce, while some was chopped and stir-fried with wild garlic and red peppers. Their staple was pan-fried buns, which both Li Qinghe and Lin Yue devoured heartily. However, Lin Yue's robust appetite did not arise from nowhere, as she noticed her capacity for food was increasing. Oh dear, mother, father. I feel as though I am becoming a glutton. I devoured 2 large buns, consumed so many vegetables with sauce, and drank copiously. Yet I do not feel at all full. Will I turn into a bottomless pit? Can our family even afford to sustain me? Lin Yue pondered, patting her belly, questioning where all the food had gone, as there was no sensation of fullness. Lin Sanju was entirely unconcerned. You've been working hard, and naturally, you will eat more. Besides, with your strength, you expend much energy, so your intake must be sufficient to achieve a balance. Otherwise, your health will suffer. Li Qinghe concurred. Eating well is beneficial. Continue to fill your belly. Look at how thin you are, resembling a bamboo pole. One gust of wind might carry you away. Hearing their reassurances, Lin Yue cast aside her worries and, after a brief rest, took her machete and ventured out. I will go chop down a bamboo shoot. Mother, you rest here. Li Qinghe thought of the bamboo grove just behind their house, within earshot, and opted not to follow, merely cautioning her, be wary of snakes and insects. The bamboo grove harbors many snakes. All right, I know, mother. Li Qinghe settled onto the bamboo chair crafted by her husband, Observing Lin Sanju washing the dishes with a smile creeping upon her lips, "Old Lin, life is not so bad, is it? The withered vines and old trees. The crows at dusk, a small bridge over flowing water, there is a certain poetic essence to it." Reminiscent of the lines about gathering chrysanthemums in the eastern fence and leisurely gazing at the southern mountains. Our courtyard may be modest, but when time permits, we should cultivate the barren land behind the house into a vegetable garden. Tomorrow, I will accompany our daughter to the market, if all goes well. We will procure some seeds. Once we stabilize, we can acquire a couple more acres of land to rent out, collecting rent while cultivating a few acres ourselves, raising some chickens and ducks, planting flowers and herbs, and finding a suitor for Yaya, a little childhood companion for her to cherish. This way, she would not have to endure hardships. What a splendid life that would be. Lin Sanju initially chuckled at her musings, but the mention of a suitor left him with a slight discomfort. Nevertheless, reflecting on the young man he had raised, he considered him acceptable, at the very least. They would be present, allowing Yaya to pursue her desires unburdened by mundane concerns. Indeed, we also need to buy a pot, a chef's knife, a spatula, and a ladle. Furthermore, please procure a set of carpenter's tools. I could contribute some work at home. With bamboo at our disposal, I can craft chairs, stools, and bamboo beds. The wooden planks we have been sleeping on are no longer suitable. Last night, Yaya fell off the bed. Though Lin Sanju was a man of stature, the well-being of his wife and daughter was paramount to him. His thoughts were solely focused on providing them with a good life. The couple discussed their household's immediate needs, distinguishing between urgent necessities and those that could wait, their deep bond evident in their interaction. As Lin Yue ventured out with her machete, she occasionally bent down to pluck wild grass adorned with purple flowers along the roadside. This wild grass grew over a meter tall, and she effortlessly gathered a handful, skillfully weaving a floral crown. In no time, she had crafted a crown of green interspersed with purple blooms, which she joyfully placed atop her head, regretting the absence of a mirror to admire her handiwork. In high spirits, she proceeded toward the bamboo grove situated 200 to 300 meters behind the house. The grove, sprawling across a slope, offered ample resources. Bamboo shoots were incredibly versatile, edible, suitable for firewood, and usable in furniture making, with skilled artisans able to create various woven items. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Lin Yue first picked up a stick to pat the ground covered with fallen leaves, ensuring to scare off any snakes that might be hiding beneath. Spring is a restless season, and the bamboo grove is a favored haunt for snakes, particularly since the mountains are home to few non-venomous varieties. Given the abundance of snakes, insects, rodents, and ants in the area, she knew it was wise to make some noise. A careless step could lead to a painful bite. Lin Yue spotted a thick, long bamboo shoot and prepared to chop it down when she noticed the first shoots of bamboo emerging. The flavor of these early spring shoots was unparalleled, simply exquisite. Without hesitation, she decided to dig up the shoot first, envisioning it for dinner. Though lacking proper tools, the fertile, loose soil of the bamboo grove allowed her to quickly expose the shoot with sheer strength. With a decisive stroke, she unearthed a shoot measuring 20 centimeters in diameter and as long as her forearm. Chapter 14, Relying on the Mountains for Sustenance, Sheng Qian. Moreover, this shoot was unlike the hairy bamboo shoots she had previously harvested. It appeared exceptionally crisp and full of moisture. She inspected the root of the bamboo shoot, unable to identify its variety, yet instinctively knowing it would be delicious. She resolved to dig up a couple more shoots before chopping bamboo to return home. Without delay, Lin Yue energetically dug out 3 or 4 shoots before pausing. Lacking a basket, she removed her patchwork outer garment, placing the shoots inside and wrapping them up. Afterward, she resumed chopping, hoisting a bamboo pole while carrying a bundle of shoots back home. Unbeknownst to her, a few dozen meters away, a youth clad in a blue coarse cloth outfit watched her vibrant silhouette depart with a basket on his back. Sheng Qian, with his still developing peach blossom eyes, flickered with contemplation. Is this the only daughter of the Lin family's third household? Quite different from what the villagers have claimed. Sheng Qian hails from Shanlin village, where his family settled 2 decades ago. He is the sole offspring of the Sheng family, who sent him to study with the village's venerable scholar at the tender age of 6. By the age of 12, he had already passed the examination for child scholars. Now at 16, he is preparing to sit for the scholar's examination next February. Originally, he was supposed to take the provincial examination at 14, however. The year he became a child scholar, his father passed away. With the loss of a close relative, he observed the mourning period for 3 years, during which he felt compelled to prioritize decorum in his aspirations for the imperial examination. Shang Qian's father had been a bookkeeper at a tavern in the county town, earning a modest living, but his poor health led to his demise several years ago. His mother, Mrs. Zhou, is also frail, and the Xing family possesses no land, rendering Shang Qian's life quite arduous. The villagers are unaware of the family's previous livelihood, but they know that both of Shang Qian's parents were literate. Following her husband's death, Mrs. Xing rarely ventured outside, placing great importance on reputation and societal perception. Thus, the villagers seldom witnessed her presence. Consequently, in addition to his studies, Shang Qian must devise ways to earn money for his own educational expenses, such as for ink, paper, and brushes, as well as to contribute to his mother's medical bills. Today, he ventured into the bamboo forest in search of a rare delicacy, bamboo fungus. This ingredient, known for its exquisite flavor and delightful texture, has a fleeting existence. If not harvested within an hour of emerging from the earth, it decays swiftly and is challenging to preserve. Moreover, it possesses medicinal properties that nourish the yin, invigorate energy, and moisten the lungs, adding to its value. He had inquired about the price of this fungus at both the apothecary and the tavern, the latter offering a higher price of 500 yuan per pound, which motivated him to dedicate his early morning to the pursuit. As he prepared to return, he heard the sound of axes chopping wood. Fearing that his newfound source of income might be discovered, he concealed himself and, to his astonishment, witnessed Lin Yue effortlessly uprooting a thick bamboo pole. His admiration was not for her beauty but rather for the striking contrast between her petite frame and the formidable bamboo she wielded. It was a remarkable sight that left him in awe. Shang Qian's captivating peach blossom eyes mirrored his astonishment as he pondered. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. My experiences are still limited. Unbeknownst to Lin Yue, she was observed by a stranger during her display of strength. Upon returning home with the bamboo, Lin Sanju prepared to craft bamboo tubes for each family member to use as water containers and also intended to make a few bamboo cups for drinking and brushing teeth. As he busied himself, Lin Yue presented a bamboo shoot to her mother. "Mother, look at this shoot. It's unlike any I've ever eaten, so succulent and sweet." Li Qinghe took a glance and, in a moment of impulse, bit into it, startling Lin Yue. "Mother, it's still unwashed. How could you? Aren't you a bit of a neat freak?" Li Qinghe shot her a glance and took another bite. "What is the point of worrying about cleanliness now? We're in this situation, let's just enjoy it." With a sigh, she examined the shoot in her hand. "This is a sweet bamboo shoot, exceptionally delicious. It can be eaten raw. Where did you find it?" "There's a vast bamboo grove at the foot of the eastern mountain behind our house. I saw it and dug a few up," Lin Yue replied. She had never tasted sweet bamboo shoots before. "Mother, what exactly is a sweet bamboo shoot?" "It's a special type of shoot unique to Yun province. We could dig some up to sell. These shoots are distinct from the common bamboo shoots that require boiling to remove oxalic acid. They contain none, and their flavor is refreshingly sweet and crisp. They're delicious in soups, salads, or quick stir-fries." Li Qinghe, as a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, had considerable knowledge about edible and medicinal ingredients. She believed in the efficacy of food therapy, having often prepared medicinal dishes for her husband and daughter. Given the size of the bamboo grove, there should be some bamboo fungus there. However, they are rare in the wild and quite delicate, decaying quickly. Lin Yue was aware of the bamboo fungus. Renowned for its exquisite taste, in her previous life, sweet bamboo shoots had become cultivated, making wild varieties exceedingly rare. The family spent the afternoon busy with their tasks. As dusk approached, Lin Sanju completed water containers and cups that would allow them to dine without squatting on the ground. Their evening meal consisted of simply stir-fried sweet bamboo shoots, red potato porridge, and steamed buns. The flavor of the sweet bamboo shoots was delightful. Even with just a pinch of salt, they were quite delectable. After finishing an entire platter of the shoots, the family felt unsatisfied, prompting Li Qinghe to slice the remaining 2 sweet bamboo shoots for another round of cooking. They were truly delicious, and if made into soup, they would surely taste even better. The shoots were devoid of bitterness and had a texture akin to crisp yam, yet with a refreshing sweetness that was undeniably fresh. Lin Yue had always been fond of culinary delights, relishing every opportunity to indulge in food while learning culinary arts from seasoned chefs, and had explored local eateries in search of authentic flavors. After a hearty meal and a moment of rest, they proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. As there were no entertainment options available, and with no electricity, the dark enveloped them once the sun dipped below the horizon. The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Qinghe prepared 2 boiled eggs and 2 sweet potatoes, packing 2 flasks of water as she and her daughter Lin Yue set off towards Shuangxi town, shouldering the weight of several dozen pounds of heavenly mushroom. Chapter 15. The expected price reduction. The distance of 7 or 8 li may not seem considerable, especially for those accustomed to moderate exercise, who could easily run 5 kilometers. However, Shanglin village lies in a mountainous region, with paths forged by the feet of locals, characterized by steep ascents and descents, twisting and turning. What would normally take half an hour took them an hour and a half, as they rested frequently along the way. Their feet blistered from the exertion. By the time they reached Shuangxi town, it was already past the 3rd hour of the day. Both Li Qinghe and Lin Yue were flushed, drenched in sweat. However, they had no choice, with only 2 taels of silver from their family division. They could not afford anything extravagant. The costs of building materials, straw for thatching, and constructing an earthen stove required funds, and their meager savings had already dwindled to over 300 won. They were left with little choice but to endure for the sake of their future. Upon arriving at the town, Li Qinghe inquired around and discovered that there was only one apothecary in the area, where a well-regarded physician was on duty. Yeah. I'll take a pound of second-grade goods to test the waters. You wait for me here. Lin Yue placed her basket on a stone ledge to conserve her strength. All right, mother, go ahead. Li Qinghe gathered a few small pieces of heavenly mushroom, specifically reserved for this purpose, weighing around a pound, and made her way directly to the apothecary named Guangmintang. A young attendant, noticing Li Qinghe's coarse linen garments patched in multiple places, perceived her impoverished status. Such attire typically indicated severe financial hardship. Madam, what medicine do you seek? He asked, somewhat reluctant to assist, as individuals of her ilk were often without funds and unlikely to make a purchase. However, the shopkeeper would not permit the expulsion of customers, nor did he dare to utter any harsh words. Li Qinghe had long since developed the ability to see through the hearts of most individuals. With just a glance, she could surmise the thoughts of the young assistant, who, like many, was preoccupied with the pursuit of personal gain, something she could understand. I come to sell medicine. Could you kindly summon your shopkeeper? Despite her impoverished state, she felt no shame. With her medical skills, she would never go hungry. And even if she could not treat women here, she could still earn a living by foraging for medicinal herbs to support her daughter. The assistant, growing somewhat impatient, retorted, Madam, our shopkeeper is quite busy. What herbs do you wish to sell? I am familiar with many. If she were merely offering something as trivial as plantain or dandelion, worth but a mere penny for 5 pounds, calling for the shopkeeper would only invite ridicule. Li Qinghe let out a light scoff, producing a piece of gastrodia from her arms. What price can you offer for this herb? The assistant's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the herb laid on the counter. As an apprentice at the pharmacy for several years, he was well acquainted with gastrodia, but he had not expected this shabby-looking woman to possess such a valuable herb. Madam, please wait a moment. I shall fetch the shopkeeper immediately. Realizing his earlier dismissiveness, the assistant hurried to the back to call for the shopkeeper. Li Qinghe was not overly concerned. Although the lad held some disdain for the less fortunate, his demeanor was still relatively polite, as he did not attempt to shoo her away. In a short while, a middle-aged man in a long gown, around 40 years old, approached. Is it true that this lady has gastrodia for sale? Li Qinghe nodded, indeed. Please examine the quality and provide a price. She placed 8 fist-sized pieces of gastrodia upon the wooden counter. The shopkeeper of Guangmintang took a keen interest, inspecting the herb for a considerable time before setting it down and addressing Li Qinghe. Madam, this gastrodia appears to be of good quality, albeit a bit small in size. Noticing the soil still clinging to the gastrodia's surface, he deduced that it had likely been freshly dug within the past day. Where was this harvested? The quality is commendable, though it is a touch smaller. Surely, there must be larger ones? He cast a probing glance at Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe met his gaze without revealing any emotion and simply replied, It was harvested from the deep mountains, which is no easy task. What price can you offer? She needed to rely on the herbs from the mountains for her livelihood. Revealing the exact location would likely prompt the shopkeeper to hire someone to dig them up. Although Yunwu Mountain is notorious for its perilous terrain, rendering it untraversable for most, there are professional herb gatherers who survive by foraging. Once they ventured into Yunwu Mountain, she would have little hope of finding herbs on the outskirts. The deeper parts of Yunwu Mountain connect to primitive forests, where one might encounter miasma or swamps, dangerous territories. Even in her previous life, she only dared to enter such mountains annually with the aid of professional climbing equipment, emergency medical supplies, and a competent team. Now, with nothing to her name, she could not afford to venture into the depths. Finding wild gastrodia near the mountain's edge had already been a stroke of luck, and she could not risk further reckless excursions. Her intention was simply to earn a quick sum of money to sustain her living, not to rely on foraging for herbs indefinitely. The shopkeeper, though somewhat disappointed, understood her predicament. After all, she depended on this for her livelihood and would likely not disclose details about her harvesting location. Thus, he felt no anger. This gastrodia is of good quality, but its size is small and unrefined. I can only offer 150 won per pound. Li Qinghe raised an eyebrow. The price was rather low, though not unexpected. She knew that the local apothecary would not offer high prices. Despite the small size of the gastrodia, it was genuine winter gastrodia, renowned for its medicinal properties. According to standard pricing, this size would typically fetch around 200 won, and if properly processed, it would command an even higher price. This was a reduction of nearly a quarter. Li Qinghe understood the situation and did not feel slighted. She simply responded, "That is acceptable. Let it be at that price." The shopkeeper, aware that his offer was not generous, acknowledged the limitations of their small pharmacy. "Please wait a moment while I weigh the gastrodia." It's just shy of 1 pound. So we shall count it as 1 pound. If you have more herbs in the future, you are welcome to return. He did not believe this woman lacked larger gastrodia, as the ones she brought were all of similar size, leading him to conclude that she was not ignorant of the market value. Thus, he suspected she was merely scouting for opportunities. Li Qinghe accepted the 150 won without complaint, nodded politely, and left to find her daughter, Yeda. "If you're waiting for me, I will find a donkey cart or mule cart so we can head to the county." Lin Yue had already rested and her face was less flushed. "All right, mother, you decide." Li Qinghe first purchased 4 large meat buns before inquiring about the local cart drivers. Upon arriving, she spotted a kindly-looking old man. He was driving a donkey cart, and the donkey appeared lively and clean, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Although the cart was somewhat worn, it was impeccably tidy. She approached him. "Old sir, how long will it take to reach Songhong County?" "We are 2 people, with 2 baskets of goods." Chapter 16. Entering the county. Reasonable prices. The old man, with graying hair and dressed in humble, coarse linen, nevertheless wore clean clothing and had a friendly demeanor, suggesting he was a kind-hearted person. For the sake of her daughter, Li Qinghe knew they must exercise caution. "My surname is Liu," the old man said, standing up with a smile upon hearing her inquiry. "Madam, you wish to go to the county?" "From our town to the county, with the pace of my donkey, it will take about an hour, and I charge 51. Li Qinghe remained silent, mentally calculating the distance. A donkey cart could travel approximately 50 li in an hour, equivalent to about 100 li in total. Thus, 51 was not an unreasonable fare. Primarily, she appreciated the old man's cleanliness and gentle manner. "Madam, I will charge only 45 won for my donkey cart. It runs quite fast. Please choose my cart." Seeing Li Qinghe remain quiet, the old man presumed she might find the price steep and began to compete for her business. Realizing the urgency, Liu opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again. He genuinely did not wish to overcharge her, fearing she might be lured away by a lower price. Nearby, others watched with keen interest, eager to see which option Li Qinghe would choose. However, Li Qinghe did not glance at the one who had spoken. Instead, she addressed Liu directly. "The price is agreeable. Let us depart now. We will head west first. My child is waiting there." Li Qinghe reunited with Liu and Lin Yue, who thanked him as he proactively assisted in loading their baskets into the cart. The donkey cart clattered along the main street of Shuangxi town, heading east towards the county. The official road was uneven, as Songhong County lies in the southwestern part of Tongzhou Prefecture, bordering the Great Zhou dynasty, and thus was considered a remote area. The route west from Songhong County was not a main thoroughfare, resulting in the official road being less well-maintained than those in bustling regions. Nevertheless, as an official road, It was far superior to village paths, at least it was wide. For the first time, the mother and daughter experienced riding in a donkey cart, which was quite novel. Though the swaying of the cart soon left them feeling a bit queasy. Yeah, eat a bun. I bought 4 meat buns. Let us each have 2 to tide us over. Once we sell the herbs, we will treat ourselves to something better. Lin Yue was indeed hungry. The meager morning meal had long been digested during their hour-and-a-half journey. Once they were satiated, Lin Yue, seated on the hard cart, swayed with the motion of the wheels, thankfully not feeling nauseous, but rather sleepy. Mother, I feel so tired. I'll take a short nap. Li Qinghe tenderly embraced her daughter, allowing her to rest her head on her lap. Before long, Lin Yue had succumbed to sleep. Despite her maturity and understanding, her body still belonged to a child, and these past few days had taken quite a toll on her. Li Qinghe gently massaged her daughter's leg muscles, kneading her shoulders and arms, fearful that she might exert herself too much and be unable to rise from bed the following morning. Lin Yue slept soundly until they reached Songyang County. The donkey cart was steady and its pace unhurried, and Li Qinghe too had succumbed to slumber within the confines of the cart. As the cart came to a halt, Li Qinghe abruptly awakened and lifted the curtain to glance outside before rousing her daughter. Lin Yue, still groggy from sleep, sat up with a series of yawns. Noticing the dark circles under her mother's eyes, she felt a pang of guilt and self-reproach for having slept so soundly, likely causing her mother's legs to grow numb. Li Qinghe affectionately patted her daughter's head, urging, "Hurry, we've arrived. It's time to disembark." Once they alighted from the cart, Li Qinghe counted out 51 and handed it to the old man Lu. After accepting the payment, he inquired, "Will you be returning? If it won't take long, I can wait for you." After a moment's consideration, Li Qinghe deemed the old man trustworthy, as he had not pried into their affairs during the journey. "Yes, we will likely take half an hour to an hour before we return. If you can wait, please do so at the city gate. I shall come looking for you. If not, it's no trouble. You may leave if you have other customers, and we can seek another." Old Lu pondered briefly and replied, "I will wait for 1 hour. If you have not returned by then, I shall take my leave." "Thank you for your kindness," Li Qinghe replied. Just as she was about to depart, she recalled needing to inquire about something. Uncle Lu, may I ask which pharmacy in the county has a good reputation?" Old Lu glanced at their basket and seemed to understand their intentions, directing them. "If you seek medical care or medicine, visit the Li Medical Hall in the West City. Their prices are suitable for families like ours. If you wish to sell medicinal herbs without being underpriced, go to the Jishir Hall in the East City. They have been in business for many years, and their prices are quite fair. We are grateful to you. Without your guidance, we might have wandered aimlessly." Lin Yue and Li Qinghe expressed their appreciation to old Lu. He smiled, waved them off, and drove away, while Lin Yue and her mother made their way toward the medical hall with the Tianma herbs. Though they did not fully trust old Lu's words, after inquiring at several medical halls, they ultimately decided on Jishir Hall, with Lin Yue carrying a few Tianma to scout the place. Jishir Hall appeared far from a common pharmacy. It boasted 3 storefronts, with an array of medicinal cabinets inside. To the east were 3 consultation rooms draped with curtains, within which physicians attended to patients. The hall was bustling with a considerable number of people waiting to see a doctor, yet it did not evoke a sense of chaos. Dressed in humble attire, Lin Yue did not attract the attention of any attendants. She approached a young lad engrossed in packaging herbs and asked, "Hello, do you accept Tianma of this quality?" The boy, appearing around 14 or 15, looked up in surprise at the round, plump Tianma. "Is this Tianma yours? How much do you have?" "We at Jishir Hall accept it, and our prices are the highest in the county." Lin Yue gazed into his eyes and inquired, "I do have some. But what price can you offer per pound?" The boy, who was the grandson of the hall's proprietor, replied confidently, "Wait a moment, I'll fetch my grandfather." Before long, an elderly man with graying hair and a goat-like beard emerged. "Grandfather, look. This is the Tianma. Its quality is exceptional." The proprietor, a sprightly old man, carefully examined the Tianma's exterior, then looked up at Lin Yue with a warm smile. "Young lady, where is your elder? We accept Tianma of this quality, and the price is 550 yuan per pound. You may wish to consult with your elder regarding this price." Lin Yue remembered her mother had set a bottom line of 451, unwilling to sell for less. The proprietor's offer was indeed fair. The Tianma they possessed was not only of superior quality, but also substantial in size, comparable to a grown man's fist, an exceptional specimen. Properly processed, It could fetch no less than 700 won per pound, and top-quality tianma could command as much as 1 tael of silver. With a smile, Lin Yue replied, I shall speak with my mother and see what she says. Please hold on. Chapter 17, Coming into Wealth. Du Zhang observed Lin Yue's retreating figure, anxiously pacing behind the counter. Du Wei, do you think we offered too low a price to the girl? Yet this price is not insignificant. We must account for processing. And the weight will surely diminish by half. Our pharmacy's daily expenses, including wages for the attendants, fees for the physicians, and the cost of acquiring herbs, are considerable. I assure you, I have not shortchanged her. Du Wei understood his grandfather's nature. He had grown accustomed to his grandfather's desire to acquire quality herbs, and the disappointment when unable to do so. Fortunately, the young girl soon returned with an elder, both carrying a bamboo basket, prompting Du Zhang to step forward. Madam, please follow us into the back courtyard. This area is not suitable for discussion. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue followed him into the back of the medical hall, where several young men were busy sorting fresh herbs. Li Qinghe's keen eye quickly spotted familiar herbs like Artemisia and Rehmannia. They were ushered into a guest room, where Du Zhang beamed with a slightly diminutive demeanor. May I inquire your name, madam? I am Du Zhang, the proprietor of Jishir Hall. Li Qinghe replied with a smile. My husband's surname is Lin. This is my daughter. Du Zhang raised a brow in curiosity. The mother and daughter, by their attire, did not appear affluent. Yet their demeanor and speech suggested they were not of ordinary peasant stock. So you are Lady Lin and Miss Lin. My apologies. Please enjoy some tea while I fetch the scales to evaluate the quality of the tianma in your basket. If all is in order, we can settle the payment for the herbs. Sound agreeable? Li Qinghe nodded with a smile. Let us proceed as you suggest, Master Du. Before long, 2 young apprentices entered, one of whom was Du Wei. Shortly thereafter, a girl appeared with a teapot and 2 plates of snacks. Li Qinghe, pleased to see the treats, did not hesitate to offer her daughter a piece. Try this and see how it tastes. The apprentices carefully moved the bamboo basket to the entrance, meticulously inspecting its contents. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue quietly savored their snacks and tea, waiting a quarter of an hour before the inspection concluded. Du Zhang weighed the herbs several times before announcing, Madam Lin, the tianma you brought totals 108 pounds, though approximately 10 pounds have suffered damage. Regrettably, we cannot offer the best price for those. I can only provide 400 won per pound for the damaged ones. Is this acceptable to you? Li Qinghe understood that no matter how smooth the official road, it could not compare to an asphalt path. The bumpy donkey cart ride would inevitably cause some damage. Fresh herbs were indeed challenging to preserve. The price you offer is quite fair. Let us proceed with it. Calculating was straightforward. 550 won per pound for 98 pounds totaled 530 taels and 900 won. For the 10 pounds of lower quality, priced at 400 won per pound, that would amount to 4 taels of silver, bringing the total to 57 taels and 900 won. Allow me to round it up to 58 taels. I hope that in the future, should you come across similarly high-quality herbs, you will choose Jishir Hall first. Li Qinghe stood. Your generosity is commendable, Master Du. I shall certainly return to Jishir Hall for any future sales. Indeed, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You provide quality herbs, and I ensure fair compensation for your efforts. Du Zhang was acutely aware that a location yielding such high-quality tianma could hardly be deemed safe. The over 100 jin of tianma fetched a handsome sum, but it was a price paid with lives, a true testament of toil. Madam Lin, do you prefer silver notes or actual silver? Li Qinghe pondered for a moment before replying, silver, please. Convert 40 taels into 5-tael ingots, and the rest into 1 and 2-tael coins. Additionally, I would appreciate some copper coins. Her mistrust of silver notes stemmed from the fear of them being ruined by water or torn, rendering them useless. Du Zhang, unfazed by the inconvenience, procured several pouches as per Li Qinghe's request, weighing the coins before her. Madam Lin, please, do count them. Li Qinghe took a glance, not bothering to count them meticulously. There was no need, as the Jishir Hall would never risk its reputation over such a trifling sum. Silver notes may save space, but their fragile paper was prone to damage, while ingots, though cumbersome, were steadfast. Luckily, the total weight was just over 5 jin, not overly burdensome, and the 2 women carried the load discreetly. Thank you for your hospitality. We shall take our leave now, Li Qinghe said, taking her daughter's hand and bidding farewell to the shopkeeper. Du Zhang handed Li Qinghe a small box he had received from his grandson. Madam Lin, a small token of appreciation. I hope you will think of Jishir Hall first when you come across such quality herbs in the future. Li Qinghe looked at the box thoughtfully before accepting it. While she doubted she would sell herbs in such large quantities again, she certainly would continue to sell them. After all, 50 taels, though sounding substantial, would scarcely suffice for purchasing land or building a house. Thank you, shopkeeper. Do I look forward to our future collaborations? She said with a gracious smile as she departed. Once they had walked a distance from Jishir Hall, Lin Yue broke into a smile. Mother, we have finally escaped the clutches of poverty. Reflecting on their past few days here, she recalled the hardships they endured, sleeping without proper beds. As the 2 rickety wooden beds from the Lin household were merely makeshift, the 3 of them wore clothes patched in multiple places, with each person owning only 2 sets of clothing suitable for spring, summer, and autumn, and a single cotton-padded jacket for winter that had become hard and lumpy. Although Tongzhou was located in the south and winters were not excessively cold, they were still in need of thin jackets, especially since Shulin village, situated in the Misty Mountains, experienced significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. The family had previously endured unimaginable hardships. Li Qinghe, filled with excitement, suppressed a smile to avoid drawing attention. She whispered to her daughter, "Let us go buy some fabric to make clothes. We will each get an outfit to wear, and the rest we shall purchase as materials to make at home." Even with money, they could not afford to be frivolous. 50 taels was not an insignificant sum, and they needed to spend wisely, adhering to the principle of living within their means. "And we must buy 2 pairs of cloth shoes. These are on the verge of falling apart," Lin Yue said, glancing down at her worn-out shoes, which were the only pair she owned, as she usually wore straw sandals. Li Qinghe's shoes were also nearly ruined, with the front already torn and the soles threatening to wear through. "Very well, we shall each acquire 2 pairs. The mother and daughter made their way to the fabric store. Songnong County appeared quite prosperous, with streets lined by buildings of blue bricks and gray tiles, bustling with pedestrians. The attire of the passers-by revealed their social standings. Few bore the tattered patches that marked Li Qinghe and Lin Yue. Most who strolled through the county were well off, their clothing reflecting their affluence. "Is that a beggar?" A child's innocent voice caught the attention of Li Qinghe and Lin Yue, who exchanged glances as they found themselves in a peculiar predicament. A 7 or 8-year-old girl, adorned in silk and bedecked with gold beads in her hair, appeared affluent, her large, dark eyes fixated on Lin Yue and her mother. The girl, cradled in the arms of a servant, gazed curiously at them, as if they were an unusual sight. Lin Yue, feeling the weight of the moment, remained silent but felt an urge to respond. In an impulsive act of mischief, she made a silly face at the girl. Oink oink. The little girl gasped in surprise yet seemed intrigued. However, the servant reacted as if confronted by something foul, hastily whisking the young lady away. "Miss, that sort of person is covered in dirt. Keep your distance. If any filth touches you, you'll have to drink bitter soup." The little girl's face scrunched up in fear. "Auntie, let us go. I don't want bitter soup." Children perceive the world in stark contrasts, unaware of morality. Their views are shaped by those around them. Lin Yue huffed in annoyance, then sighed, looking at her mother with concern. "Do you think we will be allowed into the fabric store?" Li Qinghe gently patted her daughter's tousled hair. "Fear not, as long as we have money. We can enter even if we were wrapped in leaves." The 2 entered a modestly sized shop named Li Ji Fabric Store. Inside, a single clerk was busy, while a middle-aged woman tended to the shop. Only a handful of customers, all dressed like common farmers, were browsing the fabrics. As Li Qinghe and Lin Yue entered, the shopkeeper, Ms. Tian, greeted them with a smile, seemingly oblivious to their ragged appearance. "Welcome, ladies. What type of fabric do you require? Our prices are reasonable, and the quality is excellent," Ms. Tian said. Li Qinghe nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. We would like to browse first." Ms. Tian maintained her cordial demeanor. "Of course. Please take your time." Li Qinghe examined the ready-made clothing hanging on the walls, noting that they were mostly made of cotton or linen, lacking any embroidery and featuring only basic styles, indicative of the shop's clientele. "How much do you sell the children's garments for?" Li Qinghe inquired, pointing to an outfit suitable for Lin Yue. Ms. Tian's eyes flickered with surprise. She had not anticipated such a question, assuming they would only be interested in purchasing coarse cloth. "For that little girl beside you, I believe the grass grain, finely padded cotton outfit would be most suitable. It comes as a complete set, including a small top, a narrow-sleeved short shirt, a cover-up, underpants, trousers, and a long overcoat." This outfit is practical for work. Li Qinghe glanced at the red top and green skirt ensemble, then turned to her daughter. You, do you like this style? Lin Yue nodded. Mother, I'm not picky. As long as it's comfortable for work and movement, it will do. Very well. Shopkeeper, how much for this outfit? Li Qinghe asked, eager to purchase 2 sets if the price was reasonable. Miss Tian, still caught off guard by their interest, initially presumed they would only buy a few bolts of fabric. The price for each outfit is 381. If you take 2 sets, it will be 701. I cannot offer further discounts, as this is fine cotton, padded for warmth, hence the cost. Li Qinghe smiled knowingly. Shopkeeper, I intend to buy at least 4 outfits, 6 pairs of shoes. And fabric as well. Are you certain this price is non-negotiable? Miss Tian was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the quantity. She scrutinized Li Qinghe. Madam, please don't jest with me. Despite her light-hearted tone, Miss Tian was testing whether Li Qinghe could truly afford such a purchase, given their appearance did not suggest wealth. Li Qinghe, comprehending the situation, merely smiled in response. As she spoke, she produced a silver ingot weighing 5 taels. Even with just a brief glance, Master Tian recognized it immediately. She instantly offered an apologetic smile, slightly bowing to express her contrition for the earlier offense. Please do not be angry, madam. It was my fault. To demonstrate my sincerity, if you truly wish to purchase so many items, I shall only charge you 260 yuan for a complete set of children's garments made from this fine cotton fabric. I shall only gain a modest profit from this. What do you say? Li Qinghe remained silent, pointing instead to the adult garments. How much for that gray cotton fabric? And for the linen? Master Tian glanced at the style and replied, a full set of cotton attire will cost 451, as it requires significantly more material than that for young girls. The linen is more affordable at 261, while the fine linen is priced at 301. All these are padded. The single-layer garments are less expensive. What of that yellow one? Li Qinghe inquired, gesturing towards a muted yellow women's outfit. Lin Yue understood it was intended for her mother. She pursed her lips, recognizing her mother's reluctance to spend. Mother, I believe that lake blue one is more appealing. Li Qinghe also found it visually striking, though it was undoubtedly more costly. Master Tian, an astute businessperson, promptly interjected, Madam, the lake blue garment is only 50 yuan more than the autumn leaf yellow one. However, it is crafted from fine linen, making it considerably softer than pure linen. In the end, Li Qinghe purchased 2 sets of clothing for each member of their family. Lin Yue received 1 set of fine cotton, 1 of fine linen, 1 padded outfit, and a single-layer garment. As the early spring mornings and evenings in the mountain village remained somewhat chilly, mere single-layer clothing would not suffice. For herself and Lin Sanju, she selected garments made of fine linen, with the cost being slightly less than 100 yuan per outfit. Adults could manage, but children's delicate skin required softer materials, even if they were somewhat coarse. Li Qinghe chose a narrow-sleeved outfit for her daughter, with red on top and green trousers, along with another set featuring a pink top and tender green trousers, as Lin Yue preferred not to wear skirts, finding them impractical for work. The outfits for Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju were the most straightforward designs, comprising narrow sleeves on top and trousers below, with Li Qinghe's enhanced by an additional skirt overlay. Ultimately, she selected one in lake blue and another in autumn leaf yellow. Lin Sanju's 2 sets included one in gray and another in earthy yellow. For footwear, they opted for the simplest layered cloth shoes, with varying prices based on materials. Some featured leather for basic waterproofing, naturally commanding a higher price. Each person acquired 3 pairs of the most basic cloth shoes, each costing 10 yuan, which was already the most economical rate available. In addition to these, Li Qinghe purchased a roll of gray cotton fabric, which was significantly cheaper than ready-made clothing. A roll typically measured about 4 zhang in length and approximately 3 feet in width. In Chapter 19, The Grand Shopping Spree. A roll of fabric could create 2 complete outfits, with some leftover, although cutting it could be quite troublesome, a skill not commonly possessed by the average person. Li Qinghe, being a physician, was often too busy for such tasks. There is a saying, doctors and police do not raise a child. She was practically living in the hospital, and sewing was not within her skill set. While she had knitted during her youth, she had not practiced in many years. Lin Yue, however, had acquired the ability to tailor and even embroider during her years of creating short videos. Having spent several days in this era, Lin Yue had gathered basic information about the current context. The dynasty was Wei, though she had not learned the era's specific name. As impoverished commoners rarely concern themselves with the emperor's identity, let alone the era's designation. Nonetheless, the Wei dynasty's economy was quite robust, with maritime trade flourishing. And reports suggested that in some regions, one could even encounter individuals with blue eyes and blonde hair. Furthermore, high-yield crops such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn had already been introduced, along with widespread cotton cultivation in the north, rendering cotton fabric far less expensive than during previous dynasties. Li Qinghe purchased 3 rolls of fine cotton fabric at 500 yuan each, along with 4 cotton quilts weighing 3 jin each, as their existing quilts had long since clumped together. Lin Yue's 2 outfits totaled 521, while Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju spent 1,251. The 3 rolls of fabric cost 1,500 yuan, and the 4 quilts were priced at 90 yuan each, totaling 321, amounting to 3 taels of silver and 591. Master Wang smiled. You shall pay 3 taels of silver and 551. Our small shop operates on thin margins, and we appreciate your patronage. Li Qinghe sighed. Earning money feels like a grueling endeavor, while spending it is as effortless as breathing. It vanishes in an instant. She handed over 3 taels of silver and counted out 550 coins for him. Master Tian accepted the money with a beaming face. This single transaction equaled a day's worth of business. Madam Lin, you have purchased enough clothing to last a year, and at reasonable prices. If you inquire throughout the market, you will not find better deals. In conclusion, Master Tian gifted her a bundle of needles and threads. Along with a half bag of fabric scraps, Madam Lin, do not underestimate these scraps. They are remnants of quality materials. Some are sizable enough for making a child's belly band. And even the smaller pieces can suffice for crafting small pouches or handkerchiefs. Thank you very much, Master Tian. We shall take our leave now. Li Qinghe embraced the 3 rolls of fabric, while Lin Yue carried a piece of dyed fabric given by the shopkeeper to serve as a wrapping cloth, trailing her mother closely with the garments in hand. Let us first find old Lu and load our goods. We must hurry, as we spent too much time shopping for clothing. Old Lu awaited them at the designated area in the west of the city, where donkey carts and ox carts were permitted. Upon seeing Li Qinghe and her daughter, he promptly approached to assist, exchanging no unnecessary words. Thank you, Uncle Lu. We still have more items to purchase. If you grow impatient waiting, perhaps you could sit at that tea house over there. I could fetch you a pot of tea. Old Lu chuckled. No need for that. I am content to simply sit here without spending any extra money. Li Qinghe refrained from further discussion, planning to add a little extra to his fare once they reached their destination. The mother and daughter hurried to the bustling market street, heading straight for the iron shop. As there were many items to procure, 2 iron pots, a vegetable knife, a spatula, spoons, and more. Upon their arrival at the iron shop, Lin Yue learned that in ancient times, purchasing ironware required registration. Iron, being a material capable of creating weapons, was not permitted for bulk purchases. While acquiring some iron pots was somewhat acceptable, items like cleavers were subject to strict limits. The iron shop's proprietress, a robust woman, enthusiastically recommended her wares. How many people are in your household? 3, they replied, and she continued, then this 6-tailed iron pot will suffice. What is the price of this pot? Li Qinghe inquired, examining it, though she had little knowledge of such matters. This cast iron pot is of exceptional quality. My family's tradition has perfected its craft. A 6-tailed pot costs 300 yuan. Li Qinghe then inquired about the vegetable knife, spatula, and spoons, ultimately spending nearly a tael of silver to gather all the necessary cooking utensils. Do you also sell carpentry tools? Lin Yue exclaimed, spotting planes, saws, spatulas, chisels, and scrapers. Her father was an excellent carpenter, and the family had previously owned such tools, which he occasionally maintained with care. The proprietress's eyes lit up as she promptly responded, Indeed, we have them, and our tools are both high quality and reasonably priced. Would you like a complete set? How much for a complete set? Knowing that her husband, Lin, could not engage in strenuous activities due to a concussion and remained confined at home, she thought to buy him a set of tools to keep him occupied and prevent him from brooding. Exactly 301. The proprietress smiled brightly. Li Qinghe did not hesitate to make her purchase, and the mother and daughter, clutching 2 iron pots along with spatulas, wooden tools, and other items, made another trip to the western part of the city to deliver their purchases to the donkey cart before continuing their shopping. Lu Laowing had discerned their situation. The pair resembled refugees who had just fled a disaster, utterly devoid of possessions and in desperate need of supplies. "Is there anything else you require? Perhaps I might assist you to save you another trip later," he offered. Li Qinghe smiled gratefully. "No need, Uncle Lu. After this last round, we shall return home." For their final errand, they procured rice, flour, oil, chicken, fish, meat, and eggs. "Mother, let us buy some meat. I've been craving it," Lin Yue remarked. Recalling that the only protein they had consumed was the solitary egg, which had nearly made her feel as though she were pecking like a bird. "Very well. Let us get some pork belly, and we mustn't forget the lard, for your father enjoys fish. Let us see if we can find any, and some sugar." As they carried their baskets, Li Qinghe felt her mouth water at the sight of the succulent pork at the vendor's stall. She had never felt such an intense craving in her life. "What kind of meat would you like, madam? Look at this beautiful pork belly, only 18 won per pound. The leg meat is a bit cheaper at 15 won, and the ribs and pig trotters are quite reasonably priced too. What would you prefer? I assure you, the prices are favorable and the scale is quite generous. Let us have 2 pounds of pork belly, 3 pounds of leg meat, for ribs and 2 trotters." Li Qinghe ordered, feeling generous regarding their food purchases. Her family, much like refugees, needed to replenish their strength. The vendor's wife beamed. "Certainly. Please wait a moment while I prepare this for you." Once everything was chopped and wrapped in oil paper, Li Qinghe also requested 10 pounds of lard, the most expensive at 20 won per pound. All the meat, oil, and bones amounted to a total of 351 won. Next, they ventured into a grocery store where fine salt was priced at 15 won per pound, and white sugar was even costlier at 35 won. Lacking containers at home, Li Qinghe also purchased new bowls, chopsticks, plates, jars, 5 pounds of salt, and 5 pounds of sugar, which cost an additional 321. In the 20th chapter, Prices. They acquired 5 pounds of lamp oil and 2 oil lamps. At this time, lamp oil was the sole means of illumination. Once they had more flexibility, they might attempt to make candles. At the grain shop, they bought 10 pounds of white flour since Songhua County primarily cultivated rice. Wheat was scarce, making flour quite expensive at 10 won per pound, while polished rice was merely 7 won. With their burdens growing heavier, Li Qinghe and her daughter also purchased a large head of silver carp. Due to the abundance of waterways in Songhua County, fish was remarkably inexpensive. The silver carp cost only 5 won per pound, and weighing in at 8 pounds, they spent 40 won. The list of necessities was extensive, and they could not procure everything in one go. They had already gathered a substantial amount. Hand in hand, the mother and daughter made their way towards the western city, where Lin Yue spotted a vendor selling chicks and ducklings. "Mother, let us buy some chicks and ducklings for eggs." Soon, Lin Yue found herself with 10 fluffy yellow chicks and 5 ducklings in her hands. By the time they reached the outskirts of the village, the sun had begun its descent. They had arrived in Songhua County shortly after 10 o'clock. After selling and buying goods, they had made multiple trips, and by the time they were ready to leave, it was already 1:15. They had kept Lu Laowing waiting for an extra 15 minutes. Upon returning, Li Qinghe bought 2 buns for the old man, while she and her daughter also enjoyed a bun to stave off their hunger. Reaching the village entrance, they noted that the donkey cart had not ventured further. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue placed their goods in a thicket a few meters away from the village path, and Lu Laowing immediately understood the reason. It was to avoid drawing attention. The old man assisted them without uttering a word. Once they had finally unloaded everything, Li Qinghe handed Lu Laowing 81, 10 of which were for the return journey from the town, and the remaining 21 were a token of gratitude for his assistance and patience. The old man hesitated at the generous sum, noting that the mother and daughter did not appear to have excess funds. "Uncle Lu, we've become acquainted. Thank you for your help today and for waiting so long. Please don't refuse. I'll be needing your assistance again when we go to Songhua," Li Qinghe insisted. Lu Laowing, hearing her sincerity, accepted without further protest. "Very well. Lin family's daughter-in-law, I shall gratefully accept your kindness. Whenever you need to go somewhere, just seek me out. I know the route well. From Shuangxi town to Songhua County and to Donghua, and I will ensure you arrive safely." After bidding farewell to the old man, Li Qinghe remained to guard their belongings while Lin Yue was tasked with carrying their purchases home. The reason for keeping the donkey cart out of the village was its noisy nature, which made it too conspicuous. Even though their home was situated at the village's edge near the mountains, if anyone were to glance their way, the cart would be easily noticed. having just separated from their family. Acquiring such an abundance of goods and renting a donkey cart would certainly raise suspicions if the residents of the old homestead were to learn of it. Lin Yue, laden with a basket of flour, salt, sugar, and pork, also carried the chicks and ducklings. Before she reached their doorstep, she spotted her father standing by the river, gazing in their direction, prompting her to quicken her pace, knowing he must be worried. Lin Sanju was not merely anxious. He had regretted many times over his own inadequacy. He had been incapacitated for days due to a concussion, feeling as though he had consumed 2 pounds of fake alcohol. And it was unthinkable that he would allow his daughter and wife to endure such hardship. Seeing someone approaching rapidly from afar, Lin Sanju felt a surge of panic and instinctively wanted to run, only to be met with dizziness and nausea. Lin Yue, noticing his distress, transformed her quick walk into a sprint. "Father, don't move. Don't run," she exclaimed, breathless as she reached him. Were it not for the items in her hands, she would have gladly carried him inside. Lin Sanju, eyes reddened from worry over his daughter and not having seen his wife, blurted out, "Where is your mother?" In his urgency, he even forgot to address her properly. Lin Yue quickly replied, "Mother is watching over our things. We bought too much and rented a donkey cart for the return. We didn't dare enter the village for fear of being noticed. Don't worry, father. A concussion is no trivial matter. If you end up daft, be cautious, or mother may not want you anymore." Lin Sanju was momentarily speechless, caught between frustration and concern. "You troublesome girl. I'm worried about you both, and you're only provoking me further. Why don't you care for your own health? I'm back now. What could happen to mother? You mustn't put yourself through such strain. I understand your worry, but the medical conditions here are so poor. If you really suffer lasting effects, it is we who will bear the burden." Lin Yue helped her father into the courtyard and set down her load. "Father, wait here while I fetch the rest. There is so much to carry, I'll need to make several trips." Go on. Just keep an eye out for people," Lin Sanju replied, now reassured. After 3 trips, on the final journey, the mother and daughter together carried the last of their belongings home. "How did we buy so much? How much did this all cost?" Lin Sanju exclaimed, astonished at the bounty in their yard. "How much did you sell the tianma for?" Li Qinghe took a sip of the warm water he had brought and smiled. "It sold for 50 taels, and all of this combined cost less than 10 taels. The prices here are relatively reasonable." Lin Yue, possessing a broader understanding of history, pondered for a moment and remarked, "The usual prices here resemble those from the Han and Tang dynasties. However, the prices of cotton, sweet potatoes, and corn reflect those of the Ming and Qing eras when they were widely cultivated. This Wei dynasty is unlike any historical nation. It seems to exist in a parallel realm, or perhaps its founding emperor, like ours, hails from the future." Her hypothesis held considerable potential, especially since many crops seem to have been introduced post-establishment, hinting at maritime trade and emissaries dispatched to foreign lands for new agricultural imports. However, it is a well-known fact that pioneering monarchs often falter in the later stages of their reigns. For various reasons, even when a solid framework has been established, they may find themselves constrained, leading to the decline of their dynasties. Such occurrences are not uncommon throughout history. The place she resided in was merely a small mountain village on the border, where no news could be gleaned. She had intended to visit the bookstore to acquire local geographical records or historical texts, but time was too tight, and she had to return without the chance. Li Qinghe exchanged a knowing glance with her husband and said with a smile, "Regardless of the time and space we inhabit, as long as our family of 3 is together, it suffices. Life may be a bit hard and tiring, but we possess skills and knowledge. We shall never go hungry." Lin Yue felt the same way. As long as they were united as a family, they had nothing to fear, no matter where they were. Li Qinghe began to prepare dinner, while Lin Sanju tended the fire and Lin Yue assisted in washing and picking vegetables. The family shared a harmonious atmosphere, invigorated by their collective efforts. "Today, I find myself with some free time. Just in time, Mingjung from my second brother's family came by, so I had him help me chop some bamboo. I managed to cobble together a bamboo bed. Tonight, you can sleep on that. Once I finish, I will go up the mountain to fell some trees and craft a beautiful and sturdy wooden bed for you." "Sounds good." "When we bought the pot today, we also picked up a set of tools for you. Note, 1,000 copper coins equal 1 tael of silver, and 10 taels of silver equal 1 tael of gold." In a fictitious historical context. Chapter 21. Things will get better. "Sounds good. When we bought the pot today, we also picked up a set of tools for you. Lin Sanju was delighted. Really? Let me take a look later. After washing the newly purchased iron pot, Li Qinghe constructed a pot rack from clay bricks in the yard. She heated the pot, then rubbed a piece of pork, skin included, against the hot surface until the lard permeated the entire pot. What do you do to wash pots and dishes without detergent? The answer is, use wood ash. With both pots ready, Lin Yue followed her father's instructions, sifting yellow clay to make a slurry, placing the pot over the prepared hole, and sealing the gaps with yellow clay. Once it solidified, they began to test if it would smoke. After securing the iron pot, they prepared a sumptuous dinner. They chopped off the head of the flower mullet to save for steaming or soup the next day, while the body was sliced into fillets for boiled fish. They also prepared braised pork belly with sweet bamboo shoots, stir-fried water celery, and egg soup, with rice as the staple. As the family sat in the yard, the sky had not yet fully darkened, and the fragrant dishes made their mouths water. It had been a week since they arrived, and they had not tasted meat until now. Their cravings were truly intense. Dinner is served. No need to be polite, dig in. As the hostess, Li Qinghe declared, and everyone instinctively reached for the braised pork. Oh, I almost forgot what meat tastes like, Lin Yue exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears as she ate. Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju, too, were overwhelmed with emotion. This was their first meal of meat in this entirely foreign era, achieved through their own efforts. They had not touched the wild boar meat, partly because it was preserved and partly due to its grim association with the original owner's family, making it difficult for them to consume. Suddenly thrust into an era they had never heard of, their circumstances remained dire. If not for their unity as a family, survival would have been nearly impossible. This meal left them with a mix of happiness and sorrow, yet after shedding tears, their hearts felt more at ease. From now on, we will live well here. Those with ambition will eventually succeed. We will certainly be able to provide a better life for our family with our own hands. Lin Yue wrapped her arms around her mother on one side and her father on the other, gazing at the moon and making a vow. Indeed, we will continue to get better. The next morning, after breakfast, the three of them divided their tasks clearly. Lin Sanju continued to craft small items at a leisurely pace, and with the new tools, it was even more convenient. Accompanied by her mother, Lin Yue went up the mountain to cut some bamboo. Since freshly cut trees could not be immediately turned into furniture, Lin Sanju had to make do with bamboo to create some essential pieces. Once he recovered, he would buy wood to make proper furniture. Lin Sanju worked in the yard, making tables and stools, while Lin Yue helped her mother set up a chicken coop using thinner bamboo poles behind the house. To avoid filth and odor, and since the yard was small, they had not planned to keep chickens and ducks there. However, as the chicks and ducklings were still quite small, they were vulnerable to temperature changes and could easily perish from the cold. Thus, Li Qinghe crafted 2 bamboo baskets, one for the chicks and another for the ducklings. Taking care of such small creatures was a challenge. But with Lin Sanju's experience in raising livestock, they could manage the delicate chicks and ducklings with care. Lin Yue gathered a considerable amount of shepherd's purse and homegrown cabbage, washed and chopped them finely, adding a bit of sweet potato flour and a pinch of millet. The chickens and ducks thrived on this, and she also provided them with warm water, as they were intended for egg-laying and meat production in the future. So nurturing them carefully was essential. After feeding the chickens and ducks, Li Qinghe and Lin Yue began clearing land behind the house, preparing to cultivate a vegetable garden. After all, a rural person without a vegetable plot could hardly be considered a true villager. As they worked, Zhao Shi from the second household noticed that no one had come to tend the plot belonging to the third family and found it rather peculiar. Erju, do you think something has happened to the third family? Why haven't they shown up to work the land? Lin Erju and his wife were busy organizing the rice fields with their eldest son, Lin Mingzheng. The fields needed plowing, fertilizing, and seedling preparation. There was much to be done. It shouldn't be the case. If something were wrong, Sanyo would surely come to find us, Lin Erju replied, a hint of concern creeping in. I'll go take a look. Though Lin Erju was uncertain of the situation, he resolved to check on them, fearing something might be amiss, especially since the third family lived so far off. Meanwhile, Lin Sanju was also reminded of the upcoming spring plowing, but he felt utterly helpless, unable to contribute anything. Yu, spring plowing is just around the corner. We need to prepare the fields and start seedlings. Lin Yu returned from behind the house. Seedlings? How do we do that? I've never farmed before. That's easy, I'll teach you. Go fetch the rice seeds. When Lin Erju arrived at the third household, he found Lin Sanju busy making stools in the yard. "You're back from the fields, brother?" Lin Sanju exclaimed, surprised to see Lin Erju. "Yes, where's your sister-in-law and Sanya?" Lin Erju observed that it didn't seem like anything was wrong, as they were still able to work. "They're clearing land behind the house, preparing to create a vegetable garden for our meals." Lin Erju became anxious. Why are they prioritizing that? The fields need urgent attention. If they're not tended to, the season will pass. Your soil is already poor. If you don't take care of it, what will you eat? Though the land tax was light, they still needed food to survive. Lin Sanju chuckled, "Brother, I understand your concern. Don't fret, we'll tend to the fields this afternoon. A day or two delay one tea make much difference." Seeing that they had their priorities in check, Lin Erju said little more, ready to leave. Just then, Li Qinghe returned. "Brother, don't rush off just yet. Wait a moment." Lin Erju halted, and Li Qinghe went inside to retrieve the 80 when they had borrowed from the second household. Returning an additional 20 went along with a pig's foot. "Brother, this is the money we owe you. We're in less of a hurry now, so we're returning it. Please take this pig's foot to make soup for the children." Lin Erju was taken aback. "We're not in urgent need of money. Sister-in-law, there's no need to rush." Having split the family, he knew they had only 2 taels of silver. And he was aware that the third family was not in a better situation than his own. He could not accept such gifts. "Dear second brother, please do not decline. We have just earned a sum of money, and there is no urgency. Your family, with Mingzheng and the elder daughter reaching marriageable age, has many expenses ahead, building a house, saving for a daughter-in-law, and preparing a dowry for the elder daughter. All these require substantial financial resources." Upon hearing this, Lin Erju ceased his protest, accepted the money, and found himself unable to refuse the pork knuckle, which was ultimately thrust upon him by Li Qinghe. Dazed, he returned to the ancestral home, glancing at the pork knuckle in his hand and recalling the disappointed expression of his mother, the sarcastic demeanor of his sister-in-law, and the gleeful faces of the fourth branch. Consequently, he concealed the pork knuckle within his sleeve, ensuring it went unnoticed. Chapter 22. Lin Erju. What? Upon entering the room of the second branch, Lin Erju handed a string of copper coins to his wife along with 2 pork knuckles. Zhao was taken aback, exclaiming, "Where did these pork knuckles come from? And what of this money?" She deliberately lowered her voice, wary of the meddlesome individuals from the first branch overhearing. Zhao envied the third branch's accommodation, even if it was but a thatched hut, as it was far more comfortable than living under someone else's roof. The 2 side rooms were already cramped, and with their numerous children, both daughters had taken to sharing a room, making any private conversation nearly impossible as even a whisper could be heard by everyone present. Lin Erju, too, felt the weight of discomfort. "This is from third sister-in-law. She mentioned having earned a bit of money and, not being in a hurry, decided to return it. The pork knuckles are also a gift from her." Zhao was now utterly astonished, but they have only just separated from the family. What money could they possibly have earned? Surely, they are not putting on a front? No. That cannot be. Third sister-in-law is not the same as before. Pray tell, how could third sister-in-law have earned this money? A single pork knuckle must cost at least 20 coins. Zhao counted the coins, her astonishment growing. "Husband, this amounts to 100 coins. An additional 20 coins, even." Lin Erju turned sharply, taking the coins into his hands and counting them himself, equally stunned. "What does this mean? Why the extra 20 coins? Zhao tucked the coins away. "It's rather obvious. Consider it a token of gratitude. Previously, third branch was barely scraping by. When they came to borrow money, I was reluctant. But my heart could not bear to refuse. Now, the third branch was transformed, whether it be third brother, Li, or the third daughter, the other day. I sensed it. They would rather give up everything than remain tied to the family. Do you believe that, even if our parents refuse to give third brother anything, he would still wish to separate? Now that they can produce money, it seems quite believable." Lin Erju felt doubtful. Would third brother truly do that? He was always the most filial. Zhao scoffed. "Sometimes, filial piety is not a virtue. Moreover, must honest men be bullied throughout their lives?" After securing the copper coins, she regarded her husband. "I will tell you, third brother is not what he once was." This time, when third daughter nearly fell ill, his reaction revealed much of his character. Li has not borne him another child in all these years, perhaps not for lack of willingness to spend on another wife, but rather third brother's refusal to take another. Second brother once mused aloud, worrying if third brother, having only one daughter, ever considered the future of his old age. Now, having heard Zhao's words, Lin Yue gazed at her in disbelief. Are you suggesting that third brother's obedience stems from our mother wishing to dismiss Li, yet third brother refuses? Zhao nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. I suspect that is the case. Third brother is a true man, caring for his wife and child. Even without a son, he remains indifferent, enduring it all for her. Had third daughter not faced such peril, he might still have been suppressing his feelings. Now, it seems he has come to terms with what matters most. The well-being of his wife and child outweighs all notions of filial duty. Tell me, could you do the same? Lin Yue gazed at his wife, bewildered. Have I treated you poorly? Or the children? Zhao, somewhat enviously, replied, You are indeed good. But if you were in third brother's position, could you truly endure a life with only one daughter? Lin Yue fell silent, uncertain. He could not imagine if Zhao had borne but one daughter, that he would remain by her side. What you speak of is improbable. Our current situation is quite satisfactory. No, I am truly the most honest person in the Lin family, devoid of any ulterior motives. Zhao is not one to dwell on trivial matters. She sighed, enough of this. Men like third brother are scarce. Besides, if I could only have one daughter, I would prefer our current arrangement. I could never match the open-heartedness of third brother Enli. You are already quite exceptional, far superior to eldest brother. What of eldest brother? Lin Yue pondered. His eyes opened to new truths. Third brother was not the honest man he presumed. Even his wife, whom he thought he understood, remained a mystery. Eldest brother was literate. After all, otherwise, he would not have been able to manage the tavern in town, earning 500 coins a month. In contrast, the peasants in their village might only manage 2 or 3 taels of silver a year. Lin Yue earned several taels annually, making him quite respectable in Shanglin village. Villagers seeking work could only find laborious tasks, earning a paltry 10 or 20 coins daily, and there was no guarantee of work every day. Thus, Lin Yue commanded considerable respect in Shanglin village. Zhao cast a disdainful glance towards the first branch. What do you know? You bury your head in labor. When will you lift your gaze to see how your brothers fare? None are quite like you. Without mentioning third brother, consider fourth brother, whose sweet tongue charms our mother like a flower. His wife is no different. And then there is eldest brother, he is the least admirable of all. Do you think he is such a paragon? You know, the last time I visited town, I witnessed something shocking. Lin Yue, perplexed, asked, What did you see? He felt as though he were a fool, oblivious to everything his wife spoke of. Your elder brother was engrossed in a conversation with a woman, entering a ready-made clothing shop. When they emerged, she carried 2 bundles of clothing. I followed them and witnessed them entering a courtyard in the southern part of town together. What? My elder brother? No. Lin Yue's countenance darkened, disbelief etched on his face. You must have seen wrong. Perhaps it was someone who merely resembled him? Lin Yue could hardly fathom that his elder brother could act so shamelessly. In truth, he was never close with eldest brother, as personality differences had caused Lin Yue to look down upon the lackluster second and third brothers. This tension had fostered a rift, as none wished to be perceived as lesser by their siblings. Though Lin Yue earned more, they had never seen a single coin of his earnings. For the first branch's only son, Lin Mingzong, was studying in a private school in town. Consequently, Lin Yue's income was consumed by tuition and other expenses, leaving little behind. Yet, Lady Lin often boasted about her eldest son's prowess, implying that the other sons were inept. Zhao shot him a glance. Why the rush? Do you think your father's oblivious? The old man must have heard something, which is why he spent a few days in town to investigate and resolve the issue. Lin Yue's eyes burned with anger, disappointment, and despondency. In their eyes, there is only eldest brother and fourth brother. To them, third brother and I are as insignificant as discarded refuse. Now you realize it? I tell you, it is fortunate that we have separated. Otherwise, life would be unbearable. The conversations between the couple in the second branch remained unknown to others. During lunch, when Zhao prepared half of the pork knuckle paired with 2 radishes to make a pot of soup, the delightful aroma wafted throughout the Lin family home. Chapter 23. Zhao flips the table. In the large house, the astute Mrs. Wang had a keen nose, and upon catching a whiff of delicious aromas, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. The second house is perpetually lamenting their poverty. Surely this time they've been caught red-handed. If they were truly destitute, How could they afford meat? I bet she's preoccupied with indulging herself and neglecting her in-laws. If that's the case, I shall make sure to elevate her reputation, she mused. Beside her, Lin Hongmei, grasping a needle for embroidery, could not suppress her saliva at the tantalizing scent. Mother, I wish to eat meat too. Since the division of the family, her grandparents had worn sour expressions, and she hadn't tasted any meat for several days. Mrs. Wang patted her daughter's hand reassuringly. Don't worry, your second aunt will surely deliver some to your grandparents at noon. There will be plenty for you. Lin Hongmei found no fault in her mother's words and continued her embroidery with a cheerful heart, knowing she would partake in the feast. In the West Wing, Lin Baozhu caught a whiff of the fragrant cooking and glanced towards the kitchen where Mrs. Qian was busy. Are you cooking meat? It smells divine. Mrs. Qian rolled her eyes. Meat. Why don't you cut a couple of taels from yourself for me to cook? You only know how to eat. Are you oblivious to our family's circumstances? Where would the money come from to buy meat? If you desire some, go ask your mother for silver. We only received 2 taels upon the division, which is hardly sufficient. We still have to build a house, and you will need to ask your parents for money. Otherwise, I might as well return to my family. Lin Baozhu scoffed. Return to your family? That's all you ever say. You think you can last even 2 days there? Your sister-in-law will surely give you a hard time. If you can tolerate that, be my guest. I can always go to my mother for meals. His words caused Mrs. Tian's expression to darken. Lin Baozhu, do you even wish to continue this life? I bore your children, washed your clothes, and cooked for you, always thinking of you. And this is how you repay me? Lin Baozhu languidly reclined on the bed and half-heartedly reassured her. All right, enough of the wailing. You should know our compatibility. Don't expect to lord over me, and I want to expose your shortcomings. I understand your worries, but you must trust your husband. We share a bed. I know where my loyalties lie. I will indeed procure the silver. There's no need to rush. Now go prepare the meal. Your husband is hungry. Mrs. Qian's expression flickered, and after a moment, she shot a glare at Lin Baozhu. You only know how to sweet-talk me. Can you show me some consideration? Lin Baozhu, feeling triumphant, propped his legs up on the bed, contemplating that one must not be overly indulgent with women, lest they aim for the heavens. At noon, Zhao Shi brought a pot of pig's trotter and radish soup to the main room, containing 3 or 4 small pieces of pig's trotter, which was already half of a trotter. Families accustomed to frugality rarely consumed good things all at once. It was prudent to stretch the meal and pair it with radishes to appear less meager. Father, I've stewed some pig's trotter soup for you and mother. Please don't find it lacking, she said. Old Manly nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the kindness of his second daughter-in-law, who was both sincere and filial. Lin Wang glanced at the soup, but chose not to comment, while Mrs. Wang entered with bread, pickled vegetables, and porridge. Oh, sister-in-law, as the elder sister-in-law, I must say, if you wish to show filial piety to your parents, do so sincerely. This measly soup hardly contains any meat. TSK. Mrs. Wang scooped a spoonful, disdainfully remarking, just these few pieces of meat, all bones, and some worthless radishes. Your efforts at maintaining appearances truly leave one at a loss for words. Zhao Shi's face darkened immediately, and taking a deep breath, she retorted, Elder sister-in-law, you truly speak without understanding the struggle. Is this what you call a show of filial piety? We only received 2 taels upon the division. Being able to present this is already a testament to our devotion. And what about you, who inherited the lion's share of the family assets? What have you done to honor them? It's amusing that at their advanced age, you offer them sweet potato bread and deny them a proper dish, all while extolling your own virtues. You speak sweetly, yet your heart is bitter. You are the epitome of hypocrisy. Mrs. Wang's expression soured, for she had never been subjected to such humiliation from her sister-in-law. With the support of her mother-in-law in the past, she had always been the one to take advantage. Who would have thought that mere days after the division, Zhao Shi would dare to mock her so openly before their in-laws, even accusing her of being unfilial? Zhao Shi, you have gone too far. I am the elder sister-in-law. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you have no respect for our parents or our family? You only bully me because my husband is away. Father, mother. You must stand up for me. Zhao Shi's words are ill-intentioned. Zhao Shi was not one to be easily intimidated. Previously, they had shared a household, which necessitated a degree of decorum. Now that they were separated, she would not allow herself to be bullied any longer. Oh heavens, open your eyes. It's the thief calling out, stop thief. The elder sister-in-law, who is unfilial to her in-laws and unwilling to sacrifice for them, has the audacity to scrutinize the bowls of others without any shame. Zhao Shi turned to her father-in-law. Father, you have seen how much the second and third houses have contributed over the years. The laborious work and hardships were all borne by us. The first house has not lifted a finger. When it comes to collecting money, they are quite adept, but when it comes to actual work, my elder sister-in-law always claims to be unwell and unable to do heavy tasks. How laughable. Does any daughter-in-law not have to cook, wash clothes, and work in the fields? She, on the other hand, shirks farming duties while my elder sister does all the household chores. We all grew up in the same home. My eldest daughter has been feeding chickens and ducks since she was 5 or 6, and as she grew older, she took on more responsibilities. Even our youngest daughter, at just 7, has begun to work. Not to mention the third house's daughter, who, at 12, is treated like a laborer. Yet the first house's son is away for studies, and the eldest brother works in town, rarely returning, while my elder sister-in-law lives like a lady of leisure, avoiding all responsibilities. Oh, and your daughter, Red May, is the only one of the first house who acts like a human being. Our daughters are considered a burden, while she sits indoors embroidering as if she were a refined lady. What are our girls, her maids? Old man Lin, who had initially been pleased, could no longer maintain his composure upon hearing his second daughter-in-law recount the discrepancies in treatment. His face flushed with embarrassment, unable to bear the revelation of such unfairness. Chapter 24, a thunderbolt, and then fleeing Lin Wang threw her chopsticks down, her aged face contorted in anger as she glared at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi, have you finished? Is there no end to this? The division has already taken place. What purpose does it serve to continue this discussion? Are you dissatisfied with us elders? Speaking ill in front of us, what are you trying to achieve? Zhao Shi's eyes reddened. She was indeed aggrieved. Mother, please don't look at me with such disdain, nor speak with such bias. If Mrs. Wang had not provoked me, would I have spoken thus? The first house has benefited immensely and should know when to be discreet. They can close the door and smile, yet still, they come to provoke me. After bottling up my feelings for over a decade, why shouldn't I speak the truth? Whether you want to hear it or not, you must listen. You are both mother-in-law and aunt, and while I can understand your bias towards her, fairness must also prevail. As Mingjung and Dia have both reached the age of 16, one remains unmarried while the other has yet to make any marriage arrangements. What bride price or dowry does not require silver? Our family still needs to renovate our house. And we have already divided the family assets, receiving merely 2 taels. Do you not feel any guilt? Is Lin Yue not your own flesh and blood? Is Mingjung not a grandson of the Lin family? For all these years, we have toiled relentlessly. And even the meager earnings that Yue makes from hard labor must be shared with the family. And what have we received in return? All the good fortune has been bestowed upon the main house, and she flaunts it before us. Why should I remain silent? I am speaking before you now. And if this happens again, I will not hesitate to share these grievances throughout the village, allowing our clan to judge who is truly in the wrong. There must be limits to this bullying. Even a clay figurine has its temper. If pushed too far, none of us will have it easy. Suddenly, Zhao Shi rushed in and seized the pig trotter's soup. Casting a scornful glance at them, I see it as our excessive honesty and filial piety that have allowed certain individuals to become increasingly shameless. Wang Shi, let me tell you, from this day forth, you would do well to cease provoking me, lest I take it upon myself to publicly air the dirty laundry of your main house. Though her words were directed at the younger Wang Shi, they were equally intended for the elder Lin. Zhao Shi had reached her breaking point after years of repression, hoping that the division of the family or the marriage of their second branch's children would prompt the elders to lend a helping hand. With the division resulting in such a situation, if she did not voice her grievances, she would surely suffocate. Rather than suffocate in silence, she preferred to go mad. Ensuring that everyone suffers together, after all, they would not dare to expel her. Both Lin Wangshi and the younger Wang Shi were infuriated to the point of fainting. No one had anticipated that, having remained silent during the family division, Zhao Shi would erupt today after being provoked. Lin's elder patriarch saw his second son's wife speaking increasingly out of turn and stood up angrily, pointing at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi, enough is enough. Do not overstep your bounds. Do you still regard your elders? With such a ruckus, do you not know that Dia is about to be courted? Who would dare marry her with a mother like you? And as for Erju, Lin Erju, is this how your wife speaks back to her elders? Are you deaf or blind? Zhao Shi, stung by her father-in-law's words, felt her eyes welling with tears. She met his gaze directly, mocking him. Father, you are a grandfather. Yet you curse your own granddaughter? Do you even resemble a senior? Do not think to intimidate me with your son. I can always leave and find another place. Who do you think you are frightening? Moreover, father-in-law, all 4 sons are your flesh and blood. How can you allow such a situation to arise? Even to the point where your eldest son is keeping another woman outside, and you, as a father, help him resolve it? You are indeed a good father, but alas, only for your eldest. After delivering her scathing remarks, Zhao Shi cast a derisive glance at everyone in the room and turned to leave. If her father-in-law had not provoked her with his daughter, she would have cared little for the eldest son's dirty affairs. However, if they intended to control her, they should first clean up their own mess. Lin's elder patriarch widened his eyes, astonished at how Zhao Shi had come to know of these matters. He was seething with rage. What had been resolved was now bound to resurface. Lin Wangshi and the younger Wangshi were both bewildered. The latter had initially been intimidated by Zhao Shi and had not expected her to be so brazen as to stand up even to her father-in-law. What she did not realize was that her own affairs were entangled in this mess. She glanced at her father-in-law's shifting expression, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Father, what did Zhao Shi mean by that? What does it mean to have an outside woman? What have you helped resolve? Lin Wangshi was also aware of this situation. Although she felt that her eldest son had acted improperly, if discovered, it would put her in a difficult position, especially when explaining to her family. Yet, she rationalized that it was not a significant matter. After all, her niece was unwell and unable to manage her eldest son's affairs. It was only natural for a man without a woman by his side to seek the company of another woman. However, such matters should not be brought to light. Their farming family could not afford to be ridiculed for taking a concubine. The town was not far from the village, and the patriarch had already heard the rumors. It would not be long before his niece learned the truth, and for the sake of family peace, he could only resolve it himself. Lin's elder patriarch was a man of integrity, and he was extremely angered by his eldest son's actions. However, since the deed had already been done, he could not allow his still studying grandson to be affected. Fortunately, the woman in question was not virtuous. She was merely a widow seeking financial gain. With a mix of threats and a few taels of silver, he managed to send her away, and his eldest son promised not to engage in such behavior again. With that, the matter was resolved and forgotten. Yet, they all unconsciously overlooked the younger Wangshi. This clearly demonstrated the dynamics of familial closeness. The younger Wangshi had always relied on her aunt's status as a biological sister to act arrogantly, always vying for attention and resources. However, when push came to shove, what good was a biological sister when the family still favored their own flesh and blood? Lin's elder patriarch observed the distressed expression on his eldest daughter-in-law's face, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He spoke sternly, Wangshi, the matter has concluded. Regardless of what has transpired, you must treat it as if it never happened. This is for the best for all of us. You are still the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lin family, the wife of Dezhu, and the mother of Mingzong. The younger Wangshi was taken aback, staring blankly at her father-in-law before turning to her mother-in-law. Mother, is there something I do not know about what Dezhu is doing in town? Lin Wangshi looked at her niece with a furrowed brow. Child, did you not hear what your father-in-law said? There is nothing to worry about. Just pretend you have heard nothing and continue living your life peacefully. Tears suddenly streamed down the younger Wangshi's face as she looked at Lin Wangshi, sobbing, Aunt, you are my biological aunt. Are you also turning your back on me? Is Dezhu keeping a mistress outside? Is that true? You all quietly resolved this matter. And if Zhao Shi had not brought it up, you would have intended to keep it from me forever, wouldn't you? My son is still in town. Have you considered what will happen when he finds out? You expect me to pretend nothing happened? What a fantasy. I truly did not see this coming. My father-in-law is capable of such things, resolving his son's affairs with women. How disgusting. Now I finally understand what it means to be an outsider, when trouble arises. I am merely an outsider, and you will only side with your own son. How revolting. Chapter 25, A Dog-Eat-Dog World. Having been revered as the matriarch for so many years, Lin Wangshi could hardly tolerate losing face before her daughter-in-law. If she could behave in such a way towards Zhao Shi and Li Shi, it was evident that she was no gentle soul. The younger Wangshi was her biological niece. Otherwise, how could she have lived so comfortably? She could indulge her, but she would never permit her to become overbearing. In a fit of rage, Lin Wangshi slapped the younger Wangshi to the ground. Her face contorted with impatience. What do you mean by knowing the ins and outs? You are only now discerning the situation? All these years. If I had not treated you like my own daughter, would you have enjoyed such a comfortable life? You never once mentioned the ins and outs when the family division favored your main house, did you? You are quite the schemer. All these years, you have acted as if you were my daughter, yet you have shown no gratitude and have instead blamed me. I have truly raised an ungrateful wolf. Did you not hear what Jasher said? You only listen to what displeases you. Why do you not consider that what we have done is also for your benefit? You feel wronged, yet when you were treated as a daughter, did you not live comfortably as a daughter-in-law? All these years, you have not had to wash clothes or cook. You have not had to work in the fields. Your life has been no different from that of a landlord's wife. I have treated you well, yet my second and third sons harbor resentment towards me. What have I said? The decision not to inform you about Deju's matters was made with your health in mind, fearing you would overthink it. Now that your father-in-law has resolved the issue, and Deju has promised not to be foolish again, what more do you want? Why create trouble? Why not live your life peacefully? Xiao Wang lay on the ground, gazing at her aunt, listening to her speak of the kindness she had shown. Instead of feeling gratitude, her expression was one of defiance. These are promises you made to my parents from the very beginning. If you do not treat me well, whom I marry is irrelevant. It is you I am tied to. I bore Lin Daju so many children, all of whom perished. And it is only through that suffering that my body has become like this, always plagued by illness. I used to be a capable young woman, managing both household and outside affairs well. Given my current state, should you not treat me with kindness? Now Lin Daju is secretly keeping a concubine. And as my own aunt, you conceal this from me. Even Zhao has learned of it while I remain in ignorance. You all easily brush it aside, treating me as if I am inconsequential. Over these years, has Lin Daju contributed any money while serving in the town? How much has he provided for Mingzong's tuition? Surely, he has been supporting his mistress. If you do not give me an explanation, I shall not let this matter rest. I intend to return to my parental home and inform my parents. Do not assume that I am like Zhao and Li, whose families lack support. If Lin Daju does not provide me an explanation, I shall not relent. If need be, I will seek a divorce. I want to know, is my son truly my son, or belongs to the Lin family? This last statement struck a particularly painful chord, a clear threat. She was confident that her son would align with her, rather than with the Lin family. This assertion momentarily changed the countenance of Wang and old Lin. For their bias towards the main branch stemmed from the grandson's academic potential, they had hoped he would change their fortunes. If this matter were to affect him, old Lin would be left breathless with frustration. Xiao Wang immediately retreated to her room, packed a few garments, gathered her valuable possessions, and left with her daughter, whose eyes were red from weeping. The commotion in the main house could not be concealed from the second and fourth branches living in the same courtyard. Xiao Wang and Lin Hongmei emerged from the gates with swollen eyes, while Zhao and Tian observed from their rooms. Zhao looked at her once mighty sister-in-law, now tearfully returning to her parental home, feeling an indescribable relief, almost wanting to burst into song. Although she found Lin Daju's actions disgraceful and recognized that using such matters to provoke a rift between Xiao Wang and her in-laws was not particularly honorable, she had endured years of humiliation at Xiao Wang's hands. Today, as the opportunity arose, she could no longer restrain herself. She needed to release her pent-up frustrations. Moreover, it was not she who had encouraged Lin Daju to keep a concubine. He dared to act without concern for the consequences. Perhaps she was even doing a good deed. If Lin Daju continued down this path, in a year or two, he might return with a child in tow. Her father-in-law's claims of resolution were utterly untrustworthy. What sort of man was her elder brother? Once such a deed is committed, it is likely to recur. With Xiao Wang no longer present, he would find it difficult to contain himself. Lin Wang's face twisted with anger, and old Lin pointed at her, berating, "Look at your precious niece. What wife would dare speak to her in-laws in such a manner? This is all your indulgence. You cannot discern right from wrong, and for the sake of this matter, you have alienated the second and third branches. Wang, oh Wang, you will regret this. Do you not see that none in the main branch can shoulder responsibilities? Which of you will till the fields this year? Will it be you? None of you are worth the trouble. I should never have consented to your niece marrying into this family, especially as the eldest daughter-in-law. She is unworthy. Look at this household. Torn apart by the two of you, does this resemble a family?" Lin Wang, now a mother-in-law herself, no longer trembled before old Lin. "Do not place all the blame upon me. Was it not you who approved of my niece's marriage? Was it not you who rejoiced at the generous dowry provided by my elder brother and sister-in-law? Now, do not regret your decision. Mingzong is a fine child. Having already passed the examination for a child scholar, with a little more effort, he may even achieve the status of a scholar. If it were not for the foolish actions of the eldest, would I be so enraged? Consider your next steps carefully. My elder brother and sister-in-law are not easily deceived. And with so many nephews, if they come flooding in, I cannot control them. With these words, she too felt a pang of worry. Although her maternal family was still her family, her parents had passed, and the household was now run by her brother and sister-in-law. Marrying her niece into the family carried certain drawbacks. If she were wronged, her in-laws would come knocking, and she would find herself powerless to respond. Old Lin understood that his brother-in-law's family was not to be trifled with. The thought of the situation escalating further and becoming more humiliating filled him with both anger and trepidation. Is this what it means to marry a wife? It feels as if we have brought home an ancestor. Upon realizing that Zhao was behind the revelation of this matter, Lin Wang finally found someone upon whom to unleash her fury. She stormed out, hands on her hips. Zhao, get out here. You troublemaker. What business do you have meddling in the affairs of the main house? What benefit do you gain from exposing this situation? I see you are deliberately seeking trouble. Zhao, casting down her chopsticks, stepped outside, undeterred by her mother-in-law's wrath. Mother, let us speak reasonably. Am I truly a troublemaker for what I have done? Is it fair to say such things? I am not the one who has erred. Do you think the second branch is a soft target to bully? Do you intend to crush us completely? Do you want me to step outside and clarify why my sister-in-law is in tears returning to her parental home? Chapter 26. Another son driven away. Lin Wang was left speechless by her second daughter-in-law's confrontation. She noticed the second son and Lin Mingjung standing behind Zhao, expressionless, observing her. For the first time, she grasped the discontent her second son's family harbored towards her. You are being ungrateful. Lin Yue stepped forward, looking at his mother with eyes full of sorrow and disappointment. Mother, do you even realize what you are saying? To accuse us of being ungrateful and disrespectful, do you wish for our family to be doomed? Even if you look down on me, even if I lack the talents of my elder brother, I have worked tirelessly over the years. Surely, I have earned some recognition for my efforts. If not for my contributions, we are not deserving of such condemnation. Even if you hold my elder brother in high regard, am I not your own flesh and blood? Have you considered how your words affect me and my children's futures? Lin Wang found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by Lin Yue's heart-wrenching questions. As she looked into her second son's eyes, she instinctively took a step back, unable to bear the weight of his gaze. Lin Mingjing, observing his father's anguish, felt a surge of emotion and boldly stepped forward. It seems to me that in your eyes, we are all inconsequential. And only the family of the elder uncle matters to you. Father, mother, let us move out immediately. If we lack a proper house, we shall construct a makeshift shelter. We refuse to endure this humiliation any longer. Even if we must eat chaff or beg, we will never rely on grandfather or grandmother. His final words were directed at the emerging old Lin. As the eldest grandson, Lin Mingjung held a unique place in old Lin's heart. After Lin Dazhu married Xiao Wang and had several children, all of whom mysteriously died, old Lin had worried about the family line. When Lin Mingjing was born, he was robust and much cherished by old Lin. However, as the firstborn Lin Mingzong came into the world, old Lin's affections began to shift. The position of the eldest grandson had changed, and both old Lin and Lin Wang increasingly favored the first branch, viewing Lin Mingjing as just another ordinary grandson. Old Lin, realizing that Lin Wang's outburst could lead to irreparable damage, sensed that she was on the verge of alienating the second son completely. As he stepped out to intervene, he overheard Lin Mingjing's declaration. A flicker of shock and regret crossed old Lin's face as he met Lin Mingjing's gaze, realizing that this grandson now harbored resentment towards them as well. The old man Lin felt increasingly distressed. First, it was the family of his third son, followed by that of his second son. With 2 of his 4 sons now gone, he was filled with profound regret, yet unbeknownst to him, even greater remorse awaited him. After exchanging a glance with Zhao, Lin Yue gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, we shall move. You all tidy up the house. I will seek a vacant residence. We will rent an empty house in the village. We shall not rely on anyone. I would rather starve than live as a spineless coward." With that, Lin Yue strode out decisively. Furious, Lin Wang chased after him and struck him twice, exclaiming, Yue, I am your mother. Is this how you treat your mother? Am I not allowed to speak a few words to you? You are truly an ingrate, forgetting your mother the moment you marry. You are utterly unfilial. With reddened eyes, Lin Yue looked at Lin Wang, his voice cracking with anguish. Unfilial? An ingrate? Who has toiled tirelessly for years, bearing the brunt of the heavy labor in this household? You have spent years at home, treating your elder sister-in-law like royalty, while everything has depended on me and the third family. Am I the ingrate? Do you possess any heart at all? Are you truly intent on driving us to despair? Father, do you wish to drive us to our doom as well? The old man Lin trembled, both from his wife's fury and his second son's words. He approached Lin Wang, seized her, and struck her twice across the face. You troublemaker. Have you stirred enough chaos? You have shattered what was once a harmonious family. Leave. Go back to your mother's house. Lin Wang was pushed out of the Lin household, standing dazed at the doorstep as the door slammed shut behind her. At her age, with grandchildren soon to marry, being cast out by a man was a humiliation she could scarcely bear. Yet, she could not afford to make a scene, she could not lose face. Thus, while there were no onlookers yet, she hastily departed. Even if her maternal family cast her disdainful glances, she would rather not remain there to be the subject of mockery. In the courtyard, the old man Lin wiped his face and addressed his second son, Yue. I admit I have been unfair to you and the third. But with so many family members, it is exceedingly difficult to ensure equity. You have yet to marry, and you do not understand my difficulties, but you will in time. The old man said little more, retrieving 2 silver ingots from within the house. Here are 10 taels of silver. Give one to the third. Our family circumstances are what they are, and I truly have no more to spare. If you find this insufficient or claim I favor the eldest, it is all I can offer. The old man, who had always held his head high, now bowed his shoulders in defeat. After taking a few steps, he added, If you wish to move, then do so. There are several empty houses next to the Gao family. They belong to his brother. Inquire if you can purchase one. A mud brick house for 5 taels should suffice, and with some repairs, it can be made habitable. As the old man entered the main house, the youngest son, Lin Si, dashed out from the room where he had been watching a performance. Father, you gave silver to my second and third brothers. Shouldn't we in the fourth family receive our share as well? You must ensure fairness. The old man cast a disappointed glance at his youngest son. Lin Si, one must learn to be content. Your second brother mentioned the eldest, but not you. That is because he does not wish to hold you accountable. Given you are the youngest, I am well aware of the efforts you 4 have contributed to the family and how much your mother has secretly supplemented you. If you are not aware, I would not mind going through the accounts with you. The old man's words darkened Lin Si's expression. Before he could respond, the old man continued, Your second brother has moved out. You should do the same. I believe you have enough funds to establish your own household. Entering the main room, the old man rummaged through the savings Lin Wang had accumulated over the years. In his youth, he had been a traveling merchant, though it was exhausting work. It was also profitable. After many years, he had ceased due to age, with his grandson having passed the entrance exam and his son managing a shop in town. The physical toll became too much, and his family, concerned about his reputation, urged him to stop. During his years as a merchant, he had indeed earned a fair amount, and for many years the family had managed to be self-sufficient. His second and third sons were diligent, tending to the fields well, and the family's expenses were primarily the educational fees for the eldest grandson. The eldest son contributed 500 won a month, of which 100 won was handed over, while they managed to sell a few eggs each year, yielding a surplus of around 5 to 6 taels of silver. Moreover, with the inheritance from his father, Old Man Lin had around 100 taels in hand. Chapter 27. The benefits of having many children. However, he understood that expenditures loomed ahead. Whether it be the expenses for his grandson's future schooling or the marriages of his other grandchildren. Even though he held Lin Mingzong in higher regard, it did not imply he would neglect his other grandchildren. It was simply a matter of prioritization. He could not satisfy every son equally. He had never disclosed to anyone that he would also provide financial assistance for the marriages of his other grandchildren, as he did not want his sons to become aware of his wealth and subsequently become reliant on him without contributing to the family. Unbeknownst to him, his silence had inadvertently fostered discontent among the second family. They had many children, and despite working diligently over the years, they had silently accepted half of the earnings from their labor, all for the sake of their children. Now, however, they found themselves cast out as if they were mere refuse, receiving only 2 taels of silver. How could they not harbor resentment? Lin Si never anticipated that he too would be treated in such a manner by his father. For years, with his mother around, they had managed to navigate family dynamics. But now he felt the sting of neglect. He dared not confront his father, but could only glare resentfully at his elder brother. Urge you, even if you are dissatisfied. Do you not fear the repercussions of speaking so to our parents? You once appeared so honest and upright, now your true colors are showing, aren't they? Feeling aggrieved that their father had favored the second and third families with silver, Lin Si's words were particularly cutting. Lin Yue, having received the silver, felt a tumultuous complexity within him. As Lin Si confronted him, he retorted sharply, Lin Si, it has never been me who fears the repercussions, after all. I am not the one who flatters to gain favors from our parents. Lin Si was taken aback by his usually quiet brother's sharp tongue. Humph. Who would have thought that you, Yue, have learned to wield words so deftly? It is truly admirable. Zhao emerged from the house, hands on her hips, directing her ire at Lin Si. What do you mean by womanly tactics, Lin Si? You yourself have relied on flattery to extract favors from our parents. We never said you were shameless. This silver is given to us by father. We did not shamelessly ask for it. Moreover, this is your second brother. Who allowed you to speak to him in such a manner? You uncouth wretch, try to insult him again, and I shall smash your head. Do you think our second family is a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze? Never before had Lin Si been so insulted. Enraged, he reacted impulsively, raising his hand to strike Zhao, forgetting she was his second sister-in-law. Furthermore, in his eyes, both his second and third brothers were spineless and therefore, their wives were unworthy of his respect. This situation exemplified how a woman's respect in her in-laws' home is often contingent on her husband's standing. With both Lin Yue and Lin Mingzheng glaring at him, Lin Yue swiftly blocked Lin Si's impending strike, while Lin Mingzheng delivered a swift kick to Lin Si's abdomen. Lin Baozhu, do you seek death? How dare you strike your second sister-in-law? You deserve to perish for daring to lay a hand on my mother. Both Lin Yue and Lin Mingzheng chided Lin Baozhu in unison, with Lin Yue delivering a slap that left Lin Baozhu's lip bloodied. Lin Laosi, it seems you truly disregard your second brother. You even dare to assault your second sister-in-law. From this day forth, you are no brother of mine. Lin Mingzheng then kicked their fourth uncle, sending him sprawling away. Despite any schemes brewing in her heart, Tianshi could not bear to witness her husband being beaten so brutally. She shrieked and rushed forward, only to be halted by Zhao Shi. While she refrained from interfering in men's affairs, the battlefield of women belonged to her. Dare to approach again, and I shall make you understand that our branch is not to be trifled with. In the past, I granted you respect, but now, who do you think you are? Zhao Shi seized Tianshi by her hair and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Tianshi, unwilling to yield, retaliated by grasping Zhao Shi's hair, leading to a fierce struggle. Lin Dia and Lin Silly, unable to watch their mother being bullied, rushed to assist. This illustrates the advantage of having many children. When brawls ensue, there are allies to come to one's aid. In stark contrast, the fourth branch's children were but 5 and 4 years old, the former crying in fear while the latter remained oblivious. 14-year-old Lin Mingzheng attempted to join the fray but was restrained by his elder brother. With reddened eyes, he pleaded, "Why are you holding me back? I want to teach her a lesson for daring to bully our mother." Lin Mingzheng gently embraced his brother's shoulders, instructing, "Your elder sister and Silly are over there with our mother. She will not be at a loss. If you join, we will lose our standing." The Lin family's ancestral home was in chaos, with Lin Baozhu and Tianshi suffering disgraceful treatment. Eventually, the elder Lin could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Leave. All of you, get out. You are causing nothing but turmoil and you are bringing shame upon the Lin family." Zhao Shi remained unperturbed, straightening her back and smoothing her hair, reveling in the sight of the battered fourth couple. She felt a sense of relief akin to that of a victorious hen, strutting home with her head held high. That very day, Lin Yue packed his belongings and departed. By the time Lin Sandu and Li Qinghe, along with their daughter, heard the commotion, Lin Yue had already moved into a house to the west of the Gao family, conveniently close to Lin Yu's home. Lin Yue, emboldened by her youth, ventured into the crowd to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama, soon grasping the situation. "Father, mother, my uncle and fourth uncle have quarreled, and both families were driven out by grandfather. My uncle has rented a house from the Gao family. It seems fourth uncle and fourth aunt were quite severely beaten, as they are hiding in the ancestral home." Lin Yu's face lit up with a vindictive smile. The old lady quarreled with second aunt and was humiliated. It caused quite a scene. My uncle was disheartened by her words, and grandfather, in a fit of anger, sent her back to her mother's house. Earlier, my aunt left with her daughter, both with red eyes and packed belongings. Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. It seemed the ancestral home had experienced yet another seismic upheaval, akin to a catastrophic earthquake. Li Qinghe, who had been chopping vegetables to feed the chickens, stood up, declaring, "Old Lin, let us go see what has transpired and help tidy things up." Lin Sanju wished to join but, still recovering from his concussion, could only nod in resignation. "You go ahead, see what they lack, and we shall offer our assistance where possible." Li Qinghe understood that old Lin held a certain regard for this second brother. The hurt caused by his biological brothers in the past had left its mark, and since arriving here, this second brother was the first to show him kindness. "Do not worry, I know what to do. If you are concerned, perhaps you could make some furniture for them. They seem to lack such items. We can have our eldest nephew assist you, and you may treat it as teaching an apprentice." Lin Sanju considered her suggestion earnestly. "I will think on it." Chapter 28. Better to be a shrew than to be bullied. Lin Sanju's carpentry skills were honed under the tutelage of a retired uncle from a furniture factory, a master craftsman who had garnered respect in the county. It was through this craft that Lin Sanju built his fortune, ultimately selling the factory to spend more time with his family. Lin Yue had also learned some skills. Her initial foray into short videos began with a channel focused on handicrafts, which later evolved into a platform for intangible cultural heritage. The character of Lin Yue family of 6 had become increasingly apparent to them over the past few days. Humans are inherently social creatures, and blood ties foster a natural trust. Thus, maintaining a good relationship with the second branch was deemed essential. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue arrived at the courtyard of Lin Yue's newly acquired home, where a crowd had gathered. Upon noticing the mother-daughter duo, a voice inquired with a hint of malice, Sanju's wife, your second brother and sister-in-law have enough money to buy a house after splitting, while your family still resides in those dilapidated straw huts. Did the old man only provide for the second and fourth branches?" The insinuation was rife with provocation. Li Qinghe shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, "What concern is it of yours whether we received anything or not? Why such curiosity? Planning to steal? Since when did you, an outsider, know more about our family affairs than I do? Were you eavesdropping beneath our bed?" The woman's complexion shifted. "Huh. With your family's destitution, even a mouse would cry upon entering your home. What would you steal? The roof over your head? You claim you weren't eavesdropping, yet your words ring true. Perhaps it is merely your own fabrications." Li Qinghe replied defiantly. "What is it to you if my family is poor? Am I to consume your rice or drink your soup? Your family does not even live by the sea, yet you meddle in our matters. You. I shan't waste my breath on someone who cannot grasp the basics of right and wrong. It is no wonder your family is poor and looked down upon." With the argument turning personal, Li Qinghe delivered a dismissive roll of her eyes. "Oh dear, some people simply enjoy creating trouble after a full meal, lurking around like a cat crying at a mouse. Daughter, in the future, steer clear of such individuals. Do not emulate their loquaciousness, lest you find yourself in a world of trouble." Since her arrival here, Li Qinghe had come to a clear understanding. In rural life, one must be assertive. It is far better to be labeled a shrew than to be regarded as useless. Her former mother-in-law and sisters-in-law were no innocents. Had she indulged the notion that her higher education set her apart and that she should not stoop to their level, she would have been devoured by them long ago. This incident, wherein their family narrowly escaped death, provided the perfect pretext for the three of them to undergo a considerable transformation in temperament without arousing suspicion. Her sisters-in-law and the Lin matriarch believed her drastic change stemmed from the trauma of nearly losing her daughter due to a man, which underscored the validity of Li Qinghe's thoughts. As Li Qinghe dragged her daughter into Lin Yue's home, she spat disdainfully at the woman present, who was so incensed she contemplated grabbing Li Qinghe by the hair to engage in a furious battle. However, bystanders restrained her, cautioning, "What have you provoked her for? This Li family is no longer the timid entity it once was. She has publicly shamed her mother-in-law, and you wish to confront her? Look at her pitiful state. What do you hope to achieve?" If she had possessed this power earlier, the Lin family would not have endured years of humiliation. Though the woman held a deep-seated contempt for Li Qinghe, she secretly envied her. The reason was straightforward. Lin Sanju, a man of little substance, had never confronted Li Qinghe regarding her failure to bear a son, nor had he ever hinted at divorce. This alone garnered Li Qinghe a measure of admiration and jealousy from many women in the village. After all, not everyone was fortunate enough to have a husband indifferent to the absence of male heirs. The very woman who quarreled with Li Qinghe had borne 3 daughters before finally delivering a son the previous year. Prior to that, she had faced disdain from her in-laws, derision from her sisters-in-law, and contempt from her husband for her inability to provide a son. With constant disputes and the burden of domestic labor, Li Qinghe's situation appeared enviable in contrast. If Li Qinghe were aware that her circumstances elicited envy, she might have quipped, "Would you desire such fortune?" Yet, having borne only 1 daughter since then, she had never been reproached by Lin Sanju, nor had there been any talk of divorce from the Lin family. How could this fail to provoke jealousy? The original family of 3 had come to embody such a state that it was astonishing anyone could envy them. Such individuals had never known true prosperity. Second brother, second sister-in-law, do inform De Ye and Sia about your move. We can assist you. Li Qinghe called as she entered the house. Zhao Shi, accompanied by her 2 daughters, was busy polishing furniture, while Lin Yue was in the kitchen tending to the stove. Zhao Shi greeted them with a hearty smile. "Oh, there isn't much to move. Our family is large, and we'll finish in a few trips. By the way, wait a moment." From her sleeve, Zhao Shi produced a handkerchief, revealing a silver ingot wrapped within. She handed it to Li Qinghe, saying, "This is from our father-in-law. Meant for purchasing a house. Take it, it's a gift, and we shan't refuse it, even from that miser." Li Qinghe blinked, accepting it without hesitation. "Is this a sign of benevolence from my father-in-law? 2 silver ingots at once. Can my mother-in-law truly agree to this?" Zhao Shi scoffed. "What does her agreement matter? She's too busy dealing with her own mess, as I'll tell you." She sent the children to the neighboring room to avoid their hearing anything inappropriate. Lin Yue exchanged glances with her elder cousin and led her little cousin into the inner room. Lin Yue, observing the noticeable change in her cousin after a few days apart, remarked, "Sanya, you seem to have gained some weight. It looks much better on you. You were too thin before." At the mention of Sanya, Lin Yue shuddered, feeling a wave of discomfort as she corrected them. "Elder sister, I have a name now. I am Lin Yue, with you meaning joy as in happiness. Please call me by my name henceforth." Lin Yue gazed at her with admiration, softly murmuring, "Lin Yue? Such a beautiful name. From now on, I shall call you Yue." Lin Yue, noticing her cousin's envy over something as trivial as a name, felt a pang of sadness and said, "Elder sister, you can choose a proper name too. You could think of one and let second uncle and second aunt know. And Sia, you should choose a name for yourself as well. Would that be all right?" Both Lin Yue and Lin Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the main room, Zhao Shi recounted to Li Qinghe the reasons for their move. Li Qinghe listened in disbelief. Is Lin Dazhe really keeping a mistress? Isn't his son studying in town? Does he not fear the repercussions? What does he even have to support such a lifestyle? Zhao Shi shook her head, wearing a mocking expression. "Who knows? He has our father-in-law to back him up. We can hardly interfere." As soon as he got wind of the news, he rushed to town to resolve it quietly. Look at Wang Shi, so arrogant, as though everyone else is a fool. She believes her mother-in-law is her ally. But the truth is, everyone knows the bond between a mother and her child surpasses that of an aunt and niece. Li Qinghe's impression of this uncle, whom she had yet to meet, was thoroughly negative. A man who neither supported the family nor acted responsibly, yet indulged in infidelity, was beyond comprehension. The original protagonist's recollection of this uncle indicated he returned home only once a month for a brief 2-day visit, during which the household feasted on delicacies typically reserved for festivals. Lin Dazhe held an unassailable position in the Lin family, not solely due to being the eldest son but also because he possessed a secure job and had produced a son who passed the imperial examination. Such accomplishments may not hold weight in the city, yet they were of utmost significance in the village. The reason for Wang Shi's arrogance lay primarily in her son's achievements. Her physical ailments were genuine, stemming from numerous pregnancies and miscarriages, which had severely impacted her health. In the countryside, where no emphasis was placed on recuperation, she was afforded the rare luxury of not laboring in the fields or managing household chores. Her assertiveness in the Lin household was derived from her familial ties, her husband's stable income, and her son's educational success. However, now her husband was clandestinely maintaining a mistress in town, a fact known to all her sisters-in-law, while she remained blissfully unaware. Her mother-in-law, her own aunt, not only knew but did not support her, while her father-in-law discreetly attempted to conceal the truth from her. Wang Shi, having been raised in indulgence, could hardly bear the revelation that her perceived idyllic life was but a mirage. Zhao Shi, only intervening when pushed to her limits, recognized that no woman could withstand such betrayal. Li Qinghe, reflecting on the hardships endured by the original family at the hands of Wang Shi, felt no sympathy for her plight, scoffing, Wang Shi has been so arrogant, this should be quite the wake-up call for her. Zhao Shi shared her lack of empathy, stating Wang Shi was inherently wicked and it was time for her to face her comeuppance. Compared to the suffering inflicted upon their family by Wang Shi, these trials were but trifles. The saying goes, there are no cats that don't steal fish. The reason rural men lack such cunning is due to their poverty. Lin Daju, however, is quite different. He has lived in town for many years and possesses wealth. With Wang Shi not by his side, once he has indulged in an affair, a second time is inevitable. Such things cannot be easily contained. Li Qinghe, weary of discussing the sordid affairs of the main household, busied herself wiping the table while deftly shifting the topic. Sister-in-law, Daya is now a young lady, on the verge of matchmaking. Shouldn't we bestow her a proper name? It seems rather inappropriate to call her Daya all the time. Zhao Shi, rather oblivious to such matters, replied, a name? Is Daya not a name? Li Qinghe understood their lack of awareness regarding names. After all, before marriage, a girl is called by her birth name by her family, and post-marriage, she is simply addressed by her husband's surname. Over time, Zhao Shi had nearly forgotten her own name. Indeed, Daya lacks formality. There are many girls in the village named Daya. We should give our daughter a distinctive name, lest you call out Daya in the village and be answered by 7, 8, or even 10 girls. How embarrassing that would be. Moreover, the daughters of the main and fourth households have names, and we are no less than them. We should certainly name our child. Our third daughter is named Lin Yue, meaning joyous. Zhao Shi, despite her ignorance of many things, believed that her family was no less than the main household, questioning why the children of the main family should be superior. What name do you think would be good? Zhao Shi inquired, looking at Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe smiled and said, you could ask the children themselves. Or perhaps you could think of one. Zhao Shi scratched her head. I'm not good at naming. I was called Zhao Xiaocha by my mother, a name she chose haphazardly. Inside, Lin Yue had overheard their conversation about naming and pulled her cousins outside, second aunt, big sister, and they have already thought of names. Zhao Shi turned to her daughters. Really? What do you want to be called? Lin Daya, somewhat shy, looked at her mother and third aunt, her voice as tiny as an ant's. Can I be called Lin Jing? Zhao Shi did not hear clearly, but Li Qinghe caught it. Lin Jing, meaning quiet. That's lovely. It suits you quite well. Zhao Shi gazed at her sister-in-law, somewhat surprised. Sister-in-law, it seems your speech has transformed in just a few days. You can't possibly read. Can you? Both Li Qinghe and Lin Yue were taken aback. Lin Yue felt anxious, fearing her secret might be revealed, but Li Qinghe remained calm. She looked at Zhao Shi and said, when my mother was alive, I was able to read. I learned from her, but after she passed, there was no one to teach me. Chapter 30, Mushroom Foraging. This was the truth. Li Qinghe feared no scrutiny in admitting it. However, the original owner had forgotten all the characters learned long ago. She merely required an excuse. Zhao Shi, upon hearing this, believed, I see. I've heard your mother was a young lady from a well-to-do family. I wonder why she married your father after he rescued her. It seems there's truth in that. Li Qinghe waved her hand dismissively. Those are merely old tales. Let us not dwell on them. Fourth daughter. What do you wish to be called? Fourth daughter, merely 7 years old, with an insatiable love for food, particularly meat, replied, Lin Ro. I wish for endless meat to eat. Such a simple and unrefined wish left everyone momentarily speechless. Li Qinghe patted the little girl's head and smiled. That's a splendid wish. However, naming her after meat seems rather inappropriate. How about Lin Ro, meaning gentle? We hope our fourth daughter embodies both grace and strength. The second household had severed ties with the old residents and moved out, and within a half-day, the entire Shanglin village was abuzz with gossip regarding the Lin family, once again occupying the village's center stage for several days. On the third day after Lin Wangshi and Xiao Wangshi returned to their maternal home, the Lin family faced yet another upheaval. Though this incident bore little relation to the second and third households. This time, Lin Wangshi's brother and nephews marched directly to the Lin family to confront Lin Daju, while Lin Wangshi was pushed back by her sisters-in-law. Xiao Wangshi, with swollen red eyes from crying, and Lin Hongmei, resembling a delicate flower, indicated that something significant was afoot, instantly stirring excitement among the villagers. Oh dear, what us with the Lin family? It's like a grand performance. Just when things quieted down, they're back at it again. Such strife arose from having too many brothers, where the elder failed to maintain fairness, leading to discord. Observing the Lin family's troubles, one could ponder why they insisted on keeping their offspring so tightly knit while constantly bickering and quarreling. While Xiao Wangshi and her relatives caused a ruckus at the in-laws, Lin Yue and her mother were foraging for mushrooms on the mountain. In March, the misty, cloudy mountain still appeared lush and vibrant, teeming with life. Aside from needing an extra layer when ascending due to the significant temperature difference between day and night, it bore little difference from spring or autumn, marking the most comfortable season. Their purpose for venturing into the mountain was solely to gather mushrooms, early that morning after breakfast. Mother and daughter set off with their bamboo baskets. The most common sight on the mountain was pine trees whose fallen needles enriched the soil, providing an excellent medium for fungal growth. Let us first check the bamboo grove. If fortune favors us, we might encounter bamboo fungus. It's delicious in chicken soup and quite nourishing. The previous evening had brought a light rain, and fungi tend to sprout swiftly after rainfall. Bamboo fungus has a brief growth cycle, decaying within an hour after emerging from its egg, making it quite challenging to harvest wild bamboo fungus, as one cannot predict its emergence. As they strolled, their eyes darting around, it was Lin Yue who spotted something resembling a modern-style apple-shaped net bag. Mother, is that bamboo fungus? Though Lin Yue had eaten bamboo fungus before, she had never seen it fresh and was uncertain. Li Qinghe, having encountered it before while foraging with locals, recognized it immediately. Her eyes lit up at the sight. Indeed, that's it. Little one, your eyesight is impressive. As they approached, Lin Yue pinched her nose. Mother, why does this smell so foul? Li Qinghe chuckled. What you find unpleasant now? Do not disdain when we eat it later. That's the scent from the bamboo fungus cap. Li Qinghe then took a tool resembling a chisel to pry the bamboo fungus egg from the ground. Oh, this is the red-capped bamboo fungus, which is even rarer. With practiced ease, she removed the cap, which contained spore liquid quite odorous, but essential for the fungus's reproduction. By removing the cap, it would continue to propagate in its natural environment. Next, she had to peel off the egg skin beneath, known as the fungus base, which nourished the bamboo fungus before it emerged from the soil but is inedible. The egg skin of the red-capped bamboo fungus is light pink, while another variety is yellow and toxic. Stop pinching your nose and start searching. These tend to grow in clusters and one tea appear alone. Lin Yue had no choice but to join her mother in foraging, and in a short while, they found a dozen or so, some still in their egg form, while others had decayed, the white skirts and stalks becoming slimy and reddening in the rotting areas. Li Qinghe placed the gathered bamboo fungus into their basket and continued walking with her daughter. These are quite delicate. They must not be pressed or stored. We must dry them immediately upon returning, or they will spoil. The pair spent an hour in the bamboo grove, filling their basket halfway before deciding to move on. They shifted their focus from the bamboo grove to the pine forest, a natural habitat for wild fungi. Shortly after entering the pine forest, Lin Yue spotted a mushroom with a green cap. Mother, is this the green-headed mushroom? Li Qinghe glanced at it and then looked up at the towering trees before nodding. Yes, indeed. But remember, mushrooms found under eucalyptus trees are not to be eaten. Why not? Lin Yue inquired, perplexed. Li Qinghe remarked, I'm not quite sure. It's what the locals say, and it certainly holds some truth. Just avoid picking anything under the eucalyptus trees. Lin Yue accompanied her mother in foraging for mushrooms, familiarizing herself with the various types, both toxic and non-toxic, of which her mother possessed extensive knowledge. How do you know so much? Lin Yue inquired. Li Qinghe chuckled. During my academic exchange in Yun Province, I specifically visited their clinical poisoning center for observational purposes and encountered various specimens and their toxicities. Lin Yue could only marvel at her mother's intelligence, realizing that such medical knowledge was not easily acquired by just anyone. As they ascended the mountain, the pair gathered a considerable amount of green-headed mushrooms, along with milk mushrooms that exuded white sap and red porcini that were as large as a fist. Before picking each mushroom, Li Qinghe would gently tap its cap. Lin Yue, puzzled, asked, Mother, why do you tap it? To spread the spores, allowing it to reproduce more abundantly next year. This is what the locals taught me. We can't be certain of its accuracy, but we might as well learn. her mother replied. By midday, the two had filled another empty basket with a variety of mushrooms. Indeed, spring had arrived, bringing forth the mushrooms from their slumber. Let us head down. The bamboo fungus won't last much longer. As they made their way down the mountain, they encountered several villagers who halted upon seeing Li Qinghe and Lin Yue. Aunt Sanya, are you also up the mountain? Did you find any mushrooms? The one who spoke was a girl from the Lin family's branch. Li Qinghe smiled and replied, Yes, Hua, have you come to gather firewood? Lin Yue, burdened with the weight of mushrooms, noticed that Hua was unable to glimpse what was in Li Qinghe's basket. Previously, Lin Yue had felt invisible within her family, and even more so in Shanglin village. The villagers were aware of her existence, but were not familiar with her, creating a sense of solitude. By the way, Aunt San, it seems there is some commotion over at second uncle's house. Sanya's uncle was brought back by someone. And it's quite a scene, Hua suddenly recalled and shared with Li Qinghe. Chapter 33. A feast awaits. Upon hearing this, Li Qinghe and Lin Yue perked up. It appeared that the Wang family was quite capable, managing to bring Lin Daju back from town, promising a spectacle. Well then, Hua, we must take our leave. Thank you for sharing this news with me. Li Qinghe urged her daughter to hasten homeward. Lin Yue laughed, observing her mother's eagerness. Mother, are you so keen on witnessing the commotion? Li Qinghe playfully swatted her. What commotion? My basket of bamboo fungus is at risk of spoiling. We have no time to dawdle. Let us move. Upon their return to the courtyard, they found not only Lin Sanju but also Lin Mingjung and Lin Mingshan, who were learning to use tools under Sanju's guidance. 2 logs, which had somehow made their way back, lay in the yard. Lin Sanju greeted his returning family with a smile. You're back. There's warm water on the table inside. Lin Mingjung and Lin Mingshan stood up straight and politely greeted Aunt San Yu. Welcome back. Li Qinghe smiled and said, Welcome back, Mingjung and Mingshan. Do not stand on ceremony. Go on with your business. Lin Yue waved cheerfully. Eldest brother, third brother. Hello. Father, where did these logs come from? Lin Sanju explained. I asked Mingjung to buy them from Lin Shifeng's family in the village. They acquired that small mountain to the west and had plenty of seasoned wood, which I needed. I had them help me carry back 2 logs. I'll pay them later, dear wife. Li Qinghe's voice echoed from the house. Understood. How much silver did you spend? These 2 logs are enough to make 2 beds. One cost 201, Lin Sanju replied. Li Qinghe counted out 420 went to hand to Mingjung. Mingjung, please go pay them. Do not delay, lest they think we are uncouth. She despised being in debt, as it made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. Mingjung took the coins but noticed something was amiss. Aunt San, you've given me 20 when too many. Li Qinghe waved her hand dismissively. That's for you and Mingshan's labor. Carrying such hefty logs must have taken considerable effort, so take it. Both brothers shook their heads vigorously. Aunt San, I cannot accept it. If my parents find out I took your payment, they will surely punish me. Lin Sanju laughed at his nephews. Take it. I'll speak to your parents and ensure they do not chastise you. Reluctantly, the brothers accepted the coins after several refusals, feeling somewhat guilty. They had merely assisted their uncle in purchasing 2 logs and bringing them back, and receiving 20 when felt excessive, as if it burned their hands. The 2 brothers then busied themselves, eager to justify the value of the 20 when they had received. They diligently swept the courtyard and even watered the vegetable garden that Lin Yue had previously cultivated. Amused, Lin Yue watched her cousins, fully aware of their reluctance to take advantage of her mother's generosity. Remembering Hua's words, she asked Lin Mingshan, third brother. I heard from Hua that our uncle has returned. Have you heard anything? Upon hearing Lin Yue mention their uncle, Mingshan couldn't suppress a laugh. Yes, he has returned, but it was his old man who brought him back, and there's quite a stir at our grandfather's house. Who knows what our uncle did to provoke such anger from Uncle Gong? Such familial dynamics were both intimate and chaotic, creating an atmosphere of awkwardness. Lin Sanju overheard and smirked, but said nothing. Lin Mingjung, observing his uncle's expression, believed what his parents had told him. Indeed, their uncle had changed. Previously, he would have anxiously intervened, attempting to mediate, only to be scolded in the end. Thankfully, he had grown wiser. Lin Yue had no desire to witness the unfolding drama. She and her mother began stringing the several pounds of bamboo fungus they had collected onto slender sticks, inserting them into the ground of their courtyard to dry. The bamboo fungus, being hollow in the center, was best dried this way, ensuring thorough dehydration. They set aside some that had begun to rot, removing the spoiled parts for a midday feast of pork and bamboo fungus soup. As Li Qinghe prepared the meal, Lin Mingshan was ready to leave. But Lin Yue and Lin Sanju insisted he stay. Upon seeing the meat on the table, both Lin Mingzheng and Lin Mingshan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. In these times, a rural family enjoying a meal of meat was a rare luxury. During their earlier cohabitation, the first and fourth households would sneak off to enjoy meat while they, along with their Uncle S family, could either spend their own money to eat in town or wait for festivals or the monthly return of their uncle, when a meat dish was invariably prepared. However, with so many mouths to feed, each person would only receive a slice or two, and for the younger girls, like Deya and Sia, even getting a piece was a remarkable event. Yet today, Aunt San had prepared mushroom stir-fried pork and pork soup with mushrooms, 2 meat dishes, which was more than one would typically find during the New Year celebrations. Moreover, their grandmother was notoriously stingy, serving scant portions of meat, often relegating it to a mere side dish, while Aunt San ensured her dishes were well-balanced with both meat and vegetables. Lin Yue filled a bowl with steaming rice for her 2 cousins, a mixture of white and black rice. The white rice was cooling, while the black rice, being warming, balanced the coldness of the white rice, nourishing the spleen and stomach while aiding digestion. Lin Sanji watched the 2 children, who hesitated to sit down. Feeling a pang of sorrow, these children had clearly never encountered such a feast. They wished to eat but felt undeserving, acutely aware of the hardships of their impoverished upbringing and the rarity of a meat meal. Mingzheng, Mingshan, sit down and eat. Lin Mingzheng swallowed hard before sitting down with his younger brother, holding a bowl and cautiously taking a bite of rice, afraid to eat too greedily. He had never encountered such a lavish meal before, even during the grueling times of spring planting and autumn harvests. It was merely a mix of coarse grains. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue, observing the brothers' unease, felt a pang of sympathy in their hearts. Lin Yue could only urge her 2 older cousins, eldest brother, third brother, please eat up. If I finish first, there won't be any left for you, so hurry. The 2 brothers, Lin Mingzheng and Lin Mingshan, were served dishes by Lin Yue and her family in turns, without being allowed to lift a finger themselves. The table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, mushrooms stir-fried with meat, spicy stir-fried mustard greens with shredded pork, a cold dish of shredded cucumber, and a rib and bamboo fungus soup. The flavor of fresh bamboo fungus was incomparable to the dried variety. The fresh one was more delectable, with a tender texture that paired exquisitely with the milky white broth of the ribs, creating a truly delightful taste. Watching the 2 children eat, with tears welling in their eyes, Lin Sanju felt a pang of sadness as well. Eat heartily, don't hold back. If it's not enough, we can always make more. There's plenty of meat at home. Lin Mingzheng and Lin Mingshan bowed their heads, eating their rice amidst tears, savoring the most comforting meal they had ever had. Lin Mingzheng felt embarrassed as he overindulged, while the younger Lin Mingshan stuffed himself, his belly protruding, having not tasted such delectable food in ages. Initially hesitant, he eventually forgot his restraint and unwittingly ate too much. Chapter 34, Genuine Hearts Exchange. Just as they finished clearing the table, Lin Jing arrived with her sister Lin Ro. The meal was already over, and Lin Yu brought out the snacks she had purchased earlier. Eldest sister, Ro, come and have some snacks. They're delicious. Lin Yu handed each sister a piece. The elder sister, being more mature, knew the value of the treats and was reluctant to eat, so Lin Yu, without further persuasion, playfully stuffed it into her mouth. Oh, eldest sister, it's touched your saliva. No one else can eat it now, so you must finish it. Little Lin Ro clutched her snack like a mouse that had stolen grease, her eyes sparkling with delight. Third sister, can I eat it? Of course. It's yours to enjoy. Lin Yu watched as the little girl nibbled on the chestnut cake, her dark eyes shimmering with joy. Lin Yu felt a twinge of sadness, knowing that life was hard for rural girls in these times, and simply being able to eat their fill and stay warm was a blessing. Lin Jing carefully took her snack out of her mouth, broke it in half, and wrapped the clean half in her handkerchief, placing it in her sleeve before savoring the other half. Lin Ro leaned against her older sister and whispered, "Eldest sister, this snack is so delicious, sweet, and crumbly. It's the best thing I've ever eaten." Lin Jing shared her sentiment, smiling as she ruffled her sister's hair. "If you enjoy it, take your time to savor it and remember this taste. I'll buy it for you again in the future." Li Qinghe, Watching the sisters reluctant to finish their treats while noticing Mingzheng and Mingshan insisting they were full and unwilling to take more, shook her head in frustration. You all just eat. Don't worry about the money. That's for us adults to concern ourselves with. Children should act like children. Overthinking will only hinder your growth. Lin Mingzheng and Lin Jing exchanged shy smiles, both aware they were now adults capable of starting families, yet still felt like children in the eyes of their third aunt. However, being treated as children felt quite comforting. After enjoying snacks with their cousins, Lin Yue went to the fields to help plow the rice paddies. Feeling that after enjoying so much from the third uncle and aunt, it was only right to contribute their fair share for the delicious food they had consumed. The children, full of energy, worked diligently together, alternating with the wooden plow. Before nightfall, they managed to roughly plow 3 acres of rice fields. The cousins returned home, laughing and chatting, only to find that Li Qinghe had already prepared another meal. Lin Mingjing refused to eat at his third uncle's house, saying, "Auntie, your family's grain is not abundant. Mingshan and I can eat well enough. We shouldn't always take advantage of you. We'll eat at home." Li Qinghe recognized that the boy genuinely felt his siblings were taking advantage and did not insist on keeping them longer. She entered the kitchen and filled a plate with her stir-fried dishes, sweet bamboo shoots with pork and spicy shredded meat. "If you refuse to eat here, then I want to keep you. Take this back. Don't say no. This is for your parents. You had your meal, but your father and mother haven't eaten yet." Lin Mingzheng understood that his third aunt's insistence stemmed from her concern for them, so he silently accepted her kindness. "Thank you, Auntie. Don't mention it. Head back safely. Be careful in the dark. I want to accompany you. No need to see us off. It's just a short walk." On the way home, Lin Mingzheng spoke seriously to his brother and sister. "Next time we visit Uncle and Auntie, we must be more aware and help them with their work. Their family is small and Uncle is injured. Yaya is still a girl and quite young. For any laborious tasks, Mingshan and I will take care of it. Their family has a harder time than ours, yet they treat us so well. So remember their kindness and repay them in the future." Lin Mingshan nodded vigorously. "When I go gather firewood on the mountain, I'll bring a bundle for Uncle S family." Little Furia chimed in. "I'll go with eldest sister to dig wild vegetables and bring a basket for Auntie. They raise chickens and ducks, and wild vegetables can be fed to them." As they returned home with a plate of vegetables and meat, Lin Erju and Zhao Shi were astonished. "Where did you get these vegetables? And meat? Did your third uncle give them to you?" Lin Mingjing and the others felt a bit embarrassed to answer. Little Furia, being younger, simply told her mother, "Mom, it's from Auntie. Eldest brother and eldest sister couldn't refuse it. Auntie and uncle are so wonderful. When we went, they gave us snacks. It was the first time I've ever eaten something so delicious." Lin Mingshan added, "I had ribs and meat slices at Auntie's house for lunch. And I ate 3 big bowls of rice. It was the first time I felt so full." Noticing the increasingly peculiar expressions on their parents' faces, Lin Mingzheng pulled out the money from his pocket. "This money is the wooden tokens Auntie gave us. Besides the 20 coins I owe Lin Shifeng for tomorrow. The other 20 is Auntie's payment for Mingshan and me. I couldn't decline it." Lin Erju looked at the coins in his son's hand, filled with anger. "Mingjing, you're 16 now, old enough to marry. You only helped your third uncle carry 2 logs. How can you take your third aunt's money? 20 coins? We work our fingers to the bone in town for a day and barely earn that much. How can you be so thoughtless?" Zhao Shi was equally furious. "Your third uncle and aunt are struggling too. You're all grown up now, and instead of helping them, how can you accept money? How can you eat at your third uncle's house, eat so well, eat meat, and take back a plate of meat and vegetables?" As she spoke, her anger flared, and she struck both sons with a light punch, sparing her daughter, whom she couldn't bear to hit. "You all." Little Furia looked at her brothers with concern. "Mom and Dad, don't hit eldest brother and second brother. Auntie and uncle insisted on giving it. Besides." The little girl turned to her parents. "Dad, Mom. Auntie's family is not struggling. Uncle's family is better off than ours. Auntie doesn't mind giving us things. They wear new clothes, ready-made ones." "Ready-made clothes?" Zhao Shi looked at her little girl in surprise. "Furia, are you pulling my leg? Ready-made clothes are expensive. Your third aunt couldn't possibly afford so many." Zhao Shi was quite aware of the situation in the third household. If they had money, they wouldn't have borrowed 80 coins previously for old 3's medical treatment. Now that they have just separated, they divided 2 taels of silver, although the old man generously added 5 more. It is improbable that Li Yue would squander it on ready-made garments, for she is not one to mismanage her household. Lin Jing observed her mother with conviction. Mother, Aunt San truly wears ready-made clothes, which are quite different from those we make ourselves, and it is not even Aunt San's craftsmanship. Moreover, it has only been a few days since the separation. She has been exceedingly busy and could not possibly have produced 3 sets of clothing so swiftly. Zhao Shi, taken aback by her eldest daughter's assertion, gazed incredulously at her husband. What is the matter with the third family? Could it be they were deliberately concealing their wealth? Chapter 35. Crispy fried dough and lard soap. Lin Yue shook his head. That is impossible. You know well what sort of person the third is. If he had money, how could he allow Yaya to nearly fall ill? He even risked his life to venture into the mountains for medicine, almost losing his life in the process. Perhaps he merely stumbled upon some silver? Zhao Shi rolled her eyes at her husband's nonsense. Could you please speak sensibly? Who in our village could lose such a substantial sum and remain silent about it? If it were you, wouldn't you be howling like a banshee? Not wanting to dwell on the perplexities, Zhao Shi, with her thick skin, never troubles herself and only focuses on her own family. Regardless, we must lead our lives well. She then admonished her children, even if your Uncle San's family is wealthy, you must not presume upon their hospitality or expect to take advantage of them. We can only take what we can handle. It is disgraceful to take advantage of others. It will earn us scorn, do you understand? If your uncle and Aunt San wish to treat you well, it is out of their affection as elders, but you must also be considerate and grateful, do you comprehend? Yes, mother, we will certainly be mindful in the future, Lin Mingzheng and the others promised earnestly. Very well, wash your hands and come to dinner. This dish smells delightful. And I must confess I lack such culinary skills. The following day, the family busied themselves with their respective tasks. Lin Sanju was sawing wood to prepare for a bed, while Lin Mingzheng came to assist and learn, having informed Li Qinghe beforehand. Aunt San, I will not stay for dinner at your house. Li Qinghe instantly recognized that his parents had chastised him and did not insist. Very well, I will not keep you for dinner. Lin Mingzheng felt relieved and began to lend a hand to his uncle while absorbing lessons. His uncle had previously engaged in woodworking, though not as proficiently as now. It seemed he had acquired skills in every facet. Noticing his confusion, Lin Sanju offered no explanation but simply remarked, in the past, with just a saw and an axe, what could one accomplish? Look here, these are tools your Aunt San purchased for me. Impressive, aren't they? Lin Mingzheng glanced at his uncle's tools and nodded. Indeed, uncle. You are now well equipped with an array of tools. Aunt San is truly good to you. These must have cost a considerable amount of silver. Indeed. Your Aunt San is exceptionally kind to me. We owe our gratitude to her and Yaya, as it is their earnings that funded these tools. Otherwise, we would have no extra money for such purchases. Though Lin Mingzheng was curious about how Aunt San and Yaya earned their money, he refrained from asking, knowing well what was appropriate to inquire and what was best left unsaid. To press for details would feel akin to coercing his uncle into revealing the family's means of income, a notion he could not entertain. He admired their ability to earn, but felt no envy or covetousness, only a sense of pride in their accomplishments. Li Qinghe closely observed her nephew's demeanor, noting his lack of curiosity, questions, or probing expressions. She nodded in satisfaction. This child possessed a commendable character, indicating that the education from the second household was indeed commendable. Her judgment had not been amiss. The mannerisms and conduct of a child often reveal the quality of their upbringing, for it is rare for a poor bamboo to yield fine shoots. A child's excellence often reflects the influence of their parents' guidance. At that moment, Lin Yue was in the kitchen rendering lard, both because the household's cooking oil was running low and because she intended to produce some soap. The family required soap for washing hands, hair, bathing, and even for cleaning dishes. Initially, they used wood ash for washing dishes, later switching to the soap berry that her mother found in the mountains, and for bathing and washing hair, they utilized soapwort water, which proved inconvenient. Now that there were fewer pressing tasks at home, and with ample provisions, she finally had the time and inclination to engage in these activities. After thoroughly cleansing the 10 pounds of pork lard, she boiled it in water, adding ginger slices to counteract the odor. While it was unnecessary for their own consumption, it was essential for soap making, lest the lard soap emit an unpleasant scent. The fat content of pork lard ranges from 40 to 60%, from 10 pounds. Approximately 5 pounds of lard can be rendered. As the lard simmered in the iron pot, the pieces of pork fat gradually shrink, turning a golden brown as the fats were fully extracted, at which point she could retrieve the crispy fried bits using a slotted spoon. These crispy morsels, seasoned with salt or sugar, are best enjoyed fresh out of the pot, crispy, fragrant, and delightful, perfect for stir-frying vegetables or filling dumplings and buns. The aroma of the fried delicacies wafted throughout the yard, causing Lin Sanju to swallow hard in anticipation. Lin Yue brought out a small bowl of the crispy fried bits, sweetened with sugar. Father, brother, please try these freshly made treats. They are delicious while hot. Mingjung, fetch a ladle of water for your uncle to wash his hands. Let us indulge in this together. It has been quite some time since we enjoyed these crispy morsels. Their fragrance is irresistible. Lin Mingjung went to fetch the water, and Lin Yue turned to her father with a request. Father, please make me 2 molds. I wish to make lard soap. Very well. I shall make them for you shortly. Lin Sanju readily agreed, having crafted handmade molds for his daughter on many occasions. While Lin Sanju prepared the molds, Lin Yue began gathering the necessary ingredients for soap making: soap berries and wood ash. Soap berries, a herbaceous plant, contain abundant saponins in their fruit, serving as a natural cleaning agent. Much like soapwort, both are herbal plants suitable for soap production. The fruit of the soap berry contains black seeds, and to assess their quality, one need only shake the fruit. If they rattle, they are good. She carefully cut the soap berries and rinsed the pulp for later use. In the absence of sodium hydroxide, she would need to create her own, using commonly found raw materials like wood ash. The ash left over from cooking and heating serves not only as fertilizer, but can also be easily sifted and mixed with clean water. After allowing it to settle for several hours, she could use the clear liquid that rose to the top. With all the necessary components prepared, she was ready to make soap. In her earlier days of creating short videos, she had experimented with handmade soap and even studied ancient soap-making techniques, blending various oils and herbs to produce soaps with diverse functions: facial soaps, bathing soaps, and shampoos. With that foundational experience, the process now felt less cumbersome. She placed the soap berries into a discarded ceramic pot, added water, and boiled them until the liquid thickened, straining it multiple times to remove impurities. The lard also required filtering several times to eliminate residue. After all, one ought to be meticulous about the quality of their own products. She used fine linen cloth for filtering, as she had no filter paper available. The proportions of lard, soapberry water, and alkaline water were ones she had previously experimented with. Although she did not have an electronic scale to measure precisely, she had a good sense of the ratios. She combined the soapberry water with the several times filtered alkaline water, which still bore a slight yellow hue, and added a pinch of fine salt to enhance the soap's hardness and prolong its shelf life. As the alkaline water reacted to the addition of water, it produced heat, compelling her to stir with utmost caution. Chapter 36. Unexpected Dangers. Once the lard was added, she embarked on a lengthy process, stirring in one direction until the mixture thickened and became resistant, at which point it was ready to be poured into the molds. Lin Sanju crafted a dozen molds, each the size of a palm, into which he poured a viscous liquid. After a gentle shake to eliminate air bubbles, he set them in a cool, well-ventilated place, allowing them to cure for 2 days before demolding. Due to the inherent instability of handmade soap, the initial batches were unsuitable for use, particularly for washing the face or hair, as they contained alkaline chemicals that posed a risk of irritation and corrosion to the skin. Therefore, it was imperative to wait at least a month for the harmful substances to dissipate and for the soap to stabilize before use. In the past, pH testing strips were available, but now lacking such tools, one had to rely solely on experience. As for lard soap, its intrinsic properties imparted an unpleasant odor, necessitating an extended curing period to allow the scent to dissipate, thus rendering it more pleasant and safer for use. On the 3rd day after the lard soap was completed, Lin Yue, after having lunch, carefully demolded the soap and observed it with a nod of satisfaction. Although the color was not particularly appealing, its shape and hardness were commendable. She placed the soap on a shelf beneath the north-facing window, where it would be well ventilated yet shielded from sunlight, ensuring it would be ready for use in a month. She envisioned a prosperous future, planning to test the soap's marketability in the county town once its safety was confirmed. If the response proved favorable, their financial troubles would soon be alleviated. With newfound wealth, she aspired to purchase land, which could either be cultivated or leased out. She dreamed of buying poultry for her father, enabling him to re-enter the workforce, and acquiring a mountain for her mother, abundant in wild medicinal herbs, with hopes of opening a pharmacy. As for herself, she wished to continue her culinary explorations. Such a life seemed idyllic. Yet the most meticulously laid plans are often upended by unexpected events. Life is unpredictable. Even the very nature of existence can be capricious. Just as Lin Yue anticipated the commencement of spring plowing, with the rice seedlings sprouting and ready for transplanting, her mother fortuitously discovered a wild goat that had been shot and called her to assist in retrieving it. The two of them nearly found themselves in a precarious situation. "Mother, can we really take a creature that others have hunted?" Lin Yue queried as they traversed the mountains, carrying a heavy basket filled with hemp rope and a machete. Li Qinghe had finished her household chores and ventured into the mountains to forage for mushrooms and commonly used medicinal herbs. During her search, she stumbled upon wild purple Ganoderma, known for its medicinal properties and high market value. She encountered several decaying maple trees, bearing a modest quantity of purple Ganoderma, but most were not yet mature. She collected only the fully matured specimens with spores and left the rest to grow. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she fortuitously marked her path to avoid getting lost. Her luck improved when she reached a rocky cliff where she discovered wild dendrobium, a plant now considered protected in later times. The opportunity to encounter wild specimens filled her with joy, as they were vastly superior to cultivated varieties. Here, she could delve into some ancient recipes which had become inaccessible in modern times due to the conservation regulations surrounding certain flora and fauna. However, her excitement waned when she realized she could only reach the edge of the cliff. The plants below were out of her grasp. With no choice but to return and call her daughter for assistance, she acknowledged that her daughter had become the backbone of their family, no longer needing to shield her from every hardship. In a world where women had to strive harder than men to gain recognition, there were limitations to what they could assist her with. On their way back, they fortuitously encountered another wild goat that had succumbed to its wounds. This goat, likely injured but not dead upon being shot, had sought refuge in a secluded area before finally perishing. When Li Qinghe spotted it, the goat's body was still warm, suggesting it had died recently. The creature was quite plump, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, and goat meat was known for its excellent flavor and nutritional value. It seemed illogical to leave such a bounty for wild beasts. However, burdened with a basket full of mushrooms and herbs and lacking a rope, she found it impossible to transport the goat back. Yet, the prospect of abandoning such a valuable source of meat and hide to the wilderness felt like a waste. Li Qinghe smiled at her daughter. "You are still too honest. The treasures of the mountains are meant for those who are fortunate enough to find them. We haven't stolen or robbed. If someone comes looking for it, we can always return it. It's better than letting it spoil here." The two soon arrived at the concealed location of the goat. Although the arrow wound on its neck was not fatal, excessive bleeding had led to its demise. Lin Yue, however, instinctively focused on the arrow itself, meticulously examining its shaft and fletching before swiftly extracting the arrowhead for closer inspection. Seeing her daughter's increasingly serious demeanor, Li Qinghe felt a swell of anxiety. "What's wrong, Yue? Have you discovered something? Is the arrow poisoned?" Lin Yue shook her head, her expression grave and tense. "Mother, this arrow is suspicious. The person who shot this goat is certainly not from our village. They may even be a spy from another country. Look at the inscriptions on the shaft. They are written in a foreign script. Moreover, this arrow is not something an ordinary villager would possess. The arrowhead and shaft are made of fine iron, materials unavailable to our local hunters. We must descend the mountain immediately." Trusting her daughter's instincts, Li Qinghe did not hesitate, abandoning the goat and urging her daughter to flee. However, they had scarcely taken 2 steps when they heard a rough voice speaking in an unintelligible language. Lin Yue and her mother exchanged a glance of fear, their hair standing on end as the sounds drew nearer. They had no choice but to retreat behind the large rock where Li Qinghe had concealed the goat. Just as they crouched behind the stone, they heard rustling noises followed by the sound of trickling water. Li Qinghe's face tightened with regret and fear. She lamented having brought her daughter up the mountain. How could they be so unfortunate as to encounter spies from another land? Their family had only just begun to find stability, and now they were in peril. Lin Yue felt a surge of panic. They were mere ordinary folk, lacking any extraordinary abilities or martial prowess to defend themselves. How could she ensure their safe return home? In her haste, she inadvertently grazed her hand against a jagged rock, though she quickly stifled any cries of pain. Nevertheless, the noise startled the individuals on the opposite side of the stone. Lin Yue and Li Qinghe's expressions shifted dramatically, and as Li Qinghe gripped her machete, Lin Yue held the arrow in her hand, both prepared to fight for their lives, when suddenly Lin Yue smiled. Chapter 37. A Sudden Change. There is no shame in self-preservation. In her hand appeared 2 electric batons, leaving Li Qinghe astonished. Before she could utter a word, Lin Yue handed her one, and Li Qinghe promptly grasped it, both bracing themselves for confrontation. The 2 burly foreign men, who had been urinating beside the rock, suddenly became alert, hastily fastening their trousers and exchanging glances before drawing their curved knives, preparing to flank the stone. Trembling with fear, Li Qinghe and Lin Yue steeled themselves for survival, crouching low as they saw black boots approaching their line of sight. In a moment of instinct, both mother and daughter struck fiercely at the approaching legs with their electric batons. In the shadows they lay, while the enemy stood exposed in the light. The 2 scouts from the southern border initially believed they were merely encountering a wild beast, dismissing the danger entirely. In their negligence, they fell prey to Lin Yue and her mother, who struck them with a stun baton. This device, though not lethal, rendered its victims instantly incapacitated, leaving them wholly paralyzed. The moment they were struck, they felt a numbing sensation enveloping their bodies, and before they could utter a scream, another blow landed squarely on their abdomen. One of the men, who had knelt due to the paralysis in his legs, collapsed completely. Lin Yue and Li Qinghe remained vigilant, swiftly targeting the carotid arteries of the assailants. The 2 robust men, frothing at the mouth, slumped over and lost consciousness. Suppressing her trembling fear, Lin Yue turned to her mother, who remained notably composed. Yeah, do not be afraid. We are merely acting in self-defense. Lin Yue nodded vigorously. Mother, I understand. We must leave quickly. We have no idea how many more there might be. If they discover the absence of these 2, they will assuredly search for them. Moreover, we are so close to Shanglin village, we must hide immediately or we will be in grave danger. Li Qinghe recognized the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she grasped her daughter's hand and urged her to descend the mountain. Let us hurry, we must fetch your father and head towards the county. Lin Yue shared the same sentiment. When lives were at stake, there was no time for hesitation. Yet, as she glanced at the wild goat and the 2 fallen men, a thought struck her. Wait, mother. The curved knives and daggers on these men are valuable. They even have bows and arrows. We should take them for our own protection. Li Qinghe disagreed. Yeah, we cannot carry all that. Survival is our priority. Nevertheless, Lin Yue performed a sleight of hand, collecting the goat, the curved knives, the daggers, and the bows and arrows, even rummaging through the pockets of the 2 men to seize their pouches of money. Quickly, mother, we must not linger. She urged her stunned mother to flee. Only then did Li Qinghe snap back to reality, recalling the stun baton her daughter had produced. Though taken aback, she surmised the situation, knowing now was not the time for conversation. Survival was paramount. Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, the 2 men who had been electrocuted were discovered by a group of black-clad individuals speaking in a foreign tongue. They scrutinized the unconscious forms. What method is this? No wounds, yet they lie unconscious. Could they have been drugged? The leader's gaze darkened. It seems we have encountered a formidable adversary. We have been compromised. The villagers near the foot of the mountain must have noticed their absence. We shall act before nightfall. Yes, sir. Even if they had not been exposed, they would not spare the villages along their path. When Lin Yue and Li Qinghe returned home, they were breathless, as if pursued by wolves. Lin Sanju, seeing their disheveled state, quickly rose. What happened? Why are you both so out of breath? Drink some water. After a sip, Lin Yue hurriedly recounted the events on the mountain. Father, we must flee immediately. Those men are ruthless killers. If they discover the 2 missing men, our entire village will be in peril. While Lin Sanju was shocked, he remained composed, having experienced much in his life. We cannot simply escape. That would make us obvious targets. If, as you say, the men on the mountain are already watching the village exit, the first to flee will become the prey. And we would be doomed. What should we do then? Are we to sit here and await our demise? Lin Yue's frustration bubbled over. Li Qinghe quickly regained her composure. Your father is right. We must inform the villagers, especially the clan leader of the Lin family, regardless of their decision. There is strength in numbers. Our survival depends on it. Indeed, yeah. You must understand the power of kinship. Even if we choose to flee, we cannot do so alone. At the very least, we should summon your second uncle's family, and ideally, unite more allies. We know nothing of the local dynamics. We must be among the crowd to ensure our safety. Though Lin Yue was terrified and wished she could hide in a burrow, she understood her parents would not lead her astray. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to their wisdom. Can't we hide? Shanglin village is vast. Surely we could dig a cellar in some nook where they wouldn't find us? Lin Sanzu and Li Qinghe exchanged glances, weighing the implications. Lin Yue, first and foremost. Since we are aware of this situation, we cannot feign ignorance and only look after ourselves. Moreover, can you truly stand by as nearly 100 families in Shanglin village remain blissfully unaware of impending doom? Lin Yue could not bear the thought. Her fear for her family's safety overwhelmed her. I understand. Father and mother, I was selfish. Li Qinghe embraced her daughter gently, whispering, selfishness is a human trait. Everyone has their moments of selfishness. However, we must not be ensnared by it. Yeah, in the face of life itself, all else must yield. Seeing that his daughter had grasped the gravity of her earlier thoughts, Lin Sanju addressed his wife. Qinghe, go find your second brother's family. I will take Yaya to the clan leader's house. We must not alarm too many people. Have your second brother gather essential belongings. If nothing occurs after tonight, we can breathe easier. If trouble arises, our future will be uncertain. Li Qinghe understood Lin Sanju's intent, her expression taut as she nodded. I understand. You both go quickly. Suddenly, Lin Yue halted. Let us gather our own belongings first, father and mother. I have an advantage. Our customized RV is still here. I sensed it on the mountain earlier. Look. She retrieved cherries from the RV, the very ones she and her mother had been enjoying before the incident. Li Qinghe recalled this detail, while Lin Sanju was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wide grin upon seeing his daughter retrieve items from the RV. Excellent. This is fortuitous. At least we have an escape route. Let us gather our food supplies, clothing, bedding, and cooking utensils. We need not worry about anything else. Following her father's instructions, Lin Yue gathered pots, pans, grains, and even the freshly made soap. The trio dispersed to act, with Lin Sanju concerned that the clan leader might not believe them, prompting Lin Yue to produce the arrows. Meanwhile, Li Qinghe headed to the home of Lin Erju. Chapter 38. Informing and Preparing. Lin Sanju and Lin Yue arrived at the village center, where the Lin clan leader resided. The leader was one of the wealthiest in Shanglin village, hailing from the ancestral line of the Lin family. His home was one of the few brick-tiled houses in the village, a 5-room courtyard, though sparsely populated. As he had only one son who had not achieved much in his studies and thus remained at home, living comfortably off the family estate. The arrival of Lin Sanju and Lin Yue surprised the 50-year-old clan leader, Lin Qingyang. Sanju, what brings you here? Come in quickly. Lin Sanju had a good reputation in Shanglin village. Although he was often criticized for being overly honest, the elders appreciated his diligent, unassuming nature. Understanding the urgency, Lin Sanju wasted no time on pleasantries and immediately displayed the arrows. Clan uncle, I have an urgent matter. My wife and daughter went to the mountains to gather mushrooms and stumbled upon a wild goat that had been shot. They thought to bring it home as a contribution. But look at these arrows. They are not of a type that our hunters in Shanglin village possess. The tips are forged from fine iron, barbed on both ends. These are used by soldiers, are they not? Furthermore, there are inscriptions on the shafts. Do these characters resemble those of our Great Wei dynasty? Lin Sanju handed over the arrow, and Lin Qingyang, initially indifferent, was jolted to his feet as if struck by lightning upon hearing his words. He was literate and squinted his aging eyes to scrutinize the characters, his expression darkening with each passing moment. This must be the script of the southern savages. How could such an arrow possibly appear on our Yunwu mountain? The old man was no fool. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be spies? Our Yunwu mountain borders the southern regions. Have the savages stealthily traversed the perilous Yunwu mountain to infiltrate our Great Wei territory? What could they be scheming? Lin Sanju had no time to ponder his analysis. His unease grew more intense. Uncle, those individuals are armed curved sabers, daggers, bows, and arrows. It's clear their intentions are malicious. With Shanglin village so near to Yunwu mountain, countless women and children venture up the mountain daily to gather pig grass and forage for mushrooms and wild vegetables. If they encounter these intruders, they are unlikely to return. They had crossed the border undetected, surely without alarming the county magistrate or the garrison. Thus, we would become their targets. Should they seek to infiltrate the county town or the provincial city, none of us would escape. Lin Qingyang, in a frenzy, echoed his fears. What are we to do? What can we do? There is only one town magistrate, and he is unarmed. He has no regard for our plight. Observing his uncle's anxiousness without any viable plan, Lin Sanju's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a mosquito. Lin Yue, desperate to act, wished she could sprout wings and flee. She had no patience to linger with him. Grandfather, we must secretly gather the able-bodied men of the clan to devise a plan and prepare in advance. Since we cannot rely on others, we must depend on ourselves. Will we unite to repel the invaders or hastily pack our belongings and flee? In any case, as the clan leader, you must make a decision swiftly. Time is of the essence. It is already late in the hour, and once night falls, we will be like pigs on a chopping block at the mercy of others. Among those intruders are archers. Think carefully. Even if you manage to escape, you might become a living target before you even leave the village. Lin Qingyang was taken aback, momentarily stunned, as he realized that Lin Yue, a mere girl of barely a decade, could articulate such thoughts. Meanwhile, his son Lin Shanfeng emerged, frowning as he reprimanded Lin Yue. Elders are speaking. A mere girl should not interject. And who do you think you are to speak so boldly? Your words sound as if you were one of those intruders. You are truly self-righteous. Sanju, you must educate this child properly to preserve the Lin family's reputation. Lin Sanju's eyes narrowed, his expression icy as he regarded Lin Shanfeng with a piercing gaze. My daughter is quite capable and does not require your unsolicited advice. I see that after so many years of study, your knowledge has gone to waste. No wonder you cannot even pass the lowest examinations. At your age, you are outdone by a girl, and yet you dare to speak here with such arrogance. Uncle, I have spoken my piece. The rest is for you to consider. If you deem this inconsequential, then let us debate the rules and decorum. When the clan faces disaster, I shall see how you will account for it. Phew. Let us go. As they departed, Lin Sanju did not forget to take the arrow from Lin Qingyang's hands. Lin Sanju, pulling his daughter along, exited, leaving Lin Shanfeng with a countenance as grim as if he had just consumed something foul. Father, has Lin Sanju lost his mind to speak to me that way? Though Lin Qingyang thought that Lin Yue's interruption was somewhat inappropriate, the urgency of the situation rendered her words sensible. Yet his son, without regard for the situation, had directly offended her. He slapped his ineffectual son. You only know how to leverage my name to bluster. Who do you think you are? The situation is dire. And you still speak so brazenly, oblivious to reality. Wife, gather our belongings. We must prepare without delay. Lin Qingyang contemplated for a moment before dispatching his son. You go, summon the heads of every household in the village. Do not create a commotion. Just inform them that I have urgent matters to discuss. Be swift. Lin Shanfeng, despite his reluctance, knew he must heed his father's command. His face drawn as he went to call the villagers, thinking his father had become senile, placing faith in the words of a mere girl. What savages? What spies? Such fabrications were nonsensical. Yungu Mountain was fraught with danger, wolves, bears, and more, who could safely emerge from the depths of the mountains. Even the fiercest savages were merely men with limbs. It was truly alarmist rhetoric. Due to his disbelief, he embellished his message with his own subjective views, leading to widespread skepticism. Few believed his words, and those who went to Lin Qingyang's home did so merely out of respect for his position as clan leader. Many households chose not to respond at all, resulting in a tragic fate for Shanglin village, nearly leading to the annihilation of the entire clan. Lin Sanju and Lin Yue, infuriated, went directly to Lin Erju's home. The Lin Erju family was in the fields, with only Lin Jing and Lin Ro at home preparing a meal. Li Qing he had no choice but to send Lin Xia to summon people. The little girl was swift on her feet. When Lin Erju and his family returned, Li Qing he instructed Lin Jing to pack their belongings. Though bewildered, Lin Jing complied obediently. When Lin Erju returned, Lin Jing and Li Qing he had already gathered the essential items. As he pondered the situation, Lin Sanju arrived with Lin Yue. Second brother, second sister-in-law. To be brief, we have spies from foreign lands in the mountains. Qing he and you encountered them. They are armed with knives and bows. We are in peril. These individuals kill without hesitation. We must make preparations, or we may not survive. What? Zhao Shi exclaimed, bewildered. Do not frighten me, second brother. This is no jest. Lin Erju and Zhao Shi were left dumbfounded, as if struck by a stone to the back of their heads. They found it hard to believe Lin Sanju's words, as ordinary folk. They were unaware of spies or savages. Lin Yue, seeing that her second uncle's family could not comprehend the gravity of the situation, thought of the nearby Gao hunter. Elder brother, go fetch the Gao hunter. He is a hunter and surely knows the differences in bows and arrows. Second uncle, if you do not trust our words, you must believe him. Chapter 39. Better to err on the side of caution than to let a threat slip away. Lin Mingjung, though equally bewildered, did not see the Sanju family as jesters. In a state of panic, he rushed next door and pulled the Gao hunter, who had just returned home, into their midst. What is happening here? What are you brothers up to? The Gao hunter was robust and dark-skinned, and though he was confused, he was not angry. Uncle Gao, this is serious. Take a look at this arrow. It bears the script of foreign lands. Lin Yue handed the arrow to the Gao hunter, who took it in bewilderment. Upon glancing at it, his eyes widened. Where did you get this arrow? Such things cannot be found in ordinary places. The arrowhead is forged from fine iron, and it bears markings. This resembles something used in a military camp. We common folk could not afford such a weapon. The faces of Lin Erju and Zhao Shi paled. As true villagers, they had never encountered such a situation before. What are we to do? Third brother, sister-in-law, what should we do? Zhao Shi's legs felt weak. Li Qing, he grasped her hand. Second sister-in-law, you have 4 children. You cannot give in to fear. You must stand strong. Zhao Shi looked at her 2 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom wore expressions of terror. Instantly, she straightened up. Yes, I cannot be afraid. I have my children. The Gao hunter stood by, equally bewildered. But he sensed the gravity of the situation. What is going on, Sanju? Do not keep me in the dark. Lin Sanju understood that the Gao hunter had 3 strong sons. If they could unite, their chances of survival would increase. Thus, he recounted the events in meticulous detail. Brother Gao, we have scouts from the barbarians on the mountain. My wife and daughter encountered them while ascending. Those individuals were armed. And we are stationed at the foot of the mountain. Do you think they will spare us? Gao the hunter's expression darkened. Spare us? The barbarians regard us as mere livestock. Once they descend, they will inevitably pass through our village. They would prefer to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. This declaration cast a pall over the hearts of those present. Gao the hunter clenched his fists tightly. The sun has already set. Even if we wish to flee, it would be too late. We can only wait. Wait for what? Lin Erju trembled in fear. We wait for nightfall, for them to descend. For now, we can only hide and leave it to fate. Those armed with knives should brandish them, and those with clubs should wield them. With luck, we may evade disaster. Without it, we will all perish. Lin Mingjing, still youthful, widened his eyes. Can't we fight back? Fight back? With what will you fight? Gao retorted. Those who dare to be scouts are fearless and reckless. They're promised compensation for their deaths and opportunities for riches if they survive. In such circumstances, even seasoned soldiers in the army would find it a gamble. What hope do we have? Furthermore, they possess superior weaponry, making slaughter as easy as slicing through melons. What do you propose we use to contend with them? After finishing his words, Gao the hunter prepared to depart, but Lin Sanju stopped him. Brother Gao, could we not hide together? Even if discovered, we could muster a fight. He knew this suggestion was somewhat unreasonable, yet he felt compelled to try. Gao surveyed the Lin family. He was reluctant, for their household had many men, but only 1 child and 2 women. Even if they were discovered, the 4 men could put up a fight. However, the Lin family had too many women, all children, and bringing them along would only be a burden. Yet this news came from Lin Sanju. Lin Yue, in truth, wished to remain uninvolved. It was not selfishness, but rather that with her own family of 3, and her electric baton in hand, their chances of survival were significantly higher. However, being with these individuals was uncertain. Yet her father was correct. They could not focus solely on the present. Unless all the barbarians were killed or there were no more barbarians to come, they would eventually have to leave. Even if they survived tonight, once the fighting began, they could not remain in this border region. If they were to flee, it would be perilous for just the 3 of them. Brother Gao, we want to be a burden. Lin Yue stepped aside, lifting a water vat with surprising strength. Gao the hunter's eyes lit up. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Lin Mingshan and Lin Mingjung straightened up. We want to be a burden. We can fight. Lin Yue observed her cousin's demeanor, her confidence swelling. Brother Gao, should we be fortunate enough to survive tonight, we will surely leave this place. Wherever we go, safety in numbers is paramount. Wouldn't you agree? Gao the hunter's expression was complex. The girl was astute. He nodded. You are quite clever. That old man from the Lin family is blind to your potential. I will agree to your proposal. Gather your things and come to my house. I have a brick home with high stone walls. If the barbarians truly arrive, there's also a cellar in the back. We shall fight together. As Lin Yue and the others prepared, the figures in black on the mountain had already gathered. Leading them was a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes. Not particularly tall, but exuding an undeniable presence, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. 500 from the vanguard camp, in groups of 50. Once we descend, leave no survivors in any village. Remember, not a single soul must escape. Should our Lord's grand design be compromised, it will be your heads on the line. Archers, guard the exits of every village. Should anyone attempt to flee, eliminate them without hesitation. Once we have silenced everyone, we will conceal ourselves in the woods outside Songnong County until I signal. Yes, Lord Gru. The 500 swiftly organized into their teams, each comprising archers, frontline scouts, and rear guards, all performing their roles with the precision of rigorous training. As night fell, the 6 teams of black-clad figures departed, while the man named Gru led 10 men directly towards Songnong County. Time swiftly passed to the late hours of the day, and darkness enveloped the land. The black-clad figures at the foot of the mountain rose, gazing at the flickering candlelight in the distant village, bloodthirsty grins spreading across their faces. What could the women of the Wei dynasty possibly feel? How do they compare to our southern girls? Haha, we'll find out soon enough. Let us focus. We must not disappoint our Lord's instructions. Beware the whip of the disciplined camp. You're always so cautious, Salong. Don't stretch your neck so far. The 50 men moved quietly yet swiftly. As they entered the village, the sound of barking dogs erupted. Gao the hunter's family had a wolf dog. But to prevent it from alerting the intruders, Lin Yue persuaded them to bind its mouth with rags. At this moment, in the cellar, Gao's 7 and Lin's 9 were all huddled together, the entrance blocked with grain. The wolf dog, named Black Wolf, whimpered, its fur standing on end. Gao the hunter's own hairs stood on end. Someone is coming. This reaction from Black Wolf is only seen when it senses prey or a formidable foe. Chapter 40, Not a Burden, Prepared to Fight. At this moment, every person in the cellar gripped their weapons, poised for battle, their bodies tense. Gao the hunter and his 3 sons held spear-like implements, crafted from birch poles and palm-sized tri-pointed heads. Their weapons were custom-made by Gao Dali himself. The shafts cut from birch trees in the mountains, carbonized and assembled by him. As hunters, venturing into the mountains for game was perilous. Bows were for hunting, while spears served as self-defense against large game like wild boars, where bows would prove ineffective. This spear was a potent weapon, capable of both ranged and close combat, and its design was something Gao Dali had witnessed during his military service. Even Gao the hunter's wife, Aunt Fong, wielded an axe, while Zhao Dongmei, the eldest son's wife, sheltered her 2-year-old son behind her mother-in-law. Lin Yue and her mother, Li Qinghe, held baseball bats made of chicken wing wood, with another electric baton hidden in one sleeve. The wooden bats would not raise suspicions, but the electric batons, upon closer inspection, would reveal themselves as foreign and could only be used for stealth attacks, needing to remain concealed. Lin Sanju brandished a curved knife, the very one Lin Yue had previously acquired. It was sharp and well-suited for defense or offense. There were only 2 electric batons, and Lin Sanju had entrusted them to his wife and daughter, ensuring they had a means of protection. His concussion had not fully healed, yet the moment of life and death had arrived, leaving him no time for hesitation. Lin Erju's family stood at the forefront, wielding hoes and cleavers, while Zhao held a kitchen knife, her face pale with fear, yet she remained resolute in shielding her child. Lin Jing, inherently timid, had managed to stand despite her fright, grasping the hand of her younger sister, tears welling in her eyes. The 2 sisters clutched rolling pins, their fear unspoken, biting their lips to suppress their trembling bodies, striving to avoid becoming a burden. Lin Jing, Xia, and the daughter-in-law of the Gao family clutched their children, hiding at the rear, while in front stood the 4 men of the Gao family alongside Lin Erju and his 2 sons, as well as Lin Sanju. Behind them were their wives and children, who, though filled with fear, were resolute in their determination to protect their loved ones, even at the cost of their own lives, standing firm until their very last breath. The Gao family and the Lin families, being distanced from the heart of Shanlin village, were the closest to the misty Yunjian mountain. Thus, only 2 cloaked figures had arrived to carry out the grim task. Upon breaching the unguarded threshold of Lin Sanju's home, the intruders, believing the family merely absent, were met with an unforeseen predicament. As they leapt over the courtyard wall, their feet sank into the mud, thoroughly soaked from the combined efforts of the 3 families, causing them to tumble unceremoniously. When they finally regained their footing, they were caked in mud, eyes gleaming with fury and malice, vowing to dismember the family. Unbeknownst to them, they had yet to realize the gravity of their miscalculation. They assumed it was mere happenstance that the family had vanished. However, as they scoured the Gao family's premises without finding anyone, nor even a trace of valuables, their suspicions inevitably began to stir. Could it be that the family had foreseen their intentions of slaughtering the village and concealed themselves away? But what did it matter? Where could they possibly hide? With watchful eyes at the village entrance and their comrades stationed on the mountain, the family had nowhere to flee, save for the depths of a mouse hole. Otherwise, death awaited them. The 2 men, armed with curved blades, advanced to the back courtyard, inching closer to the cellar, while chaos reigned in Shanlin village. Some heeded Lin Qingyang's warnings, while others remained skeptical, leaving them utterly unprepared. For the barbaric invaders, slaying them was as effortless as slaughtering chicks. Those who had taken precautions attempted to flee, yet within mere steps of the village entrance, they were struck down by arrows, their throats slit and their bodies discarded in obscurity. The air in Shanlin village was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with the cacophony of barking dogs, crowing chickens, and squealing pigs, rising to a fever pitch, gradually interspersed with the terrified screams and cries for help from women and children alike. However, this calamity was not confined to Shanlin village alone. It also spread to Xiaolin village below and several others along the route to the county seat, where most had already met their demise. At this juncture, the 2 intruders from the Gao household stood at the cellar entrance, brandishing their curved knives. "I can smell something peculiar. This must be the hiding place of that family," one of them asserted. "Shall we see if it's true?" The occupants of the cellar fell silent, only Lin Yue quickly grasping the situation. They intended to set fire. Although her voice was soft, it resonated with urgency, and a wave of panic surged among the others. "What shall we do?" Lin Yue's mother wiped the cold sweat from her brow. "This cellar has 2 exits. We can escape through the back when they throw in their torches. Our fate now rests upon our own luck." With no other options left, Lin Yue clutched tightly to her parents. Lin Sanju gently stroked his daughter's head, while Lin Qinghe comfortingly wrapped an arm around her shoulders. The family of 3 silently reassured one another. Before long, the wooden planks of the cellar were wrenched aside, and 2 torches were abruptly hurled down. The elder Gao kicked open the northern cellar door, and despite knowing they might never return, the men gritted their teeth and charged out. As Lin Sanju surged forth, Lin Yue followed closely, armed with an electric baton and her petite frame, hoping to lend assistance. Her mother had already entrusted her baton to her father, who was capable of self-defense. The elder Gao had already discerned that only 2 pairs of footsteps approached, which fueled their resolve to take a gamble. They couldn't simply suffocate within the confines of the cellar. The overconfident intruders failed to check how many exits the cellar possessed, waiting confidently at the southern entrance for the occupants to succumb to desperation and leap out, at which point they would strike them down like chickens. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Mere meters away, the elder Gao and several members of the Lin family burst forth, momentarily startling the 2 intruders. Before they could react, the elder Gao thrust his spear, injuring one of them in the arm. The sight of blood incited fury within them, as the country folk they had so underestimated had now dealt them a grievous insult. They retaliated with blades drawn, but the defenders, armed with whatever makeshift weapons they could muster, rallied to counterattack. As the saying goes, in the chaos of battle, even the master can fall to a flurry of fists. And with only 2 adversaries against 8 stout men, including Lin Yue, who was poised for a surprise attack, they had the upper hand. The Gao family members had some skill in combat, while Lin Erju and his sons were sturdy farmers, possessing ample strength if nothing else. In this life-and-death moment, all were willing to risk everything. Chapter 41. A Frenzied Slaughter. Lin Sanju, still reeling from a concussion, found himself somewhat hindered. Yet, armed with an electric baton, he saw his nephew Lin Mingzheng on the verge of losing his arm to a curved blade. In a moment of valor, Lin Sanju lunged toward the black-clad assailant, activating the baton to maximum voltage, delivering a jolt directly to the man's heart. Typically, an electric baton would not prove lethal. However, repeated shocks to the heart, brain, or major arteries could indeed be fatal. As the baton made contact, Lin Sanju withdrew it, and with a fierce swipe of his curved blade, he struck the assailant's neck, causing a torrent of blood to spray forth. Lin Mingjing, initially paralyzed by fear, instinctively raised his hoe in defense, joined by the equally startled Lin Yue and Lin Mingshan, all aiming their makeshift weapons at the black-clad figure. Thus, while Lin Sanju had dispatched one foe, he too sustained 3 grievous wounds. Meanwhile, the Gao family had successfully dealt with the other assailant, who met a fate far worse, his body severed beyond recognition. Just as the group began to breathe a sigh of relief, another black-clad assailant surged forward with alarming speed. Before anyone could react, Gao Dashan felt the sting of a blade against his arm. The danger they thought had passed suddenly resurfaced, but Lin Yue, gasping for breath at the side, reacted quickest. Her low profile allowed her to remain unnoticed in the dim light. In an instant, as the assailant raised his blade for another strike, Lin Yue darted from behind the legs of the adults, thrusting her electric baton upward, delivering a shocking blow to the man's most vulnerable area. The man, a deputy captain among the 50, renowned for his prowess, was caught unawares and stiffened, the sensation coursing through him unbearable. His grip on the blade faltered, and he crumpled to the ground, convulsing and rolling his eyes back in agony. Lin Sanju recognized Lin Yue's use of the electric baton and, fearing suspicion, swiftly ended the man's life with a decisive strike. The Gao family followed suit, ensuring the assailant met a gruesome end, resembling nothing more than butchered meat. Having witnessed murder for the first time, Lin Yue's borrowed courage waned, replaced by overwhelming fear and trembling, her throat constricting. To avoid alarming her parents and to adapt to the harrowing reality, she steeled herself, reminding her mind that it was all for self-preservation, not criminality. Gradually, her emotions settled, and she approached her father, her legs feeling as though they might give way beneath her. Lin Sanju, grappling with the horrifying scene before him, could hardly fathom Lin Yue's composure, yet he uttered no words, instead wrapping his arms tightly around her shoulders, offering gentle comfort. The recent incident served as a profound lesson for everyone involved, instilling in them a renewed sense of caution. The torches in the cellar had been extinguished by Li Qinghe, Zhao, and Aunt Fong, and apart from a child stifling soft sobs as her mother covered her mouth, the women suffered no injuries. Lin Sanju and his companions relieved the 3 black-clad assailants of their curved daggers. Their weapons were of genuine military grade, among the finest of this era, far superior to the crude tools like machetes and hoes that the Lin family possessed. The Lin brothers, Zhu and Sanju, along with Lin Mingshan, were no match for the Gao family, who had experienced bloodshed and taken lives. The Lin family had only ever slaughtered chickens and pigs, never a human being. At that moment, they felt as if awakening from a great dream, retching at the sight of the lifeless bodies before them, while the youngest, Lin Mingshan, remained surprisingly unperturbed. Lin Sanju and Lin Yue, having been raised in a society governed by law and socialist values, were grappling with a profound moral crisis after taking a life for the first time. Yet, the immediate priority was survival, overshadowing their tumultuous emotions. Gao Dali, accustomed to the realities of life and death, was the first to regain his composure. With a stoic expression, he dragged the disheveled bodies of the black-clad men to a corner, covering them with straw. Striking a flint, sparks ignited into flames, releasing the acrid scent of burning oil. The realization that it was the smell of human flesh made Lin Yue gag uncontrollably. Gao Dali, unfazed by the Lin family's appalled gazes, addressed his wife in the cellar, "We must venture into the village. In this dire situation, each black-clad man we eliminate increases our chances of survival. Stay here and do not wander." Aunt Fong remained calm, placing her unwavering trust in her husband. "If you believe this is the right course of action, then go. I will look after our daughter and grandson." Gao Dali's sons, obedient to their father, voiced no objections. Lin Yue, however, was in a state of panic, having never been so close to death before, and the experience of having taken a life left him shaken. Still, he managed to maintain his composure. Lin Sanju recognized the wisdom in Gao Dali's words. Eliminating the black-clad men in the village was crucial for their survival. Gao Dali approached them coldly, are you coming with us to the village, or will you stay here? He was pleasantly surprised by the Lin family's resolve, particularly Lin Yue, whose courage had been instrumental in their survival. The night was dark, and as the others acted swiftly, no one noticed the weapon Lin Yue had used to injure one of the assailants, allowing her to remain concealed in the shadows. Yeah. You are quite brave for your age, as capable as any young man. Do you wish to stay and protect your mother and the others? Or will you join us in the village? Gao Dali's words startled Lin Sanju, who pulled his daughter close. Gaoga, my Yaya is still young. She should stay while I go with you. Lin Yue tugged at her father's sleeve, softly insisting, Father, I want to go. Despite his disapproval, Lin Sanju understood his daughter's steadfast spirit and did not outright refuse her. Ask your mother. If she agrees, I will say nothing further. Lin Yue nodded and turned to Gao Dali. Uncle Gao, I will speak with my mother. Gao Dali smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. As Lin Yue exited the cellar, Li Qinghe, having overheard the conversation above, felt a pang of concern but recognized the necessity of adapting to the chaotic world ahead. Mother, Lin Yue began. But Li Qinghe interrupted, caressing her daughter's face. I heard you. If you wish to go, then go. Chapter 42. The invaders enter the village. Survival. Zhao initially believed that Li Qinghe would refuse, but was astonished to find her agreeing instead. Sister-in-law, you cannot let you go. She is still so young. Such dangerous tasks should fall to Mingzheng and Mingshan. They are boys. Li Qinghe shook her head. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your concern, but Lin Yue has her own convictions. I will not hinder her. Children must grow, and as parents, we cannot shield them forever. Lin Yue smiled as she handed her mother a few items discreetly. Mother, aunt. Do not worry, I will be careful and not act impulsively. You must protect yourselves. She presented her mother with 2 bottles of pepper spray, a means of self-defense should unforeseen circumstances arise. Li Qinghe, recognizing the items, tucked them into her garments. Do not fret about me. Go with your father. The others, perplexed by Li Qinghe's decision to allow her 12-year-old daughter to undertake such perilous tasks, found themselves without the standing to object, as the family had made their choice. Lin Jing felt a surge of inadequacy, realizing that her 12-year-old cousin showed more resolve than she did. Once Lin Yue ascended from the cellar, Gao Dali and the Lin brothers conferred and decided to leave Lin Mingzheng and Gao Sanshan behind to protect the women and children in the cellar. Lin Mingzheng, being older and level-headed, paired well with the strong but reckless Gao Sanshan, making them the most suitable guardians for their family. As Lin Yue emerged, they spoke little. Swiftly departing, the Gao family's wolf dog, having had its muzzle unbound, followed them into the dark. By now, the village was in utter chaos. As their group of 7 stepped out of the Gao residence toward the village, they were met with the nauseating stench of blood carried by the wind. Let us not be reckless. If we can save lives, we will, but if not, we must remain focused on eliminating the black-clad men. Gao Dali's words, though cold, resonated with Lin Sanju and Lin Yue. Lin Erju, with his inherently kind-hearted nature, felt conflicted but glanced at his 14-year-old son, realizing he could not afford to be overly compassionate. At the village entrance, several households had already met their demise, their silence indicating the absence of life within. With their small numbers and limited knowledge of the village's plight, they proceeded with utmost caution, each step measured and deliberate. After checking several homes without encountering any sounds, a sudden, piercing scream shattered the stillness, prompting them to halt briefly before instinctively speeding toward the source. Lin Erju's heart sank as he recognized the house. This is my aunt's home. Only Linda and his family are inside. The second son is at the county. Lin Yue recalled the elderly woman who had spoken on her mother's behalf when she first arrived, the widow of Lin Lao, a principled matriarch. Without hesitation, they entered the already ajar courtyard door. The cries originated from the main house. Gao Dali's group split into 2. One rushed to the main house, while the other checked the side rooms. Gao Dali, along with his 2 sons and Lin Yue, headed to the main house, while Lin Sanju and Lin Erju went to the side room. Moments later, Lin Sanju and the others emerged from the side room with grim expressions. Lin Chang and his wife, along with their 10-year-old son, have all been killed. Upon entering the main house, Gao Dali and his companions discovered 2 black-clad men in the act of committing unspeakable atrocities against a young woman. Meanwhile, Lin Old Lady, clutching her stomach where a knife had pierced her, glared with fury at the assailants, but the loss of blood rendered her powerless to intervene. leaving her to helplessly witness the violation of her child. Nearby, a teenage boy lay in a pool of blood, appearing to have been slain while attempting to rescue her. The commotion caused by Gao Dali and his companions as they entered the house was minimal. The two figures clad in black were so engrossed in their malevolent deeds that they failed to notice anyone's arrival. Haha. The young ladies of the Great Wei dynasty possess a delightful flavor, one chuckled. Not to mention, the taste of those who are not maidens is equally exquisite. The other responded, their excited banter, though incomprehensible to Lin Yue and her companions, was undoubtedly laced with malice. Witnessing this scene, Gao Dali and his group felt an agonizing burn in their chests, as if doused with chilly water, and, wielding their weapons, they surged forward like a swarm. The two black-clad men, alerted by the noise, turned to see only the glint of blades. Those were the specially crafted curved daggers of their southern barbarian kin. And in that instant, they met their demise by their own country's weapons. Their blood sprayed across the two young women below, Lin Daqing's youngest daughter and Lin Xiaonyang, who was returning home, the latter being the youngest granddaughter of the matriarch. At that moment, both women lay exposed, their garments torn to shreds. Their gazes vacant as if in a state of numbed oblivion. As the assailants collapsed, their blood splattering across the women's faces and bodies, it was as if they were jolted back to consciousness. After dispatching the black-clad men, Gao Dali and his companions turned to leave, leaving Lin Yue alone. Upon witnessing the horrifying tableau, Lin Yue felt a weight in her chest, a blockage that prevented her from swallowing or expelling her anguish. The two young women, upon seeing Lin Yue, burst into painful cries, frantically wrapping their tattered clothing around themselves, desperately attempting to conceal their shameful state. Lin Yue remained silent. Such traumatic experiences were beyond the realm of empathy, and all she could do was hope they would find a way to heal. She knelt before the matriarch, grandmother. "It's me, Sanya. Do you remember me?" The matriarch, her consciousness fading, groaned in pain upon hearing Lin Yue's voice. "Yes. You're the girl from the Sanju family. You came to our rescue? Where is your father?" Lin Sanju entered at that moment. "Eldest miss, I am Sanju." "What do you wish to say?" The matriarch, having lost too much blood, was aware of her dire state and did not wish to burden others, if possible. "I hope you can take Hahua and Xiaonyang to the county. My youngest is there. These two girls have endured such trauma. It is unlikely they can survive this." The matriarch suddenly gasped for breath. Lin Hahua, now 16 and already engaged, found herself in such dire circumstances. Conversely, Lin Xiaonyang, having just returned, could perhaps comprehend her plight better, convincing herself that she had merely been bitten by a dog. Hearing her mother's voice, Lin Xiaonyang stumbled toward her, her voice hoarse. "Mother, how are you? Please don't frighten me." The matriarch, struggling for breath, spoke in fragmented phrases. "Xiaonyang, take Hahua, live, survive." With that, she abruptly ceased to breathe. Lin Xiaonyang could no longer contain her sorrow and let out a heart-wrenching wail. Lin Hahua, startled by her aunt's cries, regained her senses and surveyed the scene, her brother, slain by a dagger, their grandmother bleeding to death, and looking at herself. She questioned what face she had left to live without her virtue. In a fit of despair, she screamed and suddenly grasped a pair of scissors, plunging them toward her chest. Chapter 43. The Slayer is always slain. Lin Yue, already fixated on her, feared that the young girl might act rashly. After all, she was merely 16, and in a state of despair, one could easily make foolish decisions. As Lin Hahua grasped the scissors, Lin Yue acted swiftly, knocking them from her hand, only to witness her madly banging her head against the wall, resolutely intent on death. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiaonyang's eyes brimmed with tears once more. She struggled to her feet, nearly collapsing, and was steadied by Lin Sandu as she approached her niece, delivering a sharp slap that sent Lin Hahua sprawling onto the bed. "Are you awake now? What good is death? Why didn't you die earlier? Why didn't you stab those thieves with the scissors? Now it's just us two left, and your grandmother died with her eyes open. Do you wish to leave her unrest?" Lin Hahua, momentarily stunned by her aunt's slap, still could not quell the pain within. "And I cannot go on." Lin Xiaonyang wiped her tears away. "Even if you cannot go on, you must. Fear not, Hahua, your aunt will be here with you. If you are not afraid of dying, then there is nothing else to fear. Listen to me, change your clothes. We must prepare your grandmother, parents, and brother's bodies. We cannot allow them to lie here unburied." Gao Dali's voice called from outside. It's good that you two can see things clearly. Nothing is insurmountable. The most important thing is to survive. We must go to the next house, and you two must be careful. Lin Yue and Lin Sanju exited the house. Having done all they could, the remainder of the journey belonged to the two women. The mood among Lin Yue and her companions was exceedingly somber. Yet there was no time for anger or grief. They proceeded with heightened caution toward the source of any disturbance. Not everyone awaited their fate passively. Many had prepared in advance. Even amidst injury and loss of life, a significant number of black-clad men had been slain. Gao Dali and his group continued to run from house to house, rescuing many who were gravely wounded, including some of the bloodied assailants. Lin Yue, however, was different from Lin Sanju. Upon entering the village, he was anxious to reach the ancestral home where his parents resided. Though their actions were not honorable, they were still his parents. Witnessing the devastation throughout the village only heightened his concern for them. Yet, he dared not take his son to the old house to rescue them. He could only follow closely behind Gao Dali, passing one house after another until they finally arrived at the Lin family's ancestral home. The wooden door was flung wide open, revealing the yard in disarray, clearly bearing the marks of tragedy. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Yue dashed inside, only to see his elder brother, Lin Daju, push out his wife, Wang Shi, who had been hiding behind him. The woman, who had dominated the Lin household like a crab for over a decade, fell to her death beneath the brutal strike of a black-clad man's blade, her head severed from her body. Lin Yue, standing at the entrance, witnessed this dramatic scene unfold, her heart feeling as though it had been gripped tightly. The very woman who had suffocated the original family now lay lifeless. Mother! Lin Hongmei cried in terror, her gaze fixed upon her mother's dismembered form, as if her soul had fled. She mechanically turned to her father, muttering, "You are not human, you are not human." Lin Daju, panic-stricken, brandished a fire poker defensively, oblivious to the hatred in the eyes of his children. Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei directed at him. The black-clad men cackled mockingly, speaking in a distorted dialect of the Wei dynasty, a spineless man from the Wei dynasty, pushing his own wife to block a blade, truly pathetic. As the black-clad man raised his weapon once more, Lin Daju screamed in terror, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Paralyzed by fear, he urinated himself while instinctively reaching out as if to pull someone in front of him to shield him from the blade. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei were already on guard against him. Having harbored resentment toward their father for keeping a mistress, and witnessing their mother being pushed out to face death, the siblings exchanged a resolute glance and, with determination, pushed Lin Daju forward. With a piercing strike, Lin Daju was fatally wounded, and Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei, seizing the opportunity while the black-clad man was still distracted, wielded whatever they could find, a spatula, a fire tong, striking at him with all their might. Though no blood was drawn, the blows were painful, especially when fueled by sheer terror. The barbarian intruders were infuriated by the brazen destruction wrought by two farmers' children, yanking their curved blades from Lin Daju's body with a fierce motion, ready to claim lives. At that moment, Lin Yue and Lin Mingzong arrived, their attention diverted from the horrific sight of Lin Daju and the young Wang's plight. They raised their blades to intercept the deadly strike of the cloaked assailants, the clash of steel igniting sparks in the air. Lin Sandu and Gao Dali surged forward, joining the fray. Upon witnessing the influx of defenders, the black-clad men's expressions shifted dramatically. 12. Cease your hesitation. Slay them to avenge our fallen brothers. The two marauders spared the remaining members of the Lin family in the old homestead and lunged towards Lin Yue and her companions, clearly deeming them a greater threat. Eliminating them first would secure their advantage. Meanwhile, Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei, having narrowly escaped, frantically crawled into the kitchen, hastily shutting the door behind them. At that moment, no one paid them any heed. It was clear that it was either the demise of the barbarians or their own. As the primary force, Gao Dali and his two sons exhibited a fierce resolve, while Lin Yue and Lin Mingzong, the cousins, displayed a surprising tenacity that surpassed even Lin Yue and Lin Sanju. Both children fought valiantly, for a father could not afford to be weak or hide. Moreover, Lin Sanju held his wife and daughter above his very life. He relinquished the constraints of law and morality, knowing only that the protection of his daughter was of utmost importance, a sentiment echoed by Lin Yue. Maternal love surged like a tempestuous sea, while paternal love, though silent, resonated profoundly. The 7 of them, undeterred, grasped their weapons and began to retaliate. Apart from the fatalities of Lin Dazhu and his wife, Lin Laotu and Lin Washer had also sustained several wounds. Yet Lin Baozhu's family of 4 had evaded the onslaught by barricading their doors and windows, muffling the cries of their children. Thus, when the 2 black-clad men stormed in, they escaped unscathed. At that moment, the commotion caused by Lin Yue and her group caught Lin Baozhu's attention, peering through the door crack. He saw Gao Dali and others, including his 2nd and 3rd brothers, even that mischievous girl, Sanya, wielding a curved blade fiercely. Lin Baozhu was struck with profound shock. Despite his previous life of mischief, he had parents outside. Initially hiding out of fear for his life, he now felt a twinge of conscience. No matter how wicked he had been, he could not ignore the lives of his own parents. He moved aside the wardrobe and retrieved a stout stick from behind the door, intent on joining the fray, only to be seized by Tianshi. Chapter 44. Humanity. Narrow victory. What are you doing? You mustn't go out. Do you seek death? Tianshi's once vibrant face turned pale with terror as she clung to her husband. Forbidding him to leave, think of us 3. If anything happens to you, we will be left to perish. Lin Baozhu's expression darkened as he forcefully pushed her aside. Stand back. There are only 2 thieves out there. Gao's clan has arrived, along with my 2nd and 3rd brothers. With all of us together. Do we fear merely 2 men? My parents are out there, and they are barely clinging to life. I cannot cower like a turtle. However, Tianshi resolutely blocked his path, her voice a desperate wail. Since Gao Dali and the others are here, do they not require your presence? You possess no skill in combat nor strength. Should you be harmed, what shall we do when even a doctor is inaccessible? But Lin Baozhu was beyond caring. Yanking her aside, if you are afraid, take the children and barricade the door. Should I fall, entrust the children to my 2nd and 3rd brothers. Despite their disdain for me, they will ensure the children are raised. You may remarry, I shall harbor no resentment. With that, Lin Baozhu grasped the stick and ventured outside. Leaving Tianshi seemingly drained of strength, collapsing to the ground, unable to even weep as their infant wailed inconsolably, while 5-year-old Lin Xiaomi, with tear-filled eyes, bravely patted her brother to quiet him. Tianshi, jolted by her son's cries, peeked outside, then swiftly shut the door, barricading it once more, and climbed onto the bed. Clutching the child as silent tears streamed down her face. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the group united could only manage to hold their ground against the barbarian foes. Among them, only Gao Dali and his sons possessed any martial prowess. Lin Yue's skills were limited to the gentle practice of Bajuanjin, which she had learned from her mother. Wholly ineffective for combat. Yet Lin Yue had her own advantage, her diminutive stature and frail appearance, which led the marauders to underestimate her. Furthermore, her surprising strength and possession of an electric baton rendered her the most formidable among them. As chaos reigned, she concealed her curved blade, and in the dark of night, shrouded in confusion, she feared no scrutiny. A dagger slipped into her hand, hidden beneath her sleeve, while her other hand grasped the electric baton, ready for action. As Gao Dali and the others struggled with the 2 black-clad men, Lin Yue feigned fear while stealthily maneuvering, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. With a sudden leap, she unleashed the electric shock, incapacitating one of the assailants, seizing the opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Gao Dali and Lin Mingshan, quick to react, thrust their blades into the incapacitated foe. The remaining marauder, witnessing his companion felled by those he had deemed insignificant, unleashed his fury with renewed ferocity. Lin Erju, caught off guard, was struck in the shoulder, blood gushing through his clothes. Lin Sanju, upon seeing his brother wounded, swiftly pulled him away, rolling to evade the descending blade. Erju, my son! Lin Laotu cried out, alarmed. Father! 2nd brother! Uncle! The scene devolved into chaos as Lin Yue, Lin Mingshan, and Gao Dali rushed to the forefront, narrowly averting the decapitation of Gao Dali's brothers. The trio had developed a semblance of cooperation. Lin Yue used her agility to disrupt the black-clad men, while Gao Dali and Lin Mingshan pressed forward. Just then, Lin Baozhu burst onto the scene, witnessing his brother's injury. With gritted teeth and blood surging in his veins, he charged forward, positioned behind the barbarian, and swung his stick with tremendous force, striking the marauder's head. The blow momentarily stunned the assailant, allowing Lin Yue and her companions to swiftly deliver the final blows, ultimately resulting in the marauder's demise. Exhausted, the group collapsed after claiming only a few lives. The initial ambush had been a stroke of luck, but this direct confrontation proved arduous, illustrating the perils of a fair fight. Once it was confirmed that the two marauders lay lifeless, a collective sigh of relief swept through the Lin family courtyard. Lin Baozu trembled as he approached Lin Laotu and Lin Washer, both of whom were gravely injured, their bodies marred by several cuts. Their garments soaked in blood from shielding their eldest son, Lin Dazhu. Had Lin Yue and the others not arrived in time, it was likely none would have survived. Lin Sanju, Lin Yue, and Lin Mingshan refrained from approaching, focusing instead on Lin Erju, who had sustained a serious injury. With reddened eyes, Lin Mingshan cradled his father, while Lin Sanju unfastened his brother's clothing to assess the wound. Lin Yue, seizing the moment to fetch water from the kitchen to cleanse the injury, retrieved hydrogen peroxide, pouring it into a bowl. In that moment, she disregarded concerns of sterility. Alongside the peroxide, she procured anti-inflammatory powder and hemostatic powder. Emerging from the kitchen, she passed the items to Lin Sanju, who immediately recognized their significance. "Second brother, let me clean your wound and apply some medicine. This injury is severe and requires prompt attention." Lin Erju was in excruciating pain, gritting his teeth and turning pale, unable to utter a word, only managing to nod in a haphazard manner. When the hydrogen peroxide was poured over his wound, it bubbled profusely, mixing with the blood that flowed down, creating a grotesque sight. Gao Dali, observing from the side, flickered his gaze. He was acutely aware that this was no ordinary well water. Although he was curious about what it truly was, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After Lin Yue assisted her father in cleaning the wound, she immediately sprinkled the medicinal powder onto it. Gradually, the bleeding subsided, indicating that the powder was indeed effective. She then retrieved some gauze, folded it to fit the size of the wound, and placed it over the injury. Lacking bandages which would raise questions, she resorted to using her clothing to temporarily secure it, planning to have her mother properly treat it once they returned home. The wound was too severe and required stitching. Otherwise, it would not heal properly. Father, don't die. Second brother, third brother, come quickly." As Lin Erju's wound was being treated, Lin Baoju's voice rang out in distress. Lin Sanju glanced in that direction and noticed the old man looking over, but he lowered his head, his heart devoid of turmoil, merely supporting Lin Erju as they moved forward. Gao Dali also discerned that the old man was nearing his end. He took his son and threw two black-clad figures into the corner, covering them with firewood, wary of using flames in the village center, fearing it would alert the enemy. The three of them approached the entrance, preparing to scout the surroundings, uncertain of how many scouts from the southern tribes had infiltrated, choosing to proceed cautiously. Lin Yue followed suit. Her feelings towards the Lin family were far from favorable. Aside from the second branch, whom she regarded as her own, she deemed the others as adversaries. After all, the death of the original family of three lay at their hands. None were innocent. The old man, clinging to life, gazed at his second and third sons, only now regretting his bias. Chapter 45, Unrepentant. The eldest son was selfish and self-serving, pushing him and the old woman out first in times of crisis, then casting Wang Shi aside. He had truly become irredeemable. Regret washed over him, lamenting that he had not recognized his eldest son's selfishness sooner. Yet, alas, it was too late for remorse. "Father, how are you? What should we do?" Lin Erju gazed at his father's wounds, which, though not fatal, were numerous and bleeding profusely. Lin Washer, nearby, extended her withered hand. Her eyes filled with despair as she implored her three sons, "Save me. Mother doesn't wish to die yet. I was wrong. I shouldn't have shown favoritism. Please, save your mother." The old man closed his eyes, laboriously reaching out with his gnarled hand to grasp his two sons' hands. "Promise me. Take care of your elder brother's children and ensure they live." At this moment, the old man still harbored the delusion of commanding his sons to look after the children of the first branch. What a folly. Lin Yue scoffed inwardly. They were yet to know if they could survive. Who had the luxury to guarantee the lives of others? Lin Erju opened his mouth. "Father, there are murderers outside. We don't even know how long we can live. To let them survive, do you wish for us to disregard our own lives in protecting them? What are you thinking? How can we promise you that?" The old man's gaze dimmed. If even the second son would not acquiesce, who could he rely on? He turned to Lin Sanju. "Third, you have always been the most filial. Surely, you can manage this, right? Promise your father, as long as you are well, protect your two nephews and nieces, will you? I beg you. Lin Sanju's demeanor remained unchanged. He crouched down and whispered into the old man's ear. Your third son's family has long perished the day they rolled down the mountain. You might as well seek out your third son in the underworld and see if he forgives you. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Trembling as he pointed at him, his expression akin to one who had seen a ghost, his throat emitting raspy sounds before his legs buckled, and he passed away. Lin Sanju stood up expressionlessly, while Lin Yue and Lin Baozhu immediately broke into wails. Father. Father. Lin Yue coldly remarked, second uncle, lower your voice. You'll attract the barbarians. Lin Yue fell silent, and even Lin Baozhu dared not continue his cries. Having suddenly lost their parents in such a manner, and witnessing their only remaining support, their grandfather, also perish, Lin Yue forbade them from crying out loudly, yet the siblings glared at her with resentment. How could she be so unfilial? Their grandfather had died, and they appeared indifferent, truly ungrateful. Lin Mingzong felt stifled, inadvertently directing his frustration at Lin Yue. Lin Yue showed no indulgence towards him. How absurd. She picked up the dagger, still stained with blood, her expression devoid of emotion, appearing cold and merciless in the dim light of the night. I once thought that someone who could receive such favoritism from grandfather possessed great abilities, yet it turns out he is a parricidal sinner. What right do you have to speak to me? Today, we are your saviors. Without us, you would have long since met your end. Such a treacherous, unfilial, and ungrateful person, how can you still have the face to live? Perhaps I should grant you a swift end and reunite you with your parents. Lin Mingzong's pupils contracted. Fear etched across his face as Lin Hongmei recalled the moment they had pushed their father out to be stabbed. No, it wasn't like that. He was the one who pushed my mother out first and even tried to send my sister in her stead. How can I be blamed? He is unworthy to be a father. You can't kill me, please don't kill me. I was wrong, I spoke foolishly. Lin Hongmei, overwhelmed, shrank back in shock, her body trembling until she fainted. Lin Mingzong was not faring any better, however, at this moment. He was concerned about how this incident would affect his future in the imperial examinations. Lin Yue scrutinized Lin Mingzong, noticing his shifting expressions, yet he dared not meet her gaze, her wariness towards him piquing. Some individuals are inherently wicked, self-serving to the utmost. Lin Dazhu was such a person, and his son was unlikely to be any better, having been raised in the same family. She used his parricide against him, knowing it could foster resentment, and if given the chance, he might seek to eliminate her, especially since he aspired to gain fame and position. How could someone like him tolerate the exposure of his heinous act, let alone be threatened by it? Lin Sanju had endured far more. He needed no prompting from his daughter, having already resolved that, regardless of where they went from here, these two nominal nephews and nieces must be kept at a distance. In truth, neither he nor Lin Yue would welcome Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei as burdens. The world was tumultuous. One could not even guarantee the safety of their own wives and children, let alone concern themselves with others. Lin Wangshi, witnessing her husband's passing, felt an intensified desire to cling to life. She struggled toward her children, but the wounds on her body bled more profusely. Oh, Yue, Sanju, Baozhu, I don't want to die. Save your mother. As she cried out, the world around her darkened, her head grew dizzy, and her strength waned. Lin Baozhu harbored feelings for his parents, being the one who had been favored. He watched helplessly as his mother gasped her last before him, pleading for his help. Yet he was powerless to assist. Just as he was about to weep, Gao Dali and his son hastily approached. Hide. Someone is coming. In an instant, those in the courtyard felt a chill that raised the hairs on their necks. Lin Yue grasped her father's hand, while Lin Mingshan dragged Lin Yue, following closely behind their cousin. As they intended to seek refuge in the side room, Lin Baozhu abruptly ceased his weeping and, trembling, proposed, "Let us retreat to my room. Our chances of survival will be greater if we huddle together." Gao Dali cast a glance at him, recognizing Lin Baozhu, who was known in Shanglin village as a slippery character, often dismissed as one who merely talked big without action. However, his previous actions revealed a measure of courage. Or perhaps intellect. His suggestion held merit. If so many were to crowd into one room, they could catch their pursuers off guard during a search. Furthermore, in a confined space, movement would be restricted. No matter how skilled the assailants, they would struggle against the chaos created by the collective force of the group. Without further hesitation, Lin Yue and the others squeezed into Lin Baozhu's west wing. Tianshi, clutching her child in a state of panic, was reassured upon hearing her husband's anguished cries outside, confirming they were still alive. When she heard the sound of her husband's knocking, she promptly set down the child and moved aside a wardrobe. Upon seeing her husband, she vented her frustration with a few hard punches before falling silent. Chapter 46: The Gradual Mastery of Slaying Techniques. Tianshi was a perceptive woman. She understood the importance of her words in moments like these. In such dire circumstances, it was undoubtedly safer to be with those like Gao the Hunter, who possessed both martial prowess and had already dealt with the brigands. Thus, she spoke no superfluous words, opened the door, and immediately climbed into bed, embracing her child in silence. In the courtyard, Lin Mingzong was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, dragging Lin Hongmei along. What did past grievances matter when survival was at stake? Gao the Hunter swiftly surveyed the room's layout and quickly conferred with Lin Sanju and his two sons on their course of action. He did not regard Lin Yue as merely a child, but sought her opinion as an equal. Lin Yue felt a surge of gratitude that Gao Dali was not a relic of feudalism, devoid of respect for women and children. Little did Lin Yue know, Gao Dali was indeed a man of traditional values, yet he differed from others. Having been on the battlefield and witnessed women generals who were no less formidable than men, he had come to view Lin Yue as a natural-born warrior when she decisively killed a brigand to save his eldest son. After all, it was rare for anyone to wield a weapon, especially in such a precarious situation, and she had reacted faster than any of them. This was the reason he steadfastly supported her, irrespective of gender or age. He had seen her capabilities firsthand, which earned her his unwavering trust. Once they had quickly devised their plan, they took their positions. Gao Dali and Lin Mingnian stood behind two doors, while Lin Yue concealed herself behind a water vat to the left of the entrance. Her slender form was nearly invisible unless one deliberately sought her out. Lin Sanju and Gao Dali's two sons took positions by the windows of the bedroom, while Lin Baozhu tended to his wife and child. Lin Erju, injured, hid behind a cabinet to avoid becoming a liability. As for Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei, Gao Dali commanded silence. Act as though you are dead. Any sound, and you shall perish. Two pairs of footsteps approached the Lin residence without the slightest attempt at stealth. They were the same individuals who had come to investigate the earlier disturbance. Upon seeing the corpses in the courtyard, they assumed their comrades had already cleared the area and prepared to depart without further inspection. However, at that moment, Tianshi's 5-month-old son let out a soft whimper. Although she quickly covered his mouth, the two figures outside still heard the sound. They turned their gaze toward the west wing. Their voices laced with malice. There are still survivors. Eliminate them. The two men strode directly toward the west wing. The door was made of flimsy material, merely secured by a latch. To avoid suspicion, a table had been propped against the door. When the two black-clad men pushed against the door, it did not budge. Growing impatient, they kicked it open. The table behind the door flew against the wall, and Gao Dali and Lin Mingshan held their breath, while Lin Yue's heart raced with trepidation, fearing that they might perish before they even had a chance to fight back. Fortunately, these two men, having become overconfident after their recent killings, did not anticipate that the room held a trap waiting to ensnare them. As they entered, they charged straight into the inner room, where Gao Dali confronted them head-on, taking the initiative to strike. Lin Mingshan and Lin Yue, who occupied advantageous positions, also launched their attacks. Lin Sanju and the Gao brothers rushed in as well. The brigands, caught off guard and underestimating their opponents, faced immediate repercussions. Gao Dali swiftly dispatched the nearest brigand, mirroring the manner of Lin Deju's demise. The second brigand reacted quickly, swinging a blade at Gao Dali while attempting to distance himself, but he was unaware of the imminent threat from behind. As he felt movement at his back, Lin Mingshan and Lin Yue had already plunged their weapons into his body. His retreat only hastened his demise, and before he could emit a cry, Lin Mingshan drove his blade deep into the brigand's back. Lin Yue could not help but admire her cousin's prowess. He was a natural soldier, striking swiftly and accurately without hesitation. She felt a twinge of inadequacy, realizing that her own capability to kill was driven solely by the instinct for self-preservation. She could not afford to be a burden to her parents. Instead, she must become their pillar of strength and protector. Inside the room, Tianshi remained oblivious to the bloody scene, consumed by her anxiety. It was Lin Mingzong, hiding beneath the bed, who bore witness to the gruesome spectacle. Whether it was fear or shock, he trembled uncontrollably. Lin Hongmei, grasping her brother's head to shield him from the sight, felt his body quivering. Without uttering a word, she gently patted his back, and Lin Mingzong gradually calmed down, tears streaming down his face and soaking his sister's neck, causing her to shudder and her eyes to redden. When Gao Dali and the others prepared to drag away the 2 brigands for disposal, Lin Yue followed closely behind. The 4 brigands lay in a heap, and to the astonishment of Gao Dali and his sons, Lin Yue began to search their bodies for valuables. Once she had collected the pouches of money from the fallen, she turned to find their incredulous gazes fixed upon her. With a hint of embarrassment, she smiled and handed the 4 pouches to Gao Dali, saying, "I have grown fearful of poverty. Please don't take offense, Uncle Gao. We do not yet know how we shall survive, so it is wise to have some provisions." Gao Dali's eyes sparkled with admiration as he regarded Lin Yue. "You, my girl, were truly born into the wrong gender. If you were a boy, but it matters not, being a girl suits you just fine. A child like you is worth more than a dozen others. Your parents are indeed remarkable." For the first time, Lin Yue received such unconventional praise, and she chuckled awkwardly at Gao's 2 sons. Gao Deshan and Gao Ershan had grown accustomed to their father's whimsical outbursts. "Sister, do not mind him. That's just how he is. He is envious of third uncle for having a daughter like you. In our family, it's all boys, and he finds it quite vexing." Gao Dali laughed heartily. Not disputing, the little rascals just don't have the warmth that a girl brings. After exchanging light banter, they returned to the task at hand. Lin Yue refrained from participating in the gruesome task of disposing of the bodies, and Gao Dali and his sons insisted she not partake in such matters. A young lady who could face the brigands without trembling, who could even slay them, was already a wonder. They would handle these grim tasks themselves. Lin Yue made her way to the main house of Old Man Lin, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities as they arose. She had a rightful claim to a share of the old man's estate. Lin Erju and her father, Xiao Shu, toiled together to dig graves for the deceased villagers, preparing to lay them to rest in peace. In truth, according to Lin Yue and Lin Sanju, the safest option would have been cremation. They lacked the time to bury all the deceased from Shanglin village, and leaving the bodies unaddressed, especially with the sweltering heat, would soon lead to decay and the potential spread of disease, a catastrophic outcome they wished to avoid. Chapter 47. Inheriting the Legacy, Saving Xingqian. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. In those times, people adhered to the belief that one should pay off their debts, even in death, and be buried with dignity. If they voiced such sentiments, Lin Erju and Gao Dali would surely deem them heartless. After all, to desecrate the remains of the deceased, especially those related by blood to Lin Yue and Lin Sanju, would be seen as utterly reprehensible. Lin Yue ventured into the main house to scavenge what supplies she could. In such dire circumstances, any provisions she could gather would prove invaluable, for their future was uncertain. They could no longer remain in Shanglin village. Having witnessed the barbaric incursions, they understood that the next time, a larger force might follow. The border was indeed perilous, deserving of their utmost respect for the soldiers who defended it. Old Lin resided in the eastern room, as country folk revered the east as the superior direction. Typically, those who dwelled in the eastern room were either elders or the eldest sons of the family. Even when 2 brothers built their houses, the elder would be positioned to the east, a tradition passed down through generations. The old residence-'s eastern room was spacious yet cluttered, filled with an indescribable odor. Lin Yue disregarded the unpleasant scent and immediately began rummaging through the drawers. 2 new cotton quilts? She took them. 2 bolts of cotton fabric? She collected those as well. A pair of layered cloth shoes? She seized them. Half a jar of white sugar, a jar of salt, and even a substantial portion of lard. Lin Yue was baffled that a household could store such items all in one cabinet. The Lin family truly was peculiar. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate to gather these supplies. What she sought most was silver. She refused to believe old Lin had not hidden any wealth. The paltry 2 taels of silver from the division of property seemed like a jest. Although he later gifted 5 more taels, which showed some awareness, it was clear he must have stashed away a significant sum, likely reserved for Lin Mingzong's education. For now, it was a race against time. Finding nothing in the cabinets or boxes, Lin Yue nearly resorted to searching every nook and cranny. Ultimately, she climbed atop a box to reach the top of a cabinet, where she discovered a box. Upon descending and weighing the box in her hands, she found it quite substantial, almost 10 pounds. It appeared old Lin was indeed adept at saving money. This humble villager had amassed a considerable fortune, now rightfully hers. She felt no guilt as she tucked the silver into her belongings before exiting. She needed to find time to return, otherwise the limited space in the cart would soon become overcrowded. Upon stepping outside, she found Gao Dali and the others had already dealt with the bodies. Lin Yue pulled her father aside to continue their efforts, not merely scavenging, but for their own survival. Lin Baozhu, seeing their intent to leave, grew anxious. Where do you think you're going? Who knows how many barbarians lurk outside? It's dangerous out there. Lin Yue, observing her father's trepidation, refrained from mocking him. Despite past grievances, he exhibited redeeming qualities, not entirely a villain. Gao Dali remained silent, while Lin Yue, having been injured, prepared to bury their parents here, considering it the last act of filial piety he could perform. Fourth brother, you must take charge of your family. There are countless barbarian invaders in the village. Do you think hiding will allow us to live in peace? Moreover, if we do not brave the dangers and fight back, what chance do you have of surviving? Lin Yue admonished. Turning to Lin Sanju, he urged, you all should go. Mingshan will accompany your third uncle. Stay safe. We'll manage here. Every barbarian we can eliminate makes things a bit easier for us. Lin Sanju nodded solemnly. Second brother, take care. If you hear any commotion, hide quickly and do not act recklessly. With that, Lin Yue and her companions resumed their guerrilla tactics, but this time, fortune did not favor them. A lone figure was being pursued by the barbarians, charging down the village path, and they had no way to evade him. Fortunately, it was but one person. Gao Dali recognized the stumbling youth. Is that the boy from the Sheng family? He is the only son, and with a mother unable to rise. It's a miracle he managed to escape. Quick, let us save him. He is intelligent and can read. With those words, the others had no reason to refuse. Just as Xing Qian was about to stumble over a stone, his mind clouded with despair. Believing his life was over and regretting he could not provide a peaceful life for his mother or fulfill his father's hopes for the family, he felt a sudden grip at the back of his collar. A voice, youthful yet commanding, called him back from the brink of despair. He looked up to see Lin Yue's fragile figure radiating strength, her curved blades swirling with ferocity. Despite her slight stature and quick reflexes, she could stealthily strike and evade, always poised to attack again. A flicker of light ignited within Xing Qian's previously dim heart. He watched the slender girl, noting her swift strikes and her tactical retreats after drawing blood, realizing her methods were shrewd yet effective. The solitary pursuer, caught off guard by the coordinated efforts of Gao Dali and the others, succumbed under their combined might, aided by Lin Yue's cunning support. As the barbarian fell lifelessly to the ground, Xing Qian quickly gathered himself, rushing forward to retrieve the blade, trembling as he plunged it into the fallen foe repeatedly. Lin Yue and her companions remained silent, recognizing the pain of loss etched upon his face, allowing him this moment of release. After a deep, shuddering breath, Xing Qian steadied himself and looked up, grateful. Uncle Gao, third uncle, thank you for saving me. He turned to Lin Yue, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, third sister. Lin Yue was taken aback by the title, her heart racing. No need for formalities, just call me Lin Yue. Yes, Lin Yue sister, I am Xing Qian. With no time for idle chatter, Gao Dali asked, will you join us in combating the barbarians, or do you wish to return to tend to your mother's affairs? After a moment of contemplation, Xing Qian replied, I will join you. We can address my mother's matters once it is safe. Thus, their group swelled to 6. Although Xing Qian was an educated youth in rural areas, even the most scholarly individuals were often burdened with responsibilities unless they hailed from privileged backgrounds willing to support their education. Not everyone was fortunate like Lin Mingzong, who had a benevolent grandfather willing to bear the scorn of his descendants. Chapter 48, Countless Lives Lost, Survival Uncertain. Xing Qian, a regular student at the village school, returned home every 10 days to wash clothes, cook, care for his mother, chop wood, and fetch water. At 16, he was slight of build yet had matured into a young man. Gao Dali handed him a curved blade, offering a word of caution. Do not fear. Keep your wits about you. Do not act impulsively. Prioritize your safety. Lin Yue added another remark. Take the chance when it presents itself, but do not force it when it does not. Above all, do not disturb others. Even if you are injured, remain silent. Xing Qian appeared devoid of temper, nodding earnestly at every word spoken. Subsequently, the group hastened their pace, resuming their efforts to rescue others. At times, fortune smiled upon them. A sudden surge would catch the barbaric invaders off guard, resulting in their swift demise beneath a flurry of blades. Yet, misfortune also lurked. As they stealthily approached a doorway, they unexpectedly encountered marauders emerging after silencing their victims. In the narrow confines of fate, only the most ruthless would prevail. Lin Mingshan was a formidable weapon, possessing the fastest reflexes among them, followed closely by Lin Yue and Gao Dali. Xing Qian, Lin Sanju, and the Gao brothers were relegated to the role of opportunistic finishers. Navigating through most of Shanglin village without significant peril, their number swelled from 6 to 12. With Lin Yue joined by a young woman named Lin Yue. Her father was the village butcher, known for slaughtering pigs not just locally but also in surrounding villages for extra coin, often bringing back some meager offal. Lin Yue had 3 brothers, and as the sole daughter, she was cherished by her father and brothers after her mother tragically passed away during childbirth. The 4 men of the Lin family were robust and powerful. When the barbaric invaders arrived, they met a fierce resistance, overpowering 2 of them with sheer force. Yet, fate dealt them a cruel hand. Just as they dispatched the 2, they were confronted by another pair of marauders brandishing bloodied, curved blades. Despite their strength, they were no match for the merciless foes. Ultimately, 3 out of the 4 Lin men perished, leaving only Lin Arrow and the stunned Lin Yue alive. When Lin Yue and the others arrived, the Lin family was nearly bled dry, and it was Lin Yue who, emerging from beneath the bed, avenged her father and brothers with a pair of scissors, slaying the 2 marauders. After taking the lives of those who had caused her family's demise, Lin Yue seemed to lose her spirit, rendered speechless and dazed. Lin Laodad, clinging to life, would not close his eyes until Gao Dali and the others arrived, at which point he finally succumbed. Witnessing the Lin family's tragedy, Lin Yue felt as though a heavy mass of cotton had lodged in her heart. She acutely sensed the pain of those who had survived witnessing the atrocities inflicted upon her homeland by invaders. This scene mirrored the actions of those ruthless aggressors. The nature of invaders remained perpetually devoid of humanity. Gao Dali and the others assisted in concealing the bodies of Yue's father and brothers, continuing their search for survivors. They had no time to grieve, only a resolute determination to forge ahead in the darkness, burying their dead in their hearts, laboring for the living. As dawn gradually broke, Lin Yue and her companions had not rested for a day and a night, their spirits taut with tension. When the familiar crimson sun rose in the eastern sky, the once concealed Shanglin village had transformed beyond recognition. In the span of a single night, blood painted the landscape, the village reeking of death, with nearly every household devastated. Except for those who had prepared in advance, around 90% of the village's 100 households had perished, leaving only a fortunate few with 1 or 2 survivors. By the time the sun ascended high in the east, Lin Yue, Gao Dali, and the others had traversed every home in Shanglin village. They had slain 32 barbarians, while the villagers accounted for 18, uncovering a total of 50 barbarian corpses, one of which appeared to be the leader, the strongest among them. In the struggle to kill him, Gao Dali lost half an ear, and Lin Mingshan sustained a deep wound on his back, exposing bone. Ultimately, it was Lin Yue and Lin Yue, the 2 most unassuming girls, who joined forces. Yue wielded a thick wooden stick, swinging it chaotically, each strike resonating with the sound of splintering bones. The others rushed in a frenzied assault, causing the leader to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue deftly maneuvered behind him, employing her small dagger to sever his Achilles tendon before plunging it into his back, bringing him crashing down. After a night of chaos, the villagers of Shanglin, having fought alongside Gao Dali and the others, had become numb, or perhaps adapted to the brutality of killing. Each had lost loved ones to the barbarians. Unwilling to cower and prioritize their own survival, they chose to confront the invaders, seeking vengeance for their kin. Even if they could not vanquish the enemy, their efforts would suffice as retribution. Once it was confirmed that no barbarian remained alive in Shanglin village, Lin Yue and her companions were nearly spent, having endured an entire night without rest, with barely a drop of water to sustain them. Lin Yue's youthful form, once a member of the young pioneers, had reached its limit. "Father, I cannot go on, I am utterly exhausted." As her legs buckled, she was caught by Xing Qian, preventing her from collapsing. Lin Sanju quickly took his daughter from Xing Qian, adhering to the custom of maintaining distance between the sexes. Xing Qian, now 16, was no longer a child, and it felt inappropriate. Lin Sanju, cradling his daughter, addressed Gao Dali, "Let us return and rest, allowing others to tend to their homes before we deliberate on our next steps." Gao Dali, though adept in combat, struggled with strategy, yet he nodded in agreement. Glancing at the surviving clan leader, Lin Qingyang, "Lin clan leader, please organize the remaining villagers to bury the dead and incinerate the barbarians. We must return to recuperate. We lack the strength to assist further." Lin Qingyang had lost his son, daughter-in-law, and wife, leaving him with only a 7-year-old grandson, whose pallid face bore the marks of trauma. However, he could not falter. For the sake of his grandson, he had to rally the remaining villagers. "Very well. I shall take charge. You all rest easy." Lin Qingyang understood that despite the support of over a dozen people that night, the true force in combat had been Gao Dali and his offspring, along with Lin Yue, Lin Mingshan, and the siblings Lin Eru and Lin Hunyu. These individuals possessed either experience, strength, or courage. The rest were merely a distraction, and those who were once farmers wielding hoes were fortunate not to hinder their efforts. Lin Sanju, holding his daughter, followed Gao Dali and the others back, while the Gao family had remained hidden in the cellar, afraid to move. Except for the children, who were oblivious and could still sleep, the others had spent the night wide awake. Chapter 49. Injured and swollen like a pig. When Li Qinghe saw Gao Dali, his ear wrapped in bandages, calling them out, her heart raced. "Where are my Lin and you?" Gao Dali, noticing her pale complexion, quickly reassured her, "They are above. Yu is exhausted and asleep. Do not worry." Li Qinghe, disregarding everything else, was pulled up by the Gao brothers, stumbling toward the front yard. "You, old Lin." Her voice trembled with fear and emotion. Just as Lin Sanju laid his daughter on the bed, he heard his wife's voice and hurried outside. "Wife, our daughter is here, safe and sound. Do not cry, we are all fine." Li Qinghe examined her husband from head to toe, noting he bore only a knife wound on his arm, which had ceased bleeding, a large bump on his forehead likely from a fall, and his palms were scraped and bruised, suggesting injuries on his knees as well. However, these were mere surface wounds, and she felt somewhat reassured. Lin Sanju led his wife into the house, which belonged to the son of the Gao family. The room was somewhat disheveled. Lin Yue was in a deep slumber, clearly exhausted. Li Qinghe approached cautiously to examine their daughter's injuries, unable to suppress her tears upon seeing Lin Yue's condition. Although Lin Yue had no severe wounds, she was not invulnerable. Lacking combat experience and martial arts skills, she relied solely on her quick reflexes and extraordinary strength to charge forward, often catching her enemies off guard but sustaining injuries in the process. Each time she swung her weapon, the backlash would injure herself as much as her opponent. Her forearm was swollen, and even her palm was cracked from the strain. At this moment, her small hand resembled that of a swollen pig's, likely suffering from ligament and muscle damage of varying degrees. Beyond her arms, her legs were also bruised, the result of ambushes and evasive rolls, with her knees and back being the most affected. Tears streamed down Li Qinghe's face as she contemplated whether to wake her daughter to retrieve the medicine from their RV. They had an array of supplies in the vehicle, but only Lin Yue could access them, leaving her conflicted about whether to disturb her daughter's rest. Observing his wife's hesitation, Lin Sanju inquired, "Qinghe, what's wrong? Speak your mind." Li Qinghe sighed, her fingers brushing over Lin Yue's wounds. "I want to wake her to get the medicine. Yet I also want her to rest peacefully." Realization dawned on Lin Sanju as he remembered he could enter the RV. "Wife, I can go into the RV as well. You guard the door while I fetch it." Li Qinghe nodded fervently. "Yes, hurry inside and bring out my medicine box." Last night, Lin Sanju had suddenly discovered he could sense their expensive RV, but he had been too anxious to investigate the reason behind it. Upon reaching the vehicle, he wasted no time and headed straight to the bed at the back, lifting the mattress and quilt to reveal storage space beneath. He recalled that Qinghe had placed the medicine box there. Having retrieved the medicine box, Lin Sanju swiftly exited, and Li Qinghe watched in wide-eyed astonishment as her husband vanished and then reappeared. Goodness, it feels like a dream. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Li Qinghe understood the close connection between traditional medicine and the I Ching. The practice of healing was inherently linked to the principles of the 5 elements and hexagrams. A saying she often encountered online echoed in her mind, "The end of science is metaphysics." When Lin Sanju handed her the medicine box, she snapped back to reality. Taking the box, she dismissed her chaotic thoughts and began disinfecting and dressing her daughter's wounds. The bruises from her tumbles could only be treated with ointment for contusions, accompanied by massage techniques to disperse the blood stasis, promoting a quicker recovery. Otherwise, upon waking, Lin Yue would be in excruciating pain with every movement. For her most severely injured arm, Li Qinghe prepared acupuncture needles, knowing that the best treatment for muscle strains and swelling in traditional medicine involved both massage and acupuncture. Western methods were ineffective in this scenario. Acupuncture could stimulate acupoints, regulating the nervous and endocrine systems, improving blood circulation to alleviate the pain from her muscle strain. Fortunately, their RV trip was planned for at least 2 months, and as a doctor, she had stocked up on a comprehensive array of medications, including both traditional and Western remedies. Applying a specially developed traditional Chinese medicine patch to Lin Yue's arm, she noticed her daughter remained undisturbed, indicating just how utterly exhausted she was. Lin Sanju, witnessing his daughter's injuries, felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, but dared not interrupt Li Qinghe as she treated Lin Yue. Only after she finished did he ask, "How serious is it? What do you think?" Her arm cannot be moved until the swelling subsides, otherwise, she risks long-term complications. Li Qinghe instructed Lin Sanju to bring her a bottle of electrolyte water, cradling Lin Yue gently. Yeah, drink some water. Though Lin Yue's mind was still foggy, she instinctively began to sip, her body depleted from a night of extreme physical exertion and lacking hydration and energy. In the heat of the moment, she had been too focused on survival to consider fetching food from the RV, neglecting even minor pains and injuries. After Li Qinghe fed Lin Yue half a bottle of water, she gave the remainder to Lin Sanju and began tending to her husband's wounds. His body was also marked with bruises. After treating him, she handed him the supplies and instructed, "Put these away. You should rest. We don't know what lies ahead in our schedule. I'll prepare something to eat. Oh, and could you bring out a bottle of milk, some beef, and barley?" Lin Sanju went back inside to gather the requested items, feeling utterly drained. After handing them over, he collapsed into sleep without saying a word. Li Qinghe, having not slept a wink, was consumed by worry. Her daughter was injured and hadn't eaten all night. She needed to prepare something nourishing. Borrowing a clay stove and some charcoal from Sister Fong, she set up a fire to cook barley rice. Once the rice was ready, she sliced the beef thinly and added a tomato, simmering it into a delicious beef and tomato soup. After more than an hour of slumber, she roused both her daughter and husband. "You two need to eat something before going back to sleep, otherwise your bodies won't hold up." Lin Yue, supported by her mother, rinsed her mouth, neglecting to brush her teeth in the rush. "Mother, will my arm be okay?" Li Qinghe reassured her. "As long as you don't overexert yourself in the short term, it will be fine." Lin Yue chuckled sheepishly. "I promise I won't push myself like that again." Chapter 50. Escape. Li Qinghe gently ruffled her daughter's hair, fully aware that Lin Yue's actions stemmed from a desire to support both of them. Lin Yue had likely heard countless times the well-meaning, and sometimes malicious, inquiries. "You two are still young, and your family's circumstances are so favorable. Why don't you have another child? The fines for exceeding the limit aren't insurmountable. One daughter isn't enough. She'll eventually marry. Will your family's wealth simply go to her husband?" Though she and Lin had firmly stated, "One daughter is sufficient. Whether a boy or a girl, they are our children." Equally cherished, Lin Yue had been influenced by such remarks. Since resigning to pursue her own business, disregarding others' opinions to create short videos, and gradually ceasing to rely on her family's financial support, Lin Yue had been determined to prove to them, and to those with ill intentions, that she, as a girl, could still ensure her parents' well-being. She could establish her own household and provide for them in their later years. She succeeded, even maintaining her independence for 2 years without asking for their financial assistance. Her actions and results conveyed to everyone aware of their situation that she could thrive without leaning on her parents. Now, in this unfamiliar era, Lin Yue was unwilling to burden them, even wishing to shoulder the family's responsibilities herself, which drove her to such lengths. Li Qinghe yearned for her daughter to ease her burdens, knowing that with her parents' support, she need not strive so hard. Yet, she recognized her child's nature and understood that, given the circumstances, Lin Yue's choices were indeed justified. After finishing their meal, Lin Yue was tucked into bed by Li Qinghe, and they both succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep fully clothed. The entire Gao family, along with the Lin Erju family, followed suit, They quickly ate a little something before seeking solace in slumber, allowing their bodies to recuperate before deliberating on their next steps. When Lin Yue was roused by the sounds from the courtyard, it was already late afternoon. She sat up abruptly, realizing that she was alone, and upon raising her arm, she discovered it covered in medicinal plasters. It must have been her mother who applied them. They seemed effective, as the arm, though slightly swollen and uncomfortable, was not overly painful. She got out of bed and opened the door, stepping outside to find the Gao family busy packing their belongings, pots, pans, and other essentials, while a few donkeys and cows stood in the corner of the yard. Gao Erhan approached her upon noticing she had awakened. "Sister, you're up. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts?" After a night of turmoil, the elder two of the Gao brothers held Lin Yue in high esteem. She was remarkably resilient, far surpassing them, and she was only 12. Lin Yue smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious, just a bit sore. How about you? Where's my Uncle Gao? We're tough and used to hardship. My father's wounds have been treated by your mother. He will be fine. As for my second uncle and my father, where are they?" Lin Yue felt a twinge of worry at not seeing her family. "They have gone to the village to discuss what to do next. Would you like to join them?" Lin Yue nodded. "I'll go see. You continue with your tasks." Arriving in the village, she found that there was no need to search. The entire population of Shanglin village barely numbered 100 souls, including a handful of children and a few middle-aged and elderly individuals. The able-bodied were few and far between. The marauders had first targeted the young men, followed by women, the elderly, and children. As Lin Yue surveyed the scene, she noticed that nearly every household had erected a few makeshift graves, some even more than 10. A heaviness settled in her heart. War is brutal. Yet, even in the most genuine of conflicts, the slaughter of women and children is a rare and senseless atrocity, as they are defenseless and capable of bearing offspring to sustain the population. Such indiscriminate massacres have become increasingly uncommon in recent years. These barbarians were worse than beasts. With the loss of close kin came no time for mourning. They had to gather their belongings and abandon their homeland. Gao Dali and Lin Sanju were surrounded by distraught villagers, their faces etched with sorrow yet filled with trust and desperation. "Dali, Erju, Sanju, please tell us where we should go." Gao Dali was at a loss. He was merely a warrior, but he understood they could not stay. Ultimately, it was Lin Sanju who stood up to speak. "These marauders are willing to traverse the treacherous Yunwu mountain to invade our humble village," which reveals their determination to instigate war. Shanglin village is perilously located at the border of two nations. Leaving is our best option. As for where to go, we will have to take it one step at a time. As the village head, Lin Qingyang still held some respect among the people, and he found Sanju's reasoning sound. "Then let us prepare to leave. Should we head towards the county town, or take the smaller roads?" Sanju nodded and shook his head. "Heading to the county town is acceptable, but we must avoid the smaller roads. The official road is comparatively safer. The marauders likely do not have many men, and they only attack under the cover of darkness. They would not dare to march openly along the main road, so it may be safer for us. However, we must avoid entering the city. Who knows if they have infiltrated the county town? If they have, and they kill the magistrate and disguise themselves, we would be trapped like fish in a barrel." Everyone found Sanju's words to be reasonable. After deliberation, they resolved to depart the following morning, hastily packing their belongings in the meantime. However, not everyone was willing to leave their ancestral home, particularly the elderly. The remaining 5 senior villagers, all past the age of 70, were resolute in their refusal to depart. "We are already buried in the earth up to our necks. Whether we live or die is of little consequence. However, our Lin family's ancestral graves, our ancestral hall, and the land our forebears fought to acquire are here. We will not leave. We choose to remain." Lin Qingyang looked distressed. "Uncle, please do not complicate matters. In times like these, staying here is tantamount to waiting for the marauders to strike." The old man was stubborn and indifferent. "Qingyang, I am nearing my 70s. Do you think I fear death? My sons and grandsons perished last night. I am the last of my line. I will not leave. If I am to die, I wish to die here. If you truly care, dig a hole in my yard, and when my time comes, I will simply jump in." The unwillingness of the elderly to distance themselves from their homeland left everyone at a loss. The others did not wish to burden their children. "You all go ahead. At my age, even if I accompany you, I might die along the way, causing even more trouble. Besides, what you fear may not even come to pass. If this place remains safe, you can settle down and send word back. We will return." After all, this is our route. Chapter 51. The relationship between entering the carriage and bloodshed. Gao Dali and the others attempted to persuade the elderly, but their resolve was unyielding. They ceased their efforts, realizing that it was futile to try to convince those set in their ways. Their reluctance to leave was ultimately a blessing for them. After all, at their age, leaving home is naturally difficult to accept. Dali did not press the issue further, as he had to think of his own family. They could not afford to wait any longer. They dared not gamble. They had narrowly escaped this time, but over 1,000 souls had perished in Shanglin village. Who could guarantee that they would be so fortunate again? With the dead and injured accounted for, village head Lin Qingyang took charge, gathering all the valuables from the homes of those who had perished, along with rice, flour, oil, salt, and other necessities, distributing them among the surviving families based on their numbers. No one objected. Even if they did not want those provisions, it would only benefit others or go to waste. Should the marauders return, those supplies might serve as their sustenance. As spring plowing approached, the food supplies of each household were already dwindling. With their seeds having sprouted and no longer being edible, Lin Yue's family received 300 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of corn, 50 pounds of millet, 200 pounds of mixed beans, along with some sweet potatoes and peanuts. They were apportioned 10 taels of silver and over 2,000 copper coins. This distribution reflected the collective effort of the entire village, yet the three of them received just over 10 taels of silver, highlighting the meager savings of a farming household. While dividing the silver, Lin Yue recalled that she had discovered the old Lin family's hidden wealth. After some consideration, she decided to give half to her father. "This is the old Lin family's silver. I found it. Should we share half with my second uncle?" She had not even thought of Lin Baozhu and Lin Mingzong, only recalling the second household due to their kindness. After discussing with Lin Sanju, they decided to share with the second household, as their families were interlinked. Currently, the most populous family in Shanglin village was theirs, and maintaining good relations was crucial. Lin Erju cast a glance at the silver without pretense. "Then I shall not be polite." He understood that if the third brother had not offered, he would not have asked, but since the third brother had willingly given, it was a true testament of brotherhood. He handed the silver to Zhao. "Take care of this. With this, once we are settled, we can purchase land and build homes." The thoughts of the rural households revolve around the necessity of land. The two brothers never considered sharing with Lin Baozhu and the other survivor from the big house. Aside from the grains and silver, the remaining assets consisted of the village's unclaimed pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese. These were manageable. They could all be slaughtered and preserved, ensuring nothing would go to waste. Yet, some individuals, still unclear about the situation, uttered words that ignited anger. "These hens can lay eggs. It would be a shame to kill them," lamented several women, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Gao Dali scolded them vehemently. "You are fleeing for your lives, not on a leisurely outing. Can you care for them on the road?" It was understandable that the village women, accustomed to frugality, would struggle to comprehend the urgency. However, time was of the essence. Lin Yue coordinated with her cousins, one gripping a chicken by the neck while the other swiftly cut its throat, their movements synchronized. The clamor from the women rose. "Oh dear, what a waste. We are losing all this chicken blood." Yet, once the chickens, ducks, and geese had been swiftly dispatched and drained, their protests ceased. However, when the poultry was scalded, plucked, and eviscerated, the women wailed anew. "Oh my, the eggs within them. Such a waste. They won't go to waste if we eat them. Hurry up, it's getting dark." Lin Yue declared as she returned home with 4 chickens, 2 ducks, and 1 goose. In the entire Shanglin village, there were only 8 plow oxen, 4 donkeys, and 2 mules, certainly insufficient to be divided among families. Lin Yue's household was allotted one due to their significant contributions. Without their assistance, over half of the 100 or so villagers would have perished. With such a limited number of livestock, transporting the grains became a challenge, especially with some children unable to walk far needing to ride. Consequently, everyone was busily engaged. The village's stone mill nearly sparking from overuse as they ground corn into flour to occupy less space. Lin Yue's family was relatively better off, for they possessed a vehicle that could accommodate a considerable amount of supplies. Lin Yue speculated about her father's newfound ability to enter the vehicle, suspecting it was linked to his injury. Li Qinghe had also deduced the same, but when she attempted to cut her hand with a knife, found it ineffective. Lin Yue expressed her disbelief. "You are a highly educated individual, the most learned in our family. How could you engage in such unscientific behavior?" Both Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju laughed at their daughter's words. We are all in this together. Can science explain it? Lin Yue rubbed her face in exasperation. Fine. The matters concerning our family have transcended the realm of scientific explanation. Regarding the vehicle, I believe it is not merely bloodshed that forges a connection. Remember, my father and I were both injured while battling the barbarians, which allowed us to enter the vehicle. After exchanging glances, Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju were compelled to believe her. It seemed that was indeed the case. Lin Sanju mused. Then it's settled. The barbarians are ruthless. And you must not take risks. Lin Yue, too, did not wish for her mother to venture into danger, for she had only one mother. However, the ability to access the vehicle offered more than just the benefit of securing supplies. Father, if mother can enter the vehicle, it means she can seek refuge in it whenever we find ourselves in perilous situations. Indeed, the world had descended into chaos. Lin Sanju, uneasy, began to admonish Qinghe. Do not act impulsively in pursuit of entering the vehicle. Our safety must come first. Nothing is more important than the safety of our family. Naturally, Li Qinghe valued her life as well. Rest assured, I am aware of the gravity of the situation and will act judiciously. They stowed away as many space-consuming items as possible into the vehicle, leaving behind only the essential grains that could not be moved. They could not have one vehicle per family, only they knew what was inside. It was imperative to acquire their own vehicle, even if it meant pushing it, so they could smuggle in the grains. Lin Yue voiced what both Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju desired. At dawn the following day, they planned to head to town, hoping for the best. Before they reached town, as dusk fell, Lin Mingshan arrived with a mule. The youth's face, illuminated by the dim candlelight, appeared remarkably innocent. Where did you find the mule? Where have you been, Mingshan? Lin Sanju questioned, sensing something amiss. This was not the village's mule. Lin Mingshan sheepishly scratched his head and grinned. Uncle, I, along with Erhan, Sanshan, Shengqian, Eru, and my elder brother, went to Xiaolin village. They are also reliant on the mountains. We suspected they had also suffered a calamity, so we went to see if there were any mules or oxen. We have too many supplies, and those animals are truly insufficient. As he spoke, Lin Mingshan's smile faded, replaced by anger and hatred. Everyone in Xiaolin village is gone. Even the children have been slaughtered. When we arrived, wild dogs and cats were feasting on the corpses, so we gathered them and burned them, then herded their oxen and mules back. Upon hearing Lin Mingshan's words, Lin Sanju fell silent, placing a reassuring hand on his nephew's shoulder. Acknowledging his maturity, Mingshan has grown up and can shoulder responsibilities now. You did well. In the future, you and your brother will be able to support your family, allowing your parents to take a rest. Lin Mingshan felt bashful yet pleased by the praise. Uncle, Aunt, I must return. I still need to help my family pack. All right. Head back. Tell your parents to only take the essentials. We are fleeing for our lives, Li Qinghe reminded him. I understand, Aunt. Some people's growth occurs in an instant. Much like Lin Mingshan, who was but 14 years old. With a mule now at their disposal, Lin Sanju immediately set about constructing a cart. They had a cart at home. Adding a canopy would suffice, providing shelter from the wind and rain while concealing the contents within from prying eyes. Is this a mule? Mother? Lin Qinghe and Lin Sanju came to inspect the animal. Indeed, it is a mule, quite good. Mules possess great endurance and are tall. They can quickly carry us when needed. Hearing this, Lin Yue was delighted and led the mule aside to feed it. It would need to bear heavy loads, and she intended to treat it well. She brought the mule to the riverbank beside her home, where the grass was the freshest. The mule had gone 2 days without food or water and was ravenous. She brushed the mule's coat thoroughly with a palm brush, then took some cracked corn, known as dajiazi in the northeast, along with some rice husks and hay, placing a basin of water nearby for it to drink when it pleased. Once they set off on their journey, it would be challenging for the mule to enjoy such good food and drink again. The entire family busied themselves preparing for the uncertainties of their future. Lin Sanju fashioned the cart, sharpened knives, and assembled various self-defense tools. Lin Yue and Li Qinghe prepared convenient rations. Mother, there is no time flow in our vehicle. The items we place inside will not spoil. The fruits we left on the table that day remain just as they were, still fresh. Li Qinghe was astonished for a moment before her joy surged. This is splendid. We should prepare more. Who knows when we will find stability again? Many of the items in our home are newly acquired. I had hoped to enjoy my old age here, a truly wonderful place. What a pity. Lin Yue too cherished the environment of Shanglin village, especially the misty mountains. Feeling reluctant to leave. Mother, what should we do about the chicks we bought? Lin Yue fretted over the tiny chicks in the corner. Li Qinghe sighed, let them be. They will have to fend for themselves. They are too small to be of any use. As the clock struck midnight, the family finally finished their tasks, contemplating the future when even bathing might become a challenge. However, the three of them managed to enjoy a good wash. And the first order of business post-bath was to don their undergarments. Regrettably, Lin Yue was still too young to fit into her own clothes. The discomfort of wearing oversized shorts while frolicking in the mountains left her feeling insecure. It was only after they acquired some wealth that Lin Yue bought fabric to make a few strap shorts, which provided her with a slight sense of relief. Not to mention the makeshift belly band she fashioned from a piece of cloth. While Lin Yue had yet to develop, it was a different story for Li Qinghe, whose figure was undeniably well endowed, boasting a C-cup at a height of 1.6 meters. Wearing a belly band proved futile, as moving briskly felt akin to carrying a rabbit in her bosom, bouncing about uncontrollably. Only those with ample bosoms could truly understand the burdens it brought, as it was hardly convenient. After purchasing fabric, Lin Yue crafted a strap-style bra for her mother, which at least prevented excessive movement. Once they entered the RV, changing into comfortable undergarments became the priority, for comfort was of utmost importance. In addition to this, Lin Yue undertook a significant task. She cut her hair. Washing and maintaining long hair would prove to be laborious, especially as it had become dry and tangled. She reasoned that it was better to cut it now and allow it to grow anew. With Lin Sanju holding a flashlight, Li Qinghe carefully trimmed their daughter's hair. Though it did not end up as a buzz cut, Lin Yue's appearance resembled that of a tomboy, and at just 12 years old, with her dark, thin frame, she indeed possessed an androgynous quality. Lin Yue's current look was reminiscent of a young boy. Li Qinghe's hair was also in disarray, but it didn't suit the same cut as Lin Yue's. Thus, Lin Yue styled her mother's hair into a shoulder-length cut that could be tied up in a bun, preventing it from becoming inconveniently disheveled. It was an opportune time to cut hair, given that many families were in mourning. Lin Sanju's head wound had scabbed over, and his concussion showed little reaction, illustrating that the environment does not adapt to individuals, but rather, individuals must adapt to their surroundings. Lin Yue also discovered some patterns within the RV and hurriedly shared her findings with her parents. I have both good and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Li Qinghe, somewhat exasperated, swatted at her. At a time like this, why are you being foolish? Oh, mother. Let us lighten the mood. It's not a big deal, as long as our family of 3 is together, even if we have to beg or scavenge. It won't matter. Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju exchanged glances, and the 3 of them chuckled. You're right. Only then did Lin Yue reveal her discoveries. The supplies in our RV are non-renewable resources. Once used, they are gone. Li Qinghe sighed. This is already quite good. We must be content. There is plenty in the RV. When we arrived, we replenished our necessities, and it should sustain us until we find stability. Lin Sanju added, we shall set off tomorrow. Along the way, if we encounter towns or villages and find nothing amiss, we can buy some grains, oil, and salt to stockpile. If they have also faced misfortune, we may be able to scavenge for supplies. We certainly won't starve. Although they were all aware of the tragic state of Shanglin and Xiaolin villages, it was likely that the villages and towns along the route to the county had already faced calamity. Lin Yue continued, there's more good news. First, as you know, the RV has preservation features, keeping things fresh. Second, the energy system in the RV seems to have a glitch, as water and electricity are continuously available. Whether it's the air conditioning, washing machine, refrigerator, or even the microwave, everything is functional. Really? Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju were astonished. This truly was splendid news. Especially the continuous water supply, which could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Their RV was custom-built, and the entire interior layout had been modified, costing nearly 100,000. They had invested considerable thought into ensuring comfort for their family during their travels across the country. The RV's water tank held a capacity of 480 liters, sufficient to support showers, cooking, and drinking for at least 3 days. If used solely for drinking or cooking, it would last even longer. Chapter 53. Inventorying supplies and departing. Now that the water could be used indefinitely, their greatest resource concern was resolved, but they still required ample salt. The supplies within the RV had been organized by Li Qinghe and Lin Yue, who were most aware of what they had and how much. There were about 5 or 6 bags of salt, each weighing around 300 to 400 grams, sufficient for a while. Presently, they had a jar of salt weighing 2 pounds at home, and after dividing their possessions, they had another jar weighing approximately 2 pounds as well. With this amount of salt, they could sustain themselves for quite some time. Li Qinghe calculated on her fingers. A person only needs a maximum of 5 grams of salt per day, so for the 3 of us, that's 15 grams. 1 pound of salt could last us a month, and with this much, we could easily last 6 months. Could it be that we want to be able to settle down in half a year? That shouldn't be a problem. We will seize any opportunity to gather more edible supplies, Lin Yue assured them. The family had divided several hundred pounds of grain, and previously, their share had amounted to over 300 pounds, though it was all in unrefined form, which was a hassle. In the RV, there were 4 bags of flour, each weighing 5 pounds, 2 bags of rice weighing 10 pounds each, along with millet, mung beans, and red beans, each weighing 1 to 2 pounds. These provisions would sustain them for a considerable time. Lin Yue counted the supplies in the RV, and Lin Yue added, I checked the refrigerator. There are 2 pieces of pork belly, weighing about 4 or 5 pounds, a piece of beef shank, a chunk of brisket, and several steaks that you bought. There are also about 30 to 40 eggs, which is quite a lot. Li Qinghe felt considerably reassured. We are much better off than the people in the village. This time, we also received several chickens, ducks, and geese, along with more than 20 pounds of wild boar meat. There is also a wild sheep with dozens of pounds of meat. We are certainly not lacking in meat. All right. Let us not overthink it. Where there's a will, there's a way. We'll take it step by step. After discussing their plans, the 3 of them yawned, ready to sleep. Before bed, Li Qinghe massaged her daughter, applying acupuncture and ointments. Faced with the unknown, fear was natural, but they could only forge ahead. Standing still was tantamount to waiting for death. The following morning, Lin Yue was roused by her parents. The sun was rising in the east, and it was already past the halfway mark of the hour of the rabbit. She hastily climbed out of bed and dressed. It was early April, with mild weather. To facilitate their journey, Lin Yue wore thermal leggings under her loose-fitting trousers. Without them, the chill would be uncomfortable. Although the leggings were a bit long on her, she managed to shorten them, and with a skirt over them, they remained unseen. She donned a snug tank top that had once been stylish, but now fit her as a child's garment. Over this, she put on a fitted, narrow-sleeved crossover top and a short jacket with narrow sleeves, which would allow for easy movement. The most suitable choice was her socks, although she had previously worn size 30. Her feet had now grown to an estimated 33 or 34. The elastic nature of the socks made them fit perfectly. The available socks were made from cotton or silk, lacking shape or stretch, truly resembling foot wrappings, which were quite uncomfortable. She contemplated raising sheep for wool to knit socks once conditions permitted, but for now, the pastoral life remained uncertain. Putting on her cloth shoes with layered soles, she instinctively reached to smooth her hair, only to remember her current hairstyle. Her hair had grown 2 centimeters since being cut. Alas, one cannot deny the efficiency of it all. No need to comb one's hair, nor to fret about stepping out with a bird's nest atop one's head. When Lin Yue emerged from her room, both Li Qinghe and Lin Yue had already finished their meal. Hurry, wash your face and brush your teeth. On the table, there's rice porridge, eggs, and pancakes. Savor this meal well, for once we set off, sustenance will be scarce. Lin Yue had never experienced a long, arduous migration, though she had walked considerable distances. This time, they were fleeing from peril or perhaps famine. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she quickly consumed a large bowl of rice porridge, 2 boiled eggs, and 2 egg pancakes, leaving her feeling moderately full. Lin Yue reflected silently on her own voracity, likening herself to a mere glutton. She assisted her parents in preparing the mule cart, feeding their essential laborer with hay, corn mash, and fresh water. "Oh mule, dear mule, you shall be our lifeline from here on out. Endure the hardships ahead, for if you cannot, we shall have no choice but to put you down." Lin Yue held a fondness for the mule gifted by her second cousin. Unlike the common donkey mules, this one was a rare horse mule, a treasure in the countryside where horses were prohibitively expensive. This particular mule was tall and mature, its coat a striking black with a reddish hue. Lin Yue discreetly produced a banana. "This is a rare treat. Consider it a bonus meal. You must work hard and carry our loads." Animals possess a certain sensitivity. This mule had dined on the provisions Lin Yue had prepared, and it was experiencing fruit for the very first time. After consuming the banana, the mule emitted an unpleasant sound. Oh eh oh eh. Startled, Lin Yue stepped back and rubbed her ears, muttering, all right, that was quite the noise. But please refrain from such calls in the future. It's rather frightening. As dawn broke at the hour of Qin, Lin Sanju urged the mule cart forward, while Lin Yue and Li Qinghe took their seats within the cart, gathering at the village entrance. Lin Sanju called out to the Gao family, "We're off." The Gao family and Lin Erju responded, "We'll be right there." The mule cart of Lin Sanju halted at the main road of the village, followed closely by the carts of Lin Erju and the Gao family. It appeared that both families possessed 2 carts. Lin Yue lifted the cart cover to reveal Lin Erbai's 2 carts laden with grain, though they lacked frames, restricting their capacity. One cart from Lin Erbai was drawn by an ox and filled with sacks of grain, while the other, pulled by a donkey, carried pots, dishes, clothing, bedding, and a modest amount of fine grains. The Gao family also had 2 ox-drawn carts, brimming with grain. Both families, being numerous, had ample provisions, which is why the younger members of the Gao family were eager to procure draft animals. The Lin family had a modest supply of grain, totaling just over 600 pounds, and after processing a significant amount of cornmeal yesterday, their weight had further diminished. In contrast to Lin Erbai and Gao Dali, whose supplies exceeded 1,000 pounds, the absence of 2 draft animals or an ox for their cart posed a grave challenge for their journey. They waited for a quarter of an hour at the village entrance before the main body of villagers arrived, a grand procession of a dozen or more donkeys, ox carts, and mule carts emerged. Lin Qingyang led the charge with an ox cart carrying his family's grain, several children seated upon it, among whom was his lone grandson. Chapter 54. Who Lacks Self-Interest? The Grim Journey. Lin Qingyang's countenance bore a grim expression. Alas, my second uncle refuses to leave, and I cannot persuade him. Gao Dali had anticipated this. The elderly were often obstinate, clinging to their beliefs. If they want to leave, then let it be. It's uncertain how far we can travel or if we'll survive. In Gao Dali's somewhat selfish and dark thoughts, he found himself reluctant to travel with these individuals, for among the survivors, few were capable fighters. During the massacre the previous night, over 90% of the able-bodied men from Shanglin village had perished. The strongest among them belonged to the Gao and Lin families, with perhaps Lin Eru and Lin Hunyu as additional allies. Shang Qian was also commendable, albeit frail, yet he possessed courage and literacy, skills that might prove useful in the future. As for the others, they were primarily women, children, and the elderly, many of whom were helpless. Gao Dali gazed upon these individuals, torn between helplessness and the moral obligation to not abandon them. After all, they were fellow villagers, having already extended aid. To forsake them now would be tantamount to condemning them to death. With a complex expression, Gao Dali decided not to delay any further. Raising his hand decisively, "Let us depart. Those who lag behind will not have us waiting." The lead ox cart belonged to Gao Dali, followed by Lin Yue's, and then Lin Erbai and Lin Qingyang's carts. Xing Qian was alone, pulling a cart with a donkey laden with his grain, books, clothes, and a few orphans who had lost their parents and siblings. As they distanced themselves from Shanglin village, many turned back with tears glistening in their eyes, understanding that this journey would either lead to death on the road or, with luck, a chance to settle elsewhere, but returning home would be nearly impossible. The carts gradually rolled out of Shanglin village. Although the village path had been repaired, it remained winding and difficult to navigate. Lin Yue, jostled by the bumps, felt drowsy. Her family's cart, hastily constructed by her father, consisted merely of wooden planks with a roof. The interior space was cramped, filled with inconspicuous sacks of grain. And with her and her mother seated, it felt quite congested. Soon, they reached the official road, which was far smoother. Gao Dali cracked his whip, urging the oxen, donkeys, and mules to quicken their pace. After a quarter hour, the caravan halted upon encountering the first village along their route to town. Erhan, you and Mingshan and Era should go quickly to Kaoshan village to assess the situation. Return swiftly. The 3 young men jumped from the cart and dashed towards Kaoshan village, while Gao Dali continued to crack his whip, not intending to wait for their return. The oxen and donkeys were burdened heavily, and their pace was slow. But with the young men's speed, they were sure to catch up. Sure enough, after just a quarter hour of travel, Gao Erhan and the others caught up, riding several donkeys. Father, Kaoshan village has also faced tragedy. However, it seems not everyone perished. We investigated thoroughly. The chickens, ducks, pigs, and other livestock are gone. with feathers scattered everywhere, as if the village had been ransacked. Only these 3 donkeys remain. We also gathered some grain they could not carry. Gao Dali had anticipated this. Thus he offered no further comment. I understand. Let us continue on our way. Lin Yue had been awaiting their return, and upon seeing them, leapt from the cart. As the cramped quarters had become unbearable. Let me ride a donkey, it's too tight in the cart. Lin Mingshan, hearing her request, was about to offer her his donkey. However, upon turning around and seeing Lin Yue with her shaved head, he gaped in shock, as did Gao Erhan and Lin Arrow. Their expressions mirroring disbelief. Yeah, where's your hair? What on earth happened to you? Lin Mingshan felt increasingly perplexed by the family dynamics since the division of households. First, it was his uncle with a bald head due to injury, which he could comprehend, yet now his cousin had also shaved her head. A girl without hair appeared quite unsightly. Although she had never been striking, now she seemed even less recognizable as a young woman. Lin Yue remained blissfully unaware of the candid thoughts swirling in her cousin's mind. She absent-mindedly touched her head, observing their astonished expressions without offering an explanation. My hair used to resemble dry grass. I had it cut to let it flourish. This explanation was reluctantly accepted by Lin Mingshan, just as Lin Yue prepared to take the reins from him. However, Lin Arrow interjected, Here you go. My girl Hunyo can't manage the ox cart yet. I must drive. She doesn't know how to ride a donkey, and we have no need for her. With this assertion, Lin Yue chose not to be petty. All right, thank you, Brother Arrow. Lin Arrow, with a simple grin, returned to his cart. While Lin Yue effortlessly leapt onto the donkey's back, her youthful agility making the feat seem almost effortless. The donkey lacked a saddle, relying solely on a rudimentary bridle and rope reins for guidance, rendering riding a rather arduous task due to the absence of stirrups, leaving her feet without a foothold. As she adjusted to the awkward position atop the donkey, Sheng Qian, behind her, had already spotted Lin Yue's short hair, which resembled cat fur. He could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth and rubbed his eyes, peering again before retreating. After a considerable pause, he succumbed to laughter, his shoulders shaking, while a nearby girl, observing his trembling form, comforted him with a quivering voice. Brother, don't be sad. We will be all right. Your tears make me want to cry too. Xing Qian momentarily halted, his laughter fading, and without uttering a word, he tenderly ruffled the girl's disheveled hair. Their ragtag convoy halted under the blazing sun, for man is iron and food is steel. One meal missed leaves one famished. After 2 hours of relentless travel, save for a brief moment to relieve themselves, they had not stopped. The previous encounter with the town had yielded countless casualties. It was evident that the southern frontier had dispatched at least several hundred infiltrators. As they passed through villages, they left a trail of destruction. And even the bustling towns were not spared. However, with a larger populace, it was impossible to silence everyone. Upon their arrival in the town, remnants of chaos lingered. With streets stained in blood and severed limbs, and even a 3-year-old child, witnessing such horror, had ceased to cry. The night of the massacre in Shanglin village had revealed scenes far grimmer than this. The appearance of their group incited caution among the townsfolk. But after Gao Dali and Lin Qingyang clarified their intentions, the hostility dissipated. Observing their migratory demeanor, the townspeople were perplexed. Why abandon your homes? With so many children. How far can you go? Lin Yue, gazing at Gao Dali's weathered face as he spoke callously, replied, Staying is merely awaiting death, leaving offers a chance to fight. Perhaps we might survive. Chapter 55, The Struggle to Survive. Influenced by their resolve, some townsfolk, gripped by fear of the marauders, began to pack their belongings to join the exodus, while others remained hopeful that the authorities would intervene, insisting on waiting for help. Gao Dali offered no counsel but instead scoured the town for unoccupied shops, gathering useful supplies before departing without delay. Lin Yue's family discovered a livestock market, stained with dried blood, where they expressionlessly exchanged for a larger cart, hitched a mule of similar size to their own, and procured several saddles, embarking on their journey eastward. This time, their rear was trailed by a dozen more carts. Yet, when they paused to prepare a meal, these newcomers did not linger, continuing on their way. Observing their carts, which were significantly larger than theirs and drawn by 2 horses, Lin Yue surmised that they belonged to more affluent families in the town, complete with armed guards. As the curtain of the carriage was lifted, a young lady clad in brocade gazed disdainfully at Lin Yue and her companions, who were casually stacking stones to boil their rice. Hurry along, how pitiful. Lin Yue rolled her eyes dramatically. How utterly ignorant. Zhao Shi mirrored the gesture. Ignore them. They are oblivious to the situation. If the marauders truly attack, those like her will perish first. They hastily prepared a simple porridge, adding small pieces of cured meat from the wild boar that Li Qinghe had requested from old Lin. To preserve it, Lin Yue had salted the meat, and after Li Qinghe returned, she had smoked it with pine branches. At this moment, a few chunks were added to the porridge, enhancing both nutrition and flavor with salt, ensuring a satisfying meal. While they cooked, many children without parents had to fend for themselves, but fortunately, some had lost their parents while others had lost their children. The women and girls, having suffered greatly, instinctively took on the responsibility of caring for the orphaned children, understanding that in order not to be abandoned, they must prove their worth by nurturing these little ones. Thus, a tacit balance was achieved within their group. Those brave enough to fight need not concern themselves with the basic needs of the others, while the women and children focused on their own well-being without causing trouble. It is often said that poor children mature early. They lacked the luxury of petulance and, faced with upheaval, did not cry or complain. Even the toddlers seemed aware of their plight, remaining silent and accepting whatever food or drink was offered. Each individual endeavored to contribute, ensuring they did not become a burden. As Lin Yue tended to the mule, offering it water and fodder, she noticed the children quietly eating, occasionally lifting their heads to gaze with a hint of fear and confusion. She quickly turned away, not daring to look further, uncertain of what lay ahead for these children. Once more on the road, they traveled for another 2 hours, now only 5 miles from the gates of Songong County. Along their journey, the number of fellow refugees had increased, and it was evident that every village had suffered greatly. According to Lin Qingyang's knowledge of the village's populations, thousands had perished. Gao Dali and the others grew increasingly grim, as a county with a mere population of over 100,000 had witnessed the massacre of nearly all its villages and towns within a day and a night at the hands of the marauders. They were uncertain whether Songong County had already fallen under enemy control, leading them to decide against entering the city that day, opting instead to send a few swift and alert individuals to scout the situation after nightfall. They found a small land deity temple just outside the county, which, though seemingly once well attended, now stood deserted. The temple was modest, consisting of 3 earthen rooms and a small courtyard. Inside, a clay statue of the land god awaited them, and upon entering, everyone solemnly bowed thrice before the idol. Lin Yue overheard her aunt muttering prayers. Please do not take offense, land god. We, humble farmers, are at our wits' end and seek refuge here, harboring no disrespect. After settling in, they prepared a meal, offering steamed buns, a bowl of meat, and rice to the statue. A significant gesture considering they typically refrained from consuming fine grains themselves. Lin Yue was unaware of the ancient reverence for deities that resided in people's hearts, but she refrained from voicing any inappropriate thoughts. It was evident that the temple had once had a caretaker, as the incense burner still contained remnants of ash, and the back kitchen was stocked with rice, flour, and oil, yet the previous inhabitants had vanished. The temple was not spacious, and with over 100 people crammed inside, there was hardly any room to spare, while several others took respite in the courtyard. The ox carts can only be placed on either side of the vacant land by the Earth Temple, where individuals are assigned to watch over them. After all, these carts and their contents constitute their very means of survival. Without this grain, their fate would be merely a matter of time before succumbing to death. Lin Yue and her companions have taken refuge in the back kitchen of the Earth Temple, fortunate enough to find a well in the courtyard. On this day of travel, everyone appeared dusty and weary. Zhao Shi and Aunt Fong led a group of women and older girls to fetch water, setting pots to boil. The adolescent boys, with a sense of initiative, ventured into the small woods behind the temple in search of firewood, while the younger girls accompanied them, hoping to find edible mushrooms or wild vegetables. Everyone exerted themselves diligently, with no one lamenting their fatigue or crying out for their parents or grandparents. Li Qinghe, seeking both convenience and a means to conserve firewood, approached Lin Qingyang to discuss pooling resources for cooking. Lin Qingyang's role within the group had evolved into that of a communicator for their collective decisions. He recognized that the Lin family was no longer the naive clan of the past, and he lacked the energy to shoulder any significant responsibilities. Thus, regardless of what Gao Dali and the others wished him to do, he relayed their intentions to the clan members, who understood that their lives depended on the disposition of Gao Dali, Lin Yue, Lin Sanju, and their ilk. If those individuals were unwilling to support them, there would be no recourse, and consequently, dissent was virtually absent. It was only when they encountered Lin Yue and her morally upright companions, who were motivated by a sense of duty and the remnants of their humanity, that they realized they would not be expelled as long as they caused no trouble. After all, they shared a common ancestry. Before long, the Earth Temple was enveloped in a fragrant plume of smoke, as 2 large pots of coarse grain porridge were prepared. Using a mixture of white flour and cornmeal, along with the wild vegetables gathered by the children, they crafted savory pancakes, complemented by pickled vegetables and dried radishes contributed by several families, providing a satisfying meal. In the midst of this gathering, there were numerous children. Li Qinghe instructed each family to contribute a single egg, promising that those without would provide extra grain next time, and thus 4 bowls of steamed egg custard were prepared. This would offer nourishment to both adults and children without requiring excessive resources. The men, having little to do, dismantled the outer cart frames to allow the animals to rest, letting the oxen, mules, and donkeys graze in the woods while providing them with a mixture of bran and water, and for those with surplus grain, a handful of crushed corn kernels. After finishing her meal, Lin Yue tended to her 2 mules, brushing their coats while venting her thoughts. The pressure she felt was substantial, but she didn't wish to burden her parents with it, hence, she sought solace in this manner. Having spent a day on the road, she had accompanied Han and her cousins to inspect the villages along the way that had suffered attacks, and a deep-seated worry gnawed at her. With so many villages affected, it was improbable that there were no survivors. The barbarian scouts could have easily infiltrated, and their capacity to execute such a massacre without a sound was alarming, particularly given that these villages were situated at the far western edge of the county. Songyang County was, after all, a border county belonging to the Great Wei dynasty, which was supposed to be defended by a military garrison. Yet, the common folk were unaware of the garrison's location. Given the numerous civilian casualties and the time that had elapsed without any scouts from the garrison uncovering the situation, a grave problem loomed. Her fears were not solely of the barbarian scouts, but rather of a larger issue within the kingdom. Her greatest dread was the possibility of betrayal from the garrison's commanders, which would spell disaster, a calamity of the utmost severity for the common people. As her thoughts wandered, a group of individuals arrived at the temple, leading fine horses and accompanied by a protective entourage, clearly indicative of wealthy landowners. As dusk descended and with no inns or hospitable homes nearby, the farmers, drawn by the flickering light, approached, hoping for a place to rest, only to discover the dilapidated temple occupied by refugees. From the largest carriage came a gruff, aged voice, "Go tell those inside to vacate 2 rooms. We shall offer them 100 taels of silver." The steward of the guard promptly entered the temple, where the inhabitants had already laid down straw mats and bedding in the main hall, separating men from women, while the children huddled together, preparing for sleep after a long day's journey. The sound of hooves startled them awake. Gao Dali and the others, initially discussing a nighttime reconnaissance of Qing'an County, sprang to their feet and emerged into the courtyard, while Lin Yue, alerted by the commotion, rushed in as well. The steward of the guard was a man of short stature, yet he emanated an imposing presence. Gao Dali's keen gaze discerned the aura of one who had blood on his hands. When confronted with such individuals, it was crucial not to exhibit weakness, otherwise they would perceive you as easy prey. What is your intent? Gao Dali and his companions stood firm, weapons in hand, their posture unwavering. Jialaba, taken aback by their formidable demeanor, was astonished. This group did not resemble ordinary villagers, for no common folk would regard strangers with such hostility. Realizing he needed to recalibrate his approach, he responded with a semblance of civility. "Our lord, the landlord Qin from Fuyuan town, wishes to take shelter here for the night and is willing to offer 100 taels of silver in exchange for 2 rooms. Might this be agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Gao Dali felt a wave of relief, yet maintained an expression that hinted at defiance, firmly rejecting the request. "We are too numerous. These rooms are already cramped, and we cannot relinquish them to you. You should look elsewhere." Jialaba was momentarily stunned, not anticipating such a direct refusal after presenting himself so courteously. His expression soured. "Have you given it proper thought? 100 taels is no small sum." Although he sensed their formidable nature, a sense of disdain lingered in his tone. Gao Dali and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, with Zhao Shi, ever impulsive, retorting, 100 taels? My goodness, that is a substantial amount of silver. Jia Laoba's face betrayed a hint of triumph, convinced that these naive villagers could be easily swayed. I scoff at your offer. 100 taels is hardly a sum to appease us. You call yourself a landlord? With so many of us here, 100 taels may not even suffice for each person, speak of a pittance. If you possess the audacity, bring forth 1,000 taels, and we might consider relinquishing this space to you. Before Jia Laoba could fully articulate his thoughts, Zhao Shi's spittle struck his face, causing his expression to darken as he pointed an accusing finger at her. You shameless wench, how dare you speak to Lord Ba in such a manner? Lin Mingshan, seizing the moment, lunged forward, delivering a swift kick. Jia Laoba instinctively dodged, but Lin Mingzheng's curved blade was already in motion. For none could stand idly by while their mother was insulted. Lin Yue, his face flushed with anger, understood that this was not the time for conflict. Any injury sustained would be detrimental. Eldest, second, just teach him a lesson, he cautioned Lin Mingzheng and Lin Mingshan, who then refrained from escalating the situation further. Jia Laoba observed the sudden shift in the group's demeanor, realizing that these individuals were seasoned fighters, capable of violence. Lin Yue approached, wielding his own curved blade. Undeterred by the pain in his shoulder, he raised the weapon and inquired, "Do you recognize this blade?" Jia Laoba's gaze fell upon the curved blade. Having endured the horrors of that massacre, how could he possibly fail to recognize it? How did you come by this blade? Are you perhaps barbarians? That cannot be. Lin Yue scoffed. If we were indeed barbarians, you would have perished the moment you halted your carriage. This blade was naturally seized from the hands of barbarians. At such a time, we seek not to stir trouble, but should you desire conflict, we harbor no fear. Test us if you dare. Jia Laoba surveyed the group that had emerged, noting the many women and children among them, yet their eyes gleamed not with fear, but with hostility. He fell silent, then clasped his hands in an apologetic gesture. I beg your pardon for my offense. Please forgive me. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. He was no virtuous man, but one who understood the times was wise. He would not make an enemy of those destined for silence. For such individuals often possess no weaknesses, it's either their demise or his. He was merely a guard, a hired hand, and would not risk his life for others. As Jia Laoba approached the carriage, he had yet to speak when an impatient female voice cut through the air. Why the delay? Truly useless. Father, hurry. I am growing weary from sitting. All right, no need to rush. I shall disembark shortly. The landlord, Qin, soothed his daughter, oblivious to the likelihood of rejection. Jia Laoba smirked inwardly, realizing he had made a grave miscalculation. Did they truly believe themselves to be so capable, even in such dire circumstances? Associating with such Navet was merely courting trouble. Chapter 57. An Extraordinary Family. My lord, the people in the courtyard are refugees, numbering over 100. The temple is already small, and they are all crammed together, leaving us with no space. The curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing the furious visage of a young lady. They are but lowly commoners. Simply drive them away without concern for their wishes. Jia Laoba cast a derisive glance at the pampered young lady, a mocking smile gracing his lips. They comprise 100 souls. If you are so capable, miss, then you should be the one to drive them away. I lack such prowess. What is your attitude? Father, look at the guard you have employed. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? The landlord pulled his daughter back into the carriage, his expression darkening as he turned to Jia Laoba. Are you unable to deal with them? Feigning helplessness, Jia Laoba replied, I cannot. If you cannot handle these impoverished commoners, how will you protect us should true barbarians arrive? Jia Laoba's expression shifted, and then, in a sudden motion, he snatched a pouch from the landlord's waist, extracting a thick stack of silver notes. After counting, he took 10 and tossed the pouch back. I am inept, Lord Qin. You would do well to seek someone more capable. This 2,000 taels of silver is rightfully mine. The world is vast, and we may never meet again. Jia Laoba mounted his horse, and as he passed a carriage laden with provisions, he seized packaged hams and snacks, fleeing with them. Caught off guard, Qin was livid at the theft of 2,000 taels. Jia Laoba, do not let me see you again, or you shall pay dearly. Jia Laoba waved his sleeve dismissively, not bothering to take anything else, leaving the remaining guards envious and drooling. With Jia Laoba gone, 6 guards exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Qin had just begun to command the remaining guards to negotiate with the temple's inhabitants when the remaining 6, fed up with the Qin family's arrogance, decided to take matters into their own hands. Previously, they had served the Qin family, enjoying good food and comfortable living, receiving 2 taels of silver each month. Willing to endure their whims. Now, as barbarian threats loomed, their numbers had dwindled from a dozen to just a few survivors. The Qin family, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still dared to bark orders. With Jia Laoba no longer in their way, they felt emboldened. Without hesitation, they rushed to reclaim the pouch, each taking 10 notes, leaving it empty. Thank you for the generous gift, Lord Qin. We bid you farewell in the world of Jianghu. Take care of yourself. Following Jia Laoba's example, they also took provisions to fill their bellies, each securing a ham before mounting their horses in pursuit of him. Wait for us, big brother, they called. 8th Master, we wish to follow you. Their voices echoed into the silent night, reaching the ears of those within the temple. In an instant, Qin had lost 8,000 taels, a third of his life's savings. Father, what has happened? The young lady's panicked voice broke through the air. My lord, you cannot follow. The beautiful woman, the young lady's mother and the landlord's second wife, barely 30, gazed at her husband, who was over 50. Meanwhile, in the carriage, 2 young men in their 20s exchanged glances, grinning. Younger brother, if not now, then when? With that, the eldest and second sons of the Qin family climbed onto their father's carriage, disregarding the women's cries as they rifled through the belongings. Before long, they emerged with a box measuring half a meter wide and 20 centimeters high. The beautiful woman trembled. You are being disobedient and unfilial. If the Lord awakens, he will not spare you. Qin slowly grasped the clothing of his 2 elder brothers, preventing them from leaving. You cannot take that. It belongs to me and to father. The eldest son shot a disdainful look at his sister, his loathing evident, before delivering a slap. What filth dares to cling to me? Get away. The second son followed suit, kicking her aside. After enduring your arrogance for so many years, have you mistaken yourself for something of value? We spare you only for the sake of our shared father. Otherwise, tossing you to the wolves would be a mere trifle. Having said this, the 2 brothers departed, driving away with the rice and flour, accompanied by several trusted subordinates. Lin, having received a slap and a kick, felt her expression shift, her gaze narrowing with malice as she watched the departing carriages. Lin Yue, peering from the doorway, regarded the unfolding drama as a bittersweet seasoning to her own tragic life. Even wealthy families were not free from turmoil. The Qin family originally had 6 carriages, 3 for passengers and 3 for goods. Now, half were gone, no, even less remained. The beautiful woman wept as she urged her daughter into the carriage. Hurry, what shall we do now? Your father is unconscious, the silver notes have been stolen, and the gold he hid has also been taken. What shall we do? Qin bit her lip in silence, while the beautiful woman dispatched servants to check the remaining carriage's contents. The servants, paralyzed with fear, recognized their bonds lay with the master. They dared not flee. With no identity or means, escape would only lead to death. Unlike the guards, they had no means of defense. Madam, the rear carriage holds only cloth, a trembling servant reported. The beautiful woman was left utterly speechless. What shall we do now? The money is gone, the food is gone, and your father remains in the dark. What are we to do? Qin had already been taken aback when the guards seized the silver notes. Now, with her 2 half-brothers robbing the gold and fleeing, she found herself powerless to intervene, only to be met with slaps and kicks from her brothers. Having never endured such indignities before, she felt a suffocating weight in her heart. At that moment, her mother's weeping brought her back to reality. Yet at merely 14 years of age, as she gazed upon her father, who lay unconscious, Qin Manman's eyes dimmed with uncertainty. They set off towards Songhong County, with the 14-year-old Qin Man emerging as the new voice of authority. After a brief interval, the cart suddenly halted, followed by a chilling sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Man, no, that is your father. The anguished cry of the beautiful woman echoed in the air. Though her voice trembled, the 14-year-old Qin Man responded with unwavering resolve. Mother, he is of no use to us anymore. At his age, he would only be a burden. We still possess the savings we have accumulated over the years. Let us live together, just the 2 of us, rather than serving him. Chapter 58. The City Gates Unlatched. Betrayal. The beautiful woman fell silent. If given a choice, who would willingly serve an old man older than their own father? Before long, the cart resumed its slow journey, as if nothing had transpired. However, the servants trailing behind cast fearful glances at their master within the cart, pondering the depths of betrayal. If one could abandon their own father, what else were they capable of? Unbeknownst to anyone, not far from the city gates, the enraged landlord Qin was left discarded by the roadside, forsaken by his new wife and beloved young daughter. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself abandoned in a fetid ditch. The sudden shock of betrayal, combined with his already high blood pressure, proved too much for him. With a kick of his leg, he succumbed to his fate. A once prominent landlord, renowned in Songnong County, now met a tragic end, provoking deep reflection on the unpredictability of life. Lin Yue and her companions witnessed this dramatic scene unfold. And after they felt their presence was no longer necessary, they each lay down to rest, having safely navigated through the day. What tomorrow would bring was uncertain, thus, cherishing the present moment was of utmost importance. When most of the women and children had fallen asleep, Gao Dali took his eldest son, second son, Lin Mingzheng, Lin Sanju, and Lin Yue, along with Sheng Qian, to venture towards Songnong County, 5 miles away. Lin Yue had already proven her worth, demonstrating that she was as capable as anyone else. Therefore, they would not keep any decisions from her but would instead involve her in their plans. They rode mules, reaching within 100 meters of the city gates in less than the time it takes to brew tea. To avoid detection by the soldiers guarding the city, they tethered their mules in the forest by the official road and stealthily made their way towards the city gate. With no cover near the gate, they could only crawl forward, inching along the base of the city wall. In truth, Lin Yue possessed binoculars and infrared night vision equipment, treasured possessions from her father. But now was not the time to reveal them, as they were difficult to explain. The group daringly approached the city gate, with Lin Yue being the smallest, taking the lead. To her astonishment, she discovered a gap in the gate that should have been tightly closed. Alarm surged within her. What could this signify? It was well known that every dynasty enforced strict curfews, both to safeguard the townspeople from petty thieves and to prevent foreign invaders from breaching the walls. Yet here they were, at the witching hour, with the curfew having begun long ago. Any soul found wandering the streets would face detention as punishment. The internal security was stringent, let alone the outer gates, which were of utmost importance. The fact that the gate remained ajar, allowing a person to slip through, indicated the gravity of the situation. It was highly plausible that the barbarian tribes had crossed Yunk Mountain not merely to spy on the kingdom, but had already conspired with the border troops, making their incursion as natural as returning home. Lin Yue swiftly retreated to the base of the wall, her face pale, and spoke rapidly. The city gate is unlatched, with a gap wide enough for a person to pass through, and there are no guards within. What? Gao Dali nearly shouted in horror, his voice restrained with anger as he realized their worst fears had come to fruition. Sheng Qian's expression also shifted dramatically, being a scholar well-versed in history. He understood the implications far better. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Songnong County is the southwesternmost county of Tongou Prefecture, situated over 1,000 miles from the capital, with a population exceeding 10,000. If a rebellion were to occur, we would be the first to face the slaughter. Gao Dali shot him a cold glance, his voice devoid of emotion. We are not saviors. We cannot save so many. If chaos ensues, whether we survive is already uncertain. Lin Yue concurred with Gao Dali's sentiments. Their survival amidst the barbarian onslaught was already a stroke of luck. Yet the sheer number of people, along with the resources within the city, posed a dilemma. Could they truly remain oblivious to the impending threat, allowing the barbarian horde to seize their supplies? Perhaps they could still take some action. Tentatively, Lin Yue proposed, we could enter the city and spread the news throughout the residential areas, with Sheng Qian drafting notices to inform the populace of the barbarian incursion and the collusion of officials with foreign forces, thereby alerting everyone to the potential rebellion. This might create an opportunity for change. Gao Dali was reluctant to engage in such perilous endeavors. His sole desire was to ensure the safety of his family. Even if the citizens were aware, what could they accomplish? The barbarians were formidable, and the common folk stood no chance against them. Sheng Qian grasped Lin Yue's intent and remarked to Gao Dali, they may be powerless, but they are numerous. Even if the barbarians infiltrate the city, they would be outnumbered by thousands. If the citizens united in rebellion, the barbarians would not dare to show their faces. But what benefit would that bring us? If chaos erupts, would we truly escape unscathed? Gao Dali remained unconvinced. Lin Yue continued, the city harbors many merchants. If they find themselves trapped when the barbarian army arrives, their supplies will become the invaders' spoils. If the merchants and townsfolk band together to flee, at the very least, we could blend in with the crowd, significantly reducing our risk. Moreover, if this situation is genuine, it must be disseminated swiftly so that the court can send troops to quell the unrest. Otherwise, when will we ordinary people ever find peace? Shall we forever be refugees, wandering aimlessly? Her words struck a chord with Gao Dali, leaving him speechless. Indeed. Could they continue to live as fugitives, enduring hardship day after day? Even if they possess provisions, how long could they last? The strength of an individual is limited, while the power of the state is boundless. Ultimately, they would need the court's protection to live in peace. Without stability in the nation, how could one find security at home? Let us proceed as you suggest. We must act swiftly. Once we enter the city, we shall locate the bookstore, seize control of it, and have Xing Qian draft a clear and concise notice. After distributing the notices, we will exit the city immediately. Furthermore, we cannot linger at the dilapidated temple. For safety's sake, Han, you must return now. Instruct them to gather their belongings and avoid the main roads, taking the back routes to circumvent the county, or else when chaos erupts tomorrow, we may find it impossible to leave. Upon hearing this, Gao Erhan turned on his heel and raced back the way they had come. Remember, we must act decisively. If discovered, do not shout, run if you can. And, if you cannot, seek your own fortune. Though Gao Dali's words were harsh and realistic, none of them dared to object. If they were truly discovered, a swift end would be the best outcome. Falling into the hands of the barbarians would be a fate worse than death. The group entered the city gates and ran at full speed within. Suddenly, Lin Yue recalled Jishir Hall and dashed ahead of Gao Dali, speaking in hushed tones as she ran. I once accompanied my mother to the county to sell medicinal herbs and became acquainted with the owner of a pharmacy. He wields some influence within the city. Do you think reaching out to him would be advantageous? Chapter 59. Frightening people to death. Lin Yue does not possess an overconfidence in her own intellect. Thus, even when ideas arise, she seeks the counsel of others. The apothecary's proprietor, we are unaware of his character. Could he possibly harbor distrust towards us and inform on our intentions? Gao Dali retorted. This is not entirely implausible. Lin Yue pressed her lips together. All I know is that he has a profound affection for medicinal herbs. Beyond that, I am not acquainted with him. However, I feel that the Jishir Tang pharmacy enjoys considerable renown in Songnong County, and it is quite substantial. If the head of his household were to learn of our plight and unite with other merchants in the city, might it not facilitate our departure from the county? Gao Dali found her reasoning sound. I am somewhat familiar with Jishir Tang. The proprietor is a benevolent individual, and it is worth a try. If all else fails, we can simply bind him and let him decide his fate thereafter. Having reached a consensus, the group set off eastward, taking a quarter of an hour to arrive at Jishir Tang. The entirety of Songnong County was eerily quiet, with not a single night watchman patrolling the streets. Their hearts grew heavier. After catching their breath, Lin Mingshan climbed over the wall, with Lin Yue being hoisted up by her father. The group swiftly made their way into the back courtyard of Jishir Tang. In the courtyard side room, the proprietor Du Zhang was asleep, snoring, until Lin Mingshan pinched his nose, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with several ghostly visages illuminated by the oil lamp, startling him into near unconsciousness. Lin Yue hastily pressed her fingers to his philtrum. Do not faint. We are not here to rob you. Her voice still carried a hint of childishness, and the old man regained his composure, observing the group of rustic men and the ambiguous child before him. Who are you? What do you want? Is it not late to come and frighten an old man? He exclaimed, clearly flustered. Du Zhang seemed to have forgotten his predicament, babbling nervously until he realized his heartbeat had calmed. All right, speak. What is it that you desire? Noticing they did not resemble brigands, he relaxed somewhat, reclining on his bed with an air of resignation. Lin Yue straightened her posture and chuckled awkwardly. Old man, do you recall the girl who sold Tianma to you a fortnight ago? Du Zhang's mind raced back to the patched-up mother and daughter. I remember. What brings you here? Are you seeking revenge? They appeared to be impoverished. What offense could they have committed against you? His concern was not for the mother and daughter, but rather for the quality of herbs that might be lost if they came to harm, as he had no knowledge of their origins. Lin Yue was taken aback. The seemingly gentle and composed old man was quite the character. I am the girl who sold Tianma that day, she confessed, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, but she pressed on. My family resides at the foot of Yunwu Mountain, and the Tianma was harvested there. Du Zhang stroked his beard and acknowledged, that aligns. Yunwu Mountain is indeed a fine place, albeit perilous. He then turned to Lin Yue. Aren't you just a little girl? How have you transformed into this ambiguous figure? Lin Yue sighed and got straight to the point, since you are aware of Yunwu Mountain. You must also know that its other side is inhabited by savages. Confused, Du Zhang inquired directly, I am aware. What is it you wish to convey? Our village lies at the foot of Yunwu Mountain. 2 days ago, savages suddenly appeared, slaughtering our village. From a community of over 1,000. Only about 100 of us remain. We fled towards the county town, only to find that every village along the way had suffered the same fate, with survivors scarcely 1 in 10. Just now, we scouted the city gate and discovered that it was not tightly shut, indicating that the savages have already entered the city, likely in collusion with the authorities. The old man sat up abruptly. You must not speak such nonsense. Old man, we have suffered tremendous losses. Do you think we jest with lives? Gao Dali's voice was grave as he gazed at him. The old man's heart sank. His entire family, over 20 souls, resided within the city. What do you wish for me to do? He asked, realizing they would not have come merely to inform him of such matters without prior acquaintance. We require paper and ink. We will do our utmost to disseminate this news throughout the city. We hope that you can leverage your influence to unite the merchants within the city for a swift escape. Otherwise, when the savage army arrives, both you and your possessions shall fall into their hands. Having experienced tumultuous times, Du Zhang understood the gravity of the situation. The establishment of the Great Wei dynasty was but a few decades past, and the current emperor was merely the 3rd generation, a usurper. Follow me. He donned his shoes, disregarding his outer garments, and led them to the consultation room. Here are paper and ink. Feel free to use them. He too needed to prepare for his family's escape. Wait, Lin Yue interjected. Do you have any uncut paper? The paper you possess is meant for prescriptions, and those familiar with it will recognize it, putting you in danger. Du Zhang was taken aback. Yes, I have some. I will fetch it. Grateful for her timely reminder, he hurried away to retrieve it. As the paper was brought, Shang Qian observed Lin Yue with admiration in his eyes. She was truly astute, more so than he had anticipated. Once the paper was acquired, Shang Qian ground the ink and succinctly documented the events. Lin Yue and Lin Sanju also began to write in another room. After a quarter of an hour, Shang Qian had produced hundreds of copies, while Lin Yue and Lin Sanju contributed significantly as well. Seizing a moment when paper was passed from Gao Dali, they discreetly placed their writings alongside Shang Qian's, ensuring none observed the exchange. Once finished, they did not linger, as they prepared to depart. Gao Dali cautioned Du Zhang in a low voice, even as you plan for your family's safety, do not be overly conspicuous. You must be willing to part with certain possessions. I suggest you take gold, silver, and provisions with you when the city gate opens. Otherwise, once chaos erupts, your escape will be highly noticeable. He added, as for the others, should they raise a commotion, the Yamen will have scant personnel, and the law will not punish the masses. With that, they swiftly exited. Gao Dali, Gao Dashan, and Lin Mingzheng proceeded to disseminate notices towards the east of the city, while Lin Yue, Lin Sanju, and Shang Qian moved westward, simultaneously distributing notices while retreating toward the city gate. When Lin Yue and her companions safely reached the city gate, awaiting the arrival of the Gao family and Lin Mingshan, Gao Erhan had already led a group through the small path from the north outside the city. Lin Mingzheng and Lin Arrow waited for them with the mules they had left in the woods at the northern city wall. As Lin Yue and her group met with Gao Dali and the others, a sigh of relief washed over them. Just as they stepped out of the city gate, a sudden whoosh of air pierced the silence behind them. Chapter 60. Escape. The group quickly turned to retreat. Shang Qian, being of a scholarly disposition, fell behind, receiving a deep gash to his abdomen that stained his clothes with crimson. Lin Mingshan reacted swiftly, wielding his curved blade to block the next assault from the savage, while Gao Dali brandished his spear, narrowly avoiding a strike. Lin Yue and Lin Sanju brandished their electric batons once more, executing a well-coordinated attack, one aimed at the major artery, the other targeting the heart. As they cranked the devices to maximum power, the savage froze, allowing them to swiftly thrust their daggers, one slashing the throat, the other plunging into the abdomen. Having struck successfully, they retreated quickly, avoiding the gruesome aftermath. Noting the fallen foe, Lin Yue commenced her scavenging, collecting weapons, coin purses, and even shoes. These were resources not to be squandered. Quickly retreat. Gao Dali let out a swift shout, and another barbarian lunged forward with a knife. This time, the group was prepared. Gao Dali hurled his spear, striking the barbarian squarely in the abdomen. Gao Dashan and Lin Mingshan swiftly followed up with fatal blows, and the man did not utter a single sound as he fell. They quickly confiscated whatever useful items they could find and retreated immediately. Waiting at the corner of the city wall, Lin Mingzheng and Lin Era had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, ready to provide support. Seeing the others about to flee in a different direction, they called out urgently, "This way. Third uncle, yeah, over here." The group promptly dashed towards Lin Mingzheng's position, not pausing even as they saw the mule struggling to climb up. "Hurry, let's go," they urged. The group fled in panic, terrified that a moment's delay would allow the barbarians to catch up with them. Indeed, mere moments after their departure, 10 barbarians arrived at the city gate, one after another. Upon seeing the 2 dead subordinates, the leading commander, Gru, wore a grim expression. Useless. Incompetent. The soldiers trained in my Black Wolf battalion fell so easily to a counterattack. You all will return and undergo double the training. Yes, Lord Gru, the accompanying men replied, kneeling on one knee in acknowledgement. Gru examined the wounds on these men closely, only to find that their injuries were chaotic and inconsistent, clearly not inflicted by skilled fighters. Killed by a mob with random blades, they deserve their fate. To perish at the hands of untrained commoners is a disgrace to my Black Wolf battalion. The men behind him lowered their heads, too afraid to respond. Gru issued his first command: return immediately with 5 men, ride from the east city gate to pursue them. Kill them on the spot, leave no survivors. Yes, my lord. The 5 men rose promptly and moved into the city. The remaining 4 waited for further orders, and Gru continued, monitor the movements at the city gate. Check for any anomalies within the city. Tomorrow, send scouts deep into the Yunwu Mountains to meet with our lord, and instruct the army to hasten to seize control of Songong County. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Yes, my lord, your subordinates will obey. Lin Yue and the others soon caught up with the fleeing villagers, quickly harnessing the carts pulled by those unable to walk onto the mule. Upon their return, the villagers finally felt a sense of relief. You've returned at last. Are you all unharmed? Several elderly women whispered, their voices laced with concern. They regarded Gao Dali and his companions as their mainstay, with their men gone and their grandchildren still young, in such dire circumstances. The arrival of Gao Dali's group felt like a flicker of hope. They prayed fervently for their safety, for if anything happened to them, their own survival would be in jeopardy. Exhausted, Gao Dali and his companions knew they were not yet entirely safe. We are fine. Everyone hold on. The barbarians might still pursue us, and we must keep moving. The group quickly reorganized, taking turns driving the carts to ensure safety as they hastened towards the northeast, determined to avoid Tongzhou Prefecture. They were uncertain whether the Duke of Wu, who held sway over Tazhou, was the one instigating the rebellion. In these times, the only option was to distance themselves from the prefectural city and head towards the inland capital. They galloped at full speed towards the northeast, and after covering 20 miles without encountering any pursuers, the barbarians finally halted their chase. We cannot catch up, retreat. One of them grumbled, back home, we will face punishment. When my southern frontier army arrives, we shall march north, and the people of Wei will bow before the might of my southern frontier warriors. Worn out from a night of relentless travel, Gao Dali and his companions finally came to a stop after covering 30 kilometers. By now, both man and beast were utterly exhausted. Sheng Qian produced the only map he possessed, a rudimentary one obtained from his teacher, marking only certain towns and hills along the official roads. Although it was not suitable for navigation, it could serve as a directional guide, providing them with at least some semblance of direction. Gao Dali led the group to a relatively flat area with a stream for rest. They quickly gathered stones. The men cleared away insects while the women began to prepare a meal, disregarding the cleanliness of the water source. Li Qinghe observed as they prepared to drink from the stream and sternly intervened. This water must be boiled before consumption, otherwise, it could lead to illness. Unfortunately, her warnings fell on deaf ears. Li, don't make trouble where there is none. This water looks perfectly clean, doesn't it? We've often drunk from it without falling ill. One woman retorted. Exactly. Everyone is exhausted, just let us rest without further hindrance, another added. After a night of unceasing travel, the mood among the group was dismal, and Li Qinghe's advice went unheeded. With no alternative, she confided to Zhao and Aunt Fong, This river water is truly unsafe to drink. At the very least, it must be boiled. While it may appear clean, the harmful substances are invisible to the naked eye. Boiling will eliminate any bacteria. And you mustn't give this raw water to your families, especially the children, as their digestive systems are weak and they could suffer severe diarrhea. Aunt Fong was not entirely convinced of Li Qinghe's caution, but the earnestness in her tone made her willing to heed some of her advice. After all, boiling water required little effort. Conversely, Zhao held more faith in Li Qinghe, having known her for years. She understood that Li would not speak up without reason. Consequently, aside from Lin Yue and the Gao family, only Xing Qian and Lin Arrow followed Li Qinghe's counsel and refrained from drinking the raw water. Those who chose to ignore her warning would have to bear the consequences if they suffered from diarrhea. Li Qinghe and her family of 3 refrained from using the river water altogether. They had smuggled water from their vehicle to boil for drinking. Given that Lin Yue and the Gao father and son, as well as Xing Qian, were all injured, Li Qinghe filled a water pouch with her boiled water and offered it to the 2 families. As she handed the pouch to Xing Qian, she was also tending to his wounds. Fortunately, the cuts are not deep and do not require stitches. Just be careful to keep them dry for the next few days. Chapter 61. Ruin it, but do not give it to the barbarians. Due to their injuries and the excessive fatigue of the past few days, their immune systems were compromised. If they were to drink from the river, they risked exposure to bacteria or microorganisms, which could lead to dire consequences. While it was not guaranteed that such an outcome would occur, it was prudent to err on the side of caution. Everyone was utterly worn out. Yet they could not rest on empty stomachs. They quickly prepared a pot of dough soup, enhanced with a few scattered eggs to form egg drops, along with foraged wild vegetables and mushrooms. Even without much flour, the soup proved to be delicious. After filling their bellies with the nourishing broth, they collapsed onto makeshift bedding and fell asleep fully clothed. The oxen and mules were unharnessed from their carts and tied to a spot where they could drink and graze, left to their own devices as no one had the energy to tend to them. At the pace they had maintained the previous night, these animals might not survive much longer. The group fell into a deep slumber, unaware that Songhong County was in turmoil. Just as Lin Yue and the others had anticipated, the hundreds of barbarians, despite their formidable skills, could not withstand the unity of the common folk. People are not infinite, even if 10 barbarians could kill one. How long could the hundreds endure being slain? Furthermore, Du Zhang, a respected herbalist in Songhong County for generations, stepped forward, sending letters and spending lavishly to ensure they reached several prominent figures in the county. The Du family had thrived on a foundation of trust for generations, and none of the heads of these families would believe the Du family was mocking them. In the realm of Songhong County, there exist prominent figures: the affluent landlord Huang Yukai, who possesses an extensive estate spanning hundreds of acres, the tea magnate Liu Baiqing, who boasts thousands of acres of tea gardens, and the prosperous merchant Zhang Shouzai, whose wealth is derived from his vast mulberry orchards. These illustrious families have long been established in Songhong County, their businesses flourishing throughout the entire Tongzhou prefecture. At this very moment, however, the head of the Du family resides in their ancestral home within the county. Although the Jishitang of the Du family is renowned only within Songyang, they have upheld their lineage for 4 generations and are considered a family of respectable heritage. The integrity of Du Zhang is widely acknowledged, which is why his correspondence was promptly delivered to the heads of the affluent households. The letter bore alarming news. Barbarians have colluded with the authorities with the intention of rebellion. I must take my leave first. If you trust me, depart swiftly. Concurrently, notices were plastered across every street and alley in Songhong County, proclaiming that the barbarians conspired with the government, intending to massacre the city. Whether true or false, the common folk were immediately struck with fear, hastily preparing to flee. Initially, the wealthy merchants harbored doubts, suspecting it to be mere rumors. However, the unsettling resemblance between Du Zhang's letter and the public notice compelled them to take heed. Without delay, they dispatched individuals to ascertain the situation at the Du residence. As the letter reached various households, the Du family, traveling light with merely 4 horse-drawn carriages, made their escape. Upon reaching the city gates, they were halted. Du Zhang slipped a silver note worth 100 taels to the guards, requesting passage. Please enjoy a drink on me. I am in urgent need to attend a funeral. I beseech you to allow me to pass. Having never encountered such a substantial bribe, and noticing the white cloth draped over the carriages, the guards, without further thought, granted them passage. Before long, a report reached the wealthy merchants. Master, the Du residence is deserted. Witnesses have seen 4 carriages leaving the city just before the gates opened. At the city gate, I inquired, and the guards informed me that the Du family is attending a funeral. Additionally, the ancestral home is ablaze, with the largest storehouse engulfed in flames. Alarmed, they concluded that the Du family had indeed fled, abandoning their 4 generations' worth of medical practice. It was inconceivable that the Du family, rooted in the land, would leave for a mere funeral. It could only be a pretext for their escape. The burning storehouse likely consumed the herbs and provisions they could not take. Something was indeed amiss within the city. Quickly, send word to the stables to ready all carriages at the second gate, and summon the ladies and young masters to the front courtyard. They may only take valuables and gold. Everything else must be left behind. Move swiftly. Originally intended to pay respects to their ancestors, they now found themselves unable to preserve their ancestral home. Yes, my lord. The families who had received Du Zhang's letter hastily packed their belongings, preparing to flee. Regardless of the truth behind the matter, they were unwilling to gamble with their lives and families. No amount of silver was worth more than their safety. Lai Fu, leave a few capable guards behind. Once we exit the city gates, set fire to the granary and storehouse, and let them take advantage of the chaos to escape and catch up with us. Upon completion, each of you shall receive 100 taels of gold. Yes, master. Lai Fu trembled at the command, but did not dare to hesitate, promptly setting off to fulfill the task. Forgive me, ancestors, for my unfilial actions. I find myself with no other choice. It is better to destroy our ancestral home than to let it fall into the hands of the barbarians. When the court reclaims the county, I shall return with my descendants to restore our ancestral home. Master Lu wept, lamenting that the century-old Lu ancestral home was destined for ruin under his watch. Although reluctant, the other families issued similar commands, determined to ignite the flames the moment they departed. Just as the 4 carriages of the Du family crossed the city gates, chaos erupted within the city. The wealthiest families, driving their carriages with their retainers and guards, arrived at the city gates only to find them sealed. By order of the county magistrate, any individuals suspected of being foreign spies were prohibited from leaving until their identities were verified. Those who defied this order would face charges of treason and collusion with the enemy. 20 to 30 armed officials guarded the city gates, some of whom were indeed barbarians. The head of the Lu family, seated in his carriage, froze upon seeing the foreign figures. Indeed, there are traitors among us. His eldest son, who had traveled extensively with his father, recognized the differences in appearance between the barbarians and their own people. His expression shifted, and he urgently advised, "Father, we must join forces with the Huang and Zhang families to force our way through. They cannot possibly have a large force within the city. This is our last chance to escape. We must take the risk." The father and son quickly devised a plan, and soon messages were exchanged among the families. Rallying together, "We suspect foreign spies are within the magistrate's office. We cannot concern ourselves with anything else. If they attempt to stop us, let us see if those barbarians dare to take action. Guards, follow orders. We charge forward, and if we safely exit the city gates, each of you shall receive 100 taels." The other families echoed these orders, and over 100 individuals surged toward the officials, followed by a throng of bewildered citizens. The officials, caught off guard, hesitated to intervene, uncertain of the situation, and retreated to the sidelines. The foreign spies, observing the scene, wore expressions of malice yet dared not act. As the crowd swelled at the city gates, someone shouted, "There are indeed barbarians among the officials. They do not look like us. Flee. The county magistrate is in collusion with the enemy." Chapter 62. The Scapegoated County Magistrate. The tide of the populace surged like a tempest, and the foreign spies, mixed among the officials, panicked. They attempted to flee but were obstructed and ultimately trampled to death. In the ensuing chaos, the county magistrate, bearing the brunt of the blame, was bound to a grand chair, battered and bruised, resembling a beaten dog. He met the gaze of the long history envoy sent by Prince Wu with a maniacal laugh. "Prince Wu has instigated rebellion and treason. I have dispatched sealed letters bearing the official seal beyond the city. Your families will surely face extermination. Even in death, I have fulfilled my loyalty to the nation. I die without regret." The envoy's expression shifted, fear creeping into his eyes, yet he maintained a facade of strength in the presence of the foreign leader, stating, "Is that so? Prince Wu is already allied with General Lu Wu of the Border Guard. Currently, The 100,000 troops stationed at the border are all under the command of the Wu estate. The territory of Zhuzhou is already within our grasp. By the time your letter reaches the capital, how many cities will already belong to the Wu estate? The county magistrate, Wu Xue, scoffed derisively. If it were so simple, why would Prince Wu conspire with the barbarians? You are bringing about your own demise and endangering the Wei dynasty by letting wolves into the gates. This will be recorded in history, and future generations will scorn you for eternity. Your descendants will not survive, your 9 clans shall perish, and I foresee your doom. He continued, look at that usurper who sits on the throne through treachery. What power does he have to exterminate my clan? He is merely a lowly creature born from a palace made as womb. The throne of the Wei dynasty is not for him to claim. I merely act in accordance with heaven's will to execute the usurper. Yet you do not have the right to betray your country. Regardless of the current state of affairs, it remains a matter of the Wei dynasty. Your treason cannot be forgiven. Do not forget, there is still a former crown prince. His Highness the present Prince Lin, the legitimate grandson of the founding emperor. He embodies the true lineage of the Wei dynasty. You are merely sealing your own fate. And I will await you traitors in the depths of hell. The county magistrate of Songyang was indeed a rare official concerned for the welfare of the people. Had it been solely the rebellion of Prince Wu, he would not have retaliated, for Prince Wu, after all, belonged to the royal family and would not harm the citizens of the Wei dynasty. However, he colluded with the barbaric and ruthless foes, who possess no humanity, and would undoubtedly endanger the lives of the tens of thousands of citizens within the city. Even in death, he would await them in the halls of Yama. The magistrate of Songyang County met his demise at the hands of an enraged chief clerk, indicating that he had indeed struck a chord regarding the unease that festered within the man's heart. Indeed, despite the current ruler's illegitimate ascent to power and his tyrannical governance, there remains a most legitimate prince in the capital. Having occupied the position of crown prince for a decade, it was only due to the late emperor's waning faculties and his suspicion of the crown prince's ambitions that the current ruler was able to seize the throne. Under the current tyranny, could Prince Lin, who lives peacefully in the capital, truly be a harmless nobleman solely devoted to indulgence? Such matters held no relevance to Lin Yue and her companions, as they were merely common folk. The political issues of the elite were beyond their concern. Their primary objective was to survive and find a place to settle. Regrettably, the chaos in Songyang County swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Tongzhou Prefecture, akin to a tempest. And in a mere night, the entire region descended into turmoil. It became exceedingly difficult for them to find a temporary refuge. The king of Wu, stationed in Tongzhou, had initially planned to engage in battle with Lin Yue upon the arrival of reinforcements, but with the unexpected upheaval, he was compelled to act hastily, leading to the abrupt outbreak of civil war. The king of Wu, rallying his troops under the pretense that the current tyranny stemmed from treacherous ministers in the court, launched an offensive against the nearest Zhuzhou prefecture, capturing a city within just 3 days. The king's rebellion triggered a chain reaction, prompting other regional princes to follow suit. By this time, Lin Yue and her companions had been traveling for 3 consecutive days, resting only 3 hours at night, and apart from eating and attending to their needs, they were perpetually on the move. This grueling journey took a toll not only on the people but also on their beasts of burden. The mule from Lin Qingyang's household, though aged, was typically well cared for. During the busy farming seasons, they would provide it with the finest fodder after just a few hours of labor. Now, on the road, they could only afford to let it graze on some grass and a bit of bran, and within just a few days, it was already on the verge of exhaustion. It was not only his mule. Others, like the sturdy oxen, fared better than the donkeys, yet even several donkeys were beginning to falter. Since the day of the uproar in Songyang County, they had traversed over 200 miles. According to Xing Qian's map, they should now be at the border of Yuxian County. During a midday rest while preparing a meal, Lin Qingyang approached Gao Dali, old Gao. We can't continue like this. The beasts are at their limit. Several of them haven't even touched their feed today, and if we go on like this, at most by tomorrow, they'll die. Gao Dali, observing the pallor of the children and the exhausted animals gasping on the ground, let out a sigh. I know the beasts cannot endure much longer, but we have no choice. We've only just reached the outskirts of Yuxian after 3 days of travel. I've heard that this county is mostly composed of clans, with tightly knit villages that are extremely insular. We cannot afford to linger. If we are discovered, we'll be in deep trouble. Being driven away would be a fortunate outcome. Being imprisoned would spell disaster. Lacking travel permits, they risked being mistaken for vagrants and detained, which would leave them utterly helpless. Li Qinghe was cooking while Lin Yue rested, and upon hearing their discussion, she suggested, "Uncle Gao, why don't we take a break from traveling this afternoon? Let us find a way to convert the grain on our carts into dried provisions to reduce some weight and ease the burden on the animals." Throughout their journey, the adults and children alternated between walking and riding, as they dared not remain seated for long. Lin Yue's family was somewhat fortunate, possessing 2 mules, and much of their cargo was stored in their covered wagon, allowing them to walk only intermittently. However, many families were not so lucky. Numerous individuals had developed blisters on their feet, and the plight of Lin Yue's family of 3 was not lost on anyone. Yet none were inclined to play the role of benevolent benefactor. They had already assisted many along the way, and with the uncertainty of how long this escape would last, they could not afford to act like saints, offering help indiscriminately. Gao Dali glanced at the sky and then at the pleading faces of those around him. Both adults and children looked to him with beseeching eyes, and he could only nod. "Very well. Clan leader, you tell them to convert whatever grain they can into dried provisions to minimize weight. If it comes to it, should the animals collapse, we'll have to resort to slaughtering them for meat, but that would mean we'd have to pull the carts ourselves or carry burdens." Chapter 63. The Bonds of Youth. The mere thought of such a scenario made Lin Qingyang's brow furrow deeply, for their group comprised few able-bodied men, predominantly women, children, and young teens. If it truly came to that, fatigue alone would be enough to prove fatal. They decided to spend the night here temporarily, and a collective sigh of relief was heard. However, the prospect of converting their grain into dried provisions brought back worries. Most of the grain consisted of rice, corn, and various beans. How could they possibly transform it into dried provisions? Li Qinghe, Zhao Shi, and Aunt Fong stepped forward. "Let us start by mixing the cornmeal we have with a bit of wheat flour to make flatbreads. As for the remaining corn kernels, let a few of the stronger young men go find some stones to create a simple mill and grind the corn as much as possible." Thus, Lin Yue, Hunyou, Erhu, and the 3 Gao brothers, along with Lin Mingshan, ascended the mountain, with Sheng Qian following suit. These individuals were among the stronger ones, with Lin Era being the strongest, followed closely by Lin Yue and Hunyou. Lin Eru and Hunyou inherited their strength from their family lineage, while Lin Yue's strength seemed to be a genetic anomaly. Lin Mingshan, curious, pinched his cousin's arm. "Your arm is no thicker than a bamboo pole. Where do you get all that strength from?" Lin Yue swatted his hand away, about to leap onto his back, but suddenly recalled his injury and had to abandon the idea. "I possess a unique talent. You wouldn't understand, hee, envy one help." Having experienced this life and death upheaval, their camaraderie had grown remarkably deep, and they had all come to accept Lin Yue's personality transformation. After all, who could maintain their temperament unchanged after such an ordeal? Hunyou, linking arms with Lin Yue, remarked, "Ye is still young. When she grows up, she'll probably be stronger than my second brother. At that point, she could take down a wild boar with a single punch." Lin Yue envisioned the scene of striking down a wild boar with her fist, and her hair stood on end as she waved her hands. "No way, Hunyou, I don't want to punch a wild boar to death." Hunyou looked at her bewildered. "Why not? Punching a wild boar to death is impressive. Then you wouldn't lack for meat." Lin Yue rejected the notion of becoming a muscular superhero. "I'm a girl. It wouldn't be very ladylike to kill a wild boar. If we want pork, once we settle down, we can raise pigs. They taste better than wild boars." Her words reminded everyone of their hometowns, and Hunyou turned her gaze towards the direction of home. "Once we've settled, I'll return to move my father, elder brother, third brother, and mother's graves to our future home. I'll accompany you." Lin Era stood beside his sister. Sheng Qian also thought of his parents, and I. Lin Mingshan scratched his head. They had no parents or siblings buried there, and their grandfather was not particularly close, so he had no desire to relocate their graves. "But I can escort you all back," Lin Mingshan declared loudly. "And us," the 3 Gao brothers chimed in unison. Lin Yue smiled. "When the time comes, we'll work hard to earn money, and we can hire a caravan to escort us. Your audacity is truly remarkable. We merely cultivate the land and hunt for sustenance. How could we ever afford to hire a caravan escort? But one must dare to dream and take action. In due time, we shall strive together." The voices of a few grew increasingly fervent, already envisioning what endeavors they might undertake to amass enough wealth to secure the services of a caravan. Lin Yue's optimistic disposition inspired several young souls. They no longer wore faces clouded by the lamentations of their kin. Shang Qian silently observed Lin Yue, and from that fateful night, he discerned that whenever he laid eyes upon her, she seemed to emanate a wondrous golden glow, irresistibly drawing his gaze and stirring his somber heart. Upon further acquaintance, he recognized a vibrant vitality within her, effervescent and unwavering, as if nothing could extinguish her spirit. It is often said that the more one lacks something, the more fervently one desires it, and Shang Qian was no exception. He had once aspired to diligently pursue academic accolades, to bring pride to his parents, and to earn the admiration of others. Yet, the massacre by the barbarian invaders had robbed him of his sole remaining family, leaving him devoid of purpose and motivation to live. In his despair, he contemplated reuniting with his parents in death. Thus, when he was on the brink of execution by the barbarian invaders, he found himself devoid of the will to resist. He felt that dying was of little consequence. However, Lin Yue burst into his life with an undeniable vigor, illuminating the dim flicker of hope within him. It seemed that only in her presence did the light of his existence reignite. He discovered a renewed motivation and purpose to safeguard the radiant smile that blossomed upon Lin Yue's face, ensuring it would forever flourish. Unbeknownst to Lin Yue, her impact was profound. She and her companions selected several suitable, flat stones and carried them down the mountain. Among the tribe, there were those skilled in crafting stone tools. Lin Yue, strong and capable, lent his assistance, while Lin Yue provided the necessary implements, including hammers and chisels. They needed only to smooth the stones and create a sturdy base. The most laborious task was crafting the stone mill. After an hour of cooperative effort, they managed to produce a rudimentary stone grinder. In order to grind more corn, they constructed 2 additional grinders. Without the use of draft animals, they took turns hauling the heavy stones, moving faster than the beasts themselves. Meanwhile, the remaining women and girls foraged for mushrooms and wild vegetables, ensuring that no one remained idle. Li Qinghe sought out commonly used herbs such as plantain and dandelion, which would prove beneficial. Lin Jing took a keen interest in this. Though she was curious about how her aunt had acquired such knowledge, she had learned through experiences of life and death that some questions are better left unasked, and some words unspoken. She followed her aunt closely, observing her as she identified various plants, while Li Qinghe generously shared the uses of the herbs. And Lin Jing absorbed the information with great diligence. Whenever they paused to prepare meals, they ensured a nearby water source, as cooking is inextricably linked to water. No household possessed the means to transport water over distances, only enough to quench their thirst. Lin Yue, accompanied by Xia, Lin Ro, and the boisterous half-grown children, waded into a narrow creek, about a meter wide and reaching up to their calves, to catch fish. The water was crystal clear, flowing down from the distant mountains. The riverbed was strewn with pebbles and sandy bottom, and Lin Yue spotted many palm-sized fish, resembling creek grouper, as well as numerous clams nestled in the yellow sand. Such treasures. Xia, go fetch a basket from our cart and also a scoop for catching. Today, sister treats you to a feast, Lin Yue exclaimed. Xia's round face lit up with joy. All right, third sister, I'll go right away. While Xia retrieved the tools, Lin Yue instructed the accompanying children on how to gather clams. This way, the ones with shells are edible, containing meat inside. Collect them and tuck them into your clothes. We have water here. You can wash up today, so no need to worry about wetting your clothes. Chapter 64, A Rare Leisure, Acceptance of Fate. All right, I'll listen to third sister. The children, ranging from 10 years old to as young as 5 or 6, all referred to Xia as third sister. Lin Yue felt a sense of joy, but she understood the importance of reminders. No splashing water. Stay within this area. If the water gets deep, call out. Don't wander off to play alone. If you drown, no one will know. Do you understand? We understand, third sister. Hunyou gazed at Lin Yue with admiration. Your patience is truly remarkable. I, on the other hand, cannot endure it. When I hear a bunch of children chattering, my head feels like it's going to explode. Lin Yue replied softly, I struggle too, but they're quite easy to appease. Lin Yue led the group of children in clam gathering, and when Xia arrived with the tools, she ceased her own collection. Xia, let me teach you how to use the scoop to catch clams. It's much faster. Lin Yue demonstrated, scooping a handful of yellow sand from the river, rinsing it in the water, revealing the clams beneath. Wow, third sister, this is so quick and effective. Xia exclaimed with delight. You all keep gathering. I'll go catch fish for lunch. Lin Yue and Hunyou moved to the opposite bank. one chasing while the other blocked the fish. Before long, they had filled a basket with small grouper. Hey, we've caught 5 already, let us catch a few more. This mountain creek, removed from villages and shops, was seldom frequented, rendering the fish less wary. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Yue and Hunyo had caught dozens, weighing several pounds. Though small, the fish provided enough meat for a hearty soup, and their bones were minimal, consisting of only one main spine. That evening's meal featured clams stir-fried with wild onions. While the meat was scant, it added a much-needed flavor to the diet. After gutting the dozens of palm-sized grouper, they casually chopped them and simmered a large pot of fish soup, infused with freshly picked mushrooms and wild vegetables. The staple was cornmeal flatbreads, freshly cooked and aromatic, made even more delectable when soaked in the fragrant fish broth, satisfying their hunger. Despite having only half a day's time, their productivity was commendable. Given the favorable location with a water source and the ability to gather wild greens, Gao Dashan and the others ventured into the mountains armed with bows and arrows, managing to capture a half-grown wild boar and several rabbits, along with a dozen wild chicken eggs. After discussions, Lin Sanju, Gao Li, and Lin Qingyang decided to remain for 2 days, allowing the draft animals to recuperate and to grind all the corn into flour or coarse meal, while also hastening the processing of rice. In the coming days, the men busied themselves with grinding corn and pounding rice, while the women prepared corn cakes. The rice, once hulled, was ground into flour to make rice cakes that could be readily consumed. If they dried out, a quick steam would restore them. The older children scoured the mountains for wild vegetables and mushrooms, taking advantage of the sunny days to dry them to about 70% moisture, ensuring they would be useful later. The skilled hunters, like the Gao Dashan brothers, took Lin Eru, Lin Mingzheng, Lin Mingshan, and Xing Qian into the woods to catch whatever they could, consistently returning with a wild chicken or rabbit, and at the very least, some wild chicken eggs. Among the entire group, only 2 individuals remained somewhat isolated, Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei, siblings who harbored both resentment and fear towards Lin Yue. Their animosity stemmed from jealousy and hatred, for they were aware of their own treachery in filicide. Their fear was compounded by the knowledge that they had witnessed Lin Yue take a life, rendering them hesitant to provoke her, lest they suffer a similar fate. Thus, they nestled in Lin Baozhu's cart. Lin Baozhu took these 2 niece and nephew under his wing. Despite Tian's dissatisfaction, he did not expel them. However, the lack of warmth was palpable, especially as he glared at Lin Mingzong, who was reclining with a book in hand, causing Lin Baozhu to angrily toss down the firewood he was carrying. Look at those 2. What do they think I am, their servant? In these times, they still carry themselves with the airs of scholars. Let me tell you, if you don't start behaving, I will cease to provide you with any more of my meals. Lin Baozhu was exceedingly busy, gathering firewood and grinding corn, and after being scolded by his wife, he felt a surge of frustration. He observed Lin Mingzong, who was glaring angrily at his wife, whose expression had soured as well. What kind of gaze is that, you brat? Did your aunt speak incorrectly? At such a critical juncture when everyone is laboring like donkeys, you sit there pretending to read. Hurry up and get down to work. Lin Mingzong's face darkened like earth. I am a scholar. If I do not study, I would be no different from you all. 4th uncle. You are truly bringing disgrace to culture. Grandfather would not approve. Lin Baozhu, already not a virtuous man, upon hearing Lin Mingzong's words, immediately threw down his chopping knife, approached the cart, and yanked him down by his collar. Bringing disgrace to culture, huh? If you wish to be a scholar, then go back and find your grandfather. I lack the ability to indulge you. I am not your father. Lin Mingzong tumbled off the cart, and his sister, Lin Hongmei, quickly helped him up. Uncle, my brother is just unaccustomed. I will speak to him. Please do not be angry. Lin Mingzong wanted to explode, but his sister held his arm tightly, her eyes pleading. Suddenly, he exhaled and looked dejectedly at his uncle. I am sorry, uncle. It was my lack of understanding. I will change. Lin Baozhu snorted. Go chop wood. Look around. Who isn't working? Tian glanced at the siblings, rolled her eyes, and said nothing further. Lin Hongmei pulled her brother aside to the wood they had collected. Brother, we must accept our fate. No one will help us. Lin Mingzong watched Lin Yue rushing down from the mountain with a flash of disdain in his eyes. And as she looked over, he quickly lowered his head. I understand. I will not be like this again. In the current situation, he had to resign himself. But once he turned the tide, he would ensure they knelt before him to quench the resentment in his heart. Lin Yue, with her clothing filled with yellow berries, blackberries, and a few wild eggs, arrived at their campsite and immediately caught sight of Lin Mingzong's uncomfortable gaze. Narrowing her eyes, she resolved that should he dare make a move, she would not hesitate to eliminate him amidst the chaos, for she despised any source of instability around her. Once she had made her decision, she put him out of her mind and went to her mother. Their group stayed for 2 days, during which the wild eggs in the woods and nearby mountains suffered greatly, all taken by them. She gathered numerous berries, some of which she concealed in her space, while the rest she carried in her clothing. "Mother, come taste the berries I collected. They are quite sweet." She placed the washed berries in a basket to feed her mother. Li Qinghe was preparing dough, intending to make extra to store, preserving it in the caravan. Once the dough was ready, she would stir-fry some vegetables to pack away for later use, in case of unexpected situations. Lin Yue took the dough-making task from her mother. "I will roll the dough, mother, you take a break." Their group, having survived a massacre, enjoyed 2.5 days of relative peace before they were forced to leave. Chapter 65. What do you say, will you give it? A group of horse riders approached to drive them away. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Maya tribe. Outsiders are not allowed to linger here. Leave immediately, or we will resort to force." A man clad in vibrant woven garments, wearing a feathered crown, pointed a bone fork directly at them. Gao Dali and the others immediately positioned themselves at the front, weapons in hand, ready for defense. The 10 cavalrymen, upon seeing this, exchanged glances, realizing it was a provocation, and their expressions darkened as they glared back. Shang Qian and Lin Sanju stepped forward. "We are merely resting here. We will leave shortly." Lin Sanju restrained Gao Dali. "Do not provoke them. These tribal folks are extremely xenophobic. If we harm them, they will pursue us with full force. We should just leave." Shang Qian, representing their group, bowed respectfully to the others. "We sincerely apologize. We mean no harm and will leave at once." The 10 men did not act rashly. They understood that given their numbers, engaging in a fight would not benefit them, and they merely sought to expel the intruders. Fortunately, having just finished lunch, everyone was present, and seeing that the opposing group was only watching without intent to attack, Gao Dali and the others had no desire to confront them. They decided to leave. After all, they had ground most of their grain and it was time to go. Everyone swiftly gathered their belongings, and after a quarter of an hour, the Maya tribesmen watched the northern-bound group whispering among themselves. "We didn't warn them about the mountain bandits to the north. Do you think they will suffer complete annihilation?" Lin Yue and the others were unaware that they were about to enter a den of wolves. They traveled north and the next day encountered fellow refugees who were even worse off than themselves, with only a few families possessing ox carts, while most carried burdens or pushed wheelbarrows. Upon seeing their group with oxen, donkeys, and mules descending from the narrow path, the travelers halted, their eyes fixated on the lead Gao family and Lin Yue's mule cart. Gao Dali and the others, including Lin Yue and Lin Sanju, raised their weapons in defense when suddenly a few burly men with bearded faces approached, accompanied by a dozen others, brandishing wooden sticks, hoes, and even kitchen knives as weapons. Gao Dali glared fiercely at them. "What do you want? Planning to rob us?" The leading man stood at 7 feet tall and weighed around 200 pounds, flanked by what appeared to be his brothers, all looking exceedingly formidable. "What do we want?" "Brothers, we see you have quite a few livestock. We wish to borrow a couple for use. How about it?" He surveyed the group. Although they were numerous, there were few men, mostly children and women, while his side boasted over a dozen seasoned fighters. He wagered they would concede and hand over their livestock, having already tasted the sweetness of such encounters along the way. If they were dealing with someone else, perhaps they would comply, but unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Lin Yue. Despite the presence of women and children, every individual among them had witnessed bloodshed. Having seen their loved ones die before their eyes, they were unafraid of a few petty thugs. Gao Dali shouted, "What do you say? Will you lend them?" After 2 seconds of silence, the group responded in unison, "No, we will not." Gao Dali laughed heartily. "Did you hear that?" The leader, Wei Dahu, had a sinister glare. "Then don't blame me for robbing you. Brothers, let us go. Food, women, livestock, all ours. And for the rest, kill them." "Yes, big brother, kill." At that moment, Gao's family trio, Lin Yue, Lin Mingzhong, and Lin Arrow instantly drew their blades and leapt down from the cart, while the others, Aside from the children under 10 and one adult left to guard the younger ones, brandished their weapons. In a single encounter, Wei Dahou was disarmed of both arms by the combined efforts of Lin Yue and Lin Mingshan, while his brothers were likewise incapacitated by Gao's men and Lin Arrow. Those who charged towards the elderly, weak, and women did not fare any better. The people of Shanglin village wielded their knives with precision, each strike finding its mark. The attackers, who had initially intended only to intimidate, were caught off guard by the ferocity of the Shanglin villagers. They are killing. Run, they are killing. Most of the men had experienced bloodshed. The ones who were most severely injured were Wei Dahou and his brothers, while the others, after receiving a blow, fled in panic. Standing at a distance, observing others who had initially hoped to benefit from the chaos, one quickly realized that this group was not merely comprised of the elderly, the weak, or women and children. They were akin to the grim reapers themselves. In a flurry, they seized their weapons and fled, terrified of ending up drenched in blood. The Wei brothers also contemplated retreat, yet Gao Dali was not one to leave potential threats unaddressed. It was evident that these brothers were distinctly different from those who had already fled. Their hands were stained with blood, and having inflicted harm, they could not afford to let them go, lest they one day retaliate. Gao Dali, accompanied by a few others, pulled the Wei brothers aside, trembling with fear. Wei Dahou pleaded for mercy. "Good sirs, we were blind to our folly. I implore your magnanimity, spare us." Wei Eru and Wei Xiaohu echoed his fears, their voices quivering. "We shall not dare again. Please show us mercy." Gao Sanshan and Lin Mingzheng hesitated, their knives momentarily pausing in the air. At that moment, Wei Xiaohu sensed the knife at his throat had been withdrawn, and with a narrowed gaze, he flipped over, seizing the blade and ignoring the blood that instantly pooled from his hand, swiftly turning the tables and pressing the knife against Lin Mingzheng's neck. With defiance, he glared at Gao Dali. "Release my brothers, or else," but before he could finish, Lin Yue's dagger had already severed his throat, splattering Lin Mingzheng's face with blood. "Little tiger." The third brother. The Wei brothers watched in horror as their younger sibling took Lin Mingzheng hostage, only to be felled in an instant. The villain perished due to his verbosity. Lin Yue had always understood this principle. While the Wei brothers begged for mercy, she remained vigilant, fearing a misstep, and witnessed her cousin hesitate, leading to his capture. Fortunately, her proximity and stature allowed her to maneuver swiftly, avoiding a hostage exchange scenario. Seeing Lin Mingzheng rescued, Gao Dali exhaled in relief and commanded, "To show leniency towards enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Engage." He deliberately sought to toughen the younger generation, knowing that they would encounter many such situations along their journey. They must cultivate hearts of stone, reserving compassion solely for family. To show weakness to strangers in such turbulent times would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Mingshan and Lin Arrow acted decisively, followed closely by the Gao brothers. Lin Mingzheng, bloodied, gazed at the unfolding scene, profoundly shaken. He numbly approached his family's vehicle, and Lin Erju sighed at his eldest son. "Let this be a lesson. Fortunately, your sister reacted swiftly, or you would have jeopardized everything." Zhao Shi silently tossed a damp cloth toward him. "Wipe yourself clean." Chapter 66. The situation in Song'an County. "Kindly depart." Lin Yue's quick response led to Lin Mingzheng's rescue before his parents could even voice their alarm, causing them a moment of panic before relief washed over them. As long as their child was safe, all was well. Lin Yue patted her elder cousin's arm, her demeanor both youthful and assertive. "Young man, you still have much to train for. This time, you owe your life to this gallant lady." Lin Mingzheng wiped the blood from his face and tousled Lin Yue's hair. "Thank you, you the brave. I shall forever remember this debt of gratitude. When the time comes, I will serve you as a beast of burden." Lin Yue waved her hand nonchalantly. "Let us not be formal. We are family. No need for such pleasantries." Her antics alleviated the previously tense atmosphere, and Lin Mingshan smiled broadly, lifting her onto the vehicle of their third uncle. "Yu is the strongest among us. I am no match for you." Lin Yue chuckled. "Oh, third brother. Do not be modest. You're a talent in your own right, far surpassing me." If only her cousin had proper guidance, he would undoubtedly excel on the battlefield. As the convoy resumed its journey, Lin Jing looked enviously at her uncle's vehicle and turned to her mother. "Mother, why can't I be like you? I tremble at the sight of those wielding knives." Zhao Shi advised her eldest daughter. "That is because your third uncle has only you as a child. She is strong-willed, unwilling to let your third aunt risk her life for her. Thus, she chose to protect her mother instead. Besides, she possesses great strength and quick reflexes. Most cannot compare. Lin Yue, with admiration, remarked, "Third sister is incredible. She dispatches villains as if chopping vegetables." Lin Mingshan chimed in, "Then fourth girl must eat well and grow stronger, just like your third sister." The little girl shook her head vigorously. "I cannot. I am still a child." As long as she could take care of herself, she had her older brothers for support. Lin Mingzheng, having regained his composure, replayed Lin Yue's decisive actions in his mind. The feeling of being held hostage was unpleasant, and he vowed never to find himself in such a predicament again, harming both himself and others. On Lin Baoju's vehicle, Tianshi pressed her hand against her chest. When did this third girl become so fierce, killing with such ease? Lin Baoju sighed. "It is for the best. Look at the turmoil in this world. If you do not transform into a wolf or a tiger, you will end up as prey for them." Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei witnessed Lin Yue's lethal prowess, and, upon hearing Lin Baoju's words, Lin Hongmei grasped her elder brother's hand tightly. "Brother, do not harbor resentment against her. She truly could kill us." Lin Mingzong nodded with difficulty. "I understand." They soon caught up with the rapidly retreating crowd. Though they had fled quickly, two legs could not outrun four pulling a cart. Lin Yue observed individuals leaping from their vehicles, approaching a woman carrying a child. "Aunt, may I ask, a ghost?" "Mother, run, she." The child on the woman's back had witnessed Lin Yue's ruthless actions, likening her to a tiger or wolf, and urged his mother to flee. The woman, equally terrified, feared that Lin Yue might be provoked by her child's words and lash out. Trembling, she stammered, What do you wish to ask?" "I will tell you everything I know. Please, do not kill us." Lin Yue found the situation absurd, but refrained from explaining. "I ask you, where are you from? And why are you fleeing with your family?" The woman hastily replied, "I am from Jingyang County. The Wuwang of Tongzhou has revolted, conscripting soldiers. And we have no choice but to escape." "Conscripting soldiers?" Lin Yue observed a boy of about 10 beside her. "Is your son even 12? Are they conscripting children as well?" The woman lamented, "All male children as young as 10 are being sent to the battlefield. My husband has already been taken. I cannot let my 11-year-old son meet the same fate. Everyone from our area has fled." Lin Yue continued forward, questioning others, and unexpectedly encountered someone from Songyang County. Alas, Songyang County is no longer part of our Great Way. It has been seized by barbarian invaders. Fortunately, someone previously spread the word throughout the city. Otherwise, we would have all been slaughtered. Lin Yue's eyes flickered. "Oh, do you know who is responsible? Have the people of Songyang County managed to escape?" The person sighed. "Perhaps half have escaped. Some did not believe the warnings. Those wealthy families, aware of the situation, abandoned their ancestral estates and fled with their carriages. Seeing the affluent fleeing, we followed suit. Others hesitated, unwilling to abandon their property, and by the next day, the city was sealed off, with no entry or exit allowed. Those who remained outside saw the carts carrying out the dead. All of us from Great Way had been slaughtered." Heavy-hearted, Lin Yue returned to her family's mule cart. Upon seeing her expression, Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju guessed that the news was grim. "Father, mother, war is imminent. We must hasten toward the capital. Once one vassal lord raises a rebellion, others will surely follow. Great Way is on the brink of chaos, and we must exercise utmost caution." Lin Sanju handed the reins to his wife and leapt from the mule cart, declaring, "I shall go speak with your second uncle and Uncle Gao." Gao de Li, upon hearing Lin Yue's inquiries, let out a deep sigh. Once the war breaks out, the common folk are bound to suffer. In such chaos, deserters will flee, and those seeking to evade conscription will hastily pack their belongings and abandon their homes. With an influx of refugees, disorder is inevitable in regions where people live harmoniously. The arrival of refugees will lead to looting and violence, and they too will become refugees. Lin Erju observed the crowd ahead, noting their urgency in fleeing. Those in better circumstances had ox carts and donkey carts, while average families possessed a single-wheeled cart. The least fortunate, like the previous woman, carried only a bundle, with a child straddling their back, revealing little more than the barest of belongings, accompanied by a brood of children. Should these fleeing souls find themselves without sustenance, the inclination to rob would undoubtedly surge. Our caravan, gleaming with the promise of provisions, would become a target, and when assailed, we would find ourselves overmatched and in peril. Lin Sanju's words echoed their fears. Gao Dali tightened his grip on his spear, instructing those behind, "Do not loosen your weapons. Should anyone dare to rob us, they shall be met with a swift thrust. And do not show pity to the wretched or the beggars. Those who harbor soft hearts shall leave our ranks." The three sons of the Gao family warned each cart in succession, and all faces hardened in agreement. "We have little food ourselves and shall not be soft-hearted." They swiftly moved past the throngs, heading northeast, encountering an increasing number of refugees along the way, their clothing becoming increasingly tattered. They faced those who knelt, pleading for scraps. But they hastened onward, denying them the opportunity to seize their provisions. Thus, they journeyed for 10 days, until Gao Dali's party could proceed no longer. Chapter 67. The Slaughter of Beasts. Since being driven from the mountains by the Maya, an unbroken drought had beset them, making the search for water ever more arduous. The mules, oxen, and donkeys were in dire need of hydration, and for days, they had been subsisting on the meager rations saved from their own mouths. Yet their endurance was waning. One day, shortly after setting out, a donkey collapsed, bringing down the cart it bore, and all within were thrown to the ground. Those in front, upon hearing the commotion, reined in their mounts and dismounted, discovering it was Lin Baozhu's donkey. Inside the cart, Tianshi clutched her infant. Not yet 6 months old, the child remarkably healthy and plump. As the cart toppled, she instinctively secured her child, ensuring they were not crushed. Though various items rolling within struck her, causing her pain. Lin Hongmei collided with her, leaving her arm numb and seemingly fractured, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to let the child be harmed. Among the contents of the cart were some grain and clothing, along with 5-year-old Lin Xiaomi and Lin Hongmei, who were fortunate enough to cling to the cart's edge, sustaining only minor injuries, bruises and a swollen head, but nothing severe. Outside, Lin Baozhu and Lin Mingzong reacted quickly. Lin Baozhu leapt down as the donkey fell, while Lin Mingzong, slower to react, injured his ankle on the cart's wheel, his grimace indicating a probable fracture. "Wife, are you unharmed?" Lin Baozhu, realizing his son was crying, called out anxiously. "Is anyone injured? Come out quickly." Lin Erzhu and Lin Sanju approached to assist Lin Baozhu in righting the cart. Lin Erzhu's shoulder injury had yet to fully heal, and Lin Mingzheng and Lin Mingshan came over to lend a hand. Tianshi, her face glistening with sweat from pain, exclaimed, "I cannot move my arm, but the child is unharmed." Lin Xiaomi's soft voice chimed in, "Mother was struck by cousin." Lin Hongmei crawled out flustered, "I did not mean to." Her intentions were innocent. In such a moment, intentionally harming Tianshi would yield no benefit to her. As they busied themselves with Lin Baozhu, several more carts, oxen, and donkeys succumbed, prompting groans and even cries of despair from the villagers of Shanglin. Gao Dali's frustration boiled over, his stubbled face darkened with fury. "Everyone, shut your mouths. If you continue to weep, I will leave you behind. You can lament here if you wish." Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd. They understood that if Gao's family departed, the Lin Sanju brothers would undoubtedly follow, along with Lin Erhu and their kin. Among the remaining men of Shanglin village, only a few possessed the courage to fight. If they abandoned the others, the rest would be left to their fate. Once the cart was righted and belongings gathered, Lin Erhu and Hu Nyo were summoned to assist in slaughtering the fallen livestock. Lin Sanju observed Gao Dali, sensing his resolve to sever ties with the group. Since encountering the growing throng of refugees, Gao Dali had been in a state of heightened anxiety, torn between fear and hesitation. Lin Sanju understood his plight but advocated for unity among their kin. Despite their majority being women and children, they represented a significant force. He never underestimated anyone. The resilience of women often surpassed that of men. When survival was at stake, they would unleash formidable strength, driven by maternal instinct. Gao Dali recognized this truth, which fueled his indecision. Li Qinghe surveyed the injured, furrowing her brow as she assisted with examinations. Most injuries were superficial, with only a few suffering from fractures, notably Tianshi and Lin Mingzong, who had drawn the short straw. Lin Mingzong's injury was a fracture in his ankle, a troublesome location, and she had no desire to tend to the eldest son's child. While a fracture is not a grave concern, it could lead to complications without proper treatment. Lin Mingzong, skeptical of Li Qinghe's medical skills, feared she might take revenge and worsen his condition, asserting he was fine and would heal with time. Seeing this, Li Qinghe decided not to intervene further. She assessed Tianshi's arm, noting her anxiety as she kept her eyes shut. Without speaking, she motioned for her daughter to assist in stabilizing Tianshi's upper arm. With one hand grasping Tianshi's wrist and the other at her elbow, they created a gentle tension, allowing her to realign the dislocated joint with a deft motion. Now move your arm gently, it is already healed. Just be cautious not to exert yourself. If it dislocates again, it will be a recurring issue, Li Qinghe advised. Tianshi, astonished, began to move her arm. It feels fine now. Truly, it doesn't hurt anymore. Look, dear husband. Li Qinghe shook her head, taking her daughter's hand as they departed. Lin Baozhu, ever perceptive, hurried after his sister-in-law, bowing and expressing gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. We owe you much. Without your help, we would be in dire straits. Li Qinghe waved her hand dismissively. It was nothing serious. Just be cautious and avoid straining that arm. Thank you. Sister-in-law, Lin Baozhu reiterated, showing utmost respect towards the family of his brother, wary of any hint of discontent. Who could have imagined that the once ineffectual Sangge, with a wife who only toiled in silence and a daughter who seemed mute, would now stand in such stark contrast to their former selves? Gaodali led several young men to butcher the ailing oxen and donkeys, recognizing the value of their flesh. 3 donkeys and 2 oxen could yield thousands of pounds of meat, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period, even if not all could be utilized. Tall and strong, Gaodali led Xing Qian in search of a water source. This child, having diligently studied, demonstrated his knowledge by discerning potential water locations based on soil moisture, the types of vegetation, and even the footprints of animals. Meanwhile, Lin Eru and Huni wielded their ancestral pig-slaughtering knives, preparing to gut the cattle. Lin Yue, unwilling to observe closely, shouted from the periphery, "Don't waste the cowhide or donkey hide. Strip them clean. They are valuable." "Got it, I understand." Huni replied loudly. With the loss of 5 draft animals, they faced the dilemma of having 5 carts without beasts to pull them. Apart from Lin Baozhu's cart, all the others belonged to various families of the Lin clan. The situation was dire, and how to resolve it was still uncertain when panic struck, causing Xing Qian and Gaodali to rush down in alarm. "Run, the mountain bandits are coming." The shout startled everyone, prompting a frantic scattering. Lin Yue immediately sought out her parents. For her, no one was more important than the 2 of them. Chapter 68. I did not kill you. The 3 of them had just hidden behind the cart when arrows whizzed by, striking the cart's wooden planks. Lin Yue recalled that during her time on Yunwu Mountain, she had acquired a bow and arrows. She retrieved them from the caravan, saying, "Father, mother, keep watch for me. I will try this bow and arrow. If it fails, we must flee. Our survival is paramount." Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju did not object. One stood to her left and the other to her right, keeping watch. Lin Yue attempted to draw the bowstring, realizing with her current strength of lifting 100 pounds, that drawing the bow proved quite challenging. She had previously practiced at a shooting range, using a 30-pound traditional bow, but this one was likely much heavier. If she mishandled the bow, it could injure her. And she wished to avoid worrying her parents. She nocked an arrow, aiming at a man approximately 50 meters away. He was not tall, but his attire was exquisite satin, and his lecherous demeanor suggested he was no good. He stood among the bandits, issuing commands, clearly their leader, a lesson history had taught, to capture a thief. One must first capture the king. The opposing side had 2 archers who had already injured several of Lin Yue's group. As the apparent leader gestured for a charge, Lin Yue released her arrow with swiftness. Unconcerned about whether she hit her mark, she drew another arrow, this time targeting the enemy archer. Concealed in the shadows, her arrow sped towards the leader, who instinctively pulled a subordinate in front of him, believing he could evade the shot. Little did he know that Lin Yue's arrow was a high-quality military-grade projectile, designed to penetrate multiple targets. Though he avoided a fatal blow, he sustained severe injury as the arrow pierced his sternum, miraculously sparing his heart. Observing the arrows fired from their side, Gaodali and the others rallied their weapons for a counterattack. One of the mountain bandits was hit by Lin Yue's arrow, injuring his arm and rendering him unable to draw his bow. The other archer was beyond her grasp. She had reached her limit with those 2 shots, and she would need her mother to massage her arms afterward to alleviate the inevitable bruising. Grabbing a curved knife and dagger, Lin Yue stealthily advanced from the thicket, while Lin Mingshan had already bounded to the archer's side like a monkey. The bow and arrow were formidable in long-range combat, but useless in close quarters. The archer, seeing Lin Mingshan before him, trembled in fear, stammering, "Why you wanna die?" I. Lin Mingshan, flashing his teeth, retorted, I. With a swift swing of his knife, the man let out a piercing scream, dropping his bow as his tendons were severed. Gao Dali, along with his sons, charged at the bandits with blades drawn, while Lin Yue stealthily maneuvered to their rear, her curved knife and dagger gleaming as she dispatched foes. In the end, only the bandit leader remained, strung up like a target. Lin Yue kicked the unfortunate subordinate off the arrow, and the leader stared at her in horror, as if she were a ghost. Where's your home, and where's your bandit lair? How many men and weapons do you have? Speak quickly, or you shall meet your end. The bandit leader, wearing an expression of desperation, hesitated. If I tell you, you won't kill me, right? Lin Yue narrowed her eyes and suddenly smiled. As long as you answer truthfully, I shall spare your life. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? You're not deceiving me? Just as she was about to nod, the Gao brothers expressed their reluctance. Their third brother had been injured by an arrow, and they could not bear to let this man go. Moreover, could they trust the words of a bandit? What if he returned with reinforcements to retaliate? Lin Yue waved her hand behind her back, and Gao Dali, seeing this, pulled his sons to silence them. With a bright smile, Lin Yue declared, Let us seal this pact with a handshake. If I kill you, may thunder strike me. The man nodded repeatedly. All right, let us make this oath. Their hands met in an unusual pact, and the man exhaled. I am from the Bianjiao mountain. There are 50 brothers up there, along with 20 to 30 women, all taken by us. We were once farmers from the valley below, but after years of drought, we lost our harvest and turned to banditry after the mountain thieves raided us. We fought back and decided to join them. Lin Yue's expression turned frosty upon hearing of the 20 women taken. Oh, aside from you, is there another leader on the mountain? What skills does he possess? What weapons do you have? I am the third in command. There is a chief who is a hunter, the best archer, ruthless and merciless. This raid was his command, and only his brothers are skilled. The rest of us are merely laborers. Where's your stronghold? Right on this mountain. There's a small path that leads there in about an hour. It was once a temple, and those robbers who took from us also lived there. And we eventually moved in too. Having finished her queries, Lin Yue straightened and turned. You may do as you wish. The Gao brothers, upon seeing this, charged forward with their knives. The man screamed defiantly, You promised not to kill me. Don't you fear divine retribution? The brothers hesitated, but Lin Yue remained unfazed. I said I wouldn't kill you. Others doing so is of no concern to me. It is not my hand that strikes you. After a moment's thought, the Gao brothers realized she had a point, and without further hesitation, they dispatched the bandit. You will face retribution for your betrayal. The man cursed as he faced his demise. Lin Mingshan felt unsettled, pulling his cousin aside, blocking the dying man's gaze, worried about the possibility of a curse. The Gao brothers, too, regretted their hasty action. They could have allowed him to die on his own or left him on the mountain to be devoured by wolves instead of taking his life themselves. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yue felt a sense of satisfaction and joy. Hurry and gather the meat. We must leave swiftly. What if the mountain bandits return? Yes, let us move quickly. The beasts were butchered with efficiency, their innards discarded, bones left behind, and heads and hooves abandoned. They managed to salvage some meat and the intact hides Lin Yue desired. Recognizing their utility, the stomachs of the cattle were indeed valuable, but survival took precedence over collecting such resources. They had no choice but to endure the pain of relinquishing these provisions, knowing that those who followed behind, should they find themselves without sustenance, could salvage what they could to stave off hunger. They divided the meat, each cart laden with dozens of pounds, and distributed it accordingly. Those of you idling in the carts should take some salt and cure it, or else, in this weather, it will spoil within days. Chapter 69. A change in weather, ascending the mountain. Zhao reminded those coming for the meat, in times like these, which family could afford to slaughter so many livestock at once? Discarding this meat feels akin to slicing away at our own flesh. The few families without draft animals could only rely on Lin Yue's household, which shared a mule, and Lin Erju's family, which contributed a donkey. The other 3 families had no choice but to take turns pulling the carts. A throng of people hurried along, but fate was unkind. After merely 2 days of travel in the stifling heat, a sudden gale swept through, foreboding a torrential downpour. Lin Sanju halted the procession. We cannot proceed any further. Gao Dali and several others dismounted, their brows furrowed in distress. What shall we do if we do not move? Lin Sanju surveyed the sky, scooped a handful of soil from the hillside. We are seasoned farmers. We can discern the signs of nature. After a fortnight without a drop of rain. Today the weather has shifted. How long do you think it will be until the rain falls? Look at the sky, the dark clouds hang low. Even the dragonflies and swallows cannot take to the air. Observe the ground, the ants march in droves. Do you not recall the old adage? When ants move their nests, rain is surely imminent. Gao Dali's face darkened, mirroring the ominous clouds above. Lin Yue and Lin Qingyang began to dig into the earth. Finding it damp after only half a foot, this confirmed that rain was indeed on the horizon. We have only children and women here. If we do not find shelter before the rain arrives, they will suffer from the cold, and without any medicinal herbs, many will perish, Lin Qingyang lamented, deeply concerned for his sole grandson. What do you propose we do? Gao Dali felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, regretting for the umpteenth time that if his family had traveled alone, they might have already escaped this desolate southwest and reached Shuzhong or Hanjing. Surely that would be preferable to remaining here on the border. Lin Sanju turned to gaze at the distant chicken crying mountain, which connected to the pigeon mountain and stood at a considerable elevation. If they could find a cave before the deluge, they might find refuge. Abandon the carts and ascend the mountain. We will carry what we cannot load onto the oxen and mules ourselves. What we cannot take, we shall leave behind. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Dali voiced no objections. Once they reached a consensus, everyone promptly unloaded their belongings from the carts. After 20 days of travel, their provisions had already diminished significantly. Each person required at least 5 pounds of food daily. With little oil or fat, their consumption was high. For instance, Gao Dali's household, with 4 able-bodied men, consumed no less than 20 pounds a day, not accounting for Aunt Fong and her son. Over these 20 days, even with frugal rations, the Gao family had exhausted over 400 pounds of food. Moreover, the livestock required sustenance. They could not expect the animals to work without being fed. Thus, each household was left with scant provisions, save for the substantial amount of cornmeal ground at the Maya tribe. The livestock bore baskets laden with grain, while their bundles contained essential belongings. Anything that could not fit was strapped onto their own backs. Many had already opted to discard their heavy clothing, with mid-April approaching May. The oppressive heat made even light garments unbearable, and the bulk of winter wear had become a hindrance. As the tempest howled, the sky darkened further. Lin Yue's family had already secured dozens of pounds of grain onto the mule, with the rest strapped onto their own backs. Lin Mingshan approached, carrying a substantial load of grain. Third uncle, third aunt, I can still carry more. If you have anything, let me take it. Li Qinghe waved him off. We have little left. Your load is already quite heavy. Be cautious on the mountain path. Seeing they could manage, Lin Mingshan did not insist further. With Lin Sanju's call, up the mountain, do not lag behind, watch your step, the group commenced their ascent. Many children, bearing several pounds or even over 10 pounds of grain, followed closely behind the 3 sons of the Gao family and Lin Sanju at the front, with Lin Yue, Gao Dali, and Lin Era bringing up the rear, while the women and children were encircled in the middle. The younger children were either carried or held close, while the 4- and 5-year-olds walked on their own. To prevent any child from slipping and tumbling down the mountain, many tied hemp ropes around their waists, securing the other end to their own. No child cried or complained. Even as they utilized hands and feet, they clambered upward with determination. When one could no longer ascend, the stronger men would assist them for a stretch, allowing them a moment's respite before continuing. In these chaotic times, if one did not strive with all their might, even survival became arduous, a truth understood even by a 3-year-old. No one wished for death, all fought desperately to live. After an hour of climbing, they finally encountered a cave suitable for sheltering from the elements. Li Qinghe tossed in a medicinal bundle, and Gao Dali ignited a bundle of dry grass and threw it inside. Others followed suit, gathering dry grass, igniting it, and casting it into the cave. Soon, the cave was engulfed in thick smoke, and the medicinal bundle Li Qinghe had thrown in began to emit a pungent odor amidst the flames. Lin Yue used a rag to wrap oil around a stick and lit it. Lin Mingzheng entered the cave first to scout, returning shortly to declare, "There are no snakes or insects inside. Everyone can come in." The cave was quite spacious, though not particularly high. It seemed to have been hewn by human hands. Gao Dali observed, "This must be a resting place for hunters. I've made a few similar caves in Yunwu Mountain, and they are just about the same." The low cave allowed only in the center for a tall man like Gao Dali to stand upright. Any movement towards the sides required bending at the waist. The women and children began to clear the cave with the dry grass, removing cobwebs and debris, lighting a fire to burn off the dampness within, and proceeded to unload their belongings. Gao Dali ventured out to ensure no wild beasts lurked nearby, while the children gathered firewood and moved stones to create cooking spots. Exhausted from the climb, everyone was ravenously hungry. Lin Yue, fearing a sudden downpour, took Lin Jing and Lin Ro to gather a few dead trees. Knowing that should rain fall, they would be in dire straits without firewood. Shang Qian had just returned from checking for beasts with Lin Mingshan when he spotted the three sisters preparing to venture out and pulled Lin Mingshan along. Hey, let me rest. I haven't even sat down yet, Lin Mingshan panted, sweat pouring down his face, utterly fatigued. Shang Qian pointed towards Lin Yue and her sisters. Look. Your second sister and two younger sisters have gone out. Aren't you worried? Upon seeing Lin Jing and the others, Lin Mingshan forgot his weariness. Let us hurry. It's dangerous up here. Why are they out? Shang Qian fell silent, trailing behind Lin Mingshan, for all observers would assume Lin Mingshan was leading the way. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 70, The Snake Hunt. Eldest sister, Xia, what are you doing out here? It's quite perilous. Lin Yue turned at the sound of Lin Mingshan's voice, along with Shang Qian behind him. You two arrived just in time. Help me find some dead trees and carry a few back. I fear we will need firewood if it rains. Thus, the duo became porters, with Lin Yue wielding the axe while they bore the loads. Noticing her absence, Lin Jing decided to scour the area for mushrooms and wild vegetables. After 20 days of consuming only dry rations or porridge, with little more than pickled vegetables and cured meats, they had scarcely had any greens to eat, leaving them craving fresh produce. Xia accompanied her elder sister in foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms when suddenly, her voice trembled with terror. Elder sister, second brother. Third sister, there's a snake. Lin Jing, startled, jerked her head up to see a large snake, with a small head and a thick body, just 2 meters away from her and Xia. In fright, she grabbed Xia and fled. A few meters away, Lin Yue and Lin Mingshan, who were chopping wood, heard the commotion and rushed over. Lin Jing was so terrified her legs felt weak, while Lin Ro trembled all over, her words barely coherent. The three of them stood frozen at the sight of the enormous snake. Lin Yue's hair, which was as short as her pinky, stood on end. This was not just any snake, it was a python, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, its girth comparable to that of a man's thigh, the kind with thick, powerful legs. Lin Mingshan swallowed hard. This isn't a snake, is it? It's a python, right? Does it eat people? Lin Yue, who had an aversion to soft-bodied creatures, felt a chill at the sight. This python typically wouldn't attack humans unprovoked, but now it seemed it was hungry, and they were its potential prey. What should they do? Lin Mingshan, who had never panicked even in life-threatening situations, felt a twinge of anxiety. Elder sister, you take Xia back and check if Uncle Gao and the others have returned. Call for more people. The three of us can't handle this. Seeing her cousin and Xia so frightened they could barely stand, Lin Yue decided they should leave. As they fled, the python grew agitated. It didn't want to lose its prey. Its head reared up, preparing to strike. Shang Qian, standing behind, handed Lin Yue and Lin Mingshan some of the felled branches. Use these sticks. Don't get too close. Who knows if it's venomous? Most pythons are non-venomous, but getting constricted by one could be perilous. Just as Lin Yue finished speaking, the python's thick head lunged toward them, prompting Lin Mingshan to instinctively swing a stick, causing the snake to rapidly retract its head. The python, perhaps driven by hunger, initiated an attack on them. Lin Yue, pushing aside her disgust and fear, hastily swung her stick, and Shang Qian joined in to help. Fortunately, despite its size, the python moved slowly, unlike the slender, agile snakes. The group waved their sticks in an attempt to ward off the python's advance, but none dared to step closer, all feeling a sense of revulsion toward the creature. In the end, Lin Yue took the plunge. She struck the python's head with her stick. Seizing the opportunity, she grabbed the snake's head and began to shout in a panic. Ah, I've got it. Hurry and switch with me, I can't hold on much longer. This is disgusting. Why are you two just standing there? Hurry up. Lin Mingshan was taken aback by his sister's boldness in directly engaging with the snake. Seeing her face pale with fear, her feet bouncing nervously, he rushed forward, but the python retaliated, its tail coiling to ensnare him. Lin Mingshan decided to grasp the python's tail, but he quickly realized the creature's immense strength. Its body was as thick as an adult's waist and coated in slippery mucus, making it impossible to hold onto. He was flung around, feeling dizzy and on the verge of being ensnared. Shang Qian also threw himself forward, clutching the python's tail desperately to help Lin Mingshan stabilize the writhing beast. Lin Yue was exasperated. Couldn't someone help me hold the head? Can't you see I'm about to be sick? She couldn't let go if she did. The python would turn on the two fools. Just as Lin Mingshan and Shang Qian were nearly overwhelmed by the python's tail, Gao Dali and the others finally arrived, momentarily stunned before rushing to take over. Lin Sanju recognized that his daughter had a particular aversion to soft-bodied creatures and quickly took the python's head from her. You reckless girl. Do you not fear the venom? Gao Dali was also taken aback by the snake's massive girth. You folks are incredibly bold. Instead of fleeing from such a large snake, you chose to fight it? Have you lost your minds? The python, measuring 3 meters long, with its thickest part resembling a barrel, lost its threat only when Gao Dali and his companions arrived. Lin Yue, holding the snake's head, dared not get too close. She felt nauseous. We didn't intend to fight. This creature was starving and chased us. If it got loose and reached the cave, where there are children, what would we do? We need to figure out how to handle this, and quickly, as the rain is starting. Gao Dali hesitated. Eyeing the massive python, is this snake meat edible? There's quite a bit of it. Lin Yue firmly rejected the idea. No way. Who knows what it has consumed while living in the wild? If it carries any pathogens, we could be in trouble. Let's find a way to dispose of it safely. Lin Sanju understood that wild animals often harbor viruses and parasites, and there was no need to risk their health for a meal. But if we let it go, what if it comes back? Gao Dali countered. Then we'll kill it, skin it, and use the hide for medicinal purposes. As for the meat, let us just forget about it. Lin Sanju, holding the snake, recognized the danger of releasing it since humans fell within its hunting range. Lin Yue could tell they were reluctant to part with the meat, so she urged, in these deep mountains, wild beasts can carry numerous pathogens. We have enough food already. Snake meat isn't exactly a delicacy. Let us just dispose of it. Gao Dali and the others hesitated, still unwilling to discard the meat, which weighed over 100 pounds. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Lin Yue fell silent. What do you know? You still want to eat it. She decided to leave them to their foolishness, unwilling to play the villain. She hoisted a dry tree branch and headed back as the rain began to fall softly. Shang Qian and Lin Mingshan followed suit, carrying branches as well. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, the rain intensified. Gao Dali and the others returned with some water, which Lin Yue observed was relatively clear. She chose to ignore it, deciding they simply wouldn't drink that water. At this point, concerns about cleanliness were secondary. If the rain continued to pour, they would have to use it regardless. Taking advantage of a brief lull in the rain, they returned for a few more logs, while the others began to chop wood or boil water. Li Qing was preparing ginger soup when the sudden change in weather prompted rain. Many had gotten wet, so she decided to brew some ginger soup as a precaution, especially with so many children around. If one caught a cold, the others would likely follow suit. By the time Lin Yue and her group returned with several logs, Gao Dali and the others came back with the python's skin and chopped pieces of its flesh. Chapter 71. The Haircut. Lin Yue barely glanced at them and walked straight to her elder sister. Elder sister, boil some water. We need to wash up. We smell terrible. And I'm about to vomit. Also, how about cutting your hair? Lice are a real nuisance. Lin Jing gasped, hesitating as she touched her tangled hair. In contrast, Lin Ro readily chimed in. Third sister, you can cut my hair. I want mine like yours. It looks so refreshing. Mine is a mess every day. Lin Yue happily agreed. Sure. Third sister will give you a cute bob, looking both lovely and practical. She went to her mother to fetch a pair of scissors and brought Lin Xia to the cave entrance. After combing her hair, Lin Yue swiftly cut it off at the nape of her neck. Lin Jing watched anxiously as Lin Yue worked quickly and decisively. After evening out the cut, she styled Xia's bangs just above her eyebrows. On Xia's round face, it was neither obstructive nor unappealing. Xia had a plump, apple-shaped face. But after days of travel, her complexion had dulled slightly, yet her almond-shaped eyes and dimples still made her quite endearing. A final trim to shape her hair perfectly completed the look. All done. Our Xia is a little beauty now. Lin Yue, satisfied with her handiwork, admired the peculiar hairstyle she had crafted, pleased to find that her skills in cutting bangs, honed during her university days, had not diminished. Lin Jing, observing her sister's unorthodox creation, realized it was too late to intervene, as Lin Yue had already snipped away, yet upon closer inspection, the result was rather pleasing. Lin Yue's eager gaze then drifted towards her elder sister's hair. "Elder sister, would you like a trim?" Before Lin Jing could respond, Hun Yo darted over. "I'll have a cut too. Give me a style like yours, it's much easier." Lin Yue's hair had been buzzed with clippers, a technique she couldn't replicate, but there was someone who could. "Wait a moment. Mother, could you come here? Hun Yo wants a haircut like mine." Li Qinghe turned to see the transformation of her youngest daughter. "Hey, you girls are up to something. I must say, Sia looks quite charming like this." Zhao Shi, upon hearing the commotion, turned to find her little girl had undergone a remarkable change. "Oh my, Sia does still resemble a young girl. It's wonderful. Short hair is advantageous. It saves the hassle of combing, especially when rushing and there's no time for washing. It's all tangled up otherwise." Dejia, I mean Jing, why don't you get a cut too? Lin Jing, nodding at her sister's hairstyle, said, "All right. I'll have a style like Sia's as well." The other women watched enviously, particularly since they hadn't washed their hair in days, suffering from discomfort and the unpleasant odor of unwashed hair. It was only a matter of time before they risked lice. "Let us all get haircuts. It looks so much easier." When the men returned, they were taken aback. "Oh dear, what happened to all the women and children in here? What kind of styles are these?" Lin Erju was especially astonished. "Sia, Jing girl, what happened to your hair? Why does it look like this?" "Wife, did you cut your hair too?" Zhao Shi sported a hairstyle akin to Li Qinghe's, practical enough for a bun. And Lin Erju felt as if he had a new wife, noticing the striking change in her appearance. In the room, most of the girls had bangs, resembling students. While the boys had it even easier, Lin Yue's brow razor had left them all with shaved heads, a sight they had never encountered. Lin Sanju chuckled at his wife and daughter, knowing well it was their doing. Lin Mingshan glanced at his elder sister and younger sister's hair, then at Hun Yo's and approached San Aunt. "Aunt, could I have a cut too? I think the styles of Yu and Hun Yo look quite good." Once Lin Mingshan initiated the trend, soon all the men in the cave sported shaved heads, creating a rather amusing scene. The three tall and strong sons of Gaodali, with their rugged beards, now resembled the tough gangsters of old movies, exuding an intimidating presence. The only dissenting voice was Xing Qian, who vehemently refused to shave his head, but Lin Mingshan and Lin who dragged him to Lin Yue. "Quick, Yu. Give him a shave. We're all bald, and he is still sporting a bun. It's just not right. He doesn't fit in with us." Shang Qian's face flushed. "Let me go. I want to shave my head. I'm a scholar, how can I be bald?" "Absolutely not." Lin Yue laughed uproariously. "Haha. Xing Qian, why not just give in to my third brother? There's nothing wrong with being bald. It's much more convenient. You can wash your face and head at the same time and won't have to worry about lice." Shang Qian adamantly refused. "No way, I won't go bald." He simply couldn't accept his bald appearance. How could he show himself like that? Wouldn't Lin Yue laugh at him? Lin Yue, exasperated, looked at her cousin and heir who, "Surely we can't force him. How about a style like mine instead?" Shang Qian hesitantly nodded. "Well, that could work. Eventually." He emerged with a short crop, running his hands over it, unsure. "Is this shorter than yours? Does it look bad?" Lin Yue shrugged. "Oh, what does it matter if it's short? You're a young man, why care so much about appearances? It's not unattractive, far better than a bald head." With a hearty laugh, Lin Yue put away her scissors, leaving Xing Qian to mourn his new haircut. Meanwhile, the newly styled group began chopping wood, preparing to bathe. As the stench of sweat from so many people cramped in the cave became unbearable, the women and girls gathered sheets to create a makeshift washing area, while the men, more casual, quickly draped a tattered cloth and managed to wash in mere moments. Lin Yue provided soap. "Make sure to wash well. Don't just splash water on yourself and call it good." This remark made Xing Qian's face turn crimson. "You, as a young lady, should be more mindful in your speech." Lin Yue rolled her eyes. "I'm just using a metaphor. We finally have the chance to bathe. Let's not waste water." After a busy half-day, it was time for dinner. The men set up 2 simple stoves at the cave entrance, just large enough for a pot, and found a reasonably flat stone to chop ingredients. To prevent rain from flooding the cave, they began raising the entrance and fashioned a roof from palm leaves, shielding the top from the downpour. Unbeknownst to them, The situation was dire, yet they still found joy in sharing a meal, relishing the rare moment of respite. Chapter 72. Revelry Before the Storm. Li Qinghe, Zhao Shi, and Aunt Fong called upon a group of newly coiffed women and girls to prepare a feast of dumplings filled with beef and donkey meat, accompanied by soup made from a freshly killed python and gathered mushrooms. Naturally, the dumplings weren't as extravagant as those made with white flour, and with so many people, there wasn't enough flour to make them. Instead, they used a mix of 1/3 white flour and cornmeal, which was quite satisfactory, albeit a significant undertaking. An average man could easily devour 40 dumplings in one sitting, while women might manage 20 and children around 10. They had about 20 adult men and a handful of young men, over 30 women, a dozen girls, and 8 or 9 elderly folks in their 40s, with the rest being children aged 1 to 9. A pound of flour could yield roughly 60 dumplings, and with so many mouths to feed, they needed to make about 1,300 to 400 dumplings, meaning they had to knead over 20 pounds of dough and prepare an equal amount of meat filling. Everyone enthusiastically began making dumplings, with those skilled in rolling dough doing so, while others filled and shaped the dumplings, some chopped the filling, and others gathered wood for the fire, ensuring there was never a dull moment. By the time the moon was high in the sky, they finally enjoyed steaming dumplings paired with fragrant snake soup. Li Qinghe had previously cautioned against eating the snake meat, concerned about potential parasites or infections. But for those who rarely had the luxury of meat, discarding such a bounty felt wasteful. If you can't stomach it, don't eat it. We're not afraid of any viruses, one woman reassured. Indeed, we understand the fear of snakes, just don't eat if you're uncomfortable. With their encouragement, Li Qinghe fell silent, opting to pretend she hadn't heard. However, she suggested adding some liquor to the dish, and Gao Li produced his homemade wine, sister-in-law. Don't worry, I often hunt snakes in the mountains, and it's perfectly safe. Li Qinghe spoke to them about bacteria, viruses, and parasites, yet they would not comprehend. The only recourse was to disinfect with white liquor and then boil the food vigorously. It simmered for an hour before they were permitted to eat. Even then, not a single member of Lin Yue's family partook. Lin Mingshan sampled a piece, but found it lacking in flavor, thus he abstained from further consumption. Lin Yue and Lin Era felt similarly, while Lin Yue and her family insisted that moderation was wise. Seeing that Lin Yue's family had not even tasted the food, Shang Qian refrained from eating as well. Not only did he abstain, but he also denied the children around him any morsel, saying, "Be good, we shall not eat this. Let us have dumplings instead, which are far more delectable." The children complied, even if tempted, and dutifully ate their dumplings. Li Qinghe, preferring to offer the other children more dumplings, also advised them to limit their meat intake, for children possess weaker immunity, and snake meat, being excessively warming, could lead to excessive internal heat. The adults, however, were beyond her counsel. She could only advise, for as the saying goes, one must respect the destinies of others and relinquish the desire to help, for a peaceful mind fosters longevity. Lin Yue and the Zhao family observed the third household's actions, merely indulging in a piece or two for satisfaction. Dumplings were indeed delightful, and snake meat was not a necessity. The robust men of the Gao family, accustomed to hearty meals, paid little heed to Li Qinghe's advice, with Gao Dali merely advising his wife and daughter-in-law to consume sparingly, as the snake meat was too warming. The 4 men of the Gao family feasted heartily, with Gao Dali consuming the most, followed by Gao Dashan, while Gao Erhan and Gao Sanshan preferred dumplings and partook of snake meat in moderation. Observing their indifference, the others joined in the feast with gusto. However, Tianshi, being astute, noticed that the second household had only taken a couple of pieces, and that the third household had not touched the meat at all. She firmly restrained Lin Baozhu from eating any more, insisting he stop. Lin Baozhu glared at her in irritation. "What's the matter? Everyone else is eating. Why can't I have a couple of pieces?" Tianshi pinched Lin Baozhu fiercely. "With so many dumplings available, why must you insist on eating snake meat? The dumplings are made with beef and donkey meat, which are even rarer." Lin Baozhu swatted her hand away, gasping, "But aren't dumplings just meat filling? It's not like snake meat that you can gnaw on. If I have a couple more pieces, I want to eat again." Tianshi thrust a bowl filled with dumplings at him. "Eat the dumplings. If you eat more snake meat." I swear her frustration led her to pinch Lin Baozhu's thigh hard enough to make him gasp. "You'll regret it if you ruin me." Tianshi finally eased her grip. "Just stop eating. Second brother's family only had a piece or two, and third brother's family didn't eat any at all. It seems this meat really isn't good. What if it causes diarrhea? In this desolate wilderness, where would we find a doctor? Upon hearing his wife's words, Lin Baozhu glanced towards the second and third brother's direction and saw they were indeed only eating dumplings. He immediately recoiled from the pot of snake meat as if it were a ghost. I won't eat anymore, I'll just have dumplings. Conversely, Lin Mingzong and Lin Hongmei did not share such clarity. Perhaps it was their latent resentment towards Lin Yue's family that drove them to defy her advice. Lin Mingzong devoured the snake meat and even served his sister, declaring, "Have more, it's splendid meat. If others don't eat it, it's their misfortune." Lin Hongmei, though aware that snake meat was somewhat dubious, felt a swell of dissatisfaction and disdain at the admiration expressed by her aunt towards her uncle's family. Why should they dictate what should be done? They thought too highly of themselves, and she was determined to eat merely to prove a point. Tianshi rolled her eyes at her nephew's words, thinking, "Go ahead, eat, and may it lead to your demise." Little did they know, her words would soon hold a grim truth. This stew would indeed be the finest meal they would have over the ensuing months. After finishing their meal, the rain outside gradually ceased, and Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief. She feared that if it poured heavily, they would truly be in peril, transforming their plight from a mere struggle to a disaster. Sometimes, one must refrain from speaking ill, lest it come to pass. As the rain subsided, many in the cave had already succumbed to slumber. However, those who had relaxed found it difficult to sleep without engaging in some activity, especially those with partners. After consuming the nourishing snake meat, the sounds of suppressed voices echoed from the nearby woods, rhythmic and insistent. It seemed a silent agreement was reached among them. Pairs would venture out while others returned. Those without wives, or whose partners had departed, naturally found their own means of solace. Lin Yue slept soundly, entirely unaware of the happenings outside, never considering that these ancient folk were even more uninhibited than they were. In the middle of the night, when she awoke to relieve herself, Li Qinghe also stirred, insisting on accompanying her daughter, leading her to a more secluded spot deep in the weeds. Having run quite a distance, is it necessary to go so far just to relieve oneself? My shoes are soaked, Lin Yue grumbled, still groggy. Suddenly, they heard a jarring sound that altered the atmosphere. Rubbing her ears, Lin Yue glanced at her mother. Are there wildcats in these mountains? The mating calls are rather unpleasant. Chapter 73, Long Live Understanding, Heavy Rain. Li Qinghe smacked her lightly. What are you rambling about? Hurry, we must move. Encountering them would be awkward for everyone. Lin Yue squinted at her mother. Surely not. They are far more uninhibited than we are. Hearing the sounds, Li Qinghe paused, then tugged her daughter along. Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want them to know we are here. Long live understanding, after such a long journey, with so much pressure. It's natural to have some urges. Lin Yue fell silent, then whispered to her mother, You could let my father join you in the caravan, couldn't you? The implication lingered, and Li Qinghe realized too late that Lin Yue had dashed off, leaving her fuming behind. Lin Yue genuinely meant to be considerate. Her parents were not old, having been rejuvenated by their journey, and were in their prime. After the upheaval of family division and the pursuit of wealth, their modest thatched house could hardly contain the elements, let alone the sounds. If her parents were devoid of passion, she would not believe it. She understood their needs, as long as they simply informed her, for if she were to enter the caravan and witness something inappropriate, it would be quite embarrassing. She felt she had considered her parents well, yet still found herself on the receiving end of a reprimand. When Lin Yue rose from her straw mat in the morning, her mother delivered a couple of playful thwacks, to which she feigned pain, grimacing. Lin Sanju looked on, bewildered, as he comforted his daughter and inquired of his wife. What's with the morning beating? You've hurt her. Li Qinghe glanced at the rain beginning to fall outside and huffed. What's so strange about it? It's a rainy day. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. Look at her, pretending to be hurt. Your daughter is as strong as an ox. Am I truly capable of causing her pain? Lin Yue shrugged nonchalantly. Her mother's swats were more akin to playful scratches, hardly painful. Father, you must show some concern for your daughter. I'm merely seeking benefits for you. My mother is venting her frustrations on me because of you. Lin Sanju, observing his daughter's exaggerated expressions and his wife's flushed cheeks and furious eyes, suddenly grasped the situation. He first directed a conciliatory smile at his wife, then playfully swatted Lin Yue on the back of her head. Mind your manners. Who are you talking to? Go on, don't aggravate your mother. Lin Yue, caught between both sides, was shooed out of the bed, only to encounter Shang Qian's barely concealed laughter nearby. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, "What's so funny? Laughing? Are you? I'll hit you." Shang Qian quickly suppressed his grin. "I wasn't laughing. You must have misinterpreted." Once the surroundings were devoid of onlookers, Lin Sanju leaned closer to his wife, a grin spreading across his face as he suggested, "How about we step out for a bit?" Li Qinghe shivered. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pinched the soft flesh at his waist, twisting it tightly. "You shameless old man, how can you say such things?" Lin Sanju gasped. Laughing heartily, "My dear wife, let go. We are not old, we are both under 30, still in the bloom of youth." Li Qinghe reflected on their age, falling into a moment of silence. "We are like old cucumbers painted fresh. Do you not see yourself?" Lin Sanju, with playful persuasion reminiscent of his youthful courtship, finally managed to coax Li Qinghe out. Before leaving, he gestured discreetly to their daughter. Lin Yue, with an understanding expression, waved her hand dismissively, her mind whimsically pondering whether her father intended to give her a brother or sister. While she was not opposed to the idea, she felt the timing was not right. After a comfortable bath in their camper, Lin Sanju reclined on the bed, which, though not overly spacious, was ample for the two of them. The long-forgotten sensation of comfort enveloped him. "Ah, there's south no place like home," he mused, gazing at his wife, who was clad in a bathrobe. "How does it feel, my dear? Does it not remind you of our youthful days? Youth is truly splendid." Emerging from the bathroom, Li Qinghe rolled her eyes. "If you continue to be this impulsive, you might as well become a monk for life." Lin Sanju immediately leaned closer, ingratiatingly saying, "Well, I simply forgot. I was once sterilized. It slipped my mind with this new body. I'll be more cautious in the future." Li Qinghe regarded him with utmost seriousness. In the past, monogamy was a legal constraint. Here, men can take multiple wives. Lin Sanju, no matter what thoughts you entertain in the future, I will never permit Lin Yue to have a brother or sister. She is to remain an only child, do you understand? Observing her earnestness, Lin Sanju quickly adjusted his demeanor. "Rest assured, my dear. I have always vowed never to betray you or our family. Yaya is my child, whom I have cherished for so many years. How could I change simply because of a different place? As for taking concubines, that is utterly out of the question. I will never forget who I am." However, after a brief respite, trouble loomed once more. Gao Dali surveyed the steadily intensifying rain outside the cave, his expression growing increasingly grave. Lin Sanju approached, observing the 20-centimeter high waterproof platform at the cave entrance, which was now threatening to overflow. "We must ascend the mountain. We cannot stay here any longer. Mingshan and the others have gone to scout. The water level below is rising, and our water source is already overflowing. If this rain continues, this location will soon be flooded." Gao Dali lit a cigarette, his face marked by worry and weariness. "Have the routes up the mountain been scouted? The heavens truly seem intent on thwarting us. Tomorrow," he decided, "if the rain persists, we will make our ascent." The expressions of the people in the cave were grim. The heavens offered no respite. Having just escaped a den of wolves, they now faced a natural disaster. What would become of them when the floods arrived? When dawn broke on the second day, the rain showed no signs of abating but instead grew heavier. Gao Dali sighed, "After we eat, we shall ascend the mountain." Everything was packed, and they needed only to remove the pot before leaving. Donning makeshift raincoats fashioned from palm leaves, Lin Yue's family of 3 could hardly afford to worry about being suspected. Lin Yue, unfortunately, had no suitable shoes and was forced to wear thick-soled cloth shoes. Fortunately, Lin Sanju and Li Qinghe's original shoes were a perfect fit, causing Lin Yue to lament, wishing she could grow up quickly. Although they lacked proper footwear, each family member wore genuine raincoats beneath their palm leaf coverings. Lin Yue, being of a shorter stature, could only wear the top part, which barely reached her knees. With the raincoats, they knew their clothes would remain dry, reducing the risk of wind chill. For now, that was all they could do. As they began their treacherous ascent, the rain-soaked path was slick, and the fog obscured visibility, forcing them to climb with caution. In the preceding days, Lin Mingshan and the Gao brothers had made several trips back and forth to find a way out for them. Lin Yue had visited the base of the mountain. The original official road was submerged, and the rainwater cascaded down the roots of trees and grassy slopes, gradually filling the once dry riverbed. As the larger river swelled, the small river overflowed, submerging the path and leaving them with no choice but to seek refuge higher up. Fortunately, Lin Mingshan and the others had discovered an abandoned temple on the mountain, devoid of worshippers and in a state of disrepair. Yet, its elevated position and remnants of walls offered some shelter from the elements. They could not simply wait to be submerged in the cave halfway up the mountain. After an arduous climb, during which many slipped countless times, most of the group resorted to crawling on hands and feet. Those with softer hands, like Lin Hongmei, bore wounds from thorns and brambles. However, she dared not entertain the thought of retreat. She feared being left behind. She could not swim, and if the flood came, she would surely drown. Behind her, Lin Mingzong, though a man, had never engaged in laborious work, and the injury to his ankle left him in considerable pain. Hongmei, pull me up, I can't move anymore, he gasped, drained of energy. Lin Hongmei, equally exhausted, turned to see her elder brother's pale face. Silently, she extended her hand, not even considering whether she could lift him. As he pulled her up, their combined effort sent them tumbling down like a spinning top. Gao Dali and Lin Zhanju, who were trailing behind, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. All they could do was reach out, but the slickness of the water-soaked fabric rendered their grasp futile, and the two siblings vanished from sight. Gao Dali glanced at Lin Zhanju. Should we go after them? Lin Zhanju shook his head. There's no time. We must hurry to that dilapidated temple. As for them, we can only wish them good luck. Gao Dali wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Zhanju's perspective. His inquiry had been out of concern for Lin Zhanju, but not out of coldness. Time was of the essence, and they could not afford to waste it on the two. Meanwhile, Lin Hongmei and Lin Mingzong, having finally reached the bottom, screamed in desperation, "Help us! Third uncle! Second uncle, little uncle, please save us!" Their cries echoed through the empty forest, amplifying their terror. Many cast furtive glances at the three Lin brothers, but Lin Zhanju remained oblivious, while Lin Erju's once kind heart had become encased in a thick armor, impervious to the external clamor. Lin Baozhu, ever self-absorbed, could hardly care for his own well-being, let alone that of his distant niece and nephew. Throughout this journey, he had done enough to look after them. There was no way he would risk himself to save them now. Lin Baozhu bellowed down, "You two take a breather first, regain your strength before climbing further. What good does shouting do us? Can we carry or embrace you once we descend? If you don't exert yourselves, don't blame others. We'll discuss it once we reach the top." With Lin Baozhu's words, Lin Erju and Lin Zhanju felt even less inclined to heed the opinions of others. A group of them struggled to ascend the mountain, and by now it was well past noon. Aside from Lin Yue and her family of three, everyone else was soaked through. Even with raincoats, Lin Yue's family could not escape the dampness, as sweat would inevitably soak their clothing. Upon reaching the summit, they did not allow themselves to relax. The dilapidated temple had been hastily tidied by them earlier, but it was still uninhabitable. Moreover, after such prolonged rain, the humidity inside was overwhelming, compounded by the roof's long-standing disrepair, causing leaks and drafts, leaving scarcely a decent spot. They had no choice but to brave the rain, clambering atop the roof to cover the leaking areas with palm fronds from their bodies, securing them with broken bricks and tiles. The moisture inside could only be dried by fire. Having spent several days in the cave halfway up the mountain, their food supply had diminished considerably. Each person carried some firewood on this ascent, which was their lifeline. In such weather, without firewood, they could not cook, fortunately. Lin Yue had previously feared a lack of firewood and had led people to chop down numerous trees, or else they would have been unable to even light a fire. Exhausted from their climb, once the makeshift shelter in the temple had dried somewhat, they pulled aside the cloth curtains to change from their wet garments into dry ones. It is worth mentioning that the preservation of their clothing and the scant remaining food was owed to Lin Yue. She produced a peculiar item that could hold their clothing and provisions without getting wet. Curious as to what this item was, when asked, Lin Yue could only respond, "I don't know, I found it at the Earth God's shrine. Perhaps it was a gift from the land deity." Clever as Gao Dali was, even if he sensed something amiss, he would not pry further. Those less astute attempting to inquire would have their mouths covered to keep them from speaking. As they were all grateful for the good fortune, regardless of the item's origin, after all, who could argue against a divine gift? The item Lin Yue had brought forth was nothing more than a common garbage bag. She did not wish to meddle in affairs. But if the little remaining food were to become wet, how could her family of three thrive amidst their kin without provisions? After much contemplation, her family decided to utilize this unassuming item, which, while seemingly ordinary, was a rarity among this group, as no one had ever seen one before. They casually piled stones to create a stove. The temple lacked a well, but a stream flowed down the mountainside beside it. At that moment, the water was murky. While it was suitable for washing, it would hardly suffice for cooking. Lin Yue took her cousin Lin Mingshan to excavate sand from the stream's bottom, collecting some small stones to bring back, along with a few pieces of charcoal which they crushed into fragments. She then retrieved the garbage bag and had her mother cut a piece of cotton cloth. After puncturing a hole in the bottom of the bag, she placed the cloth over it and layered in the charcoal, sand, and stones. The garbage bag was designed to be carried. One person would hold it while placing a piece of cloth atop it, and the water gathered from the stream would first filter through the cloth, removing larger debris like weeds, pebbles, and sand. As the water passed through the layers within the garbage bag, it underwent further filtration, although the process was slow. At the very least, the resulting water was reassuring to drink. Chapter 75. I will kill you. Look, this water is remarkably cleaner, Tian Shi exclaimed, cradling her child as she curiously gathered around. After witnessing the peculiar contraptions Lin Yue had devised, the water flowing out resembled that which they had consumed in the past, albeit much cleaner than that drawn directly from the river. Indeed, what is the principle behind this? It's truly wondrous. Xing Qian, having closely followed Lin Yue when she mentioned that river water was undrinkable and needed filtering, was eager to observe her method. At this moment, he could not help but acknowledge how astonishing Lin Yue truly was. Had she been a man, she surely would have excelled in examinations, far surpassing his own abilities. Once Lin Yue had completed the filtration, she disregarded it, but upon meeting Xing Qian's admiring gaze, she felt a twinge of guilt. Thinking to herself that this was no great feat, she was merely borrowing the wisdom of others. Xing Qian was the one with genuine scholarly prowess. If presented with classical texts, she would lack the patience to engage, finding them cumbersome and difficult to comprehend. Observing Lin Yue's demeanor, one of humility, not recognizing her own accomplishments, Xing Qian began to reflect on himself. He possessed neither Lin Yue's clever mind nor her modest disposition, and he resolved to ponder this deeply. Many gathered to witness this marvel. They had never encountered the concept of filtration and found it utterly fascinating. Had they been in her position, they would never have conceived of such a solution. In the past, whenever thirsty, they would simply drink from the stream without concern, only occasionally suffering from a bout of diarrhea, which would resolve itself by the next day, hardly a matter of great significance. However, the river water after this torrential downpour was undeniably more turbid than the usual stream water, even teeming with tiny wriggling creatures. The thought of consuming it made them uneasy. Yet after Lin Yue's ingenuity, everyone felt considerably more at ease. With the issue of water temporarily resolved, they could relax a little, although their shelter leaked. With a bit of diligence in covering the leaky spots with palm fronds, they could endure for a few more days. Uncertain of how many more days the rain would persist, everyone began to ration their provisions. Since they were confined indoors, they subsisted on thin porridge to fill their stomachs. Lin Yue, however, found it difficult. Her appetite was substantial, and mere watery porridge would not suffice. Yet, with everyone sharing the same space, it would be inappropriate for her to indulge in solid rice and stir-fried dishes while others consumed only porridge. Therefore, she had no choice but to drink the thin gruel like everyone else, relying on the bread and other items she had stowed away to stave off hunger. As they huddled together in the already cramped temple, Lin Hongmei crawled inside. Gazing at the temple, so close yet seemingly distant, a chilling resolve flickered in her eyes. Lin Yue had found a suitable spot for her family of 3, right beneath the 3 statues of Buddha in the main hall. Although the figures were clay sculptures with the gold leaf long since worn away, they remained sturdy enough to withstand the rain. Beneath the lotus seats of the statues was a small hole, not large, but sufficient for several people to sleep in. Upon discovering it, Lin Yue and Lin Mingshan claimed the space. In the dead of night, someone, desperate to relieve themselves, half awake, prepared to do so at the temple's entrance. As he stepped over a decayed threshold stone, he suddenly tripped. What the hell, is that a ghost? The man, having stepped on a soft object, looked down to find a woman with long black hair draped over her face. Just then, lightning flashed, illuminating the night as bright as day. And the ghostly visage terrified him, causing him to leap back in fright. Everyone in the dilapidated temple was awakened. Many children screamed in terror. When Lin Yue heard the commotion and sat up, she bumped her head. Already fatigued from the day's exertions, being roused from her slumber only added to her annoyance. What ghost dares to intrude upon our temple? Today shall be your reckoning. With fury etched upon her face, she brandished a curved knife as she approached the entrance. Meanwhile, Lin Hongmei trembled in the corner, but her hands, concealed within her sleeves, were tightly clenched. Please don't kill me. I'm not a ghost. I'm not a ghost. Lin Hongmei's quaking form appeared genuinely terrified. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yue realized it was her cousin, Lin Hongmei. Why didn't you call for anyone? Sneaking in here in the dead of night to scare whom? Where's your brother? Lin Hongmei ceased trembling, staring blankly at Lin Yue. Her eyes flickering with a mix of hatred and madness as she suddenly lunged at Lin Yue with an unknown object in hand. Lin Yue, still half asleep and sluggish in her reactions, instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, only to feel a sharp pain as a silver hairpin pierced her arm, jolting her fully awake and igniting her fury. You seek death. With a single, powerful punch, she struck Lin Hongmei across the face and, still unsatisfied, unleashed several more blows. Finally, she delivered a kick that sent her sprawling out of the threshold. Truly a thankless wretch, she should have perished at the hands of the barbarians from the start. This ungrateful dog. Her voice summoned everyone from the temple, and Lin Sanju and Li Qinghe rushed to check on their daughter. Discovering the silver pin embedded deeply into her arm, nearly an inch deep, Lin Hongmei, dazed from the beating, let out a chilling laugh. You all deserve to die. To die? My brother is dead, he is dead. Why didn't you save him? Why didn't you save him? My leg is ruined. You should accompany us in death. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Li Qinghe's gaze turned icy at her words. She stepped forward, glaring at Lin Hongmei, and delivered a resounding slap. Just like your parents, a selfish and ravenous wolf. No one owes you anything, why should we save you? If you think you can drag us down with you for not helping, who do you think you are? I'll be the one to send you to your demise. Li Qinghe seized Lin Hongmei by the throat. Her daughter was her lifeblood. They had shown enough kindness on this journey, only to be met with such betrayal. Never again would they allow it. Lin Hongmei, choking, lost consciousness, prompting Lin Yue to grasp her mother's arm. Don't dirty your hands. She isn't worth it. Your hands are meant to save lives, not take them. Let me handle this. With that, Lin Yue dragged Lin Hongmei out like a dead dog, ready to cast her down the mountain, leaving her fate to chance. Moments later, Lin Mingshan and Lin Mingzheng emerged, followed shortly by Xing Qian. The three of them took Lin Hongmei from Lin Yue's grasp. You too, don't soil your hands, we'll take care of this. Lin Erzhu and Lin Baozhu remained silent, tacitly agreeing to this course of action regarding Lin Hongmei. Those who had previously harbored grievances against the Lin family's third branch dared not voice their opinions again. It was clear they were not weak. They simply chose not to stoop to the level of others. Even their own brother's child was not spared, let alone more distant relatives. The onlookers recalled Lin Yue's demeanor during her act of violence and lowered their heads, afraid to meet her gaze. They nearly forgot she was a harbinger of death, as merciless as one wielding a cleaver against a watermelon. Chapter 76. Bamboo Raft for Survival. Lin Sanju surveyed the temple's occupants and spoke solemnly. We have been more than benevolent. Our kindness does not justify your harm against us. This serves as a lesson. Anyone who dares to slander my family from now on should not expect mercy. In times like these, losing a few lives is hardly unusual. The temple fell silent, no one daring to respond. Some among them felt it was inappropriate for a mere girl like Lin Yue to take charge, especially given the formerly unassuming stature of the Lin family's third branch now standing above them, asserting authority. The accumulated stress of their ongoing flight had brewed negative emotions, and some felt the need to vent, otherwise they would suffocate under the pressure. While they could not confront the Lin family, they still relied on them for protection. Yet their pent-up resentment needed an outlet, leading them to occasionally mutter discontent in front of Lin Hongmei and Lin Mingzheng. Comments like, "Look at your uncle and aunt. Once subservient to your family, now they can feast while you suffer," circulated among them. You're crammed into your fourth uncle's rickety cart while they have 2 mules to pull theirs. Remember how glorious your family was when your parents and grandparents were alive? Lin Erzhu and Lin Sanju were your family's laborers. And now look at you two, what a disgrace. Such malicious whispers were not lost on Lin Hongmei and Lin Mingzheng, who already harbored resentment towards the Lin Sanju family. After today's incident, their animosity was hardly surprising. Lin Yue, however, felt no anger. Instead, she relished the opportunity to eliminate 2 persistent thorns in her side. Indeed. She had long perceived Lin Hongmei and Lin Mingzong as ticking time bombs, unpredictable and volatile. Today, Lin Hongmei's betrayal provided the perfect pretext for her to act. As for whether others would label her as ruthless, Lin Yue brushed it aside, ready to face any challenge. The aftermath of Lin Hongmei's fate left the atmosphere tense for 2 days. Aside from the Lin and Gao families and a few close allies like Hunyou and Xing Qian, others in the dilapidated temple remained silent, afraid to approach. Under such oppressive circumstances, the rain began to pour heavily, escalating from a downpour to a veritable deluge. The water level had risen to the temple's entrance, and the crumbling doors could no longer withstand the relentless rain, swept away in a single night. The temple could no longer provide shelter. The palm leaves that once adorned the roof were soon ripped away, and the already fragile structure began to crumble further. Realizing the rain would not cease, the group, led by Gao Li and others, ventured behind the temple to cut bamboo for rafts. Indeed, they were preparing for a daring escape by drifting downriver. As they climbed to the front of the decrepit temple, all their livestock had been slaughtered, their meat and hides taken with them. The very beasts that had aided their flight now lay dead at their hands. Lin Yue did not witness the slaughter of her family's mule. Whether one calls her compassionate or finicky, she felt a pang of sorrow mixed with helplessness. When human survival is pushed to its limits, all available resources must be utilized. That is human nature. Now, in front of the temple lay several bamboo rafts, hastily constructed over the past 2 nights. Lin Sanju, a carpenter by trade, and Lin Yue, who had gained fame online for her mastery of various traditional crafts, had joined forces. She had once studied bamboo weaving in Sichuan, where the terrain and numerous waterways made rafting a popular activity. Having participated in bamboo rafting herself, she even learned to craft rafts with canopies. Their bamboo rafts were made collaboratively, featuring a curved bow for better navigation. The rafts were double-layered for added sturdiness, reinforced at both ends with wood, and several thick bamboo poles were added to prevent capsizing. When securing the poles, she opted for iron wire instead of a less reliable vine to brave the storm. The raft's stability was paramount. Under the cover of night, while others were preoccupied and visibility was poor, they secured the bamboo with iron wire and concealed it with vines. Typically, a bamboo raft measures about 1 to 1.2 meters wide, but they made theirs 1.5 meters wide for the 3 of them. Not that they didn't want to make it wider, but a raft too broad would be difficult to paddle and control, especially in narrow currents. To shield against the rain, they fashioned a canopy from bamboo strips, which could only provide minimal shelter, and Lin Yue led her cousins to gather palm leaves to secure atop the canopy. This would only slow the rainwater from seeping into the raft. Lin Yue instructed them to use the hides from the recently slaughtered cattle and donkeys to line the inside of the canopy, thus preventing the rainwater from penetrating. While the bamboo raft could not offer complete protection from the rain, even with doors made of bamboo strips on either side, water would still seep through the gaps. All they could do was their utmost to shield against the downpour. Especially at the home of my second uncle, where Lin Jing and Lin Ro, 2 young ladies, had been exposed to water for an extended period, their health was bound to be affected. Lin Yue had already devised a plan. Once they boarded the bamboo raft, she would take turns resting with her parents, each person catching 8 hours of sleep before switching out. It was precisely for this reason that they had labored to construct a canopy for the raft, while others sought shelter from the rain. They aimed to shield themselves from prying eyes to rest in peace. The dawn was fast approaching, and Lin Sanju, along with Lin Mingshan and Lin Mingzheng, were busy crafting bamboo chairs. They could not remain seated on the bamboo raft indefinitely, as it would be akin to sitting in the water, leading to discomfort over time. As the light grew brighter, Lin Yue addressed her relatives. Once the bamboo raft sets sail, whether we can proceed safely will be left to fate. Regardless, everyone must take care of themselves. If we encounter anyone, we should disembark. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Gao Li and the others exchanged knowing smiles, agreeing with her sentiment. Sheng Qian's gaze lingered on Lin Yue, determination flickering in his eyes. He was resolute in ensuring they would not become separated. As dawn broke, they shared one last hearty meal before commencing their journey. Lin Yue and her father secured the bamboo raft with grass ropes. "Mother, hurry aboard." Li Qing he leaped onto the raft while it swayed precariously. She quickly crouched to stabilize her balance. Lin Yue followed suit, her light frame causing little disturbance. Lin Sanju then joined them, and Lin Yue handed the paddles she had fashioned to her father. The rain continued to fall, and without further delay, they began to glide along the current. Second uncle, Gouda, Shengqian, Hunyo, you must keep up. Lin Yue shouted back. Chapter 77, An Uncertain Path Ahead. Lin Mingshan, Shengqian, and Hunyo responded in unison from behind, while Lin Baozhu, sulking, muttered, How ungrateful. I am still your fourth uncle. And yet you do not call for me. Tianshi, assisting him with the raft, snapped in irritation, Hurry up. It's raining. If everyone leaves before you catch up, I shall toss you overboard. Lin Baozhu grumbled as he hastily adjusted the raft before returning to carry the child. Meanwhile, although many harbored thoughts, they could only strive to keep pace. Lin Yue's family was already leading the way downstream. Despite the heavy rain, the absence of wind allowed for a relatively calm surface. Li Qinghe sat on a small stool taken from the caravan, her burden having been tossed inside by Lin Yue. Taking advantage of their position at the front, Lin Yue slipped into the caravan for a quick wash, having felt grimy and musty from the past few hectic days. She quickly bathed, donned a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, tying the shirt at the waist and securing the loose shorts with shoelaces. Footwear was limited to layered soles wrapped in plastic bags. Before heading out, she prepared a quick meal of instant noodles and fried 2 eggs, exclaiming with delight at the first bite, Ah, it's so hot. But delicious. Who knew instant noodles could taste so good? Sated, she donned a raincoat and pants, dismissing any concerns about their appearance. It was preferable to remaining drenched in rain. After all, even with her robust constitution, she was still a young lady who preferred to avoid the discomfort of menstrual cramps from exposure to the cold. Before stepping outside, she downed a cup of medicinal concoction, hoping to preempt any illness, knowing they would soon have to rely on Banlan Zhen as their primary beverage. As she exited, Li Qinghe entered to tidy herself up, aware that her own body was in its youth and feeling an unusual heaviness in her abdomen, possibly signaling the onset of her cycle, warranting extra caution. As Lin Yue stepped out, her father turned to observe the situation behind them. Gouda Li's family, with their strong laborers, was the quickest to follow, closely pursued by the second uncle's family. Sheng Qian had already joined forces with Lin Erhu. Their bamboo raft carried a 7 or 8-year-old girl and 2 boys aged around 8 or 9, who had initially crowded together in a donkey cart with Sheng Qian. At that moment, all their rafts drifted uncontrollably upon the water, with the familiar mountains, once towering, reduced to mere peaks visible above the surface. They had originally intended to head north to the capital, but Lin Yue consulted her compass, revealing that their drift was directed southeast. Father, it seems we cannot reach the central regions. Perhaps the coastal areas might be an option, she suggested. Lin Sanju's frown lifted at her optimism. You, my dear Yu, are a breath of fresh air. I must learn to adopt your mindset. Overthinking is not beneficial. Lin Yue playfully countered, Father, you are merely a year or 2 older than I was at your age. It is far too early to declare oneself old. Cheer up. At worst, we can retreat to our space, we cannot drown, and if necessary, we can utilize the kayak and life vests. We shall be safe. My concern lies in the fact that these items should not see the light of day. I have worried for days about our trash bags. If anyone sees the life rings or kayaks, we could be branded as monsters and hunted down, Lin Sanju expressed. His worry was not merely about safety. As his daughter had pointed out, they had the caravan, which ensured their survival. However, they could not live within the confines of the caravan forever. If suspicion arose, lacking a stronghold or truth, could they eliminate everyone who had seen them with such items? Father, even if they harbor suspicions, do they possess evidence? Mere words are ineffectual. Our identities and registrations are legitimate. We are simply members of the Lin family's 3rd branch. As for others, Gouda must have his doubts. But he is clever and will not speak recklessly. Who could possibly fathom our true circumstances? Besides, we only revealed the trash bags for their safety. If we can safely reach land and settle down, we shall be considered genuine survivors. Without conflicting interests, there is no reason for him to oppose us. Those who emerged from Shanglin village together have all aided one another. We share bonds of life and death. You need not worry. Why burden yourself with worries before calamity strikes? What if something truly happens? At worst, we can retreat into the mountains, living a secluded life in paradise. When I grow older, I shall find a young man to bring back as a childhood husband, and we shall have children to entertain you. Life will go on. Do not fret. Li Qinghe emerged from her wash just in time to hear her daughter's lofty declarations. You are a girl. Hearing such words from you makes it sound as though you are a bandit. Lin Yue chuckled. I was merely trying to lift my father's spirits. Li Qinghe secured a flotation device to the three of them for safety. A childhood husband could indeed be worth considering. Raising one from a young age ensures familiarity. And one need not endure the pressures of marriage. Sounds quite appealing. Lin Yue's playful banter struck a chord with her mother, who felt a twinge of concern. I am only 12. Such thoughts are premature. However, Lin Sanju interjected, it's not too early. A childhood husband must be of a similar age. And raising him will take time. Once we are settled, we can search. While the three of them maintained a light-hearted mood, Gao Dali's raft approached urgently. With Gao Sanshan calling out, Uncle Lin, Aunt San, my father suddenly has severe vomiting and diarrhea and is running a fever. Please help him. They all knew that Li Qinghe had some medical knowledge and had assisted many along their journey. Now, they could only hope for her help. Lin Yue and her family instantly straightened their postures, while Li Qinghe wore a grave expression, her eyes reflecting concern. With vomiting and diarrhea, coupled with the consumption of snake meat earlier, it is highly likely to be a parasitic infection, or possibly a bacterial one. This could become quite troublesome. Lin Yue gazed at the bamboo raft belonging to the Gao family, her voice tinged with coldness. Is there a risk of contagion? Li Qinghe sighed. If it is a parasite, it depends on the type. Some can be transmitted through the air or via touch. If it's a bacterial infection, the danger escalates. Lin Yue and Lin Sanju spoke in unison. You cannot go to their bamboo raft. It is far too dangerous. Li Qinghe understood the peril. Yet the Gao family had saved them on several occasions. Ignoring their plight might breed resentment, and if they harbored ill will, the three of them would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 78. Powerless. After much contemplation, Li Qinghe declared, I shall don protective gear and pay them a visit. Delivering some medicine. We cannot turn a blind eye, it would be detrimental to us. Lin Yue and Lin Sanju furrowed their brows, but ultimately permitted her to go. Wait a moment, I need to gather a few items. Li Qinghe called out to Gao San with a firm voice before entering the cabin. Gao Sanjan nodded repeatedly, while Gao Dali felt somewhat unwell, though his symptoms were milder. Feng Shi anxiously fretted, what is happening to you all? What is going on? Gao Dali's condition was severe, and he was already somewhat delirious from fever. His complexion had turned ashen, and he lay in filth. His eldest daughter-in-law, Zhou Shi, clutched her son, hiding in the back, her face a mask of worry and fear. What could be done when their father looked so unwell? Meanwhile, on Lin Baoju's raft, Tian Shi, hearing the frantic cries, had a sudden realization. Hurry, we must paddle away quickly. They must have fallen ill from the snake meat. This could be contagious like tuberculosis. We need to catch up with second brother and third brother's families. Quickly. Lin Baoju, upon hearing the cries, had not initially considered the snake meat. However, his wife's reminder made him feel a prick of fear. He paddled with urgency, his face paling. Tian Shi took their son from her daughter and donned palm fronds to assist in paddling. You better learn your lesson this time. Listen to the Gao family's cries. If anything goes awry, and I hadn't stopped you, you'd be among them now. Lin Baoju repeatedly exclaimed, Wife, marrying you must have earned me blessings from my past life. I promise to never eat anything from outside again. I will heed your every word. Tian Shi nodded in satisfaction, but seeing her husband so frightened made her heart ache. As long as you understand I do this for your own good. I married you with the intention of spending a lifetime together. I would never harm you. We have 2 children to consider. From that point on, Lin Baoju became quite submissive, obediently following his wife's instructions, and their lives improved. That was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, Li Qinghe donned protective gear beneath her raincoat, a precaution stemming from her profession and the global pandemic that had swept through the previous years, items she kept ready for any journey. To avoid arousing suspicion from the Gao family, she wrapped a piece of burlap around her mask. After much hesitation, she decided against giving them masks. Fear gripped her. But thoughts of the Gao family's child compelled her to take a few. Lin Yue attempted to accompany her mother, but was firmly declined. I can go alone to minimize the risk of infection. I've brought disinfectant when I return. I'll disinfect thoroughly before re-entering the RV. As Li Qinghe cautiously leaped onto the Gao family's bamboo raft, Gao Dali was in the throes of vomiting. Gao Sanjan, dragging his own ailing body, managed to pull their father closer to the edge of the raft. In a mere moment, Gao Dali displayed a pallor that was all too reminiscent of a dying man. Prior to boarding the raft, Gao Dali had appeared relatively normal. But within just over an hour, his facial features had sunken, and his veins seemed to collapse. A sense of dread washed over her. Gao Dali's condition was deteriorating far too rapidly, leaving no time for intervention. Upon seeing Li Qinghe, Gao Sanjian fell to his knees, pleading desperately, "Third aunt, please save my father." Li Qinghe approached the boy and helped him up, yet she refrained from assuring him of his father's recovery. With gloved hands, she checked Gao Dali's pulse, though uncertain, this was all she could do. She was not yet able to sacrifice herself for others, as she still had to witness Yaya start a family and continue her life with old Lin. Her willingness to help was rooted in a sense of duty and her principles as a physician. The pulse she felt was chaotic, irregular, and disordered, indicating severe depletion of vital energy and a loss of righteousness. It was a state beyond salvation. Li Qinghe's heart sank as she lifted Gao Dali's eyelid. His gaze was vacant. The darkness made it impossible to discern whether his pupils were dilated, and with no adrenaline or life-saving medication at hand, she was powerless to heal him. "If you have anything to say, speak quickly. Gao Dali is beyond recovery, and I am powerless to assist." Her words plunged the Gao brothers into despair. "Impossible, third aunt. Are you sure? My father was just fine before. How can this happen so suddenly?" Gao Sanjian began to retch again, though his symptoms were significantly milder. Li Qinghe immediately checked his pulse, noting external pathogens and internal heat, indicative of a bacterial inflammatory fever. She produced 2 antibiotics and instructed, "Swallow these." Gao Sanjian obediently swallowed them, and Li Qinghe then took out silver needles for acupuncture, aiming to expedite the digestion and metabolism of the medication in his stomach. "Lie down," she commanded. Gao Sanjian, bewildered, complied, sensing that something was amiss. Li Qinghe unbuttoned his shirt, applying needles to his abdomen, arms, and legs, ultimately beginning to draw blood. Initially, the blood flowed red, but gradually it darkened to a purplish hue, thick and ominous. Feng Shi was in a state of distress, torn between worry for her husband and her eldest son. "Li sister, please tell me, is my husband truly beyond help?" With a heavy heart, Li Qinghe nodded. "Yes, he must have had pre-existing conditions. This journey has drained his energy, and after a period of relaxation, he encountered a storm, neglecting hygiene, drinking unboiled water, and consuming wild game. His weakened immune system could not withstand it. He appears to have suffered organ failure due to a bacterial infection." Feng Shi gazed blankly at her husband. "What about my eldest son? Is he?" Li Qinghe, observing Gao Sanjian's improving complexion, reassured her, "He is young and has a decent constitution. His condition is not as dire as Gao Dali's, but his organs will surely be affected. He will likely become reliant on medication in the future." Looking at Gao Dali, whose face resembled that of a corpse, Li Qinghe fulfilled her last shred of duty by allowing him to bleed out the toxic blood, granting him a moment to bid farewell to his family. The blood that flowed was unmistakably tainted, thick and dark, requiring Li Qinghe to assist in expelling it from his veins. Despite this, Gao Dali's complexion remained ghastly, as though he were on the brink of death. Feng Shi and the Gao family watched intently as Gao Dali struggled back to consciousness. "Thank you, Li sister," he murmured, fully aware that his time was drawing near. "This is my fate. I should have heeded your warnings." Chapter 79. Gao Dali's demise. Li Qinghe sighed. "Gao Dali, I truly am powerless. I hope you do not hold it against me." Gao Dali shook his head with great difficulty, saying, "What does this have to do with you? It is my fate to meet such an end. I must thank you, for had you not informed me of the barbarians' massacre of villages, my family would likely have perished long ago." A glimmer of awareness flickered in Gao Dali's eyes as he realized his time was limited. Concern for his children weighed heavily on him, prompting him to muster the courage to implore Li Qinghe, "Sisterly, given our shared experiences of life and death these past few days, should I not make it, I ask that you look after my 3 sons. They have inherited my recklessness and lack of foresight. If they encounter insurmountable challenges, I beseech you to assist them." Li Qinghe, observing the 3 sons of the Gao family, nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, as long as we are able, we shall not stand idly by." With a sense of relief, Gao Dali took comfort in her words. Not wishing to linger, Li Qinghe turned to the grieving Gao Sanjian and advised, "It is best that your father be cremated." She handed him a mask, instructing, "Ensure everyone in your family wears this. Your father still has some liquor. After using it to cleanse yourselves, especially your nephew, be thorough." Gao Sanjian, bewildered, accepted the mask and asked, "Aunt, what is cremation?" It means to burn, Li Qinghe replied, casting a glance at him. In an instant, tears streamed down Gao Sanshan's face. Young lad, you must be strong. Your elder brother's health is also poor. You and your second brother must shoulder the family's burdens. Life's unpredictability is such that one may be well moments before, only to face imminent demise in the blink of an eye. After Li Qinghe departed, Gao Dali turned to his wife and said, "Do not grieve. I have lived long enough, and death is merely part of life. You must take care of the children and support them. And our little Shi too, he is still so young. I worry for him." Feng Shi could not comprehend why she shed no tears, though she felt the weight of sorrow pressing down upon her. "Do not worry. I shall care for this family in your stead. It must be difficult for you. Go on now," she added. "Listen closely to the Lin family. They are not ordinary folk, remember that." Gao Dali was indeed in great pain, a tormenting ache within him, and with one last glance at his sons and grandson, he whispered, "Live well." Thus, Gao Dali breathed his last, his death a grotesque spectacle. His face was ashen, lips and eyes marred by shades of purple. Zhao Dongmei, cradling her son, could not bear to look upon her father-in-law's final moments. The bamboo raft of the Gao family came to rest beside a hillock. Gao Erhan and Gao Sanshan struggled to lift Gao Dali's lifeless body, and Gao Sanshan relayed Li Qinghe's suggestion of cremation to his mother and brothers. However, the family was resistant to such a notion. They preferred the arduous task of digging a grave to bury him. The three brothers jointly fashioned a makeshift coffin from a dead tree and placed it before the small mound, hoping one day to return and properly inter their father. Little did they know, shortly after their departure, the grave would be unearthed. Lacking proper tools, they could only dig shallowly with a machete. And as they hastened to rejoin the main group, the burial was incomplete. Days of relentless rain had driven the beasts of the mountain to hunger, and the downpour soon washed away much of the earthen mound. The voracious animals, drawn by scent, dug up the grave and feasted upon the corpse. Gao Dali had succumbed to death due to a bacterial infection, and the starving creatures, heedless of the consequences, consumed the body, spreading the contagion rapidly among the wildlife, resulting in the demise of many beasts on the mountain. Unknown to anyone, Li Qinghe had saved Gao Sanshan. Yet many witnessed the Gao family's bamboo raft come to a halt, and they speculated whether they too were destined for death like Gao Dali. Li Qinghe, however, was not inclined to risk her safety for others. Her ability to save Gao Sanshan stemmed from the Gao family's past assistance to her own. Although they had reciprocated aid, the depth of their bond was not the same. The subsequent individuals were unpredictable variables, and she could not afford such risks. Moreover, Gao Sanshan's condition was not life-threatening. While his organs were undoubtedly compromised, he would likely experience discomfort in the future. Yet, they remained in peril, deprived of water and sustenance, which would further strain his constitution and inevitably affect his longevity. Upon returning to her family's raft, Li Qinghe found Lin Yue and Lin Sanju already donned in protective gear. With her daughter's help, she first sprayed disinfectant, then removed the protective suit, ensuring thorough sanitation, even to her hair and face. Discarding her contaminated clothing into a garbage bag, Lin Yue collected items likely harboring infectious pathogens, placing them into an iron bucket to be incinerated. After thoroughly disinfecting herself and taking a cleansing bath, Li Qinghe meticulously sanitized all exposed items in the mobile home, achieving a semblance of peace. After all, the vehicle was their lifeline and contamination would render it useless. Meanwhile, among the several bamboo rafts trailing behind, 7 or 8 individuals had already fallen ill. Some, like Gao Dali, succumbed quickly due to poor health and overindulgence, while others, akin to Gao Sanshan, merely suffered from vomiting and diarrhea. Lin Yue, accompanied by his 2 sons, glided over, reporting, "3 have perished behind us, Uncle Lin Wu, and the son and daughter-in-law of Lin Danio, along with several others suffering from gastrointestinal distress." Lin Sanju handed Lin Yue some medications, stating, "These 2 are meant to alleviate diarrhea and vomiting, but they are not curative for their ailment. We cannot guarantee their recovery." Lin Yue nodded, "We shall do our utmost. Whether they live or die is beyond our control." Lin Yue looked closely at their family, relieved to see no signs of distress. "Are you all right?" she inquired. "We're fine," Lin Yue replied with a smile, grateful for her concern. "It's fortunate we heeded your advice, otherwise, alas, Gao Dali's fate is truly a tragedy." Lin Sanju and Lin Yue remained silent, for tomorrow is uncertain, and who can predict which will come first, misfortune or fortune? All they could do was cherish the present moment. In the grand scheme, for Gao Dali and those who had passed, it was simply the principle of reaping what one sows. The cycle of cause and effect remains immutable, as each act and consequence is preordained. Chapter 8. The Situation. Long before he disregarded counsel, stubbornly adhering to his own habits and allowing his experiential biases to dominate, he had already sown the seeds for his present predicament. This is an inescapable truth. Lin Yue took the medications and sought to distribute them among others, refraining from disclosing their origin, merely stating they were previously purchased. During such times, it was prudent not to draw attention to oneself, should they manage to save lives. Gratitude would ensue, but failure could lead to a very different narrative. Lin Yue noticed Xing Qian following them at a distance and waved for him to hurry over. Upon seeing her gesture, he vigorously paddled and soon caught up. Lin Yue approached him with disinfectant and masks, instructing, "Wear these masks, many are falling ill. If anyone experiences symptoms like fever, vomiting, or diarrhea, speak up immediately, understood?" "Understood, third sister." The trio of children, all members of the Lin clan, replied. One girl, akin in age to Xia, was named Lin Chuanmiao, while the two boys, cousins, were Lin Mushi and Lin Shuixing. The two families were originally neighbors of Xing Qian, and the two boys had once learned to read alongside him. The young girl's mother and grandmother were well acquainted with Xing Qian's family. Whenever Xing Qian was away from home, he would entrust them with the task of delivering meals, offering them a few coins in return each day. After discovering that the adults from both families had met a tragic fate, Xing Qian took the initiative to keep them close, vowing that as long as he lived, he would not abandon them. Hunyo watched Lin Yue with eager eyes as Lin Yue handed her a small parcel containing 2 candies and some snacks. With limited resources, she could not cater to everyone, but Hunyo, being one of her favorites along with her cousin and Xia, received special consideration. Overwhelmed with joy, Hunyo felt the small package tucked away in her sleeve, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Lin Yue. Xing Qian observed Lin Yue with a mixture of concealed jealousy and delight, though Lin Yue remained oblivious. She affectionately patted the heads of the 3 children, left them some preventive medicine with instructions on how to take it, and provided them with 2 clean bamboo cups of water before departing. Once Lin Yue left, Chun Miao, the young girl, noticed Xing Qian's gaze lingering on the silhouette of Sanjia and playfully remarked to her brothers, Mu Xing and Shui Xing, "Big brother seems to want to join Sanjia's bamboo raft, doesn't he?" The 2 boys, merely 8 or 9 years old, were oblivious to the nuances of feelings, replying softly, "Perhaps, but Sanbo won't let him go." "Why not?" little Lin Chun Miao asked, puzzled. "I don't know, Sanbo didn't say," they replied. Hunyo, with wide apricot eyes, scrutinized Xing Qian, her heart brimming with doubt. She whispered to her second brother, "Does this mean Xing Qian has taken a liking to my Lin Yue?" Lin Erhu, with a naive expression, responded, "Huh? I don't know." Xing Qian overheard Hunyo's somewhat hushed yet audible comments and dared not look at her, instead directing his gaze toward the children. He clearly heard their murmurs, and with a hint of irritation, turned back to admonish them, "Do not speak carelessly, and gossiping about others behind their backs is improper behavior. It must not happen again." "But we were right in front of you, not behind your back," they protested, their large, glistening eyes fixed on Xing Qian. He found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort, ultimately resorting to a display of authority. "That is still unacceptable. One must not discuss others." "Oh, fine. You must be upset that Sanjia hasn't spoken to you. You little rascals." The first night passed without incident, but on the following day, after drifting on the bamboo raft for hours, they finally encountered a figure, albeit not a living one, but a bloated corpse, devoid of any semblance of humanity. They averted their eyes and hastened their escape. The torrential rain had lessened, yet the water levels continued to rise. After a devastating flood, the greatest fear was a subsequent drought. Beneath the floodwaters, countless lives had already been lost, and once the water receded, these corpses would be left to decay in the wilderness, inevitably breeding disease under the sweltering heat. They all understood this harsh reality, yet felt utterly powerless. While human calamities might be averted through effort, natural disasters could not be prevented by anyone. Meanwhile, in Xinjiang City, a palace coup was unfolding. The former crown prince, Now Prince Lin was practicing swordplay in his estate when a figure suddenly appeared. "My lord, the tyrant has perished. The cabinet ministers and officials are on their way." Xiao Yuanqi performed a swift sword flourish, sheathing his blade, and replied coldly, "Let them come. Whether they kneel or stand is of no concern. What is most pressing now is the situation of the various princes, particularly Wang Wu and Wang Qi. Report, my lord, Wang Wu's territory has been ravaged by heavy rains. Nearly all the counties have suffered disasters, with many citizens dead or fleeing. Wang Wu has been killed by the barbarian General Gru. And the barbarian army has also sustained significant casualties due to the flood, retreating back to their own territory, leaving only a few thousand to hold the border city." Xiao Yuanqi scoffed. "He died too easily. Wang Wu caused the occupation of our border city, a crime for which he deserves 1,000 deaths. Have Lu Heng secretly lead 1,000 elite guards with my private seal to find the military commander Guo Baoqiang in Shu, directing him to oversee the disaster relief efforts in Wang Wu's territory. I will send more personnel to take over later. Furthermore, all descendants and wives of Wang Wu are to be secretly detained in the capital, and his corpse must be brought here. I intend to whip his remains before the officials. Send Marquis Wui to take charge of the southern border troops. Any traitorous generals are to be executed on the spot. Once the border city is stabilized, all traitors and their clans will be exterminated for 3 generations." Xiao Yuanqi's tolerance for treason was non-existent. Had he not known that most were innocent, he would have annihilated all their kin. His hatred for Wang Wu surpassed even that for Xiao Yuanlang, who had forced him to abdicate. The struggle for the throne was a mere internal conflict, but colluding with foreign tribes was treasonous. Wang Wu's selfish actions had caused the dislocation of countless innocent civilians, and even dismemberment would not suffice to atone for his sins. "Understood, my lord. Your subordinate shall carry out the order." The golden guards departed silently. A guard clad in armor approached, asking, "My lord, what should be done with the tyrant's body?" Xiao Yuanqi remained silent for a long moment before responding, "Place it on a straw mat and leave it at the Wu gate. Have Lady Wang stand vigil for her son. Send the Imperial Guard to raid the Wang family. All males over the age of 12 are to be executed, while the others are to be exiled to Yuzhou." "Yes, my lord." "Jinjia," Xiao Yuanqi called. "Present." His presence was felt, though unseen. "Monitor all exits of the capital. Anyone among the officials attempting to send messages or use carrier pigeons must be detained. Dispatch someone to Lingnan. Most of the flood victims have fled this way. Send Yuan Shu with 10 golden guards on swift horses. 3,000 will follow behind. Instruct him to take control of the Lingnan administration and properly settle the refugees, allowing him to act freely with the understanding that he may report afterward." The golden guards acknowledged the command. Chapter 81. The Obstruction. Xiao Yuanqi, the founding emperor of the Wei dynasty and the direct grandson of the late Emperor Xiao Tianyu, had once been raised under his grandfather's guidance, receiving hands-on instruction. He understood well the importance his grandfather placed on the welfare of the people, who had once stated that the livelihood of the populace was the foundation of all things. If a dynasty could not ensure the stability of its citizens, it was a testament to the ruler's incompetence. Without a nation, there could be no home. For a dynasty was forged from thousands of families. Yuanqi, remember, a qualified monarch must prioritize the people, hold them dear, regard the state as secondary, and view the ruler as the least significant. Keep this lesson close, for your grandfather had many ambitions left unfulfilled. Your father, lacking in ability, merely maintained the status quo. But my aspirations, I fear, will need you to realize. Remember, do not seek indulgence. His father had forgotten this wisdom. After 10 years of rule, as the dynasty stabilized, he became complacent, engaging in grand constructions, selecting concubines, and living extravagantly, which ultimately led to the rise of the tyrant. He could have quelled the conspiracies that sought to usurp him, for the emperor's secret guards and private soldiers were at his disposal, but under his father's influence, the dynasty had strayed. The officials, eager to please the ruler, acted foolishly, recognizing him as an uncontrollable figure, and many opposed his ascension. Thus, a man as lowly as Xiao Yuanlang found himself in power. Though a mere puppet, he had learned to indulge in extravagance tenfold. Neglecting state affairs, he allowed the officials to act recklessly, provided they did not obstruct his frivolities. He coldly observed the splendid foundation laid by his grandfather being repeatedly dismantled. While it pained him, he understood that one must destroy to build anew. He awaited an opportunity, a moment when the officials would beseech him to ascend the throne, at which point he would settle the score and purge the court. On the surface, the capital appeared stable, yet beneath it, a tempest brewed, and at that moment, Lin Yue and her companions found themselves in trouble. A group of individuals clutching logs floated in the water ahead, deliberately obstructing their progress. Lin Yue discerned their intentions. They merely sought to board their bamboo raft, but feared her refusal, thus deliberately blocking their path, waiting for them to speak first to seize the initiative. Father, let's rush forward. Night is approaching, and we cannot afford to linger here. If they abandon their logs and swim over to our raft once darkness falls, it will become problematic. Lin Sanju similarly recognized their scheme and relayed his daughter's words. Let us proceed as you suggested. I will inform second uncle and Sheng Qian. Lin Yue retrieved a telescope, hastily wrapping it in cloth as she gazed into the distance. There, she spotted 3 or 4 individuals, their faces pale from exertion. Their garments tattered and in shambles, yet they bore a bulging bundle on their chests. Narrowing her eyes for a closer examination, Lin Yue recognized them, though a conflict seemed evident among them. One was a burly man with the largest bundle, while the other 3 appeared to be a group, their expressions betraying clear dissatisfaction towards him. Li Qinghe approached and patted her daughter. Come, have something to eat. Do not be so tense. In truth, Li Qinghe was quite capable of standing on her own. However, Lin Yue often viewed herself as the 30-year-old version of herself from the modern world, leading her to perceive her mother, in her 50s, as unfit for violent confrontations. Furthermore, given the original owner's mother's frail health, Lin Yue, brimming with youthful vigor, wished to spare her mother from undue burden. This had resulted in Li Qinghe primarily managing logistics since their encounter with the marauders, never appearing at the forefront. Lin Yue felt a pang of sympathy for her mother, while Li Qinghe harbored deep concern for her daughter. Mother. Those individuals ahead are not. Lin Yue's words were interrupted as Li Qinghe placed a piece of chocolate in her mouth. In these chaotic times, there will always be villains. We must replenish our strength. Li Qinghe led Lin Yue into the cabin of the boat, where she had prepared a meal of tomato and egg with rice. They had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time during their prolonged journey. The family of 3 took turns eating in the boat's tent, refraining from sharing with others. Whether seen as selfish or cold-hearted, some things are meant to be shared, while others are not. Meanwhile, 30 meters ahead, the 4 individuals had paused their internal strife. Zhao De, we accept that you have the lion's share. Let us refrain from infighting for now. We can devise a way to board those bamboo rafts behind us. Drifting like this is not a viable option. The meat has already gone rotten. Zhao De, the burly man, glanced at Lin Yue's bamboo raft and then at Zhao Si and the others, calculating in his mind that he could easily overpower them. He obediently replied, very well. Let us wait for them to come and find a way to persuade them to allow us aboard. Zhao Si's slanted eyes glinted with malice as he raised his face, smiling. If they refuse us, we will have to rely on you to take action. Zhao De was well aware of their intentions, despite his imposing stature. He was no fool. If he were as simple-minded as they presumed, he would have long lost the 200 taels of gold he possessed. They aimed to ensnare him like a mantis stalking a cicada, but he would not be so easily manipulated. After Lin Yue had satisfied her hunger, she signaled to Lin Mingshan and Xing Qian, just as they reached a low-lying area where they could accelerate their progress. If the others attempted to block their bamboo raft, the force of the current would surely injure them. The group trailing closely behind Lin Yue kept pace with their raft, while Gao Dashan also caught up. At this moment, Gao Dashan lay weak and pale within the boat's tent. Though he had narrowly escaped death, his health had deteriorated significantly. He could only watch as his brothers endured the struggle. Zhao Dongmei clutched her child, sitting beside her husband with a bitter expression, her eyes filled with despair. With the family patriarch suddenly gone, her husband had lost half his life, and they were adrift on the water, uncertain when they would find stability again. As she held her son, a sense of hopelessness washed over her, and tears streamed down her face. Feng Shi glanced sternly at her eldest daughter-in-law. Quiet, Zhao Shi. I am still alive, and so is the eldest. Why are you crying? Keep your voice down and take care of the child. Zhao Dongmei stifled her sobs. She had her mother-in-law, husband, and younger brother-in-law to consider, and if she struggled to maintain composure, how could she expect others to remain steadfast? From the initial dozen bamboo rafts that had embarked, only 8 remained, the majority having succumbed to the viral infection. Lin Erju made rounds to notify each raft, instructing them to stay close to Lin Yue's bamboo raft and to strike fiercely if anyone attempted to board. Before long, Lin Yue and her companions encountered the 4 individuals, each clutching a large log measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Upon sighting the approaching raft, they exchanged glances, and Zhao Si exclaimed, "Hey, kind-hearted soul. Could you give us a lift? We can offer compensation for the fare." His smile was ingratiating, but could not mask the menace in his eyes. Chapter 82, Counterattack. Lin Sanju, with an earnest expression, regarded the group and uttered coldly, "No, we cannot accommodate you. There is no room. May you seek your own fortune." With that, he swiftly paddled away. Li Qinghe remained inside the boat, not emerging, while Lin Yue silently rowed. Zhao Si and his companions regarded them with malevolent eyes. And Zhao Da spoke up, "I can offer 10 taels of gold as payment." His words were blunt and devoid of embellishment. However, Zhao Si and the others were dissatisfied with Zhao Da's mention of gold. It was their secret and should not be disclosed to others. Lin Yue, observing the bulging packs on their backs, surmised they contained gold. Lin Sanju remained unfazed by the mention of 10 taels in a time of peace. It would indeed be a substantial sum, but now the value of money paled in comparison to that of life. "We are not in need of money." Zhao Da's countenance darkened, yet he glanced at the bamboo rafts behind him, and in a moment of realization, he abandoned Lin Sanju and decided to seek out the individuals at the rear. Zhao Si, unaware of Zhao Da's intentions, felt anxious as he saw him give up. "Forget about Zhao Da. The 3 of us will block this raft. The one at the front must be the leader of this group. If he refuses us, the others will likely follow suit. We have no choice but to fight." The other 2 agreed fervently, desperately maneuvering their bodies closer to the raft. The log was already lengthy, and they obstructed the waterway. As the current surged, the heavily laden bamboo raft struggled against the weight of the logs. Before Lin Yue could act, one of the men was violently thrust away by the combined force of the current and the impact, losing his log and the weight of gold he carried, sinking swiftly into the depths. Seeing their aggressive approach, Lin Yue and Lin Sanju paddled while simultaneously striking towards Zhao Si and his companions. Zhao Da, perceptive as he was, quickly recognized the force behind Lin Yue's splashes, realizing the strength did not align with what one would expect from a child. He swiftly retreated, unwilling to provoke someone so formidable, as he wished only to reach shore safely to reunite with his grandmother and daughter. With Zhao Da refraining from engaging, Lin Yue felt relieved. He seemed to possess some discernment, or else the other 3 would not have relied on him. As Zhao Si and his companions made another attempt to close in, Zhao Si grasped the edge of her bamboo raft. Lin Yue decided to strike decisively, wielding her paddle with force against his back. When he grit his teeth and refused to relent, Lin Yue delivered a sharp kick to his hand. Zhao Si, in pain, loosened his grip, and Lin Yue took the opportunity to kick him off the raft, simultaneously seizing the black bundle strapped to his back. Yet, in a desperate bid as he fell into the water, Zhao Si clutched Lin Yue's ankle, pulling her into the water alongside him. Lin Yue was suddenly pulled into the water, startling Li Qinghe. As she swiftly grabbed a paddle to assist her daughter against the foe, Lin Yue had already clutched onto the bamboo raft, tossing her bundle onto it. With her legs thrashing in the water, she forcefully kicked Zhao Si's arm, and before long, she felt the tension on her ankle dissipate. Propelling herself against the bamboo raft, she climbed aboard. Li Qinghe, her face pale, pulled her daughter up. But before she could utter a word, Zhao Si resurfaced like a specter. Having been kicked, Zhao Si's visage resembled that of a swollen pig. His mind foggy as he sank towards the depths, yet he managed to surface, glaring at Lin Yue and shouting, "Return it to me! Return it to me! Gurgle gurgle!" Return! Lin Yue cast a contemplative glance at the bundle on the raft, and upon seeing Zhao Si's head re-emerge, she pressed the paddle against his forehead, preventing him from surfacing. Meanwhile, Li Qinghe struck him fiercely with the paddle, recalling how her daughter had nearly been terrified to death when pulled into the water. Under such relentless blows, it wasn't long before Zhao Si sank, never to rise again. Adhering to the principle of "do not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you," Lin Yue had long since hardened her heart. Had Zhao Si not stirred trouble, she would not have wished for his demise. In tumultuous times, a person harboring wealth and living well was no simple character. She could not possibly allow him onto the raft. The tale of Mr. Donghua and the wolf was one she would not invite upon herself. In chaotic times, One must refrain from excessive benevolence to survive longer. The companions of Zhao Si had also been subdued and submerged by Lin Sanju. Yet he lacked Lin Yue's swiftness and failed to seize the bundle on the man's back. Lin Yue was not greedy. For her, ensuring her own safety was paramount, while any spoils acquired along the way were merely incidental. Witnessing Lin Yue and Lin Sanju's adept handling of Zhao Si and his companions, Zhao Deju's wariness reached its zenith. I'm not going up there. Let's keep to our own waters, he stammered, attempting to distance his plump figure from Lin Yue's raft. Lin Yue remained silent, observing as he genuinely paddled away from their raft, choosing not to pursue him relentlessly. After all, he bore no deep-seated grudge against them. Having previously been rebuffed, he had not insisted further. Clever and cautious, he was now beyond her reach. She could hardly swim over to him. With the current propelling the bamboo raft swiftly, those aboard felt the oscillation, struggling to maintain their balance. At that moment, Zhao Deju collided with the last bamboo raft, upon which sat a youth of around 14 or 15, 2 women in their 30s, and several children aged 7 to 8. Seizing the opportunity before they could react, Zhao Deju climbed aboard their raft. The occupants, armed with wooden sticks and paddles, prepared to strike him. Zhao Deju hastily pleaded, "Do not strike. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek a ride and will not entertain any ulterior motives. I will pay." As he spoke, he produced a pouch filled with silver ingots, appearing to possess a substantial sum. Zhao Deju, despite his burly appearance, was inherently a decent man. And unbeknownst to Lin Yue and the others, he had already integrated himself into their group. At that moment, due to the terrain's decline, Lin Yue and her companions found themselves in a perilous situation. Had they not reinforced and widened the bamboo raft during its construction, utilizing thicker bamboo for stability, they would have capsized long ago. To mitigate any potential mishaps, the 3 of them had donned life jackets and tied ropes to themselves, fearing that should the raft flip, they might become separated, lost in the vastness of the world, with no means of finding one another. Unlike in modern times, where one could issue missing person notices, losing each other could mean they might never reunite. As darkness enveloped the sky, their bamboo raft had collided with countless rocks and hidden reefs, teetering on the brink of capsizing, yet they had miraculously avoided disaster. Although Lin Yue and Lin Sanju had been thrown into the water multiple times due to the raft's turbulence, they quickly regained their footing each time, emerging soaked but unscathed. Chapter 83. Rapid Drift. Conversely, Lin Erju and Lin Baozhu were not as fortunate. Lin Erju had tucked his 2 sons into the boat's canopy to protect Zhao's family, Lin Jing, Lin Ro, and their precious belongings, while Lin Mingshan and his brother Lin Mingzheng struggled to control the raft, which had capsized multiple times, resulting in Lin Mingzheng sustaining a gash on his arm from a submerged rock. Fortunately, they all emerged relatively unscathed. Shang Qian's group fared better. Hun Yo and Lin Erhu, both strong and quick-witted, ensured that the occupants of their raft were the only ones who did not fall into the water. The children aboard, however, were tossed about by the raft's undulations, leaving them seasick, drenched in water, and unable to change clothes. Their attire was already limited. Wrapped in animal hides, since the raft was not waterproof, changing clothes would yield no benefit. They could only endure. Lin Baozhu was not as fortunate. His raft comprised only him and Tianshi, with the latter occupied caring for 2 children. Relying solely on one man to maintain control was simply unmanageable. After several near drownings, Lin Baozhu was overwhelmed and gasping for air. Lin Erju and Lin Erhu, who were nearby, witnessed this, and during another near-capsizing incident, Lin Erju, bound with hemp rope, leaped onto his raft to assist him in stabilizing it. Lin Baozhu was on the verge of tears. Second brother. I thought you wouldn't care about me. I almost drowned. Second brother, shut up. When the rafts draw near again, we'll align them side by side. Let your wife take the children over. With fewer people and a lighter raft, it's too unstable for you to manage, and if it goes under, your family will all end up in the water. You can swim back up, but your wife and children cannot. Lin Baozhu, recalling his past mischief, believed his brothers must despise him, yet he was astonished that they still cared enough to help him, especially after he had nearly struck second sister-in-law. When Lin Baozhu's family boarded Lin Erju's raft, Zhao Shi bore no resentment towards them. At this point, we do not know how many days we have left. There's no time to dwell on trivial matters. Just stay safe. Tianshi felt immense gratitude, This ordeal had transformed her once penny-pinching disposition. Though her nature was hard to change, she no longer fixated solely on immediate concerns. After dealing with Zhao Si and his companions, Lin Yue and her group had drifted on the water for 3 days, 6 days having passed since they entered the water from the dilapidated temple. During these 6 days, they had narrowly escaped death countless times. The terrain was rugged and winding, and although the water level had risen, creating a broad surface, the undercurrents were relentless, presenting a danger far beyond that of any rapid descent in her past life. They were carried downstream, the speed of their descent utterly uncontrollable. Each time they encountered a bend in the water, they risked being thrown off. They had instinctively learned to jump into the water and cling to the bamboo raft to minimize impact. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue were forcefully ordered by Lin Sanju to enter the camper, leaving him to navigate the water alone. This was primarily due to the fast current. Without someone maintaining contact with the raft, they would find themselves stranded in the water. Thus, Lin Sanju had no choice but to remain outside to control the raft. They could not all hide in the camper, only to emerge after the storm had passed to find the raft gone, leaving them adrift. That would indeed be difficult to explain. Although many matters had raised doubts among them, they could all swallow their concerns, but how could one justify such a transformation? As the sole man in the family, Lin Sanju naturally stepped up, and despite Lin Yue's reluctance, she was compelled to return to the camper and wait. Only when the calm returned could they finally breathe a sigh of relief. The torrential rain had long ceased, and not even a whisper of wind lingered in the air. The crowd had assumed that the worst was over, merely awaiting the receding waters to find a stable place to disembark. Little did they know that another calamity was already upon them. "Father, mother, look. There's a boat ahead. It appears to be empty. Shall we approach it?" Lin Yue exclaimed, raising her binoculars to spot a drifting, empty vessel in the distance. Lin Sanju took the binoculars, peering through them with a hint of confusion. How could there be an empty boat? He pondered. Lin Yue shared his curiosity. After 3 days of drifting, 4 out of their 8 bamboo rafts had disintegrated, and now their raft was crowded with Sheng Qian and Hunyou, making their situation increasingly cumbersome. They had little time to ponder, hastily pulling out the binoculars wrapped in cloth. Lin Erhu, a simpleton with few words, kept his silence, while Hunyou regarded Lin Yue as their leader and did not question her use of the binoculars. The others were merely children, filled with curiosity but lacking the courage to inquire. Only Sheng Qian, an outsider with an educated mind, sparked Lin Yue's inner doubts about his loyalty. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Sheng Qian discerned her suspicions and reassured her, "Lin Yue, you have saved me more than once. Along this journey, Aunt Li and Uncle San have rescued me numerous times. Without you, I would have been swept away with Erhu and the others. I understand you have your own burdens, but I swear on my honor that I will not utter a word about your affairs to anyone. Should I breach this oath, may I never reclaim my parents' remains, nor have descendants." Such a solemn vow was not taken lightly. They all knew that Sheng Qian and Erhu, along with Hunyou, yearned for the return of their parents' remains. Thus, Lin Yue's family's doubts about Sheng Qian began to ease. Meanwhile, Lin Sanju, observing Sheng Qian's demeanor, conceived a clever idea. He turned to Li Qinghe and whispered, "What do you think of that lad?" Li Qinghe, distracted by thoughts of secretly procuring food for her daughter, glanced at him. "Which lad? What are you plotting?" Lin Sanju's gaze fell upon Sheng Qian, who stood at the front of the raft with Lin Yue, and the more he looked, the more suitable he seemed. During their month-long escape, Lin Yue had grown significantly, rising 4 to 5 centimeters, her clothes now barely fitting. Despite their dire circumstances, Li Qinghe knew her daughter needed nourishment to support her growth and, thus, discreetly ensured Lin Yue was well-fed. However, on the arduous journey, daily hygiene was a luxury, and their bodies were perpetually dust-laden. So no one noticed that Lin Yue had not only maintained her weight, but seemed to have gained a touch of plumpness, her once sunken eyes now appearing more vibrant. If one were to judge by appearances alone, she resembled a delicate young lad. As for Sheng Qian, at 16, he was tall and slender, standing over 1.7 meters. From behind, he already bore the semblance of an adult, while Lin Yue, standing beside him, only reached his shoulder, resembling a younger brother. He had an elegant countenance, sharp features, and even in his wrinkled, soiled linen attire, he was undeniably handsome. Lin Sanju regarded Sheng Qian with satisfaction. "Look, this lad has no parents, is educated. Wouldn't he make an ideal son-in-law for us?" Chapter 84. Floating Corpses Ashore. Li Qing he had already taken note of Xing Qian. The way he looked at her daughter was peculiar, but she refrained from commenting, deeming it inappropriate at the moment. They needed to focus on retrieving that boat, rather than dwelling on morbid thoughts. Lin Sanju, chastened by his wife's pinch, stepped outside, where Lin Yue, Erhu, and Hu Niu were struggling to secure the vessel, already gripping the anchor rope. The trio labored to pull the wooden boat closer, but before they could ascertain its contents, a foul stench assaulted their senses. Lin Yue's expression shifted, and she released her hold on the rope. "Father, ignite a fire. We cannot keep this boat. It must be burned." Lin Erhu and Hu Niu quickly followed suit, though not particularly astute. They had discerned the unpleasantness emanating from the boat. Xing Qian, holding onto the rope, watched as Lin Sanju swiftly ignited a piece of wood, one end bound with oil-soaked rags. Lin Yue seized it and tossed it into the boat's hold, whereupon a swarm of flies erupted, buzzing frantically as an inferno ignited within. Xing Qian loosened his grip on the rope, while Lin Yue used a paddle to push the boat away. Li Qing he observed the flies with a grim expression and tossed a basin of vibrant red substance into the mass of insects, which, repelled by the noxious scent, fled towards the next source of decay. She approached with soap in hand, instructing them to wash their hands, for the rope was undoubtedly filthy. Hu Niu and the others, accustomed to Li Qing he's meticulousness regarding cleanliness, obediently washed their hands in the bamboo sections filled with rainwater. Li Qing he then produced several water pouches filled with drinkable water. With their limited supply, they could only meet their essential hydration needs, unable to cook. Their diet consisted solely of previously made cornmeal cakes, accompanied by minimal water. With the humid conditions, the cakes were prone to mold, forcing them to scrape off the spots and roast them over a fire to make them somewhat palatable. Lin Yue's family could still stealthily indulge in some biscuits, bread, and milk from their vehicle, while the others had to endure. Lin Yue's heart ached for them, and she managed to spare a few candies, dissolving them in water to provide a modicum of energy, but she dared not offer more. Having encountered this boat, they became wary of any future vessels, hastily paddling their bamboo raft away upon sighting one. With the increased number of people on the raft, it required the efforts of Lin Yue and her companions to row effectively, otherwise, their progress would stall. The deeper draft of the raft, burdened by more passengers, kept their shoes perpetually wet, and they could only take turns resting their feet while drying them, lest they become waterlogged. By the 8th day adrift, Lin Yue could not ascertain their location, but the frequency of floating corpses in the water was alarmingly high. Compounding their troubles, the rising temperatures hastened the water's decline, which, while seemingly beneficial, posed its own hazards. Li Qing he's instincts kicked in. "Come here, take these. From now on, avoid the water. And cover your feet with trash bags." Distributing masks, she urged them to protect themselves as much as possible. If a plague were to strike, escape would be futile. Lin Yue and Lin Sanju both contemplated the direst possible scenario. They needed to find a place to disembark. Remaining in the water was no longer an option. Lin Sanju voiced what Lin Yue was thinking. It was impossible to avoid contact with water on the raft, but the sheer number of corpses in this stretch of water was alarming. Over a dozen had already been spotted that morning alone. The oppressive heat could prove lethal, and the pathogens festering in the water could lead to an outbreak of infectious disease. They had to get ashore and do so swiftly. Zhao Dezhu, who had been trailing them, overheard their intent to land and, with a shift in his gaze, decided to join them. His motives were not sinister. He simply felt that this group, led by capable individuals, must have uncovered something troubling, prompting their decision to seek refuge on land. Zhao Dezhu's situation was only revealed to Lin Sanju and his companions after the bamboo raft disintegrated. However, by that time, the danger was too great, and there were no additional rafts available to assist those stranded on the raft. Remarkably, Zhao Dezhu did not turn against them. Instead, he aided them in stabilizing the raft. Otherwise, given their frail and diminutive stature, it would have been they who first succumbed to disintegration. As the sun descended in the west, Lin Yue and her companions desperately searched for a place to land. In just the span of an hour, they encountered 4 or 5 floating corpses. During daylight, they could avoid them, but at night, visibility was poor. Colliding with a corpse while sliding forward would not only be a dreadful omen, but also profoundly unsettling. After drifting down the river for a while, they finally spotted a flat area suitable for landing. All of them, having gathered their scant belongings, were poised to disembark. Lin Yue and her companions were on the verge of dismantling the raft, sharpening bamboo poles, while Lin Sanju and Xing Qian maneuvered the paddles to control their speed. Lin Yue, Eru, and Hunia stood ready to plunge the sharpened bamboo into the shore as they approached. Fortunately, all three possessed considerable strength. Lin Yue exerted herself, driving the bamboo pole deep into the bank so forcefully that the bamboo threatened to splinter. Lin Eru and Hunia mirrored her efforts, and together, they pressed the bamboo poles firmly into the shore, causing the raft to lose speed. Li Qinghe was the first to leap onto solid ground. Having long been deprived of firm footing, her legs weakened upon landing. Next, it was Chun Miao, followed by the three children, Shui Sheng, Mu Xing, and the others. Once they disembarked, they strained to hold onto the raft, and Lin Yue and her companions seized the opportunity to jump down and grasp the bamboo, bringing the raft to a complete halt. Lin Sanju and Xing Qian also leapt down. They were at the forefront, ensuring that this raft and Lin Erju's raft were properly secured to Lin Yue's family raft. The impact caused them to tumble into the mud, but the raft had stopped. Lin Erju and Lin Baoju's families wasted no time in managing their rafts, and the two remaining rafts followed suit, also coming to a semblance of control. Among these four rafts was the Gao family's, yet by this time, Gao Dashan had fallen off during the chaotic rush, his already injured body suffering further damage, and he had not resurfaced. Gao Ershan and Gao Sanshan were unable to save him and had vanished without a trace. When they fled from Shanglin village, nearly 100 people had made the escape. Now, only about 30 remained. The fatalities incurred due to snake bites numbered over 20, most of whom were male laborers and younger boys who had indulged in a few bites of flesh. No one standing on the shore could muster a smile as they once again felt solid ground beneath their feet. At that moment, Tianshi let out a heart-wrenching wail. "My son. Oh, my son. Wake up. Do not abandon your mother. We have reached safety." Her son was merely 6 months old, and such a young child required meticulous care. The journey had been fraught with peril and calamity, so much so that Tianshi's milk supply was nearly depleted. Yet, for the sake of her child, she forced herself to remain calm, whispering to herself not to fear. How could she endure the thought of having no milk for her infant? This son was her very life. Yet, the more she feared, the more calamities seemed to befall them. As the torrential rain descended, her child had already been exposed to the cold winds during their ascent. At that time, Li Qinghe had brewed ginger soup, and Tianshi drank copiously to promote warmth in her milk supply. The child had indeed improved then, but as the waters rose, they had to flee on the bamboo raft. That night, amidst the storm and violent winds, she wished she could envelop her child within her own body to keep him warm. Alas, the child fell ill, succumbing to fever. Li Qinghe, upon learning this, administered medicine. Yet it proved ineffective. The child was too small, with insufficient resistance. Tianshi's heart raced with anxiety. Drifting on the water was futile. She fervently prayed for her child's endurance until they reached the shore, where a doctor could surely help. However, the child granted her no respite as soon as they landed. Her son breathed his last. "Oh, my child." Tianshi clutched her son and collapsed. Lin Baoju's eyes brimmed with tears. Did he not feel anguish? Undoubtedly. For no matter how reckless he was, that was his son. He quickly embraced Tianshi, realizing just how much weight she had lost over the past few days. Her body felt like nothing but protruding bones. Upon hearing the cries, Li Qinghe was jolted into action, disregarding the mud covering her body as she rushed over. She beheld the tiny child nestled in his mother's arms, his complexion ashen, lips pale. After checking for a pulse and heartbeat, she found none, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. A small life had slipped away before her eyes, and she was powerless to save it. Wiping her tears, she examined Tianshi, who appeared utterly exhausted. It seemed she had foreseen this moment, but had been unable to accept it. Raising Tianshi's head and turning her face, Li Qinghe spoke in a trembling voice, urging Lin Baoju to regain his composure. He silently followed her instructions. Li Qinghe began to press on Tianshi's acupoints, the Renzhong, Baihui, and Sanli points. After a short while, Tianshi stirred awake. Upon seeing the tear-streaked face of Li Qinghe, she managed a sorrowful smile. "My child is gone." Her voice was laden with uncontainable grief, and Li Qinghe, hearing it, could no longer hold back her own tears. "He will return. Your love for him is profound. He will come back." Tianshi looked at her as if grasping at a lifeline. Really? Will he truly come back? Lin Yue, witnessing the child in her arms, felt a knot form in her throat. Gently, she nudged the stunned Lin Xiaomi towards her mother. Seeing both her parents weeping and her brother motionless in their mother's embrace, Lin Xiaomi knelt in confusion, her small hands touching her brother's icy face. Mother. Has my brother gone to the heavens? Can I go find him? Tianshi's sobs stuttered, and Lin Baozhu gazed at his daughter. The couple drew their daughter close, and the four of them wept together until they found some semblance of calm. Tianshi gazed down at her child, who was growing colder, tears streaming down her face as she kissed his forehead. My son, you will come back to find your mother, do you understand? Lin Erju and Lin Sanju, along with others, dug a small grave suitable for the tiny child. Despite her reluctance, Tianshi understood that she could not delay the group for the sake of her family. With tears in her eyes, she dressed her child in clean clothes and gently placed him in that small grave. The pit was quite deep. Lin Baozhu worried that wild beasts might unearth the child, and he dug until his fingernails split and bled. Lin Sanju pulled him aside, and they used paddles to assist in the digging. The earth by the river was moist, and with the water receding, it was easy to excavate. They buried the child without a mound, fearing grave robbers. But Tianshi marked the nearby trees with a knife to ensure she could return to find her child's remains. She had contemplated cremating her son, carrying his ashes with her, but her heart would not allow her to subject her child, the flesh of her own body, to the flames. A group of over 30, trudging through the muddy terrain, made their way eastward. The hour was past the mid-afternoon, yet the heat remained stifling, causing the group to sweat profusely. However, their water supply had dwindled, with only Lin Yue's family possessing a single water skin. To conserve the precious resource for the children, Lin Yue had added brown sugar and salt to the water, knowing that dehydration in such oppressive heat could be dire. Having come this far, it would be a tragic loss to succumb now. They continued along the riverbank, encountering no signs of life, but rather numerous deceased wild animals, particularly game birds and rabbits, their corpses decaying and teeming with maggots and flies. Lin Yue and the others all witnessed the scene, urging the group to quicken their pace. After an hour of rapid travel, Lin Yue felt a burning sensation in her feet, and the others were even worse off. Several half-grown children could barely lift their legs. Yet they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Just as many began to falter, they finally spotted some figures in the distance. This group was also composed of refugees, appearing even more wretched than themselves. Each face bore a mask of numbness, their eyes void of life, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Among them, Lin Yue recognized a familiar figure, discreetly tugging at her mother's sleeve to point out an old man. Mother, isn't that the man we rented the donkey cart from when we sold medicinal herbs? Li Qinghe turned to look, seeing the old man clad in tattered rags, nearly in shreds, with a gaunt child slung on his back. He himself was so emaciated he hardly resembled a human, and the child's pallor suggested a frail constitution. It was indeed him. What a coincidence. Li Qinghe had not anticipated encountering someone familiar. They had even discussed the possibility of renting Lu Laowing's donkey cart for a longer duration, yet who could have foreseen such drastic changes in just over a month? Let's south inquire about this place, Lin Yue suggested. We cannot simply march forward blindly. I am unafraid of hardship, but I dread aimless wandering. We must ascertain our location and consider our next steps. We can ask, but let us not disclose our identities. At this moment, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. We have all undergone significant transformations. He likely wouldn't recognize us. We shall merely inquire about the route and then depart, Lin Sanju interjected. Though their group numbered quite a few, it paled in comparison to the throng of refugees, who looked like mere shells of their former selves. If they were to be attacked, even if they could defend themselves, injuries were inevitable. Chapter 86, Cannibalism. Having reached a consensus, Lin Yue approached the old man and softly asked, "Excuse me, could you tell us where we are?" Lu Laowing seemed not to hear her, his eyes vacant as he continued to walk silently. Lin Yue glanced around quickly and stealthily slipped a cornmeal bun and 2 pieces of candy into his arms. Upon catching a whiff of the candy, Lu Laowing slowly turned his gaze towards her. For a brief moment, he appeared dazed, recognizing her face as somewhat familiar, though he could not place it. Indeed, more than a month's time had wrought significant changes. When Lin Yue first arrived, she had been dark and emaciated, resembling a beggar. Now, although still dirty, she had grown taller and filled out somewhat, her face rounder, albeit still somewhat grimy, her hair disheveled, presenting a visage quite unlike her former self. Grateful for the meager offerings, Lu Laoing rasped, "This is Yangzhou Prefecture, Yayang County. That is all I know. Thank you." Lin Yue replied, turning quickly to place a piece of milk candy into the mouth of the child on his back before hastily leaving. The child, who had been sleeping with eyes shut, felt the sweetness and cautiously opened his eyes. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he whispered to his grandfather, "Grandpa, why do I have candy in my mouth?" Lu Laoing turned to look at his grandson, noting the child's gaunt cheeks now puffed out. He hesitated for a moment before softly instructing, "Don't lift your head, just eat slowly." "Oh, I understand, Grandpa." The child obediently lowered his head and added, "Grandpa, I'll bite half to give to you." Without waiting for Lu Laoing to refuse, the child quickly stuffed half of the milky candy into his grandfather's mouth. "We'll both eat. Grandpa needs strength." Tears welled in Lu Laoing's clouded eyes as he thought of his ailing wife, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. When would this suffering end? Lin Yue hurried back to her group, where everyone had once again taken up their weapons, for the original group of refugees had begun to fixate on them. Among the 30-odd members of Lin Yue's group, counting Zhao Dazhu who had steadfastly remained with them, there were only 11 adult men. The women, like Li Qinghe and those from the Zhao family, numbered 7 or 8, while the rest were young girls like Lin Yue and half-grown children, including the likes of Xia, Xiaomi, and Chen Miao, who were even younger. Though clad in rags, each person carried a burden, appearing better off than the destitute refugees who possessed nothing at all, some even lacked shoes. And there were children with bare bottoms, their skin sunburnt and peeling. Yet, regardless of the others' plight, they had neither the means nor the ability to assist anyone. Their priority was to ensure their own survival. Lin Yue and her companions pressed forward, weapons firmly grasped, having lost many belongings along the way. But no one had discarded their arms. As they neared the crowd, a man in his 30s shouted hoarsely, "Everyone, attack. If we seize them, we can survive. They must have food." No one wished for death. This group had been starving for countless days, their bodies devoid of sustenance. It wasn't that they didn't wish to be self-sufficient, but after the floods, most wild animals nearby had perished, and the larger beasts had retreated into hiding, leaving them too fearful to venture into the wilderness. Lin Yue and her group were seen as a lifeline, for they were strangers and outnumbered, comprising mostly women and children. If not them, then whom should they target? Lin Yue's family walked at the forefront, with Lin Mingshan, Eru, and Gao Erhan bringing up the rear, while the approaching crowd consisted of able-bodied men. Most would have been frightened, handing over their remaining food in hopes of saving their lives. But this group was not easily intimidated. They were resilient. After enduring so much, if they still resorted to mere surrender in the face of trouble, it would be a sign of utter incompetence. 20 men wielding sticks, stones, and whatever makeshift weaponry they could find, even some barehanded, approached with fierce resolve. Lin Yue and Lin Mingshan had developed a remarkable synergy. The siblings simultaneously shouted, "Fight to the death." Lin Yue, having witnessed bloodshed before, positioned the half-grown children and young girls like Lin Jing behind her, swinging her curved blade down mercilessly. In an instant, more than half of the 20 men charging at them fell. This time, even Li Qinghe did not shy away. She wielded a curved knife, though she did not seek to kill but rather to protect herself. However, one man wielding a sharpened stick swung at her. Li Qinghe evaded the blow aimed at her, but the man retaliated, and she was struck on the arm, the skin breaking under the force. Having dispatched the 2 men before her, Lin Yue caught a glimpse of her mother being struck and felt a surge of fury. The man who had injured her mother grinned in triumph. But the very next moment, Lin Yue's blade severed his throat. The smile remained on his face even as he fell, utterly unaware of his demise. Lin Yue's group, relentless and fierce, had claimed the lives of over a dozen men, causing the remaining few to flee in terror. Murder. They're killing. The wails of women and the cries of children shattered the eerie silence. Lin Sanju inspected his wife's injury, relieved when he found it not life-threatening, and then glared at the remaining men. "Stop pretending. Who among you has not seen blood to survive this far? If you have the guts, come again. Let us see who lives and who dies. If you lack the courage, then keep your heads down. Next time, whether you strike or not one of you, young or old, will be spared." As Lin Sanju's words echoed, Lin Yue raised her curved knife towards the sky, declaring, "Not one shall remain." The ferocity of Lin Yue's group resembled that of vengeful spirits, causing the crowd to shrink back, their heads bowed in fear. Those who had refrained from attacking, who were not prepared to engage, dared not contradict Lin Sanju's proclamation. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lin Sanju decided to take his leave, hastening his steps alongside his companions. Shortly after their departure, a sinister green glow began to emanate from the eyes of the onlookers who gazed upon the still bleeding corpses. It was unclear who acted first, but a throng of dozens, regardless of age or gender, surged towards the scattered bodies. Old Liu, having witnessed Lin Yue and her group's counterattack, refrained from intervening. Recognizing the intentions of the crowd, he trudged forward, his weathered face, marked by deep lines, trembled, and his throat convulsed. Cannibalism, the accumulation of white bones, and the stench of decay littering the path were the grim realities they faced. Did Lin Yue and her companions comprehend the horrors unfolding behind them? Perhaps they did. It was not until one reached the brink of starvation that they would risk their lives for the sake of robbery. What fate awaited those who fell by their blades? Lin Mingshan might remain oblivious, but Lin Yue could surmise the outcome. After all, history is not read in vain. Even if Lin Erzhu, Lin Qingyang, and Zhao Dezhu had not witnessed such atrocities, they had certainly heard tales from their elders. Cannibalism was but a familiar narrative. Chapter 87. A desperate turn of events. Those well-versed in history understand that during times of war, drought, floods, locust plagues, and epidemics, human lives are invariably sacrificed, with the majority being the lives of common folk. Throughout the ages, regardless of dynasty, the cycle remains unchanged. Prosperity brings suffering to the commoners, while ruin still begets their suffering. The population has dwindled by half, and the price of human flesh is cheaper than that of dogs and pigs, such is the fate of the ordinary populace. Yet, even with this knowledge, Lin Yue and her companions could only feign ignorance, pressing onward with determination. Blisters formed and burst beneath their feet, and, before darkness enveloped the sky, they had yet to find a suitable place to rest, ultimately settling for a relatively flat area devoid of trees to shield them from the night. Li Qinghe's arm bore a ghastly wound, the result of a weapon that was not sharp, rendering the injury jagged and severe in appearance. Nevertheless, she insisted she was fine and continued walking. As they traveled, Lin Yue assisted her mother in disinfecting the wound and bandaging it with gauze. The injury was not deep enough to require stitches, but the scar would take years to fade completely. Their plight was far from over. They had to continue their journey, enduring the thirst that gnawed at them as their water supply dwindled to a mere bottom. If they failed to find a village or settlement to rest in the following day, they would be left without water. Sheng Qian produced the last 5 corn cakes, which had begun to sprout mold. Unfazed, he peeled off the outer layer and toasted them over the fire. Lin Erzhu's household still had a dozen cornmeal cakes and 3 or 4 wheat cakes, a fortunate circumstance due to their larger family size. Lin Jing and Lin Ro, feeling guilty for not contributing, ate sparingly, only consuming enough to stave off hunger, saving the bulk of their provisions for their elder brother, second brother, and father. Additionally, they had over a pound of jerky, preserved from the slaughter of livestock, as suggested by Lin Sanju to minimize their burden in the dilapidated temple. The group had managed to stockpile some jerky, which would lend them some sustenance. The Gao family, too, faced dwindling supplies. Despite having a substantial stock, their appetites were large, and when they had fallen into the water from the bamboo raft, much of their food had been lost, leaving them with barely enough for 2 meals. After a simple meal to fill their stomachs, Lin Sanju and the others conferred and decided on a rotation for night watch, pairing off Lin Yue with her cousin Lin Mingzheng, Lin Erzhu with Gao Ershan, Hu Niu with Lin Mingshan, Lin Erzhu with Gao Sanshan, and Lin Erhu with Sheng Qian. The remaining members were permitted to rest. Each person would take a shift lasting an hour, allowing for more sleep and proper rest to regain strength for their journey. The temperature remained oppressively hot, with not a whisper of wind. Lying on the ground felt akin to resting on a heated bed. Li Qinghe worried about mosquitoes and venomous creatures, so they spread a thin sheet on the ground to sleep. Along their journey, she had been purposefully observing the flora around them and had discovered numerous mugwort plants, which are remarkably drought-resistant. Although they appeared somewhat wilted under the intense heat, their medicinal properties remained, and she harvested a considerable amount for use as an insect repellent during the night. They formed a circle and lay down, The fire pit in the center crackling with burning mugwort leaves, filling the air with a refreshing aroma reminiscent of pine resin, which offered a semblance of comfort. The night passed relatively safely, save for the distant howls of wild beasts and the chirping of crickets. At the break of dawn, as the sun began to rise, the group roused themselves. Lin Yue took advantage of her mother keeping watch to hurriedly brush her teeth and devoured a piece of bread, then filled their water pouch with a bottle of donghua. Should they fail to find a place to stay today, this donghua would be invaluable. At this point, they could hardly afford to concern themselves with the doubts of others. She could not ignore Lin Yue and her cousin. This energy drink would quickly replenish their strength and invigorate their minds, and should it come to that, a sip could provide a momentary respite. By noon, the sun blazed mercilessly upon the earth. Lin Yue and her companions had merged into a larger group, consisting of several hundred individuals, primarily families traveling together. In contrast, groups like Lin Yue's, organized by villages, were rare. These individuals had fled from the northwest of Yangzhou Prefecture, which borders Xingzhou Prefecture, the latter being hit hardest by the current drought, far more severely than Tongzhou. This meant that Lin Yue and her group's bamboo raft journey had fortuitously traversed a prefecture, with Yangzhou's location resembling present-day Guangxi. Their destination lay beyond Yangzhou, to a place where they could rely on the mountains for sustenance and the sea for food. Just as everyone besides Lin Yue's family in Shanlin village faced starvation, a contingent of armored cavalry galloped towards them. Upon seeing the large crowd of refugees, the leader, with a tense expression, reined in his horse. An aide swiftly approached, asking, "Lord Yuan, what are your orders?" "Distribute our provisions so that each person receives a day's ration," he commanded. Though his subordinate was perplexed, military orders are absolute, and he proceeded to comply. After he distributed 3 grain cakes to each individual, many fell to their knees in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for your great kindness." As others knelt, Lin Yue and her companions followed suit, exchanging glances, obediently conforming to the norm. Such is the nature of royal authority. Though uncomfortable, they had to adapt to the customs of the land. Discussing equality with ancient people would yield no understanding. Yuan Shu observed the kneeling populace with little change in expression. Raising his hand from atop his horse, "You may rise. There is no need to thank me. Your gratitude should be directed to our emperor." The kneeling crowd began murmuring among themselves, for who among the common folk was unaware that the current ruler was a debauched tyrant, preoccupied only with indulgence? Yuan Shu was well aware of their thoughts. The tyrant has been vanquished, and the current ruler is the former crown prince, Prince Xiao Yuanqi. Upon reaching the next city, you will find news of his ascension. He is a sagacious monarch, and you should express your gratitude. The common folk, regardless of who occupied the throne, cared little as long as their lives improved. Whether the ruler was a cat or a dog was of no consequence. Long live the emperor. The commoners are grateful to the sovereign. Our emperor is the mandate of heaven, loving his people as children. Having such a ruler is the fortune of our great way. Suddenly, a man clad in tattered robes cried out, prompting the kneeling crowd to echo his sentiments. Yuan Shu displayed a satisfied smile as he regarded the man in the long robe. "Have you studied? Do you hold any titles?" The man trembled with excitement. Inching towards Yuan Shu's horse, his face a mask of flattery. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Shu's eyes flashed with discontent. "I am Zhao Ke, a commoner from Suzhou. I am but an unworthy student, willing to serve you, my lord." Yuan Shu initially believed that a person so perceptive and articulate must possess some talents. However, upon encountering Zhao Ke, a scholar who lacked the noble demeanor typical of learned men, his demeanor was sycophantic and his speech replete with flattery, devoid of the lofty ideals one would expect from a scholar. Chapter 88. A familiar face at the city gate. Yuan Shu promptly lost his patience. 50 miles ahead lies Tongzhou Prefecture. If you possess true capability, seek the governor at the prefectural office. I am a military man, and I have no use for scholars. After uttering these words, he disregarded Zhao Ke and addressed the kneeling individuals. "Rise. Upon reaching the prefectural city, you shall settle down. The court is already working to restore order amidst the internal strife and calamities. There is no need for you to continue your flight." At this declaration, many began to weep. "My lord, will we be able to return to our homeland?" "Not just yet. The reconstruction after the disaster will take time. It depends on where your hometown is, as 3 prefectures have been affected. If your hometown is among them, it will not be feasible for the time being. After a brief exchange, Yuan Shu cracked his whip and galloped away with his entourage. Lin Yue and her group, having remained cautious and withdrawn, felt a sense of relief. They had come to understand their circumstances. Ignoring the clamor of the other refugees, Lin Yue and her companions propelled themselves towards Yongzhou Prefecture, 50 miles away. Unlike the true refugees, although their clothing was tattered and their supplies dwindling, they still possessed some wealth after the calamity in Shanlin village from over 1,000 individuals. Only 100 remained, each household having distributed some of their possessions, including silver. Though meager, it was sufficient for them to find a place to establish themselves. They marched for half an hour, distancing themselves from the main group, and settled down by the roadside. Do not skimp on the rations. Eat your fill. We must enter the city before the gates close. 50 miles, and it is already late. Will we make it? Lin Yue posed a simple question. Yes, came the unified reply. After such a prolonged ordeal, who would not yearn for stability, a hearty meal, and a restful sleep? Since the village was ravaged, they, the survivors, and those who had escaped only to perish along the way, had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's rest. Over a month had passed since they left Shanlin village, and the once robust members of the Gao family and the duo of Hunyou and Heir who had grown gaunt, let alone the others who were not in the best of conditions, this month of flight had stripped them down to mere shadows of their former selves, their eyes sunken, resembling skeletons. What are we waiting for? Let us eat and fill our bellies. After that, no one is allowed to complain as we press on. We shall strive to secure a solid night's rest. They nearly consumed their last provisions, and Lin Yue distributed the remaining functional drink from their water skins. This is our final source of hydration, infused with heat relief medicine. Make it last. If you feel parched or dizzy, take a sip. The diluted drink still bore a yellow hue, albeit much lighter, its taste less intense yet still sweet. Regardless of their inner thoughts, everyone gazed at Lin Yue and her companions with deep gratitude. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Lin Sanju declared, rising. There are only a few of us left from the many who set out together. Let us endure this last stretch. With a newfound understanding of the journey ahead, and having filled their stomachs, even if their souls were sore and blistered, their spirits remained high as they trudged onward. After 2.5 hours, they encountered an increasing number of people whose demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the earlier refugees. All were hurried, and despite their gaunt appearances, their eyes sparkled with life. Observing this, Lin Sanju and his companions surmised that the city gates were near, and the exhausted group, who had hardly the energy to speak, suddenly felt invigorated, hastening their pace. Moments later, Lin Yue beheld the city tower, and tears of joy welled in the eyes of everyone. They had finally reached a place of safety. Fearing that the impending nightfall would hinder their entry, Lin Yue and her companions wished they could sprout additional legs, for many were queuing at the gates. If they were delayed by the throngs and the gates were to close before their turn, they would have no tears left to cry. Besides a few scraps of jerky, they had no provisions left, and their water supplies were nearly depleted. If they did not enter the city soon, hunger would be their fate. They were not alone in this worry. Lin Yue observed others beginning to run, even those too exhausted to lift their feet, desperately rushing towards the gates. Seeing this, they joined the fray. The collective impulse spurred everyone to sprint, and Lin Yue sensed the danger. What if the guards at the gate mistook them for rioting refugees? Let us keep our distance and not move as one. Speed up. Everyone was determined to enter the city, and they drank the last of the heat relief medicine. Whether it was the actual effect of the drink or merely a psychological boost, their aching, stiff legs seemed to regain some agility, allowing them to truly run, unlike those who were merely fast-walking despite their efforts. After creating a gap of several dozen meters, Lin Yue and her group saw guards stationed at the city gates. Tables set up for record-keeping, physicians checking pulses, and patrols inspecting the crowd. It seemed entry would not be so simple. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted towards them, and Lin Yue turned to see that porridge was being distributed, with many queuing at the porridge stands. Lin Yue's eyes glimmered. Let us not tarry for porridge. Entering the city is paramount. I would rather buy porridge once we are inside. What do you all think? We shall follow your lead. Your judgment is sound. Gao Erhan replied, recalling his father's advice to heed the words of the Lin family. Throughout their journey, he had acquiesced to everything Lin Yue suggested without dissent. Lin Eru and Hunyou were equally agreeable. At this juncture, Lin Yue would not lead them astray. Lin Yue was primarily concerned that the porridge stalls were too crowded. With 4 or 5 stalls, each extending a queue of 10 to 20 meters, the number of people was staggering, and behind them were hundreds more arriving in waves. How many refugees could a single prefectural city accommodate? It was impossible for the city to admit so many at once, even if entry were granted. It would certainly be in batches, otherwise, the influx of refugees could easily disrupt the city's existing order. With this thought, Lin Yue quickened her pace, and at that moment, most people, having been hungry for too long, headed directly to the porridge stalls, leaving the queue for entering the city significantly shorter in comparison. Lin Sanju led his group to the front of the line, and when the individuals ahead turned to glance at them, one exclaimed, "What a coincidence! They're from the Du family." Du Zhang, now lacking the vitality of his former self, had fully white hair and a face that had become gaunt and pallid. A stark contrast to the once prosperous elderly man he had been. "Master Du, what a fortuitous encounter. It seems we share a deep connection," Lin Yue remarked, her heart not filled with joy upon seeing the elder in such a state. He had likely endured tremendous hardships, as evidenced by his current demeanor. Chapter 89, Yuan Shu. Du Zhang gazed at Lin Yue for a long moment before letting out a sigh. "Indeed, our connection runs deep. You are fortunate. The journey from Songyang to Yangzhou Prefecture would take 2 weeks by carriage, yet you have managed to arrive here in just over a month on foot. How did you find the right path? We are fortunate and resilient. Heaven has guided us here, and we have not faltered." "Hey, can you believe it?" Lin Yue discerned the underlying resentment in the old man's words, yet she remained oblivious to the source of his grievance against her. "Old sir, we at least provided you with advance notice back then, saving your entire family. Why does it sound to me as if you hold some grievance against us?" Du Zhang's countenance reflected anguish, his shoulders sagging. "Child, I bear no ill will towards you. It's merely that your presence evokes memories of the past, and I can't help but feel that everything has changed." He offered a bleak smile. "Thanks to your warning, we escaped the massacre by the barbarian invaders, narrowly avoiding disaster. Yet upon our arrival in Tongzhou, my son and grandson were conscripted into the military, and their fates remain unknown. Later, amidst the chaos in Tongzhou, we attempted to flee, but were met with torrential rains that caused devastating floods. My wife, son, daughter-in-law, and even my grandson, Du Wei, perished in the waters. He was the most gifted child of the Du family. Now, of the 2 to 3 dozen members of the Du clan, only I, this old man, and my 2 grandsons remain." Lin Yue's gaze fell upon the 2 frail children before her, a boy and a girl, both no older than 7 or 8. Li Qinghe sighed. "Old sir, natural disasters and human calamities are beyond our control. Look, we initially escaped with nearly 100 people, and now only about 30 remain. Yet life must go on. If we dwell solely on the past, none of us can survive." As they conversed, they failed to notice Yuan Shu, whom they had seen earlier, standing behind the table, listening intently. Upon hearing them mention the barbarians and Songyang County, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. After a moment's thought, he approached them. The instant he moved, Lin Yue, with her keen perception, caught sight of him. The depth of his contemplation intensified. This child was indeed astute. Lin Yue observed the wary expression on the face of the previously mounted general, wondering if they had inadvertently revealed any critical information. While soldiers possess keen observational skills, surely they would not discern anything amiss at first glance, would they? Before Yuan Shu could utter a word, Lin Yue's mind began to conjure a dramatic scene. Yuan Shu approached, gazing down at Lin Yue. "Are you afraid of me?" Lin Yue replied. "What kind of question is that? Should I be afraid or not?" Lin Sanju and Li Qinghe tensed, bending at the waist in apology. "My lord, forgive us. The child is merely naive. Please pardon her." They reached for Lin Yue, about to kneel, prioritizing their lives over their dignity. Lin Yue felt utterly exasperated. She had to perform such a grand gesture without uttering a single word. Even her ancestors had never received such reverence from her. Truly, life in the countryside was more favorable, especially for one's knees. What is this? One must bow their head under a roof. Yuan Shu furrowed his brow, speaking coldly. "Rise. I am not a man-eating tiger. There is no need for such excessive trepidation." Lin Yue's bent knees straightened immediately, sensing a shift in Yuan Shu's demeanor as he regarded her once more. She was quick to react, and her agility suggested she was no ordinary child. "How old are you? Have you received an education?" Lin Yue dared not meet his gaze, unable to feign subservience. Instead, she maintained a level stare without looking into his eyes, in response to your inquiry. My lord, I am 12 years old and have not received any formal education. You say you are a commoner. Yuan Shu's voice shifted in pitch, and he scrutinized her from head to toe, still unable to perceive any semblance of femininity in Lin Yue. You are a girl? Lin Yue's expression darkened, and she finally lifted her gaze to meet his. The man appeared relatively young. How could he be so blind? What is wrong with that? My lord, did her appearance scream that she was a boy? Was his astonishment truly warranted? Yuan Shu's clenched fists relaxed, and after a moment of struggle to suppress a smile, he finally managed to contain his amusement. Indeed, it is hard to discern that you are a girl. What about your hair? Yuan Shu surveyed the group's disheveled appearance, clearly appalled. Which village do you hail from? Is this unique hairstyle customary there? He recalled that the southwestern regions had once been wild and untamed lands, subdued only by the founding of their dynasty. Their attire, hairstyles, language, and script differed significantly from his own, leading him to wonder if these individuals were from that region. Lin Yue shook her head. We are merely ordinary citizens of the Great Way. My hair is unkempt as we have been traveling without time to wash it. The heat and inconvenience prompted me to cut it. Upon hearing her mention Songang, Yuan Shu's interest piqued. You hail from Songang County? Have you encountered the barbarian invaders? With a hint of apprehension, Lin Yue realized that their conversation had been overheard. She found it challenging to comprehend what this man truly wished to know, prompting her to be more reserved in her speech. The barbarians slaughtered their way through our village. Yuan Shu's gaze fixed intently on Lin Yue. Speak freely. There is no need for concealment. I shall not impose any charges upon you. Lin Yue glanced at her parents, who urged her to speak confidently. Taking a deep breath, she said, we are from Shanglin village in Songang County, situated just behind Yunwu Mountain, bordering the southern barbarians. Initially, my mother and I. As Lin Yue recounted their harrowing tale, Yuan Shu regarded her with a complex gaze. This young woman, was quite formidable. As were the others in her party. May I see the weapons you obtained from the barbarians? Could Lin Yue refuse? Certainly not. After all, he was an official, and they were merely commoners. She retrieved a curved blade and presented it to Yuan Shu, who examined it closely, confirming its authenticity as a weapon of the invaders. You may keep this blade. In exchange, how about this short sword? Lin Yue hesitated. This curved blade had belonged to the leader of the marauders who attacked her village, and it was distinct from the other barbarian weapons she had seen. Yet, could she really decline? Accepting the short sword, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for the sword, my lord. Yuan Shu had not anticipated her pragmatism. This girl was far from an ordinary peasant. Perhaps her resilience had been forged in the crucible of life and death. Yuan Shu discerned that Lin Yue was unafraid of him. Her compliance was solely due to his official status. Are there any scholars among you? Yuan Shu inquired. Lin Sanju stepped forward, bringing forth Xing Qian. This child is a scholar. He has already passed the preliminary examinations and intended to participate in the provincial exams this year. But Yuan Shu scrutinized Xing Qian, noting his coarse linen attire and somewhat unkempt hair, yet his eyes reflected integrity. Xing Qian adjusted his clothing and hair, bowing respectfully. I am Xing Qian, honored to meet you, Lord Yuan. Yuan Shu was taken aback. You know my surname is Yuan? Half a day ago, we encountered you, my lord. You mentioned that it was 50 li to the capital, which motivated us to hasten our journey. We are grateful for your directions and provisions. Yuan Shu nodded internally, recognizing that this scholar was far superior to the one he had encountered previously. After a moment's thought, he glanced between Sheng Qian and Lin Yue. Do you aspire to settle in Yongzhou? Xing Qian turned to Lin Yue, who shook her head. Sir, we wish to go to Lianzhou or Duanzhou. Yuan Shu questioned, why there? It is a port with a humid and oppressive climate. As residents of Songang County, will you be able to adapt to the weather? Lin Yue could not disclose that their desire to go there stemmed from the fact that it was a port. We rely on the mountains for our sustenance and the sea for our livelihood. Having fled our homeland, we possess neither houses nor fields nor silver. We seek merely a place where we can find enough to eat. We have heard that there are free resources to be found by the sea. Such a simple yet naive sentiment was unexpected for Yuan Shu. What astonished him further was that a group would allow a mere child, a girl, no less, to speak on their behalf. This was indeed remarkable. Can you tell me why they permit you to represent them? Yuan Shu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lin Yue lowered her head, her features contorted in perplexity. What was the matter with this official? He was just like those reporters from before, prying into everything. With a stern expression, she replied earnestly. It is likely because the common woman bears a fierce appearance and is even more formidable in the act of killing. Yuan Shu was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. You may go collect your tokens now. Yuan Shu turned away, lost in thought, and returned to his seat, lapsing into silence. Lin Yue looked at her parents in confusion. What does he mean by that? Lin Sanju was equally baffled, while Li Qinghe could not fathom it either. What does it matter? We have not conspired against the country. After a moment's wait, their turn finally arrived. Lin Yue and the others presented their household registrations. Although they had no travel permits, their registrations were vital, and each person held theirs tightly. The inspectors, having heard what Yuan Shu had said earlier, treated them with great kindness. Please proceed over there to have the physician examine you. If you are free from illness, you may enter the city, and then return to collect your tokens. After expressing their gratitude, Lin Yue and her companions moved aside to have their pulses checked by the physician. Once they had stepped away, Yuan Shu instructed the clerk, distribute yellow tokens to them, allowing them to stay within the city for one night. They must leave before the rooster crows tomorrow. Ensure someone is dispatched to monitor them. They may only lodge at the inns designated by the government. The clerk, perplexed by Yuan Shu's intentions, an apparent gesture of goodwill tinged with suspicion, could only respond respectfully, yes, my lord. When Lin Yue and the others returned, the clerk distributed the tokens. This token is for entry into Chuzhou. Upon arrival, the officials there will allocate your destinations. With this token, someone will guide you to the designated government inn for your stay. You must exit the city before the rooster crows tomorrow. Before you leave, you may procure any necessary items. Just as Lin Yue was about to accept her token, Zhao Dazhu, accompanied by two women with small children, stepped forward. Lin Sanga, we do not wish to go to Chuzhou. We would prefer to settle in Yongzhou. We are too weary to travel any further. Lin Sanju and the others turned to the speaker, while Lin Qiaonyang anxiously bit her lip before stepping forward. We have made our decision to stay. Zhao Dage's family resides in the county beneath Yongzhou. We are exhausted and do not wish to continue. Lin Qiaonyang was the first person saved by Lin Yue and her companions. Lin Hehua had already perished on the journey. At this moment, Lin Qiaonyang and her sister-in-law, Lin Zhang, were cradling the twin children of Lin Zhang, while Lin Qiaonyang's cousin's child stood nearby, indicating that they had reached a consensus. Lin Erju stepped forward. Are you familiar with this man? Do you know who he is? He previously blocked our bamboo raft with a few others. If not for Yuyatu's quick thinking, we would have drowned. Now you wish to go with him? Lin Qiaonyang, her face flushed with shame, nevertheless nodded resolutely. I am sorry, Erga Sango. I owe you both for your rescue, but as for us women and children, what kind of life can we have in Chuzhou? Zhao Dage is willing to marry me and accept my sister-in-law and my Lu Xingji's children. I will consider this my debt to you. Lin Sanju scrutinized Zhao Dazhu from head to toe. Do you have a wife or children? Zhao Dazhu, without concealing anything, replied candidly, my former wife has passed, leaving behind a daughter. I also have an elderly mother at home. I work as a bodyguard and have indeed taken a liking to Qiaonyang. I am willing to accept her sister-in-law and these children. My family has been passed down through generations without a female presence. If they are willing to bring some warmth to my household, I would be glad to support them. Fate cannot be thwarted. They were too weary to meddle further in the affairs of a cousin and sister-in-law. In that case, do as you wish. You are all adults, not children. Despite his anger, Lin Erju felt powerless to intervene. Lin Sanju simply stated, what is your address? We will send word once we arrive. And, if you are not faring well, you may come to us. After all, we share the same surname. We will not abandon you. The older child, Lin Feng, with reddened eyes, knelt and bowed 3 times. San Shu, Shu, I understand. Thank you for still being willing to support us at this time. Lin Sanju's words, whether true or not, indeed carried a sense of backing. In this era, women without familial support faced great hardship. Zhao Dazhu's willingness to marry someone of unknown origins, along with several children, was difficult to comprehend, and it was uncertain how the Zhao family would react. Yuan Shu observed this unfolding drama with curiosity. Coming from a prominent family, he had never interacted with the lower classes and was surprised to discover the richness of their lives. His gaze toward Zhao Dazhu was one of astonishment. It was hard to fathom that someone would choose to marry a woman with unrelated children. The paths of human destiny are indeed peculiar. Zhao Dazhu, borrowing a path, had acquired a wife, and after they received their tokens, they parted ways. Before they could even enter the city gates, the sound of galloping horses approached rapidly from behind. Lin Yue felt the hair on her back stand on end. "Hurry, hurry," she urged, fearing that something dreadful had occurred. They rushed to enter the gates, knowing that if the city were sealed, it would spell disaster. Following closely behind, Du Zhong also sprinted to keep up. At his advanced age, he was determined to press on. As they hastily entered the city gates, just after they stepped inside, a rider leapt down and knelt to report, "Lord Yuan, an outbreak of disease has been reported outside Yongzhou. Many refugees fleeing from the southwest are afflicted." Chapter 91. Entering the city. Yuan Shu sprang to his feet. "What did you say? Disease? What is the situation? Report the casualty figures." The total number of casualties had not yet been compiled, but along the way, the soldier observed countless corpses strewn about, many of which were being consumed by insects and wild animals. This was undoubtedly connected to the outbreak. Yuan Shu's expression turned grim with suspicion. The floodwaters had just receded. Internal strife remained unresolved, and now disease threatened to follow. If mishandled, it could result in mass casualties among the populace, instigating panic among the citizens of nearby towns and potentially inciting rebellion. Lin Yue and the others had heard the soldiers' alarm and swiftly made their way into the city, presenting their tokens. Inside the gates, 2 soldiers conducted a brief inspection before ushering them further in. No sooner had they entered than the gates slammed shut. Those who had been queuing outside for a bowl of porridge became frantic. "What the devil? We merely wanted a bowl of porridge," they cried, bewildered at being barred entry, especially with news of disease. Instantly, the hunger was forgotten as they rallied their energy, hundreds surging against the barriers. Yuan Shu dispatched troops to suppress the commotion. The crowd was not large enough to create significant turmoil, and Yuan Shu immediately initiated a thorough investigation and monitoring within the city while also assessing and managing the disease outside, deploying a large number of personnel. The first priority was to deal with the corpses, but the infectious nature of the disease deterred anyone from undertaking this grim task. Ultimately, they hastily fashioned high-temperature cloths to cover mouths and noses, wrapping their hands, and gathered the corpses for incineration. Thanks to the wisdom of the founding emperor, the Wei dynasty had established precedents for handling outbreaks, allowing for swift and ruthless action. For the safety of the majority, sacrificing a small number was deemed necessary. Those who had not entered the city were not permitted to do so. Makeshift shelters were erected to isolate them, with 1 meal provided daily. Anyone exhibiting fever or unusual symptoms would be quarantined, while others would only be allowed entry after 10 days of no incidents. For those already within the city, their movements were closely monitored, and the original inhabitants were also subjected to daily health checks. Anyone displaying odd symptoms would be isolated, with release only granted after 10 days of being symptom-free. Lin Yue and her companions remained oblivious to the unfolding events as they were escorted to a rather sizable yet secluded inn within the city. "You must vacate your rooms before the hour of Qin tomorrow, or you shall be forcibly removed," the innkeeper informed them. "When departing, you must report to the manager. Not all may leave at once, and you are prohibited from venturing into densely populated residential areas." Lin Yue was taken aback by the strict regulations, which aimed to prevent the chaos that could ensue from the influx of refugees disrupting the city's order, as well as to mitigate the risk of disease transmission to the townsfolk. "Yes, military gentlemen, we understand and will certainly adhere to the rules." Lin Sanju produced a fragment of silver, a small token of respect, expressing gratitude to the soldiers for their guidance and offering them tea. The 2 soldiers were initially courteous due to the significance of the yellow insignia they bore, as such individuals were not ordinary. They were either scholars of notable merit, affluent patrons, or relatives of officials seeking refuge. However, Lin Yue and her group bore little resemblance to such privileged individuals, and they were surprised to find themselves able to offer a gratuity for tea. "No need for formality. Please, go inside and rest," the soldiers replied amiably. Upon entering the inn, the innkeeper's demeanor was rather neutral, inquiring, "How many rooms do you require? Would you prefer a large dormitory?" Noticing their humble attire, he posed the question, "What is the cost for the dormitory per night and for the private rooms?" Lin Sanju took charge of the conversation. The innkeeper glanced at Lin Sanju before responding. "A bed in the dormitory costs 21, not including meals or hot water. The private rooms are categorized into 3 grades, the lowest tier at 81 per night, which includes hot water, the middle tier at 150 won per night, with hot water and meals consisting of 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, and the top tier at 261 per night, offering hot water and meals of 2 meats and 4 vegetables. After calculating the number of individuals in their party, Lin Sanju noted that they were a total of 26, comprising Lin Yue's family of 3, Lin Erju's family of 6, Gao Ershan's family of 5, Lin Baoju's family of 3, Xing Qian and his 3 companions, Lin Erhu and his sister, and Lin Qingyang with his grandson and nephew, Lin Xiaoniu. Upon seeing Du Zhong, who had followed them into the inn, Lin Sanju hesitated, but chose not to comment. Although they possessed enough wealth to afford the upper-tier rooms, they opted for the lower-tier accommodations to avoid appearing ostentatious. Please provide us with 9 lower-tier rooms, Lin Sanju instructed the innkeeper. The innkeeper appeared taken aback, while Lin Erju interjected, "That's far too many, we can manage with fewer." Lin Erju hesitated to waste money, mindful of the expenses they would incur once they reached their destination, knowing that building shelters and purchasing food would require significant funds. The innkeeper replied, "Dear guest, we no longer have that many lower-tier rooms available, only 6 remain." "Then we shall take 6, Lin Sanju decided. This arrangement allowed for 1 room per family. He produced a piece of silver, and the innkeeper weighed it before providing change and summoning an assistant. "Very well, please wait a moment. Xiaozheng, escort the guests to the remaining lower-tier rooms." A slender youth of around 15 emerged, accepting a set of room cards from the innkeeper. He turned to Lin Yue and her party with a courteous bow, saying, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." After they departed, Du Zhong led his grandchildren forward, requesting a single private room. His family had suffered considerable losses, but there remained some hidden resources. This inn was quite expansive, specifically designed to accommodate refugees, and those who could secure a room were typically individuals of some standing or those with modest means. The insignia they bore was either yellow, red, or purple, each color representing a different social class: yellow for scholars, red for merchants, and purple for farmers. Lin Yue and her companions were unaware of the significance of these distinctions, yet others recognized their value. Thus, despite their tattered clothing, none dared to approach them disrespectfully. The lower-tier accommodations were quite sparse, featuring a modest bed, a table, several stools, and a few wash basins, devoid of any further furnishings. "Young man, please bring hot water to each room. By the way, is there a charge for the hot water?" Lin Sanju inquired as they stood in the corridor. The attendant hesitated, glancing at the large group. "We do provide hot water, but with so many of you, if everyone wishes to wash, it will require a substantial amount of firewood, and transporting water will demand both time and effort. I fear there may be an additional charge." Lin Sanju could understand the rationale behind this, and it seemed reasonable. "What do you all think?" At this point, no one is likely to quibble over a small fee for hot water. "We can accept the additional charge. No one has any objections," was the consensus among them. Chapter 92. Planning for the Future. Considering the quantity of hot water they would require, the attendant informed the innkeeper, and an extra 10 was added to the cost of each room for hot water, a most favorable price given their size. Each room was accommodating no fewer than 3 individuals, indicating a considerable demand for water. Had it not been for the government-mandated pricing, the charge of 10 would scarcely suffice given their usage. "All right, let us wash up quickly, discard any soiled clothing. We shall depart tomorrow, so let us not waste time. After a meal, we should procure some necessities and rest, for we have a long journey ahead." The lower-tier room featured but a small window, and the bed could barely accommodate 2 individuals. The heat made the atmosphere stifling. Lin Yue caught a whiff of the bedding and was relieved to find no overtly unpleasant odor of sweat. As the attendant brought up the hot water, Lin Yue was about to enter the room when her mother called out, "Wait, take off your shoes so I can see." Li Qinghe, being a physician, was acutely aware of her own feet's condition and was apprehensive about Lin Yue's feet, which had endured the long journey in thin-soled shoes. Without the reminder, she might have overlooked it, but now Lin Yue felt a wave of weakness wash over her as she sat on a nearby stool, removing her shoes, which had long lost their original color. Black socks clung tightly to her feet, and an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Li Qing, he gasped in shock, tears welling up as she exclaimed, "You should have said something. Look at your feet, your socks are soaked. You could have asked your father to carry you. Does it hurt?" Lin Yue was well aware of her discomfort. "Mother, your feet aren't in much better condition, are they?" "It's fine, I'm used to it." We shall endure this hardship now, and in the future, we will taste the sweetness of our labor. These words caused Lin Sanju to turn away, unable to suppress his tears. After Li Qinghe regained her composure, she bit her lip and used scissors to carefully snip away the fabric of Lin Yue's socks, knowing that the skin on her soles would need to be gently soaked with hydrogen peroxide to separate the adhesive bond. Once the socks were fully removed, the tender skin beneath was exposed, red and raw from the friction, revealing the underlying flesh. With her feet in such a state, walking was already a challenge, let alone bathing. Lin Sanju was dispatched by his wife to procure food and other essentials, while Li Qinghe remained behind to assist Lin Yue with washing her hair and bathing, thereafter applying ointments and bandaging her feet. Lin Yue's feet were wrapped like a pig's trotter as she rested inside the room, blissfully cooled by the long-awaited air conditioning, falling asleep within mere moments. Li Qinghe, with reddened eyes, gently massaged her daughter's acupoints to alleviate any strain, fearing that Lin Yue's arduous journey might impact her muscles and ligaments, ultimately affecting her growth and skeletal development. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she lamented their plight. Who else in this world had endured such hardships in their crossing, as if they were destined to taste every sorrow life had to offer? When Lin Sanju returned, he was not surprised to find his daughter absent. Li Qinghe, having been injured during a prior robbery by desperate refugees, had gained the freedom to move about the vehicle without concern. Li Qinghe had finished her tasks and refrained from entering the vehicle, wary of potential visitors. Is our daughter asleep? How does she fare? Will she be able to walk tomorrow? Li Qinghe shook her head. No, we should purchase a mule cart. Most of us are children, and if we continue walking like this, our bones and joints won't withstand it, which will undoubtedly affect our future development. All right. I will discuss this with them shortly. Let us pool our resources. After all, we have little food left. Afterwards, we can take the pipeline route to the post station, stocking up on some dry rations and water. We shouldn't carry heavy loads, for heads should suffice. If necessary, we can always rent a cart, switching to a new one in each county. Lin Sanju had also considered this. He feared that the price of mule carts might soar. Their family had a money-making expert. Lin Yue had earned quite a bit during her journey, but not every household was as fortunate to have savings. Even those who did, 30 or 50 taels would hardly suffice for building a house or purchasing land at their destination. Once Lin Sanju finished bathing and tending to his feet, Li Qinghe entered the caravan and called Lin Yue. Hurry, it's time to eat. Your father has bought your favorite steamed fish and braised pork. Lin Yue was quite tired, yet her appetite was piqued. It had been too long since she had enjoyed a good meal. Lin Sanju had already taken out the dishes from the food container, which was rented and would need to be returned later. The table was adorned with a plate of richly sauced braised pork, a steamed base, a dish of minced meat stir-fried with greens, and a bowl of seaweed, winter melon, and shrimp soup. The prices in Yongzhou were not particularly low. However, considering the current situation of famine across various regions, they were not excessively high either. I had heard that the court had dispatched officials early on to oversee several prefectures in Ling'an, even sending troops to maintain order. In the face of civil unrest, the porridge stalls at the city gates were under the control of the authorities as well as local wealthy merchants, which helped stabilize prices within the city. The current emperor seemed quite decisive, generous, and swift in his actions. It had not been long since he implemented policies in Ling'an, which was impressive. Lin Yue took a delightful bite of the braised pork, not minding the fat, and found immense joy in pairing it with rice. This was reassuring. At least the emperor was a man of action. Once the internal strife was quelled, we could enjoy some stability. You, do you wish to settle by the sea? Li Qinghe inquired, looking at her daughter. For now, yes. It's not just the three of us. We must consider Uncle Hunyou and the others. We've seen much of the world, and each has their own means of making a living, regardless of where we settle. The three of us can surely manage a decent life. However, they were all farmers with limited financial resources. If they were to establish themselves by the sea, at least they could rely on gathering seafood to stave off hunger in the early days. If they were willing, they could pool their funds to purchase a small wooden boat for catching seafood in the nearby waters. If that didn't work, they could assess the situation and engage in small trades or set up a stall to make a living. Lin Sanju chuckled. Your thoughts are quite optimistic, but it's not that simple. The greatest challenge for those who have long lived in the mountains is their potential inability to adapt to seafood. Allergies to seafood could complicate matters even further. I've considered that as well, but we are currently situated in the South China Sea. It's closest to Lianzhou or Duanzhou, which are also the safest places. I've noticed that the court seems to take this area seriously. Diverting inland would not only be dangerous, but also a long journey fraught with obstacles. Li Qinghe and Lin Sanju wholeheartedly agreed with their daughter. They were reluctant to venture far from Yongzhou, but with the plague looming outside the city, it was prudent to leave. Once the plague set in, chaos would inevitably ensue within the city. Although it might not last long, it was wise to keep a safe distance to avoid unforeseen circumstances. After finishing their meal, Lin Yue returned to the caravan to sleep, while Lin Sanju and Li Qinghe went to tend to the wounds of others. Li Qinghe was attending to the injuries, while Lin Sanju was discussing whether to rent a horse cart or buy a mule for their return. Lin Erzhu, Gao Erhan, Lin Baozhu, and even Lin Qingyang unanimously felt that renting a cart was more suitable. Sanju, even if we settle in Lianzhou or Duanzhou, we'll need a house or at least a plot of land to build one. That requires money. We must be frugal and ask around to see how much it costs to rent a cart. If it's reasonable, we could switch carts in each county. What do you think? Lin Sanju had no objections. Sounds good. Subsequently, each family sent a representative to procure necessary items and negotiate cart rentals. At that moment, there were already thousands of refugees outside Yongzhou, with Yuan Shu dispatching 1,000 soldiers wearing cloth caps and gloves to maintain order. The porridge stalls continued their distribution, and physicians were still attending to the sick. This person shows signs of high fever and skin lesions. Quarantine him immediately and disinfect with mugwort. The discovery of the plague heightened the anxiety of those unable to enter the city. Before long, some individuals charged at the barricade manned by armed soldiers. Kill them. To serve as an example. As soon as the order was given, 2 men fell lifeless to the ground, causing those behind to halt in their tracks. You're treating lives as mere weeds. Is there no law here? Why can't we enter the city? Voices echoed. There are reports of plague here. Do you wish for us all to fall ill and perish? Zhao Guochao, the deputy commander under Yuan Shu, drew his sword, pointing it at the instigators. Do you fear the plague? We do too. We are here with you, and the court continues to distribute porridge and provide free medical care. What are you doing? Can't you wait for a few days? Are you afraid of the disease, or do you wish to spread it to others, hoping to drag more down with you? You're talking nonsense. One man shouted in panic, you treat us common folk as less than human. Zhao Guochao swiftly stepped forward and ended his life with a single stroke, addressing those who had been swayed by him. The court has not abandoned you. Do you wish for us to withdraw the porridge stalls and physicians, closing the city gates entirely, leaving you to truly wait for death? If you dare to incite further unrest, you will face dire consequences. The bloodshed effectively quelled the crowd's desire for revolt, but as more individuals began to show signs of illness, a larger rebellion seemed inevitable. Simultaneously, others genuinely feared that the authorities would remove the porridge stalls and physicians, leaving them unable to enter the city, without food and without medical care. If more plague victims emerged, they would truly be left to die. Outside the city, panic reigned. Lin Sandu and the others had already purchased essential water pouches, having been terrified by the earlier lack of water. They also procured some medicinal pills as a precaution. Each household bought dozens of plain pancakes, steamed buns, and a small jar of pickled vegetables, preparing to sustain themselves on pancakes and pickles with plain water for the journey ahead. Lin Sanju also bought some pancakes, but additionally, he acquired 20 large meat buns, remembering that Li Qinghe preferred vegetarian fillings, so he made sure to get a few with tofu and greens. While they were at the apothecary, he turned to the neighboring pastry shop and bought some chestnut cakes and mung bean cakes to provide a change of flavor for his daughter-in-law. Aside from food, the majority of their expenditures went towards shoes. After the long journey, everyone's shoes had worn out. This was the perfect opportunity to buy new ones along with clothes, as their garments had been ruined by the water they had floated on for days. They discarded everything once they reached the shore, unaware of the filth they had been exposed to. Oh, how easy it is to spend money and how difficult to earn it. Lin Erzhu lamented, pulling out 120 copper coins. With so many children in the family, buying 2 pairs for each was no small expense. Once we settle down, we'll be fine. Yes, once we settle down, it will be all right. We can earn back the lost money. All were aware of the high cost of basic necessities and felt the sting of their expenditures, but when they thought of those who had perished along the way, these costs seemed insignificant. They negotiated the fare with the horse-drawn carriage operator, renting 5 carriages to reach the next county, Hong County, which is approximately 100 kilometers away. The carriages could cover the distance in a day. They decided to rent 5 vehicles. Lin Baozhu and Lin Qingyoung's families would share 2. While the Gao family would take 1, Lin Erju's family would have another, and Xing Qian along with Eru would share 1, leaving Lin Yue's family with a carriage of their own. After some persuasion, they settled on a rental rate of 350 won per carriage, which was the lowest price attainable. The proprietor had initially demanded half a tael of silver to even consider the journey. Given the high cost of horses, the long distance, and the possibility of returning empty, a lower price was unacceptable to the owner. Moreover, although chaos had yet to erupt in Yongzhou, price increases were unavoidable, and safety outside the city was not guaranteed, thus they were taking on considerable risk. After finalizing their departure time for the next day, the group returned home. Time was of the essence. After a hearty meal, they quickly succumbed to sleep, the most restful slumber they had experienced in over a month. At dawn the next day, just past the hour of the rooster, Lin Yue and the others had already checked out of the inn, each family filling 5 or 6 water bags. They could not forget the desperate thirst they had endured previously. As they were about to leave the inn, the proprietor handed Lin Sanju a travel permit. Esteemed guest, with this document, you may present your yellow token at the next county city gate to exchange it for a subsequent travel permit. I wish you a safe journey. Lin Sanju accepted the permit, and the group bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed proprietor. Once they had departed, the innkeeper's assistant emerged, puzzled as he watched their retreating figures and asked, Uncle, why did you treat them with such kindness? Their room rate was the cheapest, and they don't seem particularly special. The proprietor replied with a knowing hum, You don't understand. One of the officials who brought them here yesterday is my sworn brother. This group is acquainted with dignitaries from the capital. Otherwise, how could they have obtained the yellow token? How could they possibly know someone from the capital? The innkeeper simply shrugged, I cannot say, but they are indeed fortunate. At this moment in Yongzhou, early rising vendors had begun to set up their stalls, with markets bustling as vegetable and meat sellers opened for business, creating a vibrant atmosphere that sharply contrasted with the desolation outside the city. Let us enjoy a bowl of noodle soup before heading out, proposed one. Yes, let us savor the flavors of Yongzhou, Lin Yue added thoughtfully. Yongzhou is not far from the coast. Perhaps you could order a bowl of seafood noodles to try. The places we are heading to, Lianzhou or Duanzhou, are coastal cities, and we will need to acclimate to the local cuisine. Huni, ever forthright, inquired, Yeah. Why must we settle by the sea? Chapter 94. It's just a matter of habituation. Because the coast offers an abundance of seafood at no cost. As long as one is diligent, starvation is not a concern. My only fear is that you might find it unpalatable or suffer allergies. Lin Yue had no ulterior motives. She simply believed that life by the sea would be more affordable and suitable for them. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shi immediately responded, As long as there is free food, we will eat until we are full. Even if we find it unpalatable, we must adapt. If one cannot adapt, it simply means they haven't eaten enough. Li Qinghe interjected. Allergies occur when you consume something that makes you feel unwell, causing rashes or fever. She refrained from mentioning that severe allergies could be fatal, not wanting to instill anxiety before their journey had even begun. That's simply a matter of insufficient consumption. Let me tell you, when corn first appeared here, some people developed rashes after eating it, yet they eventually adapted. Corn is a wonderful crop, plentiful enough to fill our bellies. I've even heard of people being allergic to eggs. Isn't that absurd? It's a sign of having too much good fortune, as eggs are something we can rarely afford. This assertion was quite compelling, and Lin Erju and Lin Qingyong wholeheartedly agreed, believing that as long as they could eat and feel full, there was nothing they couldn't adapt to. If one truly struggled to adapt, it simply meant they hadn't been hungry enough. Let us not forget the myriad fungi in our Yunwu mountain. Initially, everyone was too afraid to eat them because each year someone would die from eating mushrooms, with others claiming to see ancestors or little spirits after consuming them. But later, we discovered that while some mushrooms were toxic, the toxicity was minimal, and cooking them longer made them safe to eat. Eventually, everyone became accustomed to consuming mushrooms, which sustain us during the lean seasons. So you see, the notion of allergies is trivial to us. We are all quite accustomed to the risks of poisoning. Feng Shi recounted stories from the past. Lin Qingyang nodded in agreement. That's true. Most of the mushrooms we have are toxic. Yet we've grown accustomed to them. If seafood were to cause some kind of allergy, we would simply eat more until we were used to it. Lin Yue's family exchanged glances, realizing they were surrounded by remarkably resilient individuals. It became evident that for ordinary folk, as long as they could fill their bellies, they could adapt to anything. Suddenly, Lin Yue recalled a statistic she had seen in a short video about the Chinese people's love and appreciation for food. In the past, when poverty prevailed, they had no concept of allergies. All food was categorized into two types, one that was edible and another that required ingenuity to make it so. For those who had once struggled with insufficient grain, the idea of allergies was non-existent. If one perished from eating, it was merely a reflection of their fragile health, not the food's toxicity. My ancestors who devoted their lives to desensitization. Lin Yue chuckled. Indeed, as long as it's not poisonous, the more we eat, the more we'll adapt. At the bustling market, they savored thin noodles, with vegetable noodles priced at only 5 won per bowl, adding an egg for an additional one. Meat sauce noodles cost 8 won, complete with vegetables. The most expensive option was the seafood noodles at 15 won, which included 2 shrimp, 3 clams, and 2 small fish, accompanied by a fried egg, all in a delicious broth. Lin Yue and her mother ordered seafood noodles, while Lin Sanju opted for meat sauce noodles. The others could only afford 1 bowl of seafood noodles at most, with many settling for vegetable noodles and only splurging for an egg. Having never eaten seafood before, Lin Yue had large shrimp in her caravan's fridge, but had lacked both time and opportunity to cook them. The seafood in the noodles was not large, but undeniably fresh. The shrimp was tender, the broth flavorful, and the noodles springy. This was Zhaoshir's first encounter with such flavors. Initially, she found the fishy scent a bit off-putting. Yet after tasting the broth, she was pleasantly surprised. This broth is delightful. I've never had such delicious noodles before. She looked at the children and, after some deliberation, called out to the noodle vendor, "Sir, please change my vegetable noodles to seafood noodles." "Certainly, madam. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." The vendor responded with a smile, clearly delighted by the morning rush of customers. Li Qinghe and Lin Yue observed their companions, hoping none would exhibit seafood allergies, and fortunately, by the time they finished their noodles, none reported itching or rashes, which was indeed a fortunate outcome. Before the hour of the dragon, Lin Yue and her group departed through the East City Gate, heading toward the next county, with their destination set for Duanzhou. According to the carriage operator, the journey from Yongzhou to Duanzhou would take half a month at the pace of the horse-drawn carriages. They were prepared, and the journey had been relatively tranquil. However, the prolonged duration of sitting in the carriage had rendered everyone rather numb, quite literally, to the point where their posteriors felt unrecognizable. As soon as they boarded, they found themselves yearning for slumber, but due to the cramped quarters, they could only recline against the walls of the carriage. The sweltering heat added to their discomfort, causing them to abandon all notions of propriety. Their sleeves were rolled up to their shoulders, and their trousers were hiked up to their knees. The men, seated upon the carriage's yoke, had discarded their outer trousers, opting instead for loose-fitting undergarments that extended to their knees and featured a hollow design. The women, however, could not afford to be so neglectful. Fortunately, their trousers were relatively roomy, and during the transfers to different carriages, they had procured fans, which allowed them to endure the oppressive heat. The decision for Lin Yue's family of 3 to share a carriage now proved to be sagacious, as they took turns retreating into the air-conditioned vehicle, where Lin Yue could indulge in ice cream. Regrettably, the quantity was limited. Once consumed, it was gone. Lin Yue savored a macadamia nut-flavored ice cream, reluctant to let it end, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful." Such a long-awaited and serene period was abruptly interrupted when they were still 5 days away from Duanzhou. The incident arose shortly after their convoy of 5 carriages had departed from Sai County for less than half an hour. The sudden halt, caused by the driver's urgent pull on the reins, sent everyone tumbling in a cacophony of confusion, with some passengers even being thrown from the carriage. Lin Yue, bewildered by the fall, had barely registered the chaos when a voice of desperation from the driver implored, "Do not harm me. I am merely the driver. I possess no silver." A coarse voice, imbued with an authoritative menace, bellowed at those inside the carriage, "All of you inside, get out." Lin Yue crouched low, peered through the curtain of the carriage, and beheld around 30 men clad in coarse hemp garments, brandishing machetes, their fierce visages striking as they stood roughly 10 meters from the carriage. "Father, we are in peril," There are over 30 men outside. And they do not appear to be ordinary villagers, but rather bandits who thrive on robbery, Lin Yue whispered to her father, discreetly sharing her observations. Meanwhile, the occupants of the subsequent carriages remained silent, too intimidated to speak. Wait and see what your third uncle commands. Remember, hold on to your weapons. Even if you cannot slay, do not allow yourselves to be captured. It may not be possible for us to come to your rescue in time, Lin Yue cautioned his eldest daughter and fourth daughter. His gaze steady and serious.